Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Facing the countless crimson gazes, you feel an immense pressure. Lin Xun was instantly startled. Could this person be the president of the association? When did he arrive at the office entrance? Currently possessing the Earth Giant shell, Lin Xun judged from the text's description of immense pressure that even if he risked everything in a direct fight with the president, there was a 99% chance he would lose. Back when he first met Grand Scholar Rona, even without any knowledge amplification, he gained a boost of 800 knowledge points. The Earth Giant shell had a skill that quintupled knowledge gain. If he were to meet the president in that form, his head would likely explode on the spot, let alone have any chance of fighting his way out. Even though his current knowledge stat was 0/3500, with a 5-fold multiplier, death was almost certain. A head explosion death while possessing the Earth Giant shell would cost him 2 points of soul strength. His mind racing, Lin Xun swiftly operated the controls, switching to his disposable shell. You possess the shell of the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association High Scholar. The figure in the linen robe slowly steps into the office. With every step, you feel the invisible pressure intensifying. As it walks closer, it lifts its hood. Aside from its eyes, every other facial feature seems to have been erased like wiped-away pencil marks, leaving only countless eyes densely packed across its entire head. Even the exposed skin outside the linen robe is densely covered in blinking eyes. You encounter the form of the president of the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association for the first time. The countless eyes send chills throughout your body as your head spins, and your soul is flooded with disordered knowledge. You have acquired knowledge. Your knowledge stat increases by 2,000. Current knowledge, 2,000/3500. With a wave of its hand, a flash of white light rises up from the ground, and the knowledge barrier traps you firmly inside. The cold gaze of the president of the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association locks onto you. Its voice echoes directly in your mind. It threatens you to hand over the stolen items. If you dare resist, it can simply retrieve them from your corpse. Apostle, trapped in the snare, what will you do? 1. Obediently hand over the items you just stole. Perhaps the president, in a good mood, will overlook your petty theft and let you go safely. 2. Switch back to the Earth Giant shell and attack the wrist-thick knowledge barrier surrounding you. Perhaps your immense strength can shatter the barrier and allow you to escape. 3. Bash your head against the ground and kill yourself. As long as you die first, the president won't be able to kill you, nor retrieve the items you've taken. The 3 options appeared in bright crimson text, trembling slightly. Lin Xun quickly pondered. The first option of returning the stolen items was absolutely impossible. The second option. Back at the refinery's basement, the Earth Giant had been unable to break through the knowledge barrier that was only finger-thick, which had been set by Grand Scholar Rona. There was no way it could break through the knowledge barrier set by the president. Given the current situation, the third option of suicide was actually the best choice. But if he had intended to kill himself, Lin Xun wouldn't have bothered switching shells earlier. Losing the Earth Giant shell once would cost him 2 points of soul strength, but it would also yield a massive knowledge boost, not too bad of a trade-off. The reason he chose to remain in the office was to get a measure of this president-level boss's strength. After all, if he were to say he didn't want the president's shell, a man without dreams is no different from a salted fish. And Lin Xun wasn't entirely without hope of achieving that goal. He still had several trump card items in his inventory. The most suitable one for the current situation was a life-saving item that Li Xingyue had previously given him. Cloudless Wilderness Thunder Scroll, Epic plus Great Item. Using this item allows you to select between 2 attack modes. The first is an area attack, releasing devastating lightning indiscriminately. The second is a single target attack, guaranteed to hit the enemy, focusing the lightning for overwhelming damage and long paralysis duration. By using the single target attack, he could guarantee a hit, dealing massive damage and paralysis. Right now, trapped within the knowledge barrier, this item's traits would allow him to pierce through the barrier and strike the president. This would seriously wound and paralyze the president, leaving him unable to chant spells. Lin Xun could then switch back to the Earth Giant Shell and unleash a furious assault. Lin Xun refused to believe that a mage could survive once a berserker got in melee range. Trading one epic plus item for a top-tier mage shell was an extremely profitable deal. The plan was flawless. Without hesitation, he clicked on the item. Do you wish to use the Cloudless Wilderness Thunder Scroll on the president of the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association? He steeled himself, about to press yes. At that moment, the game text rapidly updated. In the corner of the office, countless flickering chaotic characters appear out of thin air, gradually assembling into a massive, ferocious beast. The beast is entirely formed from characters, which continue to shift and transform as they twitch. Merely gazing at the beast fills you with disorder and confusion. The beast of disordered knowledge. Lin Xun frowned. The appearance of the beast of disordered knowledge meant he had made the wrong choice. The omniscient true knowledge had sent its watchdog to kindly correct his mistake. That shouldn't be. Where did the plan go wrong? Could it be that the president's strength has already surpassed the Thunder Scroll's effective range? Omniscient true knowledge must have seen I was wasting my effort and came to stop me. The president of the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association looked suspiciously at the character beast, then shifted its gaze thoughtfully back to you. The beast of disordered knowledge roared, its chaotic characters surging as it lunged toward you. The president of the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association waved its hand, summoning countless glowing characters that formed a massive spear, instantly piercing through the beast's body. The beast's body shattered, the characters scattering like shattered glass. The beast of disordered knowledge is dead. You did not receive experience points. Some of the scattered characters are absorbed into your body. Your Blessing of Knowledge +3 has been upgraded to Blessing of Knowledge +4. After knowledge overload, your knowledge cap has increased once again. The remaining broken characters dim and gradually fade away. The president of the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association waves its hand again, dispelling the knowledge barrier surrounding you. It steps aside, clearing the path to the office exit, then silently stands by the door, closing all of its countless eyes. You understand that the president has spared you and is allowing you to leave. Do you wish to exit the president's office? Lin Xun's plan had gone wrong from the start, and everything that followed unraveled. Helplessly, he could only click yes to leave the office. Helplessly, he could only click yes to leave the office. You avoid looking at the president, who stands by the door with its eyes closed, and step through the now doorless exit to leave the area. The president's deep voice echoes in your mind once more. It tells you that this time you are spared, but if you dare set foot in the Multivision Association again, it will slay you on the spot without regard for the might of omniscient true knowledge. Lin Xun sneered. Once I change my shell, how will the president recognize me? Besides, all the scholars inside the association are just my various shells. Lin Xun operated his high scholar shell to return to the first-floor reception counter of the building. He intended to open his inventory and review his loot, but decided it wasn't wise to do so here. He clicked the resting page's teleport function and returned to Bennett's transplant clinic. Once he reached the second floor of the clinic, he finally felt the pressure lift. He had to admit, the president's strength was indeed worthy of a boss-level opponent. Right now, he was not yet strong enough to take it down. However, even if he couldn't beat the president now, the high scholar shell could serve as a good backup plan. Once his strength improved, he could always return for the president's shell later. He opened his inventory. The first item was a map-type tool. Route map to the underground Abyss Cave. Map records the carriage route leading near the Abyss Cave. With this map, you can take a carriage directly to the Abyss Cave area. Of course, you can also travel on foot if you can navigate through the mist and aren't afraid of the unknown dangers lurking within it. Previously, in the residual illusion of knowledge, Lin Xun had already experienced a journey into the abyss once. He didn't know whether the destination indicated by this route map was the same cave he had previously experienced. With a new area to explore, he immediately had a fresh target. He looked at the second piece of loot. Knowledge Skill Scroll, Epic plus Grade Item, a sheet of yellowed parchment etched with mysterious characters that flicker with pure white light. By using this item, you will comprehend the powerful skill knowledge barrier. This was an Epic plus Grade knowledge barrier skill. Currently, the yellow-robed bishop shell only has a fine-grade knowledge barrier skill. Lin Xun thought for a moment, but didn't apply the scroll to the yellow-robed bishop. Instead, he quietly put it away. The bishop was gradually falling behind his current game progress. Using such a powerful barrier skill on the bishop would be a waste. He moved on to check the third piece of loot. Ring of the Radiant Stars, special equipment, a special ring forged from fallen metal, set with a tiny crystal. Upon closer inspection, a vast starry river seems to flow within the crystal, countless stars gleaming inside. While wearing this equipment, you will attract the attention of the Oath of the Radiant Stars faction. There is a certain chance you may be summoned by creatures of this faction, or they may descend directly upon you. Lin Xun's eyes widened. What kind of death-seeking artifact is this? Currently, he was hostile to the Oath of the Radiant Stars faction. Wearing this ring would be like hanging himself. It's practically asking to die. Without saying a word, he stored the item away. Finally, he examined the last item. Abyss Demon Completion Project Document. The very beginning of this plan was born from my discovery of a shocking secret. The demons slumbering deep within the abyss and the starborn beings actually originated from the same species. I do not know what is buried within that sealed history, but if such a secret were made public, it would surely shake the entire academic world to its core. If I were to reveal this secret, I could become famous overnight and secure the position of Vice President of the Imperial Capital's Central Association. However, I have no desire to do so, not because the position of Vice President is not tempting enough, but because by keeping this secret to myself, I will be able to obtain eternal life. The Abyss Demon shells are extremely powerful, but most of their eyes have mutated or degenerated. The starborn beings, however, have evolved in a different direction, focusing on gazing into the stars. Though their bodies have grown weaker, their eyes have grown ever stronger. I dispatched high scholars from the association to explore the abyss and retrieve as many demon shells as possible. Meanwhile, I tirelessly pursued the starborn. Omniscient true knowledge, please forgive my betrayal. For only by cultivating the finest demon shells can I implant the eyes of the starborn. The high scholars have brought back frequent successes, acquiring numerous demon shells. Yet their strength is limited, and several of my trusted subordinates have perished in their expeditions into the abyss. My pursuit of the starborn was arduous, but ultimately rewarding. I attempted to transplant the starborn eyes into the demon shells. At first, I believed the plan would succeed, but unexpectedly, neither the demon shells nor the starborn eyes were of sufficient quality to meet my expectations. Thus, the project fell into a standstill. As people often say, accidents arrive faster than planned. Reality proved the same. Just when I thought I would never touch that domain, I was unexpectedly favored by the Radiant Stars. By using this miraculous ring called the Ring of the Radiant Stars, I can summon powerful starborn beings to obtain superior eyes. And my luck did not end there. Rona informed me that Maguire had died. The fortunate part was not his death, but the secret message he sent before dying. Maguire discovered an abyss cave that was not part of the original plan, where a terrifying, ancient demon lay dormant. Compared to the previous demon shells, this one's quality far surpassed them all. He bluntly stated that even if I personally ventured there, my chances of victory would not exceed 50%. I ceased sending high scholars to explore the abyss cave. Such an ancient demon was beyond their capabilities, it would be certain death to send them in. Maguire never lied. His 50% was likely still leaving me some dignity. I was caught in a dilemma. To attain eternal life, I would have to risk my very existence. In the end, I made my decision. I will not be lost to the river of time. I will witness the birth and destruction of the sun, moon, and stars. I will obtain eternal life. I must complete this project. If I can acquire that ancient demon shell, then slay the summoned starborn beings to harvest their eyes and complete the transplantation. I shall become a god. I shall become a god. You have acquired knowledge. Your knowledge stat increases by 300. Current knowledge, 2300/3500. After finishing the document, Lin Xun's knowledge increased again, though this time only by 300 points. He frowned, sensing that things were not so simple. The president of the Multivision Association intended to use demon shells and implant the eyes of starborn beings to complete this so-called Abyss Demon Completion Project. The ultimate goal of the plan was to become a god. However, if the document truly contained a way to ascend to godhood, there was no way he would have gained so little knowledge from reading it. At the very least, it should have triggered a knowledge overload with an exploding head to match the magnitude of the revelation. Therefore, it was highly likely that the president had embarked on a misguided path. The route map to the underground abyss cave he had obtained was most likely the very place where the ancient demon mentioned in the plan resided. However, even the president himself might not be able to defeat the ancient demon. With his current strength, going there would simply be a waste of soul strength. For now, his priority was still to infiltrate the Multivision Association and acquire more mage shells. He clicked the teleport function of the resting page. Please select the resting page to teleport to. You have selected the first floor of the Multivision School Association building resting page. Teleporting. Teleportation successful. An ordinary wandering soul awakens on the first floor of the Multivision Association. You possess the shell of the corrupted yellow-robed bishop of the White Moon Church. Lin Xun switched to the yellow-robed bishop shell to continue exploring the building. He didn't believe that using this shell would allow the president to recognize him. To test this and ensure safety, he went straight to the Scholar Registration Hall. You step into the Scholar Registration Hall. The knowledge-seeking Multivision Association registrar behind the counter looks at you, glances down at the documents on the desk, then looks back up to compare your appearance. Suddenly recalling that you had previously registered as a new scholar, it smiles and asks if you wish to upgrade to high scholar status. By paying 10,000 spirit essence and passing the examiner's assessment, you can elevate your position and become a high scholar admired by all. You glance at the documents on the counter. 2 portraits are displayed, one of your possessed shells, High Scholar and Earth Giant. Do you wish to proceed with the transaction? You slowly shake your head, indicating that you need to continue studying and further your education. The knowledge-seeking Multivision Association registrar bids you farewell in disappointment, and you stride out of the Scholar Registration Hall. The president had publicly posted portraits of both shells, effectively blacklisting him. Fortunately, Lin Xun had plenty of disguises. Switching shells was enough to sidestep being blacklisted. Relieved, he took the elevator up to the 4th floor. You step out of the elevator. According to the directory map of the Multivision School Association building, this floor serves as the office area for the scholars. Looking down the hallway, you see that the offices here are not as densely arranged as those on the 3rd floor. The directory shows that there are only 12 offices on the 4th floor. Do you wish to explore these offices one by one? Since the president was unwilling to evacuate the building to stop his thousand-faces self, Lin Xun would helpfully clear out the entire association for him. You knock on the door of one office along the corridor. A bachelor wearing a silver-trimmed ceremonial robe opens the door. Its numerous eyes all focus on you. Seeing that you're wearing an association scholar robe, it frowns and informs you that unless you have something important to report, you should not disturb its work. You encounter the knowledge-seeking Multivision Association bachelor for the first time. The multitude of eyes makes your skin crawl. You feel dizzy as disordered knowledge floods into your soul. You have acquired knowledge. Your knowledge stat increases by 900. Current knowledge, 3200/3500. Lin Xun let out a sigh of relief. The bishop shell he was currently possessing had a knowledge amplification skill. Upon encountering the bachelor for the first time, the influx of knowledge had nearly caused his head to explode. How do you wish to respond? The familiar choice options appeared once again before him. Lin Xun skillfully pressed the flattery option. You tell the knowledge-seeking Multivision Association bachelor that you deeply admire him and wish to learn from him how to advance from a scholar to a knowledgeable bachelor like himself. He sneered, bluntly stating that someone as clueless about proper conduct as you would never become a bachelor in this lifetime. After finishing, he slammed the door shut, refusing you entry. Lin Xun slowly typed out 3 question marks. He had been flatly rejected. Do you wish to knock on this office door again, or proceed to visit the next bachelor? Perhaps the yellow-robed bishop's scholar status was too low, and that's why he wasn't qualified to enter a bachelor's office. Had he not been blacklisted by the president, switching to the high scholar shell and flattering him might have granted him entry. Looks like I'll have to head back downstairs to find another lucky high scholar. Just as Lin Xun was about to return to the 3rd floor, a sudden idea struck him, an alternative solution. This method actually had a higher success rate than flattering with the high scholar shell. You knock on the office door again. The door quickly opens. The knowledge-seeking Multivision Association bachelor sees it's you again and glares in anger, demanding that you give a reasonable explanation or suffer consequences you'd regret. How do you wish to respond? The familiar three options appeared once more. Lin Xun opened his inventory directly. You take out 10,000 spirit essence, offering it to the knowledge-seeking Multivision Association bachelor while quietly explaining that this is your tuition fee for learning how to advance to bachelor status. You humbly ask him to accept this insignificant payment, as you simply wish to learn how to become as knowledgeable as him. The knowledge-seeking Multivision Association bachelor silently accepts the spirit essence, then sternly praises you, saying that someone like you, who knows proper conduct and strives for self-improvement, has great potential for advancement. The bachelor invites you into his office for a detailed discussion. Lin Xun smiled faintly. Knowledge-seeking scholars? More like money-seeking scholars. Everyone in this association building has the same greedy face. Once inside the office with the door closed, he revealed his true self, the ugly face of someone on the president's blacklist. You possess the shell of the corrupted Earth Giant. With a roar, you raise your ancient Dragonfang Great Lub and smash it down onto the chatterbox before you. The knowledge-seeking Multivision Association bachelor stared wide-eyed in horror, hastily trying to chant a spell, but before he could finish, his head was crushed by the monstrous club, red and white fluid splattering everywhere. The headless corpse slowly collapsed. You have defeated the knowledge-seeking Multivision Association bachelor. Experience greatly increased. You have obtained 10,000 spirit essence. You have obtained indomitable trace of spirit essence *1. You have obtained bachelor badge item. Lin Xun's face twitched, as the game text did not display a possession option. The bachelor had been smashed into a headless corpse by the Earth Giants Club. There was no way to possess that now. The Earth Giants' attack style had always been brutally violent. Other monsters could still survive, but fragile magic users like scholars were so delicate that even leaving behind a head was already showing mercy. With no other choice, he unequipped the dancer's hidden blade and outfitted it onto the Earth Giant. He then proceeded to the next office. After knocking with his golden brick, he successfully obtained a fully intact shell. Shell, Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association Bachelor. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 110% plus 45%. Compatibility exceeds the threshold. Shell quality increased. Shell quality, rare plus. Shell level, 40. Shell equipment, spellcasting ring, fine plus grade equipment. Shell equipment, association bachelor robe, fine plus grade equipment. Shell skill, knowledge barrier, rare plus grade. Shell skill, knowledge radiance, rare plus grade. The bachelor shell had already reached level 40, and both its shell quality and skills had reached rare plus grade. Lin Xun couldn't help but think of the grand scholars upstairs. Based on this, their level, shell quality, and skills would surely not be inferior to the bachelor's. Most likely, their skill quality would not be lower than epic grade. As for shell quality, with his talent bonuses, it might even reach epic grade. The bachelor shell's quality was now on par with the yellow-robed bishop. The effective visage of the leader allowed him to designate the shell with the highest quality and the second highest quality as leaders. At this point, Lin Xun could appoint the bachelor as the leader, which would raise all his shells to level 40, surpassing the Earth Giant, which was only level 38. However, all experience gained from killing monsters would be attributed to the leader. Since there were still plenty of scholars and bachelors left to farm for experience, he held off for now. Facing the Grand Scholars, who were the top combat power within the association, Lin Xun naturally wanted to strengthen himself as much as possible before engaging them. He began clearing all floors below the 5th. After 2 more refresh cycles at the resting page, he had swept through floors 1 to 4, 3 full times, even wiping out the staff and examiners on the 1st and 2nd floors. After harvesting 3 full waves of enemies, it was already noon. The Earth Giant shell's level skyrocketed to level 41. Though Spirit Essence only dropped during the first monster refresh, his total now approached 250,000. Not to mention the pile of equipment stripped from the monster shells stored in his inventory. A rough estimate suggested that these items were worth another 70,000 to 80,000 Spirit Essence. Overnight riches. This association building is a farming goldmine. If not for the 3 refresh limit, I could grind here for an eternity. With a sigh, he collected himself and prepared to head for the 5th floor to challenge the Grand Scholars. The elevator rises slowly. You arrive at the 5th floor of the association building. You step out of the elevator and enter the corridor. According to the directory map of the Multivision School Association building, this floor has only 6 offices across its 3 hallways. Before you is the office you've visited before, Grand Scholar Rona's office. Do you wish to enter this office or proceed to the next one? Lin Xun paused for a moment. Rona had helped him train the Valkyrie without asking for anything in return. Challenging Rona now would be completely ungrateful. Though he desired a Grand Scholar shell, there was no need to go against his own principles just to gain power. Still, he chose to enter the office to check on the Valkyrie's training progress. Just as you're about to knock on Rona's office door, it opens automatically. You step inside and see the Battle Angel, Valkyrie, sitting at the desk, holding a quill pen, diligently studying under Grand Scholar Rona's guidance, earnestly taking notes. Her beautiful face practically radiates with the words, striving for excellence. Grand Scholar Rona glances at you coldly, stating that the doll is still in training and far from mastery. If you have no urgent business, do not disturb her. Do you wish to exit the office? Lin Xun felt helpless. Better not disturb the Valkyrie's serious study. Just as he was about to leave, a new idea struck him. To challenge other Grand Scholars honestly, he wasn't confident. Judging by the knowledge barrier Rona had set before, the strength of Grand Scholars was extremely high. Although he was now level 41, 6 levels higher than when he previously attacked the knowledge barrier at level 35, he still wasn't confident that he could break through. However, if he could gain Rona's assistance, slaying the other Grand Scholars would become simple. As for how to gain Rona's help, Lin Xun's gaze shifted to a long-stored special item in his inventory, the love letter to Grand Scholar Rona. If he could raise Rona's affection, conquering Rona, it would naturally lead to her helping him. Still, this needed careful planning and consideration. For now, Lin Xun exited the office to think. Previously, even the wealthy smelting plant owner had failed to gain Rona's favor, proving she had no interest in money or spirit essence, a woman above such vulgar pursuits. Instead, after the smelting plant owner transplanted the eyeball of the subterranean Oculomus demon and became vastly knowledgeable, he had managed to become casual friends with Rona. Moreover, his offering of the rare refined copper essence likely gained favor not because of its monetary value, but due to its rarity and mysterious nature. From this, Lin Xun deduced that in order to raise Rona's affection, he must cater to her interests by gifting rare items. He opened his inventory to search. Before long, his eyes lit up. He found not 1, but 2 suitable items. You step back into Rona's office. Rona frowned slightly, looking at you with puzzlement. Lin Xun prepared to make his move. Opening his inventory, he selected an item and chose to gift it. You have gifted Nanobio Combat Armor, rare-grade equipment, to Grand Scholar Rona of the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association. Rona gazes in astonishment at the strange outfit she has never seen before. The black nano-combat suit features a honeycomb-patterned tantalum-titanium alloy exoskeleton, intelligent nanofiber muscles, and a mechanical spine connected to the nervous system, a high-tech battle suit unlike anything she has ever encountered. Rona's eyes are instantly captivated by the suit. Rona's gaze was immediately drawn to the combat suit. She carefully cradled the nanobio combat armor, gently caressing the alloy exoskeleton and intelligent nanomuscles. You saw her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge, as if you had opened the door to a whole new world for her. With a wave of her hand, Grand Scholar Rona summoned numerous pure white characters that appeared out of thin air, blocking your view. You could only hear the rustling sounds of changing clothes. You judged that Rona, unable to resist her strong thirst for knowledge, was putting on the nanobio combat armor on the spot to study this novel combat suit. From behind the flickering characters came Rona's inquiry. She didn't know how to operate the combat suit and sought your guidance. You loudly explained the operation methods of the combat suit. Rona gradually mastered the essentials, continuously switching the combat modes of the suit, exploring its profound knowledge. After a long while, Grand Scholar Rona changed back into her scholar's robe, dismissed the characters blocking your view, expressed her gratitude, and sighed that, even with her level of knowledge, she still could not fully unravel the mysteries of this novel attire. The new knowledge contained within this suit was enough for her to research for years. Knowledge-seeking Multivision Association's Grand Scholar Rona was very grateful for your gift. She stated that if you were willing, you could stay and study knowledge together with the dolls. She would teach you knowledge-type skills without reservation. Do you wish to nod and accept? Without a second thought, Lin Xun pressed no. His goal was to have Rona assist him in battle. As long as he could take down the other Grand Scholars and possess their shells, he could obtain knowledge-type skills that way as well. Moreover, the skills obtained through shell possession were often of much higher quality than those acquired through personal study with Rona. There was no need to waste the current goodwill to learn skills. Grand Scholar Rona, seeing that you had no intention of studying here, shook her head regretfully and said that if you changed your mind, you could come to her for study at any time. Saying this, she put away the nanobio combat armor and continued teaching knowledge to the battle angel, Valkyrie. Seeing that no other options appeared on Rona, Lin Xun decided to go all in. He opened the inventory and clicked on the item. You took out the book containing Illusion, Grand Scholar Rona's bath recording, and showed it to her. Rona stared at you in disbelief, then flew into a rage, raising her hand to cast a spell. After taking a deep breath, she lowered her hand and questioned you about why you would do such a thing. How will you respond? 1. Menacingly tell her that if she doesn't want this book to spread throughout the entire association, she should obediently listen and become your plaything. 2. Confess your feelings passionately, saying that your longing for her has kept you tossing and turning at night, unable to sleep, and you could only secretly read this book to console yourself. 3. Tell her that a lawless individual secretly recorded this illusion, but she need not worry because, as a righteous enforcer, you have already eliminated that person for her. Lin Xun automatically ignored the first two options and pressed the third. Upon hearing this, Grand Scholar Rona's expression changed, her anger subsided, and she apologized to you. She softly asked you to hand over the book. Will you give her this item? Grand Scholar Rona took the book, and with a wave of her hand, countless characters surged forth, destroying the book. She was very grateful for your righteous action and once again offered to teach you knowledge-type skills. Do you wish to nod and accept? Lin Xun estimated that it was almost time. He opened the inventory again and clicked on Item Gifting. You gifted the confession letter to Grand Scholar Rona to Grand Scholar Rona. Rona took the envelope in confusion, opened it, and read the letter. Soon, she finished reading and looked at you with flickering eyes, her expression somewhat ambiguous. Grand Scholar Rona suddenly smiled and told you directly that her entire life was devoted to the endless pursuit of knowledge. She had no interest in matters of romance. Although your actions deeply moved her and you would make an excellent partner. She said that if you had other requests, you could state them, and she would do her best to help you. What request will you make to the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association's Grand Scholar Rona? 1. Request skill items. 2. Request weapons and equipment. 3. Request to accompany you in exploration. 4. Request an increase to knowledge stat. 5. Confess your feelings once again. Being moved but rejected was not the point. The point was the 5 options now in front of him. The twisted game did not directly offer the option to have Rona help him take down the other Grand Scholars. Of the 5 options, only the third one was closest to his goal. He figured that if he went to fight the other Grand Scholars and was outmatched, Rona surely wouldn't stand by and watch him die. He pressed the third option. Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association's Grand Scholar Rona told you that she could accompany you in your exploration and protect your safety during it. However, this accompaniment is not permanent. The duration depends on the environment and dangers you face. If you intend to challenge opponents far beyond even her capabilities, she will have to leave. Lin Xun roughly understood. For instance, if he were to fight a deity like the Child of the Stars, Rona would likely turn around and leave without hesitation. After all, this Grand Scholar wasn't his summoned creature and wouldn't foolishly follow him to certain death. It seemed that the smelting plant owner had summed her up perfectly back then. Rona was indeed a very rational NPC. For now, he didn't know whether Rona would also leave if he challenged her fellow Grand Scholars. Let's give it a try. There's no other way right now. If it doesn't work, I'll have to use that lightning scroll. Rona lowered the brim of her scholar's cap and followed beside you. The battle angel, Valkyrie, also put down her book and pen, picked up the longbow on her back, and stood at your side. This should be my strongest state for now. Fully prepared, Lin Xun led his two powerful allies out of the office. You exit the office and proceed down the corridor to the next office. As you are about to knock on the door, Rona suddenly stops you and asks if you are preparing to fight another Grand Scholar. After receiving your confirmation, she signals you to follow her. Grand Scholar Rona leads you into the central hall and toward the far end of the right side corridor. As she walks, she softly explains that of the 6 offices on the 5th floor, only 3 are occupied. The other 3 Grand Scholars perished during their journeys into the abyss. If you insist on fighting the other Grand Scholars, she can only assist you against one of them. She will not accompany you for the next. However, she promises to keep your actions confidential and not report them to the president. How far you ultimately go will depend entirely on your own strength. After this battle, she will return to her office as if nothing happened. If you wish to continue letting the doll study, she will take the doll back with her. Speaking these words, Rona led you to the far end of the corridor and stood before a tightly closed door. Without knocking, she raised her long leg and kicked the door open. Behind the desk inside, a knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar wearing a gilded robe sat. Seeing Rona barge in, he showed no surprise but sneered coldly and spoke mockingly. Rona blinked at you lightly, then waved her hand to launch an attack. Lin Xun twitched his lips. No wonder Rona was willing to help him deal with her colleague, so there had been bad blood between them all along. There was no time to think further. He ordered the Valkyrie to attack. He himself selected his weapon and charged forward. Rona waved her hand, summoning countless flickering characters that appeared out of thin air, surging toward the enemy. The battle angel, Valkyrie, swiftly drew an arrow wrapped in swirling wind currents. She drew the bow to a full moon, closed her eyes, and released. The arrow whistled forward like a meteor, carrying a shockwave as it shot toward the enemy. The giant eyeball on your forehead flickered with a strange glow. Special skill weak point insight activated. Your knowledge stat is far inferior to the enemy's, Determination failed. You failed to perceive the weak point of the knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar. You lunged forward, pushing off with your feet. Blessing of Mother Earth activated at full power. The belt at your waist provided you with an endless stream of strength as you swung the ancient Dragonfang Great Lub fiercely at the enemy. Your attack triggered the Beastmen Chieftain Spirit Essence's special effect. This attack will deal double damage. The Great Lub accelerated by 30%, the surrounding air shrieking under the pressure. The knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar looked on in terror at the incoming violent assault, hastily raising his hand as the sturdy knowledge barrier surged up from the ground, enclosing him within. The flickering characters crashed into the knowledge barrier and burst apart in a blinding flash. The knowledge barrier rippled violently, on the verge of shattering. The Great Lub slammed down, instantly shattering the already fragile knowledge barrier. An arrow, like a shooting star, pierced through the Grand Scholar's chest. The immense force pinned him against the bookshelf behind. The light faded from the many eyes of the Grand Scholar. Pinned to the bookshelf, his head drooped weakly. Your watcher has defeated the knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar, granting you a massive amount of experience points. The power within your shell surged as the corrupted Earth Giant shell leveled up. Current shell level, 42. You obtained Fading Trace Spirit Essence of Insight *1. You obtained Grand Scholar Badge item. You gaze at the shell pinned to the bookshelf before you. Knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar, a Grand Scholar in their prime and rich in knowledge, one of the top combat powers of the Multivision Association, second only to the president of the association. Reputed to know the stars above and the abyss below. Died from a pierced left chest by an arrow, resulting in a ruptured heart. Compatibility 108%, plus 45%. Do you wish to possess the shell? Lin Xun let out a long breath. He had finally obtained a Grand Scholar shell. Discarding the Scholar shell in the shell slot, he pressed yes without hesitation. You have possessed the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar shell. He eagerly opened the shell panel to check the attributes. Shell, Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 108%, plus 45%. Compatibility exceeds the critical point. Shell quality upgraded. Shell quality, epic grade. Shell level, 45. Shell equipment, advanced spellcasting ring, rare grade equipment. Shell equipment, Association Grand Scholar Robe, rare plus grade equipment. Wearing this equipment greatly enhances resistance to knowledge-type skills. Shell equipment, Stored Spell Treasure Ring, epic grade equipment. A ring engraved with countless tiny characters, set with a gem that emits a white glow. The radiance within this gem seems magical, drawing one's gaze into it. Wearing this equipment allows you to store a spell that normally requires long chanting. By using the ring, you can instantly cast the spell. Shell skill, Knowledge Plunder, epic grade. Activating this skill greatly increases the amount of knowledge gained. Shell skill, Knowledge Barrier, epic grade. This skill's defense is linked to your knowledge stat. The higher your knowledge cap, the stronger the defense. Shell skill, Knowledge Radiance, rare plus grade. Shell skill, Knowledge Spear, epic grade. Utilizing a lifetime's worth of accumulated knowledge, countless fine pure white characters surge forth, forming a giant spear that pierces all. Using this skill allows you to launch a giant spear of knowledge, delivering devastating damage to enemies. The power of this skill is linked to your knowledge stat. This skill requires a long chant to cast. Lin Xun looked over the Grand Scholar's panel attributes. He couldn't help but sigh. This is what a true mage should be. This shell's original quality was rare plus, and under his talent bonus, it was upgraded to epic grade. Normally, although the Grand Scholar's level was a bit higher than the Earth Giant, the epic grade knowledge barrier still shouldn't be able to withstand the Earth Giant's attacks. The Earth Giant wielded epic grade weapons and equipment, and its skill blessing of Mother Earth was epic plus grade. In addition, with his 70% soul enhancement, purely by panel stats, the Earth Giant should be able to smash through 2 or 3 Grand Scholars without issue. The difference likely came from the Grand Scholar's skills, as 2 of the 3 spell skills had growth attributes. There was the familiar knowledge barrier and the new skill seen before in the residual illusion of knowledge, Knowledge Spear. The Grand Scholar's knowledge stat far surpassed his own, which could be inferred from the failure of his weak point insight skill. The extremely high knowledge cap also boosted the defensive power of these skills, allowing even an epic grade skill to block the Earth Giant's attacks. Unfortunately, the knowledge stat applies to the soul, not the shell. Otherwise, Lin Xun could have inherited the Grand Scholar's knowledge stat to enhance the power of knowledge-type skills. What surprised him most was the epic-grade equipment on the Grand Scholar, the Stored Spell Treasure Ring. This equipment could store a long-chanting spell, which matched perfectly with the new skill Knowledge Spear. However, it seemed that most Grand Scholars and even the President used this ring to store the Knowledge Barrier skill. Which made sense. A mage's instant cast spell would logically be set to a magical shield to ensure personal safety first and foremost. You, pinned to the wall, try to pull out the arrow piercing your chest, but you lack the strength. The Battle Angel, Valkyrie, quickly steps forward, pulls out the arrow for you, and helps you down from the wall. Knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar, Rona sees that you have successfully possessed a Grand Scholar's shell and already hold multiple shells. Her eyes light up, overflowing with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. She asks you whether your previous confession still stands. Fated to be loved apostle, how will you respond? 1. Yesterday you ignored me. Today you're not worthy of me. Loudly reject Grand Scholar Rona, stating directly, you are a good person, but I am not a good match, and hand her another good person card, dealing double critical damage. 2. Of course it still stands. My thirst for knowledge is equally insatiable. Accept Grand Scholar Rona and eagerly explore the mysteries of the human body together. Of course, you must switch to a different shell first, or you may end up enter and G yourself in a bizarre scene. 3. I need to think it over unless you're willing to continue accompanying me on my journey of exploration. Pretend to ponder, hesitate repeatedly, and tell her that your next target is another Grand Scholar, with your ultimate goal being the president of the association. Lin Xun had no lust for Rona's body. Rather, it was now Rona who coveted his. According to the previous dialogue, it was precisely because Rona saw that he could possess the Grand Scholar's shell and held multiple shells that her desire for knowledge toward him grew intense. Essentially, in Rona's eyes, he was no different from that nanobio combat armor. The only real difference might be that Rona's thirst for knowledge toward him was even stronger. As usual, he automatically ignored the first 2 options and chose the third. You pondered for a while, hesitating repeatedly before finally responding, saying that your earlier confession was driven by impulse upon seeing her grace and beauty. Now that you think about it carefully, you realize your actions were too rash. However, if Rona is willing to continue accompanying you on your journey to clear out the entire association building, you wouldn't be opposed. Knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar, Rona looked at you with a playful glint in her eyes and told you that if you insisted on challenging another Grand Scholar, she could help you. However, if you wished to challenge the president, then with her current strength, your current strength, and the dolls, going to the 6th floor would be certain death. Rona advised you to improve your strength first and return to challenge the association president afterward. Once you've grown strong enough, and the two of you have the confidence to defeat the president, you will take the president's shell while she takes the president's position. This way, she can use the president's identity to further her studies in the imperial capital, while you obtain the shell you desire, a win-win outcome. As for how to improve your strength, Rona winked at you and motioned for you to follow her. You and the battle angel, Valkyrie, followed Rona, leaving the office and heading down the left corridor of the central hall. At the far end of the corridor, Rona knocked on a door, which was soon opened by another Grand Scholar. Rona smiled slightly and launched the first strike. Countless characters appeared out of thin air and shot toward the knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar. Seeing this, Lin Xun quickly joined the assault. With the combined might of 2 people and a doll, they swiftly pinned this final Grand Scholar against the bookshelf. Your watcher has defeated the knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar, granting you a large amount of experience points. You obtained Fading Trace Spirit Essence of Insight *1. You obtained Route Map of the Direct Vision Association, MAP. Taking down this Grand Scholar also dropped 20,000 Spirit Essence. Most importantly, he obtained the map of the Direct Vision Association. So this was what Rona meant by strengthening, sending him to further his studies at the Direct Vision Association. He had been grinding monsters in the Multivision Association building with great satisfaction, leveling up rapidly. Adding another map, like the Multivision Association, would allow his level to skyrocket even further. You look at the corpse before you. Do you wish to possess the shell? Lin Xun greedily eyed the Grand Scholar's equipment. Its value was immense. The robe and spellcasting ring weren't the main attraction. The key was that epic-grade equipment, stored spell treasure ring. He already had one. If he obtained this second ring, he could store 2 long-chance spells simultaneously. However, his shell slots were now full at August 8th. The 8 shells were Paladin of Discipline, Blacksmith, Yellow-Robed Bishop, Engineer, Dancer, Earth Giant, Smelting Plant Owner, and Grand Scholar. He wasn't planning to discard any shells with unlocked true names. Because these shells could be manifested in reality, during real-life PK, if one shell died, he could immediately switch to another fully refreshed shell, essentially resurrecting at full strength. Thus, the only ones left to consider discarding were the Blacksmith, Dancer, Smelting Plant Owner, and Grand Scholar. After careful thought, Lin Xun decided to discard the Smelting Plant Owner shell. The reason was simple. The Grandmaster level smelting skill on this shell could only smelt refined copper ore and not other ores. Refined copper ore didn't exist in other world chapters, and its materials were only useful for the dolls and machines of this world. Since he had already acquired the highest tier doll, the Smelting Plant Owner's smelting skills were now useless. Discarding the no longer useful Smelting Plant Owner and taking in a new Grand Scholar shell was undoubtedly the best choice. Without further hesitation, he discarded the Plant Owner and possessed the Grand Scholar shell. You have possessed the Knowledge-Seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar shell. He opened the panel. The equipment and skills were identical to the previous Grand Scholar, except the shell level was 1 level lower. He switched back to the previous Grand Scholar shell and equipped both stored spell treasure rings. Grand Scholar Rona saw that you had obtained the route map and shell, and said that everything she could do for now was complete. She would wait for your return after you had grown stronger. As for whether the doll by your side would continue to study under her, that depended on your choice. Do you wish to let the Battle Angel, Valkyrie, continue studying under Grand Scholar Rona? Based on the previously gathered information, most of the Multivision School members were commoners, while the Direct Vision School was made up mostly of the wealthy and nobles, who could afford superior eyeballs. This implied that the monsters in the direct vision school might be stronger than those in the multivision school. It would be wise to let the Valkyrie learn skills first. If the monsters proved too strong, he could summon her later. After a moment's thought, Lin Xun selected yes. Grand Scholar Rona waved goodbye and took the reluctant battle angel, Valkyrie, away. Before leaving, she pulled out a faintly scented letter from her chest and handed it to you. You obtained Grand Scholar Elman's love letter, item. Knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar, Elman's love letter, item. The letter records Grand Scholar Elman's passionate love for Rona. The language is explicit and obscene, completely at odds with the refined and scholarly image of a Grand Scholar. Upon use, you will unlock the Grand Scholar's true name. Lin Xun's eyes widened. Before leaving, Rona gifted him a true name item. This item corresponded to the first Grand Scholar he had defeated. Judging from the item's description, no wonder Rona had taken the initiative to help him deal with that Grand Scholar. Without hesitation, he used the item. You used Grand Scholar Elman's love letter, item. You have unlocked the true name of the knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar. You may now manifest this shell in reality. Being able to manifest the Grand Scholar shell further boosted Lin Xun's real-life PK power. As for whether the many eyeballs on the shell would cause problems in reality, after a bit of thought, he came up with a solution. The dancer had an equipment piece called Phantom of the Night Cloak, which could conceal his form and block any detection skill below epic grade. Truly an essential item for murder and robbery, or travel and leisure. He would just need to buy a mask-type equipment from the library, fully covering himself, and no one would notice anything strange about the shell. This method could solve the issue for all humanoid shells. As for potentially possessing and manifesting non-humanoid monster shells if compatibility increased, Lin Xun hadn't thought that far ahead yet. After Rona left, he thoroughly searched the 5 offices on this floor. He gathered a pile of books containing trace knowledge and 4 scrolls containing ancient knowledge. Now, aside from the president, the Multivision Association was fully cleared. He left the Multivision Association building directly and returned to the carriage parked beside the association's main gate. Please select your next destination. 1. Dis Academy of the Multivision School. 5. Direct Vision Association. 6. Cave leading to the underground abyss. The Abyss Cave was likely even more difficult than the Direct Vision Association. Lin Xun pressed the 5th option, heading to the Direct Vision Association to farm monsters and level up. You gave the brass carriage the command to go to the Direct Vision Association. As the carriage door closed, the vehicle slowly moved off into the mist. About 10 minutes later, new game text appeared. You faintly hear heavy footsteps in the mist outside the carriage. The footsteps draw closer and the sounds grow louder. With each booming step, the entire carriage trembles slightly, its wheels briefly lifting off the ground. He encountered another veiled aberration. This time, he had the Grand Scholar Shell and the legendary skills Falling Starlight and a scroll of speed reading in his inventory were ready to be learned. Once he learned Falling Starlight, he could have the Valkyrie hold off the behemoth up front while he unleashed 2 instant-cast legendary spells using the 2 stored spell treasure rings. Even if the monster survived, it would be badly crippled. He now had a fair chance against the veiled aberration. However, Lin Xun didn't have the Grand Scholar learn the legendary skills. Naturally, the strongest skills were reserved for the strongest shell. The President's Shell would be the best home for both legendary skills. Suppressing the urge to farm divine items, he let the carriage continue forward as the veiled aberration slowly faded into the distance. Another 10 minutes passed before he finally reached his destination, the Direct Vision Association. The carriage came to a gentle stop, the door opened automatically, and you stepped down. In the pale mist, the refined copper fence gate was twisted and collapsed, rubble and shattered bricks littering the ground. The grand structures that once stood within the walls were now enormous ruins looming faintly in the mist. Above the ruins, a colossal behemoth revealed a sliver of its massive body through the mist, its full form completely beyond your sight. Yet, even its giant foot standing upon the ruins was several times larger than any behemoth you had previously encountered. Do you wish to step across the rubble and enter the Direct Vision Association ruins? The supposed monster-grinding paradise, the Direct Vision Association, had turned into ruins? Lin Xun didn't even know what expression to make. Judging from the text, it was this enormous creature before him that had reduced the association's building to rubble. This aberration was many times larger than any he had encountered before. There was no sign of any resisting force from the Direct Vision Association, which meant its members were either dead or had fled. This behemoth was powerful enough to wipe out the entire Direct Vision Association. He couldn't even handle ordinary aberrations right now, let alone this towering monstrosity. Plans never keep up with change. Without wasting time, Lin Xun hurriedly climbed back into the carriage, ordering the brass horses to gallop away before the giant noticed him. Please select your next destination. At a time like this, pick what destination? Clenching his teeth, Lin Xun selected the Multivision Association. He needed to inform Rona that the Direct Vision Association had already been destroyed by the behemoth. Would the Multivision Association be next? As the brass carriage prepared to move into the endless mist, a flurry of knocking and cries for help came from outside the carriage. Do you wish to open the carriage door? The person outside was most likely a survivor from the Direct Vision Association. Lin Xun's mind spun quickly. When a bear comes, you don't have to outrun the bear, just the slowest person. Letting the survivor draw the giant's firepower was clearly the best choice. Following the rule of better you than me, he decisively pressed no. The brass carriage began moving slowly into the mist. Footsteps followed closely behind the carriage as someone shouted threats, saying if you didn't open the door, they would destroy the carriage so that everyone would die together inside the veiled aberration overlord. Do you wish to open the carriage door? A cold glint flashed in Lin Xun's eyes. He hadn't expected the survivor to resort to a mutual destruction threat. He couldn't refuse now. If the survivor truly lost hope and smashed the carriage, without the carriage's protective barrier, he would be doomed. Fine. But once you're inside, you're dead. The carriage door opened mid-run. An elderly scholar, panting heavily, chased after the carriage, rushing forward with all his might once he saw the open door. Grabbing the handle, he scrambled aboard. The door slowly closed as rhythmic booming footsteps echoed behind you. Some massive creature was approaching. The deafening footsteps grew closer. Damn, he lured the monster here. The behemoth must have seen the survivor board the carriage, rendering the cabin's concealment function useless. The carriage would never outrun the giant. At this pace, it was only a matter of time before they were caught and destroyed. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar saw that you were also a Grand Scholar, though from the Multivision Association, and forced a smile while urging you to speed up the carriage, hoping they might escape in the mist. Unfortunately, he didn't know your carriage was purchased from the black-hearted merchant Bennett and ran at barely half the speed of a normal carriage. Lin Xun's face darkened. Through gritted teeth he spat. Damn it, Bennett, truly just like you. Seeing your silence, the Grand Scholar realized something was wrong with the carriage. His face flushed with anger as he demanded to know why, as a Grand Scholar fully aware of the dangers in the mist, you would purchase such a defective carriage. What nerve! You dare to lecture me when I haven't even killed you yet? Lin Xun was just about to deal with this man when the game text suddenly sped up. The deafening footsteps drew nearer and nearer. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar fell into despair, muttering that as a commoner, he had struggled from the bottom to become an academy dean, taking 36 years to climb the ranks. After becoming dean, he continued striving and finally obtained the precious oceanic monster's eyeball. He had originally planned to enter the Multivision Association, but learned that their Grand Scholars were being sent into dangerous caves to face the abyss. Not wanting to risk his life, he switched to the Direct Vision Association instead. Relying on the oceanic monster's eyeball, he climbed his way up to finally become a highly respected Grand Scholar, only to find that Sophia City had spawned a veiled aberration overlord. The supposedly unbreakable defensive barriers of the association were smashed like children's building blocks beneath the overlord's feet. Even mighty figures like the Direct Vision Association president had perished without a word inside the overlord's belly. In order to evade the overlord, he hid all night within the cracks of the rubble, believing his end had come, until he stumbled upon this brass carriage in his moment of despair. Unwilling to give up any chance of survival, he abandoned all dignity, chasing after the carriage like a mad dog, and finally boarded this glimmer of hope. Who would have thought the carriage was a damn defective one? Before the game text displayed, Lin Xun hadn't expected that this brass carriage was a defective product. Since he had never compared it to other carriages, he had no way of knowing that the one he rode was much slower. The deafening footsteps behind the carriage grew closer and closer. With each massive step of the behemoth, the carriage's wheels lifted slightly off the ground, causing the entire vehicle to rock as if it were sailing over stormy waves. The situation was extremely urgent. If he didn't act fast, he would soon see a bright red game over. Lin Xun's mind spun rapidly. He had already come up with a plan. The carriage door opened. As the carriage raced forward at high speed, roaring wind blasted into the cabin, making it hard to keep your eyes open. You pulled out the brass whistle, placed it to your lips, and blew. With a crisp whistle, you summoned the fierce and mighty corrupted three-headed lion. The corrupted three-headed lion appeared, only to see its master's carriage quickly disappearing into the white mist. Just as it was about to chase after the carriage, it received an unexpected battle command. The deafening footsteps behind it shook the ground. Turning around, it saw a colossal behemoth gradually revealing its claws and fangs through the mist. The carriage vanished into the mist. Roaring loudly, it drew the monster's attention and then sprinted off wildly in another direction. From inside the carriage, you heard the giant's footsteps pause briefly, then resume, but the sound gradually weakened. You knew the corrupted three-headed lion had successfully lured the monster away. You're safe for now. Lin Xun held his breath and waited for a moment. He opened his inventory again and selected the refined copper sand maraca. You cannot summon two creatures at the same time. If you forcefully summon the battle angel, Valkyrie, the corrupted three-headed lion will automatically be unsummoned. Do you wish to proceed with the summoning? Without hesitation, he pressed yes. Corrupted three-headed lion unsummoned. With a soft rustle of sand, you summoned your watcher, battle angel, Valkyrie. A stunning long-haired girl stepped into the carriage from the void, wearing a short pale purple kimono. Massive refined copper wings spread from her back. She held a book in one hand and a quill pen in the other, looking at you in confusion. The monster's footsteps faded farther and farther into the endless mist. Lin Xun let out a long sigh. After successfully luring the giant away with the three-headed lion, he performed this clever switch to prevent the lion from dying inside the behemoth's stomach. Not only had he saved the carriage and his own life, but also preserved the three-headed lion. Knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar was utterly speechless from your series of actions. Hearing that the monster had finally left, he broke into tears of joy, weeping at his narrow escape. Having shaken off the behemoth, Lin Xun began to relax. Now he could deal with the person who had dragged him into this deadly situation. Based on the previous text, the Grand Scholar before him was actually the Dean of Dis Academy. He had previously wondered why, after clearing out the entire Multivision Association, he never encountered the Academy's Dean. It turned out this cowardly Dean had defected to the Direct Vision Association. According to the information, the Dean possessed a oceanic monster's eyeball, which granted the terrifying ability of instant death upon being seen. But in order to avoid the behemoth, the Academy Dean had spent an entire night hiding in the ruins, and never once did he use his instant death upon sight ability to kill the behemoth. Lin Xun speculated that this ability likely had significant limitations. Still, that didn't stop him from coveting it. At this moment, Lin Xun was still possessing the Grand Scholar Shell, with both of his stored spell treasure rings charged with the newly acquired epic skill knowledge spear. Although his knowledge stat was definitely much lower than this Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar, and 2 casts might not be enough to break through his knowledge barrier. But don't forget, he still had the Valkyrie by his side. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar suddenly stiffened. As if something came to mind, he glanced nervously between you, a fellow Grand Scholar, and the powerful doll within the carriage. His face filled with panic, he quickly apologized, claiming that his earlier threats were made in desperation while trying to board the carriage and seize a chance at survival. He pleaded for your forgiveness, offering to exchange his life for an incredibly valuable secret. Do you wish to spare him in exchange for the secret? Oh? This guy has a hidden event. Lin Xun temporarily suppressed his urge to kill. He would hear the secret first, taking his shell afterward wouldn't be too late. He pressed yes. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar saw you agree without hesitation and became even more anxious. He begged you again, insisting that the secret was worth far more than his life. He asked you to swear an oath to the great omniscient true knowledge to spare his life once he revealed the secret. You have already joined the omniscient true knowledge oath faction. No need to join again. Do you wish to swear the oath to omniscient true knowledge? Lin Xun smiled slightly. Do you wish to swear the oath to omniscient true knowledge? Lin Xun smiled slightly. Who is the omniscient true knowledge? That was his own backer. Not to mention that omniscient true knowledge was already in slumber. Even if awake, this great being stood firmly on his side. You crossed your hands over your chest and sincerely swore to omniscient true knowledge that you would not harm the Grand Scholar's life after he revealed the valuable secret. Hearing your solemn vow, the Grand Scholar finally relaxed. As the carriage gently bumped along, he began to speak. The president of the Multivision Association, sending his Grand Scholars to confront the Abyss directly is no secret. As a fellow Grand Scholar, you likely participated in these Abyss expeditions to obtain demon shells for the president. But you surely don't know the true purpose of these demon shells. In truth, the Multivision president has secretly betrayed the omniscient true knowledge and is secretly pursuing the radiant stars. The president intends to transplant the eyes of starborn beings into the Abyss demon shells to create what he believes is a path to godhood. Little does he know, this so-called path to godhood is completely false. Following this method, he will never even reach demigod, let alone godhood. The Direct Vision president only happened to reveal this information to him by chance. Having finished, the knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar looked at you proudly, waiting for your shocked reaction. That's it. Lin Xun twitched his lips, his expression full of disdain as if saying, "Are you kidding me?" You shook your head in disappointment and pulled out the Abyss Demon Completion Project document, showing that you already knew everything. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar stared at the document in disbelief, his lips trembling, speechless. You raised your hand, and the two stored spell treasure rings on your fingers began to glow faintly. Beside you, the battle angel, Valkyrie, also drew her bow. You threatened him, stating that the secret he provided was worthless. Even if you killed him now, it wouldn't violate your earlier oath. If he couldn't offer something truly valuable in exchange for his life, he would have only himself to blame for what happened next. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar repeatedly begged for mercy, his expression twisting. After a long hesitation, he finally stammered out another secret. Actually, the Direct Vision Association president isn't dead yet, but is very close to death. Just yesterday, a newly emerged veiled aberration overlord suddenly attacked the Direct Vision Association, tearing through its defensive barriers like they were nothing. The scholars and grand scholars of the association all poured out to resist the overlord's assault. Unlike the others, who foolishly threw themselves at the monster, he knew how terrifying the veiled aberration overlord truly was. Fleeing was the only hope for survival. He was about to abandon his dignity and escape when the president forced him to step forward and fight. The overlord was indeed as terrifying as rumored. Grand scholars of equal rank were devoured one by one like candy. Even the once mighty president was powerless against it. The entire association building was reduced to rubble. He and the president were both buried under the ruins. Fortunately, while the president was gravely wounded and incapacitated, he had not used his full strength in the battle, allowing him to remain in relatively good condition. Protected by his knowledge barrier, the two hid beneath the rubble for an entire night, until you appeared. You couldn't help but wonder, since both were trapped under the ruins, how is it that only he managed to escape and board your carriage? The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar saw your doubts, forced a smile, and explained. The president had completely lost the ability to move. As an old man with little strength, if he tried to carry the president while fleeing, they would both end up devoured like candy. The president remained trapped beneath the ruins, barely sustaining a knowledge barrier with his last strength. But his injuries were so severe that he wouldn't last much longer. According to his estimate, if the president survived until midnight tonight, it would already be a feat of willpower. He will draw a map marking the president's location for you. If the veiled aberration overlord has not yet returned to the Direct Vision Association to continue devouring corpses, you'll be able to obtain the president's powerful equipment. That equipment is far more valuable than his life. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar sighed regretfully, admitting that since the president is buried under the ruins, the behemoth may not discover him. He originally planned to wait until it was safe before returning to the ruins himself to claim the president's belongings. But to save his own life now, he was forced to reveal this priceless secret to you. Greedy Apostle, what is your next move? 1. Have the knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar mark the president's location, then kill the Grand Scholar. 2. Bring the knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar along with you to the Direct Vision Association ruins. 3. Return to the Multivision Association, then bring both Grand Scholar Rona and this Grand Scholar back to the Direct Vision Association ruins. 4. Wait until midnight when the Direct Vision Association president naturally dies, then consider returning to the ruins. Lin Xun wasn't afraid of dying in the game. What he couldn't accept was dying for nothing with no gains. If he could trade a bit of soul strength for the president's shell, he would accept it without hesitation. What he needed to consider now was, should he return to the ruins immediately and take down the Direct Vision president to seize his shell? No matter what creature it was, its speed while hunting was always far greater than its usual pace. Perhaps the behemoth hadn't yet returned to the Direct Vision Association ruins. If he changed his destination immediately, he might make it in time to carry out his kill-and-loot operation before the behemoth returned. After some thought, Lin Xun pressed the second option, bringing the Grand Scholar with him back. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar was about to borrow paper and pen from the battle angel, Valkyrie, to draw the president's location. You raised your hand to stop him and ordered the brass carriage to return to the Direct Vision Association ruins. He panicked, quickly advising you to wait until tomorrow morning to return alone. By then, the president would surely be completely dead. If you brought him along now and happened to encounter the veiled aberration overlord. You lifted your hand, and the glow from your stored spell treasure rings made the knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar promptly shut his mouth. After a brief silence, he began nagging again, warning that since the president was not yet dead, you might pay a high price if he counterattacked before dying. He also argued that if you were in such a rush for the equipment, there was no need to bring him along. He could swear to omniscient true knowledge that the location he marked would be accurate and not deceive you. You narrowed your eyes. The battle angel, Valkyrie, drew her bow, aiming at his incessant mouth, forcing him to fall silent once more. Lin Xun anxiously hoped the carriage would return to the Direct Vision Association quickly. 5 minutes of waiting felt excruciatingly long. Once I get the shell, I'll go straight to Bennett and trade for a normal carriage. While he waited nervously, the text finally advanced. The carriage slowly stopped. The door opened automatically, and you stepped out. In the pale mist, the refined copper fence gate was twisted and collapsed. Rubble and shattered bricks covered the ground. The once grand buildings within the walls now stood as vague, enormous ruins in the mist. Above the ruins, the massive figure of the veiled aberration overlord revealed a small part of itself through the mist. You still could not see its full form. The sound of chewing came from the mist. The monster appeared to be devouring the corpses of scholars scattered among the ruins. After each corpse was consumed, it paused for quite some time to digest. Though you couldn't see its full body, you knew that with every feeding and digestion, its terrifying power continued to grow. Damn it, this thing is back again. There was no need to speak of the veiled aberration overlord's strength. To approach the Direct Vision president under its nose now would be suicide. If I just turn back now, but the behemoth finds the president's body in the ruins, I'll lose any chance of getting that shell. Lin Xun frowned deeply, pondering his next move. His gaze shifted once more to the brass whistle in his inventory. Three-headed lion. Sorry about this. Three-headed lion. Sorry about this. You take out the brass whistle and blow it at your lips. You cannot summon two types of creatures at the same time. With a crisp whistle, you summon the fierce and burly corrupted three-headed lion. The form of the battle angel, Valkyrie, dissipates into the void. The corrupted three-headed lion appears at your side. It bares its fangs viciously at the Grand Scholar behind you, then turns its 6 eyes toward the colossal shape faintly visible in the mist. It then gives you a complicated look, its gaze deep and unreadable. Before you can issue a battle command, it suddenly charges at the veiled aberration overlord. Its form vanishes into the mist. Soon after, you hear its roars mixing with the behemoth's deafening footsteps. The massive, deformed figure in the mist begins to move, heading in a certain direction. You know it's chasing after the fleeing three-headed lion. This little guy's really got good instincts. Already learned to run on autopilot. At this moment, Lin Xun actually felt a bit of sorrow for the three-headed lion. He quickly shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. Time was tight. He couldn't waste a second. Finding the president of the Direct Vision Association was the top priority. You're about to head to the ruins with the knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar, but unexpectedly, it sneers coldly and refuses to go with you to find the president. It bluntly states that now, with your powerful doll no longer by your side, your strength alone is nowhere near enough to make it do your bidding. It threatens you to immediately hand over the beacon of the brass carriage and transfer command of the carriage to it. Otherwise, don't blame it for being ruthless. Do you want to gift the beacon of the brass carriage to it? Damn. This bastard turned on him faster than flipping a page. Furious to the point of laughter, Lin Xun opened his inventory and clicked the item. You take out a scroll. The parchment seems to be made from the skin of some legendary creature. A terrifying thunderous power coils around the edges, as if once torn open, the wild lightning inside would annihilate everything. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar freezes, its expression stiff. It hurriedly explains, like changing faces, that it was only joking just now, nothing serious. It'll take you to the ruins to find the president right away. As it speaks, afraid that you might strike it down in anger, it immediately bolts forward at full speed to lead the way. Soon, you both arrive at the ruins of the association building. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar points ahead in shock and suspicion at the mound of broken rubble, piled like a small mountain. It quickly explains to you that the president is underneath that pile. When it escaped earlier, there were still some gaps below the rubble, and one could crawl in and out by curling up. Maybe the veiled aberration overlord passed over the ruins just now and stomped the little mountain tighter, causing the gaps to seal shut. It hurriedly advises that if you want to find the president now, you'll have to move the rubble first. This is absolutely a massive undertaking, impossible to finish in a short time. While the veiled aberration overlord hasn't returned yet, it's better to head back to the carriage with it now. Otherwise, when the time comes, you might not even be able to escape. Do you want to retreat and return to the carriage for now? The three-headed lion's speed was far inferior to the behemoth. Although the death log for the three-headed lion hadn't shown up yet, the time left for action was likely running out fast. The situation before him was just as the Grand Scholar had described. If you wanted to move the mountain of rubble to find the president, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. It was impossible to do quickly. But to just leave now with nothing accomplished, Lin Xun was not willing. What if he left, and the behemoth found the president beneath the rubble and devoured him? Then the president's shell would be gone for good. His mind raced, and he quickly came up with a plan. You possess the shell of the corrupted Earth Giant. Quickly, you open the panel and activate the shell talent of the Earth Giant, enlarging your body to its maximum size. Your body swells as if in a gust of wind, and you soon become a colossal giant nearly 30 meters tall. The mountain-like pile of rubble before you now seems like nothing more than a small mound. You swing your now enlarged ancient Dragonfang Great Lub. With a thunderous boom, the rubble explodes in all directions. In just a few swings, the small mound is flattened, revealing a faint point of light beneath. You crouch your massive body and lower your head to look. It's a knowledge barrier within which lies a frail figure collapsed on the ground. Below its knees, both legs have vanished, the mangled flesh barely concealing the stark white of exposed bone. Your summoned creature, corrupted three-headed lion, has died. Lin Xun rejoiced at seeing the president, but the death notice of the three-headed lion instantly dampened his mood. The knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association sees the Grand Scholar, who fled alone now returning with a giant he's never seen before to save him. His expression is deeply conflicted. With difficulty, he raises his hand and dispels the knowledge barrier, gesturing for you to quickly take him away from this place. Lin Xun knew time was running out. The behemoth could return at any moment. Clenching his jaw, he shrank his size back to normal and equipped the dancer's hidden blade onto the Earth Giant. Your body shrinks, reverting to average human size in an instant. You look at the president of the Direct Vision Association, collapsed and dragging two severed legs, and without a word, you step forward and lift him up. The knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association gazes at you with gratitude. Then his two differently colored monstrous eyes widen, his lips tremble, but he cannot speak a word. The light in his eyes dims. His head droops lifelessly. You draw the hidden blade from his chest and flick the stained blood off with a wave. You have defeated the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association. A massive amount of experience has been gained. The power within the shell begins to surge. The shell level of corrupted Earth Giant has increased. Current shell level, 43. You have obtained Fading Chunk Spirit Essence of Insight ×1. You have obtained Direct Vision Association President Badge item. You have obtained Eyeball of the Abyss Pleasure Demon, Epic plus item. You have obtained Eyeball of the Ancient Crimson Dragon King, Epic plus item. You look at the disabled shell of the president. The knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association, a tall, slender elder, was the most powerful and influential figure in Sophia City. He commanded the city's most powerful organization, the Direct Vision Association. Sadly, this once lofty figure has been reduced to a cripple. Cause of death, a piercing strike through the left chest. Compatibility, 113% plus 45%. Do you want to possess the shell? Lin Xun took a deep breath and discarded the other stripped-down Grand Scholar shell. Then, without hesitation, he pressed yes. You possess the shell of the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association. Your eye sockets are completely empty. Your vision is pure darkness, you cannot see anything. Struggling to stand, you find both legs are crippled and you've lost all mobility. You can only crawl forward, groping across the ground with your hands in darkness. Lin Xun couldn't even complain about this hellish game anymore. What's with all the eyeball looting? Now he had to make another trip to Bennett just to get them transplanted again. In the darkness, the faint sound of a massive creature's footsteps draws closer, growing louder. Shit! The behemoth is back! Lin Xun immediately starts operating at lightning speed. You possess the shell of the corrupted theater dancer. You leap to your feet. Ignoring the stunned knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar beside you, you dash toward the carriage like a leopard. The iridescent scaled wing boots on your feet flash faintly, generating wind beneath your soles and making you run like the wind. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar stares blankly at your rapidly disappearing silhouette in the mist. Hearing the approaching footsteps of the massive creature, he finally snaps back to his senses. He follows your lead at the fastest speed of his life. Soon, the carriage comes into view. Strangely, beside your shabby carriage is another, a finely crafted brass carriage. Its door is wide open, and a graceful female scholar is anxiously waving at you, signaling for you to hurry aboard. You sprint to the carriage, grab Rona's extended hand, and leap inside in one motion. Behind you, the knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar, gasping for breath, stumbles and scrambles his way into the carriage as well. The footsteps of the massive creature are now right behind you. The carriage door slams shut. The brass carriage accelerates rapidly, nearly sending you tumbling from the sudden burst of speed. This speed surpasses your defective carriage by more than double. The carriage speeds into the mist, leaving this place far behind. The footsteps of the massive creature remain at the ruins of the Direct Vision Association. Seeing they were finally safe, Lin Xun let out a long sigh of relief. What he hadn't expected at all was that Rona had actually come to the Direct Vision Association to rescue him. Rona's carriage was clearly high-end. If he had tried to flee using his own broken-down carriage with its slow start-up, the behemoth might have caught him before he even left the scene. Grand Scholar Rona gently pressed her chest, clearly still shaken. She told you she had been in her office teaching your doll, when the doll suddenly vanished. At that moment, she knew something must have gone wrong with you at the Direct Vision Association. She was still waiting for you to fulfill your promise, so there was no way she'd let you die in vain. As she said this, Rona winked at you. You instantly understood what she meant by promise. It referred to two things. First, your confession to her. Second, your plan to team up and kill the president of the Multivision Association. Rona continued, saying she had thought that after arriving at the Direct Vision Association, at most she would join forces with you again to slaughter her way through the place. She didn't expect that the trouble you encountered would be the veiled aberration overlord. Rona paused, frowning deeply. She too seemed shocked that such a monster had emerged in Sophia City. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar, seeing that you had gained another powerful ally, immediately wore a flattering smile and began explaining to Rona about how the Direct Vision Association was destroyed by the behemoth yesterday. Rona paid no attention to the chattering Grand Scholar and simply winked at you again. You once again understood Rona's intent. Do you want to team up with Scholar Rona to kill the knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar? Lin Xun smacked his lips. Rona was just too thoughtful. However, he had his own plans. Now was not the time for killing and looting. He pressed no. Seeing you slightly shake your head, Rona calmly returned to her seat, closed her eyes, and waited for the carriage to return to the Multivision Association. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar immediately fell silent. Rona's carriage was truly worthy of being called high-end. The trip from the Direct Vision Association to the Multivision Association, which normally took nearly half an hour, was completed in just over 10 minutes. Lin Xun took this opportunity to eagerly open the shell panel. He checked the attributes of the Direct Vision Association President's shell. Shell, knowledge-seeking President of the Direct Vision Association. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 113%, plus 45%. Compatibility exceeds threshold. Shell quality increased. Shell quality, Epic Plus. Shell level, 50. Shell equipment, Knowledge Radiant Staff, Epic equipment, a small wooden staff with worn engravings. At its top is a pure white crystal, within which countless tiny characters surge like tides. While wielding this staff, your spells ignore most enemy magic resistance and deal greatly increased damage to defensive knowledge-based skills. Shell equipment, Association President Robe, Epic equipment. While wearing this, your resistance to knowledge-type skills is massively increased. Shell equipment, Stored Spell Treasure Ring, Epic equipment. Shell skill, Knowledge Barrier, Epic Plus. Shell skill, Knowledge Radiance, Rare Plus. Shell skill, Knowledge Spear, Epic Plus. With his talent bonuses, the President's shell had reached the same tier as the Earth Giant, an astonishing Epic Plus. And the shell's level was also an impressive 50. The President's weapon, the Knowledge Radiant Staff, was an unexpected delight. It allowed him to ignore enemy magic resistance and shred through defensive spells with ease. No longer would he have to worry about lacking knowledge to break through a knowledge barrier. Looking at that row of Epic Plus skills, Lin Xun felt immensely accomplished. Only the skill Knowledge Radiance was a slight letdown. It was a mere Rare Plus. The two Grand Scholar shells he'd obtained earlier also had the same limitation. He suspected the skill's ceiling was capped at Rare Plus, otherwise it made no sense given the power of the President and Grand Scholars. Aside from the quality improvements, the President's skills offered no new abilities compared to the Grand Scholars. But with a moment's thought, Lin Xun understood where the President's true strength lay. After all, the two eyeballs dropped from the President were both Epic Plus, and eyeballs typically came with powerful special abilities. He opened his inventory and first selected the exclusive item, Visage of the Leader. He appointed the level 50 President as the leader. You have appointed the shell of the knowledge-seeking President of the Direct Vision Association as the leader. Follower shell, Knowledge-seeking Multivision Association Grand Scholar, shell level increased to 50, plus 5. Follower shell, Corrupted Earth Giant, shell level increased to 50, plus 7. Follower shell, Corrupted Yellow-Robed Bishop of the White Moon Church, shell level increased to 50, plus 28. A flood of messages scrolled down the screen. Every shell in the shell slot had now reached level 50. Lin Xun's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He turned to look at the two newly acquired Epic Plus eyeballs in his inventory. He couldn't help but feel excited about the new special skills they might bring. Eyeball of the Abyss Pleasure Demon, Epic Plus item, a bizarre eyeball with a pink iris, originating from the pleasure demon of the underground abyss. Legend has it that anyone glanced at by this mysterious and powerful demon will fall into endless ecstasy, forgetting all pain and sorrow. This item must be used in an empty eye socket. Upon use, it will guarantee the acquisition of a skill that boosts knowledge. This item must be used in an empty eye socket. Upon use, it will guarantee the acquisition of the special skill Pleasure Haze Sight. Eyeball of the Ancient Crimson Dragon King, Epic Plus item, an eyeball with a fiery red iris, taken from a powerful dragon that soared through the skies. Known as the Ancient King, the Crimson Dragon was the most battle-hardened ruler among the dragon clans. This eyeball is one of its many eyes. This item must be used in an empty eye socket. Upon use, it will guarantee the acquisition of a skill that boosts knowledge. This item must be used in an empty eye socket. Upon use, there is a chance to obtain the special skill Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire. Pleasure Haze Sight? Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire? Before the eyeballs are transplanted, Lin Xun cannot see the specific effects of their special skills. The Battle Angel, Valkyrie at his side, though originally skilled in transplant techniques back when she was in support-type maid doll, still couldn't match the craftsmanship of a true professional like Bennett in his eyes. After all, the special skill of the eyeball of the ancient Crimson Dragon King only had a chance to be obtained, not a guarantee. The president of the Direct Vision Association had also dropped 30,000 spirit essence and a badge. Badge of the Direct Vision Association President. Item: a finely crafted badge symbolizing the bearer's prestigious status. Its surface bears the single-eye insignia of the Direct Vision Association. While carrying this item, your knowledge-type skills will receive a massive power boost. This president's badge was undoubtedly the highest tier. Its bonuses far exceeded those of the previous badges from scholars and grand scholars he'd acquired before. Unfortunately, once this badge entered the inventory, the others became dim and inactive in display. Clearly, their effects couldn't stack. Only this highest-grade badge could apply its enhancement. After checking the spoils of war, the carriage arrived at the Multivision Association. The trio went straight into the empty association building and headed directly to Rona's office. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar, seeing not a single living soul along the way, muttered in confusion. Had the Multivision Association already learned of the birth of the Veiled Aberration Overlord and fled en masse? Neither you nor Rona paid it any mind as you entered the 5th floor office. Rona explained to you that the Direct Vision Association had already been destroyed under the assault of the Veiled Aberration Overlord. But there was no need to worry about that behemoth invading the Multivision Association. Because the Veiled Aberration Overlord's consciousness was filled with only chaotic, disordered knowledge, it acted purely on instinct, drifting, slaughtering, and devouring wherever eyeballs congregated. Currently, there were only 3 people in the entire Multivision Association building. That alone wouldn't be enough to draw the behemoth all the way here from the distant ruins of the Direct Vision Association. You couldn't help but feel puzzled upon hearing that. There should be 4 people in the building, 3 of you here in the office, and the president upstairs makes 4. Rona explained that the Multivision president had long since left the association building and gone to a secret laboratory. That location held demon shells gathered from direct encounters with the Abyss. She knows the location of the secret lab, and once you're fully prepared, she'll take you there. Do you want to go with Grand Scholar Rona to the secret laboratory? Lin Xun's newly obtained shell hadn't been fully enhanced yet, of course. Now is not the time to choose, yes. You shake your head, indicating you still need to prepare thoroughly. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar cautiously asks you. It has fulfilled its promise, and you have already obtained the president's equipment. Now, will you honor your vow and let it go free? As a promise-keeping apostle, how will you respond? 1. Righteously declare, under the witness of omniscient true knowledge, any promise I make will surely be fulfilled, then wave your hand and tell it to get out of the office. 2. Smile slightly and say, my oath was that I wouldn't take your life after you revealed the secret, but I never said I'd just let you walk away, then have it stay and continue working for you. 3. With a hint of threat, say, if you hand over everything you're carrying, then I'll consider letting you go, and extend your hand to demand all items in its possession. Lin Xun's eyes lit up when he saw the third option. If that option hadn't appeared, he would have had no choice but to kill this Grand Scholar and see if the desired item would drop. But item drops from kills depended entirely on luck. Shell-related true name items only had a chance of being obtained after acquiring the corresponding shell. Now that the Direct Vision Association building had been destroyed, and with a behemoth still lurking there, trying to search the ruins for letters or manuscripts that might be the president's true name items would be nearly impossible. That's why Lin Xun had kept this cowardly, self-preserving Grand Scholar alive, to see if he might have the president's true name item on him. You extend your hand, signaling him to hand over everything he's carrying. If he has even a single piece of clothing left, he can forget about walking out of this office. The knowledge-seeking direct vision association Grand Scholar looks at you, then at the icy cold Rona beside you, and can only comply in humiliation. You obtained Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar Badge Item. You obtained Association Grand Scholar Robe, Rare Plus Equipment. You obtained Advanced Spellcasting Ring, Rare Equipment. You obtained Stained Short Undershorts, Junk. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar is now completely naked. Hunched over, arms crossed over his chest, thighs clamped tightly together, he looks at you with teary eyes and asks if he may leave now. You notice a massive eye embedded in his chest, a vertical pupil surrounded by thick blood vessels. Lin Xun furrowed his brow. None of the items were the true name item he was hoping for. He had expected the Direct Vision Association's Grand Scholar to be wealthier than one from the Multivision Association, but this guy was dirt poor, not even a stored spell treasure ring. That left only one last resort. He clicked the equipped hidden blade. Without a word, you step forward. A blade ejects from your gauntlet and gently slices across his throat. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar widens his eyes in disbelief. He can't believe you would violate an oath made under the witness of omniscient true knowledge. He tries to chant a spell, but can only clutch his throat as he collapses to the ground, powerless. You have defeated the knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar. Experience points slightly increased. You obtained Fading Trace Spirit Essence of Insight ×1. You obtained Eye of the Death-Telling Sea Serpent, Epic Item. You look at the crumpled shell lying before you. The knowledge-seeking Direct Vision Association Grand Scholar, a diligent, aging Grand Scholar, once one of the top combatants of the Direct Vision Association. His strength was formidable. Strangely, this once lofty figure now lies completely nude, eyes wide with terror, as though he suffered some indescribable humiliation before death. Cause of death, a clean and swift throat cut. Compatibility, 109%, plus 45%. Lin Xun let out a long sigh. He didn't obtain the president's true name item. It left him with a lingering sense of regret. Such a powerful shell, and he couldn't manifest it in the real world. It was like ordering a girlfriend online only for the package to explode on arrival. Sure, you could still use it, but it just didn't feel right. Currently, Lin Xun's shell slots were full, and since he already got the Grand Scholar's equipment and eyeball, there was no need to sacrifice another shell to possess this one. You leave the Battle Angel, Valkyrie here to study, then wave goodbye to Grand Scholar Rona, indicating that once you are fully prepared, you'll return to go to the Multivision President's location with her. Lin Xun went down to the first floor of the building and used the resting page to teleport back to Bennett's transplant clinic. An ordinary wandering soul awakens in the transplant clinic. He opened his inventory to check the Eye of the Death-Telling Sea Serpent. Eye of the Death-Telling Sea Serpent, Epic Item, a large eyeball with a vertical pupil, originating from the mysterious sea-dwelling serpent known as the Death Teller. A coastal village nursery rhyme warns, hunters who chase whales in deep waters, beware the serpent that sometimes surfaces, do not look into its eyes. This item must be used in an empty eye socket. Upon use, it will guarantee the acquisition of the special skill Mystic Eye of Instant Death. Mystic Eye of Instant Death? Just the name alone sounds badass, Lin Xun thought to himself. You possess the shell of the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association. Everything before your eyes is pitch black. Your crippled legs leave you crawling forward in the dark, groping the ground with your hands. Lin Xun, speechless, clicked on the resting page. You crawl forward and touch the resting page. The residual divine power within stirs your heart, and a strong resonance forms between your ordinary soul and the page. You choose to rest and recover. Your shell's injuries and fatigue are fully restored. Your legs regenerate, allowing you to stand upright again, but your vision remains pitch black. You're forced to grope around in the dark, frequently bumping into bottles and jars on the clinic's second floor. Lin Xun was completely speechless at how cursed this game was. You possess the shell of the corrupted earth giant. A head wearing a birdbeak mask seems to hear the crashing of jars from upstairs and cautiously peeks up from the stairwell. Upon seeing it's you, Bennett breathes a sigh of relief. He curiously asks how he hadn't seen you enter the clinic. He was just downstairs reading the newspaper. You ignore Bennett's confusion and angrily demand to know why he gave you a defective carriage. Because of that bucket of bolts, you nearly died for nothing. Hearing this, Bennett suddenly slaps his forehead, then smiles sheepishly and apologizes profusely, saying it was a moment of negligence. He hadn't meant to slight a true god's envoy. As he speaks, he hurriedly pulls out a thin brass plate from his coat and hands it to you with both hands. You have obtained Beacon of the Refined Copper Carriage Special Item. Bennett explains that the previous carriage was just for ferrying customers, while this one is his private ride, blazingly fast, the kind that could practically sprout wings and fly. You ignore Bennett's bragging and request an eyeball transplant. Lin Xun had all 3 eyeballs in his inventory transplanted into the newly acquired President Shell. After some thought, he also had Bennett remove the subterranean Oculomus demon's eyeball from the yellow-robed bishop and implant it into the president. The eye of the death-telling sea serpent couldn't fit on the head, so like the now-deceased Grand Scholar, he had it implanted into the chest. After this round of surgery, the president of the Direct Vision Association had transformed into something akin to the Multivision president. Looks don't matter, what matters is power. Lin Xun comforted himself. You have successfully transplanted the eyeball of the subterranean Oculomus demon. You have successfully transplanted the eye of the death-telling sea serpent. You have successfully transplanted the eyeball of the abyss pleasure demon. You have successfully transplanted the eyeball of the ancient Crimson Dragon King. You slowly open your eyes. Everything you see is now far clearer. Floating dust particles in the air are no longer able to escape your vision. Due to the special properties of the new eyeballs, you faintly sense that you've gained several unique special abilities. You have obtained the shell skill, Knowledge Plunder. Knowledge Plunder, Epic Plus. When activated, it greatly increases the amount of knowledge acquired. You have obtained the special eyeball skill, Infusion of Illusory Knowledge, Epic. You have obtained the special eyeball skill, Mystic Eye of Instant Death, Epic. You have obtained the special eyeball skill, Pleasure Haze Sight, Epic Plus. You have obtained the special eyeball skill, Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire, Epic Plus. Bennett removes his gloves and looks at you with satisfaction, as if admiring a flawless work of art. With the addition of Knowledge Plunder, the President's shell now had a total of 8 shell skills. From now on, if anyone dared say this wasn't a grand mage, but a useless one, Lin Xun would personally set them straight. Of course, the 3 newly acquired skills would still need to be reviewed before being reassigned as needed. If one of them turned out to be suited for melee combat, he'd have to give the eyeball to the Earth Giant. He opened the panel, eager to check the new skills. But before he could, the game text abruptly displayed. Having completed the surgery, your mind feels clear, your vision sharp, and your thoughts lucid. At this moment, you suddenly remember the matter of the veiled aberration overlord. Bennett's transplant clinic contains a great many eyeballs and may very well become the behemoth's next target. Do you wish to warn Bennett? Lin Xun gave it a moment's thought and clicked yes. Ever since Bennett found out he was a true god's envoy, he'd been firmly on his side, a wise man who knew when to back the right horse. If Bennett were to be killed by the behemoth, he'd be stuck having the Valkyrie do his transplant surgeries from now on. Just as you are about to speak, a deep, distant rumbling echoes from outside the clinic, growing louder and closer. The sound is unmistakable. It's the footsteps of the behemoth. Bennett clearly heard the approaching footsteps of the behemoth too. Instinctively, he clutched his head and ducked beneath the operating table, but then, seemingly remembering your presence, he forced himself to stand and calmly explained that he had experienced this situation many times before. There were concealment runes and defensive knowledge barriers etched by the Direct Vision and Multivision associations outside the clinic. Even if the behemoth stumbled upon the clinic by accident, it wouldn't be able to break through the barriers. This clinic was absolutely safe, nothing to worry about. The Direct Vision Association got flattened by that thing, and you still have the nerve to brag. You didn't have time to argue. Grabbing Bennett, you rushed downstairs to the first floor of the clinic. A confused-looking Bennett was dragged outside, where a finely crafted carriage stood waiting, strikingly similar in appearance to Rona's vehicle. You looked toward the source of the heavy footsteps. Through the dense, pale mist, you faintly glimpsed the massive silhouette of a knowledge-seeking veiled aberration. So it's just an ordinary veiled aberration, not the veiled aberration overlord. Lin Xun exhaled in relief, realizing it was a false alarm. Then a thought struck him. There was a defensive knowledge barrier outside Bennett's clinic too. This was the perfect chance to test the strength of his new shell under the protection of the barrier. He opened the panel and quickly scanned the newly acquired skills. Mystic Eye of Instant Death. Epic skill. The death-telling sea serpent possessed an enormous, mystical eye. Any creature that makes eye contact with it would perish silently and peacefully. When using this skill, a death gaze judgment is made based on the difference in strength between you and your target. If successful, the target dies instantly. If it fails, you suffer backlash and take some damage. This skill requires no casting time. Pleasure Haze Sight. Epic plus skill. The pleasure demon's form is hideous, but it possesses a single, beautiful pink eye. Anyone caught in its gaze falls into endless ecstasy. When using this skill, you can cause your enemy to enter a state of overwhelming pleasure, rendering them unconscious for a short time. The weaker their mental strength, the longer the duration. This skill requires no casting time, but consumes a significant amount of mental power. Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire. Epic plus skill. The Crimson Dragon's immense power was concentrated in its eyes. Any who dared meet the gaze of this ancient king among dragons would be reduced to ash beneath eternal flame. Activating this skill causes all of your attacks and spells to gain the effect of undying flames, which inflicts continuous burn damage. The higher your knowledge cap, the longer and more intense the burn. Among the three, the weakest was undoubtedly Mystic Eye of Instant Death. It depended on a strength differential to trigger an instant kill effect, and if it failed, it inflicted backlash. Honestly, if you were already stronger than your target, why bother using it? Well, at best, it could serve as a ranged mob clearing skill. The most pleasant surprise, however, was Pleasure Haze Sight, a powerful control skill. Just by activating it, he could inflict a stun effect on enemies. The duration depended on the opponent's mental strength. It was, without a doubt, a god-tier ability. As for the burn effect of Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire, he tried equipping the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear from the yellow-robed bishop onto the Direct Vision president. To his surprise, the president's current weapon, the Knowledge Radiant Staff with spell penetration, was not unequipped, which meant the president could wield a staff in each hand. The Thunder Dragon Staff Spear had a built-in lightning enchantment, so adding another burn-type enchantment wasn't urgently needed. On the other hand, the Earth Giant Shell had the pale dragon eyeball of the Ancient Sage. There might be a special synergy between that and the Crimson Dragon's eyeball. So he could transfer the Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire to the Earth Giant. At present, even though the President's Shell appeared to have many skills, only 4 were truly practical. 2 offensive skills, the instant cast Infusion of Illusory Knowledge and the long cast offensive spell Knowledge Spear. Then there was the magical shield Knowledge Barrier and the control skill Pleasure Haze Sight. Still, these 4 alone were enough to handle most monsters and formed a complete skill rotation. The title of Mightiest Mage is well earned. Lin Xun clicked on the 2 stored spell treasure rings. Both still contain Knowledge Spear spells saved when he was using a Grand Scholar Shell. Might as well clear them out. You raise your hands. The 2 stored spell treasure rings on your fingers begin to radiate dazzling light. Pure white characters emerged from thin air, instantly condensing into 2 massive spears that shot toward the behemoth hidden within the mist. A deafening roar echoed from the fog. Your attack seemed to enrage the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration. Its heavy footsteps drew closer. These Grand Scholar spells really aren't cutting it. Lin Xun tapped the president's epic plus skill Knowledge Spear. You raised 1 long and 1 short staff, chanting an incantation. The knowledge-seeking veiled aberration was already closing in on the clinic, its colossal body charging straight toward it. You continued chanting. A pure white knowledge barrier rose from the ground, firmly enclosing the clinic and halting the behemoth's advance. While chanting, you glanced at the clinic under the glow of the knowledge barrier. The full 3 stories of the building were clearly revealed. The clinic has 3 floors? Bennett sure knows how to hide things. Lin Xun grumbled to himself as he lamented the excessive casting time of the spell. Without the knowledge barrier, the president would have already been swallowed whole by the behemoth. Your chant concluded. Pure white characters surged forth, coalescing into a thunder-wreathed giant spear that launched toward the behemoth beyond the barrier. The spear pierced the behemoth in an instant. Blood sprayed as it howled in agony. It seemed to have sustained some damage. Seeing that Knowledge Spear had only dealt some damage rather than serious damage, Lin Xun could only sigh in frustration. He tapped the special skill Pleasure Haze Sight. You opened a pink eye and fixed your gaze on the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration. Special skill Pleasure Haze sight activated. The behemoth's howl cut off abruptly. Its massive form froze in place. He opened his inventory and tapped on 2 legendary items. You use Scroll of Speed Reading, legendary item. Countless intricate and profound characters emerged from the scroll, merging into your body. The casting speed of your shell increased drastically. Short cast spells became instant cast. Long cast spells had their casting time greatly reduced. The knowledge-seeking veiled aberration stirred and resumed its assault on the knowledge barrier. According to Rona, the veiled aberration had consumed numerous eyeballs, filling its consciousness with chaotic, disordered knowledge. In plain terms, its mental strength was extremely high. The fact that Pleasure Haze sight had immobilized it long enough to use even one item had already exceeded Lin Xun's expectations. No time to waste on the flailing behemoth, he activated another item. You used Falling Starlight, legendary item. Skill being comprehended. Your shell successfully comprehended the shell skill. Falling Starlight, legendary skill. Falling Starlight, legendary skill. The light released when a star falls possesses devastating power. Activating this skill unleashes a ray of destructive starlight imbued with the force of a falling star. This spell requires a long casting time. Without hesitation, he activated the skill. You raised your staff and began chanting. Endless radiant starlight began to gather before you, golden lightning flickering and coiling around it. The starlight, containing annihilating power, rapidly compressed, then burst forth in an ice-searing flash, like a supernova erupting, unleashing the boundless might of a fallen star. The knowledge-seeking veiled aberration was utterly vaporized within the infinite light. You defeated the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration. Experience greatly increased. You obtained Fading Chunk Spirit Essence of Insight ×1. You obtained Crystalline Core of the Veiled Aberration, Rare Plus item. You feel somewhat fatigued. The power of a legendary skill far surpassed that of an epic +1. The Veiled Aberration was directly vaporized by falling starlight, leaving not even a shell behind. Granted, even if a shell had remained, Lin Xun couldn't have possessed it, but this served as a valuable reminder. In the future, if he encountered humanoid shells worth possessing, he must not use this skill. It might just obliterate the shell entirely. He also noticed that the president had only used 3 skills, Knowledge Spear, Pleasure Haze Sight, and Falling Starlight, and the system had already displayed. You feel somewhat fatigued. This fatigue likely referred not to physical stamina but to depleted mental strength, i.e., mana was running low. He surmised that the biggest drains were probably Pleasure Haze Sight and Falling Starlight. Beside you, Bennett cowered with his hands over his head, eyes wide in shock. It had just personally witnessed your complete destruction of the behemoth. It exclaimed in awe, praising that the divine might of the true God's apostle was like a prison of judgment. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. He immediately activated Pleasure Haze Sight on Bennett to test his theory about mana consumption. After all, the skill was a control-type ability. It wouldn't cause any real harm. You opened a pink eye and fixed your gaze on Bennett. Special skill Pleasure Haze Sight activated. Bennett's words abruptly stopped. Its eyes rolled back repeatedly as if it had lost consciousness. You stepped forward and shook Bennett, trying to wake it. But it remained stiff, eyes rolling back continuously. Lin Xun waited for a full minute before the text finally continued. Bennett suddenly snapped awake, staring wide-eyed at you and asking whether that was a reward from the true God's apostle for its courage in facing the behemoth. It swore on the almighty true knowledge that it had never experienced such overwhelming pleasure in its entire life. This sensation was 1,000 times more intense than any unspeakable act of carnal joy. Bennett shamelessly licked its lips and humbly asked whether it could receive that reward again. Lin Xun was speechless, face full of question marks. What the hell is all this? Resolutely ignoring Bennett, he figured it'd be better to test his skills on Rona later. In his inventory, he already had 3 crystalline cores of the Veiled Aberration. They could be fused into a complete epic-level spiritual item. Do you wish to fuse 3 crystalline core of the Veiled Aberration, Rare Plus items? Fusion will yield crystalline core of the Veiled Aberration, epic item. Fusing. Fusion successful. You obtained crystalline core of the Veiled Aberration, epic item. Lin Xun checked the item description, and sure enough, it stated that using it would grant 1 point of divine power. He attempted to activate the item. Apostle, you cannot use this item. Your soul talent, 10,000 faces, 10,000 forms, unique, has already been upgraded to +3. Further upgrades require a legendary grade divine power item. So it's just as I thought. Looks like I can only trade this item for resources. Most divine items within the organization had circulated for the same reason, to be exchanged for needed resources. Lin Xun wasn't short on gear or skills at the moment. The real problem was that his talent affinity had been stuck at +45%, preventing him from possessing powerful non-human shells. And his shell slots were currently maxed out. He was eager to upgrade his talent again. Maybe if I farm more veiled aberrations and gather a few epic grade divine items, I can trade them with the organization for a legendary grade one? I'll have to ask Team Leaderly about it in detail. At present, the President's shell had a legendary tier offensive skill, a control skill, and the defensive knowledge barrier. By staying within the barrier, he could simultaneously control and dish out damage. Soloing a veiled aberration should be totally feasible. If his knowledge reserves proved insufficient and the barrier's defense too weak, he could let Valkyrie draw the monster's aggro while he chanted in the back for a finishing move. As this thought occurred to him, Lin Xun had a sudden realization. The President still had 2 stored spell treasure rings, perfect for storing long-cast spells like Falling Starlight. He acted immediately, clicking on the 2 items. This item currently has no stored spell. Please choose the spell you wish to preload. The mechanism required the shell to first chant the incantation, channel the spell, and then the ring would absorb it. Later, when activated, the ring would cast the spell instantly. Without hesitation, Lin Xun chose Falling Starlight. Unable to preload the skill. Falling Starlight is a legendary spell skill with immense power. This item is only epic grade and can store up to epic plus spells. Please select a different spell to preload. His mouth twitched. He was speechless. With no other choice, he resumed preloading Knowledge Spear. You raised your staff and began chanting. Thanks to the scroll of speed reading, the President's casting time was greatly reduced, and the spell was quickly stored. As for why he didn't choose to store Knowledge Barrier, well, that skill had already become instant cast under the scroll's effect. You ignored Bennett's request for another reward, and instead questioned why the clinic clearly had 3 floors, yet he had only allowed you access to 2. Bennett stammered in response, explaining that it wasn't trying to deceive the true God's apostle, but the 3rd floor of the clinic was extremely strange. Under your intense gaze, Bennett lowers his head in fear and begins to explain. The 3rd floor of the clinic was originally meant as a place for customers to rest and recover after undergoing transplant surgery, but after staying on the 3rd floor, every customer underwent a dramatic shift in temperament, and no longer revered the omniscient true knowledge. This terrified him, and he could only seek help from the Direct Vision Association and the Multivision Association. After the president of the Multivision Association personally inspected the clinic's 3rd floor, he informed Bennett that there was a bizarre phenomenon there known as the residual illusion of knowledge. The illusion's content may have been related to the evil heresy known as the Radiant Stars. Those who enter the illusion often fall under the sway of this heresy due to their weak willpower, causing them to lose their faith in the omniscient true knowledge. Bennett is a child of the true God, firm and pure in faith. Of course, he wanted nothing to do with any heretical forces, so he spent a fortune and begged the president of the Multivision Association to erase the illusion on the 3rd floor for him. The president agreed to his request, accepted the payment, and entered the 3rd floor alone. Bennett waited silently at the stairwell. He waited for an entire day and night. When the president finally descended the stairs, he returned the payment. He told Bennett that the 3rd floor's connection to the heresy was too deep, so deep that even someone as learned as himself could not erase the illusion. The president sternly warned him that the best course of action was to permanently seal off the 3rd floor, lest anyone else fall under the influence of the heresy. Being a devout believer, Bennett agreed immediately. But he noticed that just before the president left, stars flickered in his eyes, countless stars twinkling, as if a galaxy was reflected within them. Having finished speaking, Bennett looked utterly terrified. He hurriedly explained to you that he hadn't brought up the 3rd floor earlier only because he feared the true God's envoy would think he was connected to the heresy. He is the most loyal follower of the omniscient true knowledge and would never associate with heretics who blaspheme the true God. He begs the powerful envoy of the true God to believe him. Do you wish to explore the third floor of the clinic? According to Bennett's description, the president of the Multivision Association had his faith completely transformed while experiencing the illusion on the third floor, ultimately converting to the radiant stars. But it's also possible that the president had long since begun pursuing the path of the stars and just happened to encounter the illusion on the third floor of the clinic, where he finally received the favor of the radiant stars. Now the only question is, should he go to the third floor of the clinic and enter the illusion? Lin Xun still remembered that after he renounced his oath to the radiant stars, the game text had once stated, "You will now be permanently hated by the radiant stars oath faction." If he enters the illusion on the third floor to explore, the risk will no doubt increase drastically. But if he chooses not to go, don't forget, the transplant clinic is highly likely to become the next target of a behemoth. By the time the behemoth actually arrives, and he regrets not going into the third floor earlier, all that will be left will be a pile of rubble. After some hesitation, Lin Xun still decided to investigate. The newly obtained shell of the president of the Direct Vision Association and its powerful legendary skill, Falling Starlight, gave him the courage to face danger head-on. Besides, death within the illusion wouldn't cost him any soul strength, let alone reduce his soul strength cap. The only real concern was whether the behemoth might attack the clinic while he was inside the illusion. After all, while immersed in the illusion, the shell's physical body would be nearly defenseless. After some thought, he clicked yes. You tell Bennett that you believe he is a loyal follower of the omniscient true knowledge. What he must do now is immediately take you to the third floor of the transplant clinic, and then, without delay, pack up his surgical tools and rush straight to the Multivision School Association. Because a veiled aberration overlord has already begun to form in Sophia City. It is a terrifying enemy, tens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the behemoth you just defeated. The transplant clinic is very likely to be its next target. But as long as he escapes to the Multivision School Association, finds Grand Scholar Rona, and explains the situation clearly, he will no longer have to worry about the danger. Upon hearing this, Bennett froze in place, then suddenly snapped out of it and led you in a sprint toward the second floor of the clinic. On the second floor, against one of the walls, Bennett struggled to push aside a massive cabinet filled with bottles and jars. Behind the cabinet was a shadowy staircase leading to the third floor of the clinic. Bennett pulled out a key and handed it to you, telling you that ascending the stairs would take you to the third floor. Even if it's just an illusion, he asked the envoy of the true god to be extremely careful when facing the heresy. You have obtained key to the clinic's third floor key. Bennett is deeply grateful that you warned him of the impending danger. He follows your orders and hurriedly begins packing up the surgical tools in a flustered panic. Lin Xun doesn't need to flee with Bennett. As long as he completes his exploration of the illusion before the behemoth arrives, he can use the teleportation function of the resting page to return directly to the Multivision Association. You step onto the staircase. The long-sealed stairwell is blanketed in dust. With every step you take, a cloud of dust rises, forcing you to cough repeatedly. The windows in the corridor are boarded up with wooden planks, sealing out all light. In the absence of a kerosene lamp, the enclosed space is pitch black. But the eyeball of the subterranean oculomus demon grants your vision full clarity. Nothing escapes your sight. You ascend the stairs, and at the top, a tightly shut door comes into view. You take out the key to the clinic's third floor and unlock the door. The scene that greets your eyes is a room lined with neatly arranged hospital beds. Perhaps due to having been sealed for so long, a pungent smell of decay fills the entire space. The bedclothes on the beds are coated in a layer of dust visible to the naked eye. You walk up to a bed, lift the filthy sheets, lie down, and quietly gaze up at the cobweb-covered ceiling. A strange drowsiness slowly creeps into your mind. You struggle to keep your eyes open, but in the end, you are dragged into an unknown dream. You have entered the residual illusion of knowledge. Countless radiant stars flicker across the vast night sky. The glaring starlight shines down on the desolate land. Everything before your eyes carries a hazy double image, like a faded and yellowing memory. You stand upon a wide plain. Before you is a colossal altar glowing under the starlight. The altar is empty, save for a single lonely figure gazing up at the star-filled heavens. Do you wish to approach and inspect the altar more closely? Lin Xun prepares to instantly cast Knowledge Barrier at any moment and clicks yes. You step forward slowly, ascending the stone steps at the altar's edge. You have entered the altar of the stars. Several stars in the night sky suddenly magnify a millifold, growing so large they feel within reach. Your vision is overtaken by these massive celestial bodies. The colossal forms fill the entire sky. Whether you wish to or not, your gaze is drawn uncontrollably to the approaching stars. A sudden sense of overwhelming pressure and insignificance grips you. Your chest tightens, you can barely breathe. A chill runs through your entire body. Fear strips away your outer defenses, leaving you exposed and naked before the stars that consume your vision. A wrinkled hand pats your shoulder, pulling you back from the brink of drowning in terror. You snap awake to find the solitary stargazer now standing before you. A voluminous robe conceals its form, and the wide-brimmed, pointed hat obscures its face. The stargazer who gazes upward asks if you, too, were awestruck by the power of the radiant stars. You can't help but nod. Suddenly, it lifts its hat brim, revealing a terrifying monstrous face with a single, enormous eye reflecting blinding starlight. The stargazer demands to know, since you understand the greatness of the radiant stars, why did you betray them and become a fallen follower of the false god omniscient true knowledge? Faithful apostle, how will you respond? 1. Speak with shame. I was young and foolish back then, deceived by omniscient true knowledge. Now I've seen the truth and realized that the radiant stars are the true final destination. Then ask whether you may rejoin the oath of the radiant stars. 2. Rebuke without hesitation. Omniscient true knowledge is the one true God. The radiant stars are nothing but heretical false gods. Why else would they be imprisoned by the true God? Then recite an incantation and attack to prove your loyalty. 3. Roll your eyes and respond, radiant stars? My God doesn't care. Lin Xun figured that most people who enter the illusion would be awed by the divine power of the radiant stars at the altar. The stargazer before them would then likely use that moment to extend an invitation to join the Radiant Stars Oath faction. That's probably what happened with the clinic's previous customers, or with the president of the Multivision Association. But he is an oathbreaker. After switching allegiance to the oath of omniscient true knowledge, he is no longer allowed to join the Radiant Stars, which is likely why the stargazer before him has become furious. Of the 3 dialogue options, for the reason above, the first is already ruled out. That leaves only the second option, confront it head-on, or the third, mock it. It seems likely that either choice will lead to a fight. Lin Xun's thoughts raced. Just how powerful is this stargazer? He only felt the divine might of the radiant stars after entering the altar of the stars. Before that, there had been no sense of overwhelming power, which suggested that the altar itself was the problem. The stargazer may simply be a missionary, using the altar's projection of the star's power to convert others to the Radiant Stars Oath faction. As for whether it's strong or not, there's only one way to find out. With that thought, Lin Xun immediately exited the altar of the stars. You ignore the stargazer who gazes upwards in interrogation and turn to flee from the altar of the stars. The stars that were once within arm's reach suddenly pull away, as if they had never drawn near at all, returning to their distant perch in the night sky. The cold, suffocating fear that engulfed you vanishes like a receding tide. So it's true. Lin Xun's eyes lit up, and he quickly sprang into action. You raise 2 staves, and a pure white knowledge barrier rises from the ground, locking you safely inside. You lift your hand, and the 2 stored spell treasure rings on your fingers glow. Pure white runes manifest in midair, forming 2 enormous lightning-wreathed spears that shoot straight toward the figure inside the altar. The stargazer who gazes upward lowers the brim of his hat, a cold laugh following. The glaring starlight above suddenly tilts and concentrates, coalescing into a dome of stars around the altar. As the twin spears arrive, they collide with the starlight veil at the altar's edge, which instantly disintegrates into countless tiny glyphs and dissipates like dust on the wind. The stargazer who gazes upward mocks you loudly. Under the favor of the radiant stars, he wields power approaching that of a god. And you, a mere mortal, dare defy the majesty of a divine. He urges you to submit to the radiant stars. Perhaps the great gods will forgive your transgressions and grant you their favor once more. Do you wish to accept his invitation to enter the altar of the stars and swear an oath to the radiant stars? The sky's that strong? Lin Xun suspected that starlight might counter knowledge-type skills, which could explain why his two knowledge spears failed to pierce the starlight veil. Thankfully, he still had other offensive options. The legendary skill Falling Starlight was also a starlight-based spell, and since it shared the same origin as the Starlight Veil, perhaps it could ignore its defenses and strike into the heart of the altar. You raise your staff and begin chanting. Endless radiant starlight gathers before you, with golden lightning crackling and weaving around its edges. The starlight, brimming with destructive force, rapidly compresses, then erupts in a burst of blinding light, like a supernova explosion, unleashing the annihilating power of a falling star. The brilliant light sweeps across the land, and the ground around the altar of the stars fractures, as if from a massive earthquake, leaving it riddled with craters and fissures. Yet the veil of starlight at the altar's edge, thin as a cicada's wing, stands firm and intact, like an unbreakable iron wall. The stargazer who gazes upward laughs loudly at your futile effort. With your meager strength, even if he stood motionless and let you cast freely, you still couldn't break through the power of the divine. Once more, he urges you to submit to the radiant stars. Do you wish to accept his invitation to enter the altar of the stars and swear an oath to the radiant stars? Even a legendary spell is useless? For a moment, Lin Xun didn't know what expression to make. Was the stargazer truly that far beyond his reach? He frowned and pressed no. He still had eyeball-type special skills that hadn't been used. Maybe one of those could ignore the Starlight Veil's defenses. You open a pink eye, fixing your gaze on the stargazer who gazes upward. Special skill. Pleasure Haze Sight activated. The stargazer who gazes upward shows no reaction and continues urging your submission. Do you wish to accept his invitation? Damn it, is this thing an invincible boss? So this is just a force loss event. Lin Xun let out a helpless sigh. He had thrown everything he had at the enemy and still couldn't defeat it. Suddenly, his brow arched as a thought struck him. No, even a force loss event has to actually kill you. This guy just sits there inside the altar of the stars running his mouth, never coming out. This is a cursed game, and it never presents a truly unsolvable situation. The monster before him might be immune to all attacks while protected by the starlight, but it clearly had a weakness. The stargazer who gazes upward, despite Lin Xun's repeated attacks, still had not stepped out of the altar of the stars, nor had it made any attempt to counterattack. It simply continued, without pause, to invite him into the altar to swear the oath. Could it be that the stargazer itself isn't actually strong and only appears powerful by relying on the altar's divine authority? That's why it wants me to enter the altar, to try and eliminate me, an oathbreaker who fled from its grasp. Lin Xun felt this was highly likely, but just to be safe, he needed to test the theory. Scrolling back to the earlier narrative, the 3 dialogue options were still available. Without hesitation, he chose the third option, mockery. You, still hiding behind the knowledge barrier, shout mockingly at the stargazer within the altar. You jeer that the radiant stars are nothing but defeated mongrels, imprisoned by omniscient true knowledge and drained for power. And yet it dares speak of the divine might of the radiant stars? How utterly shameless. The stargazer who gazes upward flies into a rage at your words. It seems to want to argue, but doesn't know where to begin. It glares coldly at you, declaring that you will one day die under the power of the radiant stars. For some reason, even in its fury, it still does not launch an attack. Lin Xun smirked. Just as he expected. He had insulted the radiant stars this harshly, yet the stargazer still hid within the altar without daring to strike back. From this, he could conclude, the stargazer had no means of attacking directly, or at the very least, could only attack those who entered the altar. You continue to taunt it, saying it's hiding like a turtle in the shell given by the radiant stars, too cowardly to come out. If it had any guts, it should come fight, and you promise to send it straight to meet the radiant stars. The stargazer, realizing that you've seen through the altar's divine protection and its own weakness, states flatly, even if you've unraveled everything, there's nothing you can do to it. So long as it remains within the altar, you cannot break through the starlight veil's defense. But if you dare to enter the altar, you will once again be overwhelmed by the terror of the stars. It doesn't need overwhelming power. If it simply lets you drown in that fear, you'll die on your own. The stargazer crosses its arms and stares at you coldly. Lin Xun frowned. Just as the stargazer had said, Even though he had seen through everything, neither knowledge-type spells, starlight-based spells, nor special eyeball skills could break into the altar. Staying here in a standoff was meaningless and a waste of time. At this point in the sequence, the only remaining option was to distance himself from the altar and allow the illusion to reject him, thereby forcing an exit. But Lin Xun couldn't shake the feeling that there was another way to defeat the Stargazer. He scratched his head, racking his brain for a solution. After thinking hard for a long while, he still came up with nothing. The Stargazer who gazes upward, seeing your silence, tries once more to persuade you to enter the altar. If you return to the radiant stars, all past grievances will be forgotten. Do you wish to accept its invitation to enter the altar of the stars and swear the oath of the radiant stars? This sort of tactic was child's play to Lin Xun. He treated the Stargazer's words as so much hot air. Due to the cursed game's mechanics, he could no longer rejoin the oath of the radiant stars. The Stargazer undoubtedly knew this too. The unspoken rule was that oathbreakers could never return to a previous oath. Its invitation was just a trap to lure him into certain death. Lin Xun returned to his old ways. He opened his inventory and started searching for clues. One item after another passed under his gaze, but none of them seemed capable of breaking the current deadlock. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He spotted a dusty, forgotten item buried deep in the inventory. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Using this item wasn't guaranteed to resolve the situation, but it wasn't rare or precious, so it was worth a try. You possess the shell of the corrupted Earth Giant. The shell of the Earth Giant was the optimal choice for close combat and perfectly suited Lin Xun's next plan. Faced with the Stargazer's relentless invitations, Lin Xun suddenly pressed yes, agreeing to enter the altar. The Stargazer who gazes upward continues inviting you into the altar. You suddenly change your attitude and agree to enter, catching it completely off guard. It stares at you in shock as you approach the altar, only to be blocked once again by the starlight veil. The Stargazer scoffs at you. Are you really thinking of baiting it into lowering the starlight veil so you can ambush and kill it? It waves a hand, and starlight flashes across the sky. The once iron-solid starlight veil before you becomes soft as a curtain of water. The Stargazer tells you that while spells and attacks will still be blocked outside the altar, your shell can now pass through the starlight veil and enter. It stares at you with a mocking gaze, clearly not believing you have the courage to step into the altar of the stars. Do you wish to proceed? Lin Xun ignored the Stargazer's goading. He opened his inventory, made all necessary preparations, and decisively clicked yes. You step forward and pass through the fluid-like starlight veil, entering the altar of the stars. A vicious gleam flickers in the Stargazer's enormous eye. With a wave of its hand, several stars in the night sky suddenly expand a millifold, growing so massive they appear within arm's reach. At the same time, Lin Xun swiftly used an item. Your vision is swallowed by the immense celestial bodies. These colossal objects fill the entire night sky, and no matter your will, your gaze is helplessly drawn to the looming stars. You use the verdant biological fluid item. Verdant biological fluid item, a sticky green liquid speckled with glowing particles. This is internal bodily fluid from a starborn being creature. Using it will temporarily transform your current shell into the form of a starborn being. This item had dropped from a starborn monster summoned by the librarian in Shamara's astrologer tower. You stare at the massive stars closing in on you. You can't even manage to close your eyes. Your chest tightens, your breath catches, and your body turns ice cold. The green fluid pours into your mouth. You let out a painful roar. In an instant, your skin hardens into pitch-black armor. Your limbs stiffen and reshape into jointed appendages covered with coarse bristles. Two massive horns sprout from your forehead. A piercing, proboscis-like mouth part extends from your jaws. Your entire body, clad in black chitin, is studded with flickering stars. You have temporarily transformed into a starborn being. You look again at the immense stars rushing toward you. But instead of fear, a sense of deep comfort and tranquility fills your heart, as if a shivering person in the cold had suddenly stepped into warm sunlight. You snap back to awareness and find the Stargazer who gazes upward standing before you, its face frozen in stunned disbelief. Didn't see that coming, did you? I can turn into a starborn too. With a cunning move of, if you can't beat them, become them, Lin Xun had solved the stalemate. Its giant eye widens in shock. How could a traitorous oathbreaker, a defiler, possibly transform into a kin of the radiant stars? You lower your head and charge forward. The sharp horn on your forehead pierces straight through the figure before you. It collapses slowly to the ground, the light in its eye fading, leaving behind only confusion and disbelief in death. You have defeated the stargazer who gazes upward. You gained no experience points. You obtain the stargazer's memory item. The last time he received a similar item was during his abyssal journey using the illusion book at the Multivision Association. The memory item dropped by the subterranean skeletal demon had allowed him to comprehend a new skill based on his knowledge stat. Could the stargazer's memory contain the skill Starlight Veil? With the stargazer's death, the illusion around you begins to tremble. The faded, yellowing memory scene loses its color. You are rejected by this world and expelled from the residual illusion of knowledge. The scenery around you shifts once again. You return to the third floor of Bennett's transplant clinic. You lift the filthy bedcovers and rise to your feet, feeling as if you've awoken from a long dream, as if ages have passed. Lin Xun opened his inventory to check his newly acquired loot. Stargazer's memory, item a hazy, shimmering light within which faint fragments of images flash by. These scenes depict the stargazer's past experience of burying a treasure. Using this item will guide you to the place where the stargazer hid its treasure during its lifetime, allowing you to unearth its hidden valuables. A treasure map? He immediately understood the item's purpose, but didn't rush to use it. There was no telling when the Overlord might attack the clinic. The top priority now was returning to the Multivision Association. He needed to get to safety first. You exit the third-floor ward and descend the stairs to the second floor of the clinic. The cabinet on the second floor that once held jars and bottles is now completely empty. Perhaps they were taken by the clinic's owner during the escape. What the hell? Bennett's trying to get us all killed. Lin Xun remembered that those jars were filled with eyeballs. If Bennett brought a pile of eyeballs with him while fleeing to the Multivision Association, it would definitely draw the behemoth straight there. There was no time to think further. He quickly activated the resting page and teleported to the Multivision Association. An ordinary wandering soul awakens on the first floor of the Multivision Association. The reception hall on the first floor is completely deserted. The surroundings remain unchanged. The reception desk is directly ahead. Lin Xun let out a long sigh of relief. At this point, there were two possibilities. Either Bennett hadn't arrived at the Multivision Association yet, or he had arrived, but the behemoth hadn't shown up yet. You possess the shell of the corrupted theater dancer. Controlling his all-agility allocated dancer shell, Lin Xun sprinted all the way up to the fifth floor of the building and arrived at Rona's office. The door to Grand Scholar Rona's office stood wide open. Strangely, there was no sign of Rona inside, nor of Bennett. Even your beloved battle angel, Valkyrie, was nowhere to be seen. Lin Xun frowned. Where had Rona and the Valkyrie gone? He opened his inventory and selected the refined copper sand maraca. You take out the refined copper sand maraca and give it a gentle shake. With the soft rustling of sand, you summon the Watcher battle angel, Valkyrie. A beautiful, long-haired girl stepped out from the void. She wore a short, pale violet kimono and a pair of enormous refined copper wings stretched from her back. Battle angel, Valkyrie was holding a half-human-sized glass jar filled with densely packed eyeballs. She quickly set the jar down and drew the longbow from her back, scanning the area around you warily. Upon seeing no danger, she looked at you with a puzzled expression. Battle angel, Valkyrie tilted her head, seemingly catching on to your intent, then picked the jar back up and led you into the elevator. You followed her to the second floor of the building, just arriving at the eyeball laboratory when you saw Rona hurrying out. Upon seeing you safe and sound inside the association building, Rona let out a quiet sigh of relief. She explained that when you suddenly summoned your doll, she thought you were in danger again and was on its way to find you. Grand Scholar Rona led you back into the eyeball laboratory, where you saw Bennett, also holding a jar of eyeballs, pouring them into a refined copper box. Bennett gave you an awkward smile, but was immediately glared at by Rona and returned to his task. The lab was filled with refined copper boxes, most of them sealed. Bennett's job was to pour the eyeballs into the boxes and seal them. Rona told you that your friend had been incredibly reckless, carrying so many eyeballs around like that. Fortunately, the eyeballs were of poor quality and hadn't attracted the veiled aberration overlord. The refined copper boxes in the lab, like carriage compartments, could block the aura of the eyeballs and prevent them from being detected by the veiled aberration overlord. As they talked, Bennett and Battle Angel, Valkyrie sealed the last 2 jars of eyeballs. Grand Scholar Rona asked if you were ready to accompany her to the secret laboratory of the president of the Multivision Association. If not, she said you should go prepare now. As long as she's here, there won't be any problems, you don't need to worry. Lin Xun did still have a few things to take care of. The newly acquired Stargazer's memory had yet to reveal its treasure. The eyeball of the ancient Crimson Dragon King also needed to be transplanted into the Earth Giant shell. He was confident that he could now solo some of the ordinary aberrants in the outside fog. There was no need to rush into the fight with the president of the Multivision Association. The main issue was that he didn't have enough shell slots. Giving up the Direct Vision president's shell just felt wasteful. So he planned to farm a few more behemoths first, collect some divine items, and see if he could trade them with the Black Stocking Lady for higher-grade divine gear. Rona had mentioned that once she gained the rank of president, she would head to the imperial capital for advanced study. And the Valkyrie's new skill still hadn't been developed. Better to let Rona stay as substitute teacher a while longer, and only go after the president once the Valkyrie unlocked her new skill. You shake your head, indicating that you're not yet ready. Rona gave you a small smile, then turned to return to her office with Battle Angel, Valkyrie. Bennett sighed in relief and repeatedly apologized to the noble envoy of the true god, saying that his earlier stinginess nearly caused disaster. At the lab doorway, Rona clearly overheard Bennett addressing you and showed no surprise. Instead, she turned back and winked at you. She then left with Battle Angel, Valkyrie, her graceful silhouette disappearing down the corridor. Bennett quickly covered his mouth, gesturing that he had never mentioned your exalted identity before your arrival. It was only in a moment of carelessness that he let it slip. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. So Rona had known he was the envoy of omniscient true knowledge all along? He began to recall when his identity might have been exposed. After a brief moment of thought, he remembered the massive disturbance he caused when infiltrating the president's office. That commotion undoubtedly alerted the entire Multivision Association. When he faced the president afterward, omniscient true knowledge had even sent down the beast of disordered knowledge to correct him. Rona had probably learned his identity as the true god's envoy from that moment. No wonder Rona, a grand scholar, had been willing to eliminate a fellow grand scholar for his sake. Lin Xun had initially thought they had a personal grudge. But now, with this key piece of information, everything made perfect sense. He shook his head to clear the distractions. No matter Rona's motives, she had stood firmly on his side all along. As long as their interests aligned, there was no need to overthink it. Bennett went on to say that Grand Scholar Rona had given him full control of the laboratory. From now on, if the envoy of the true god ever wished to perform an eyeball transplant, he could come to this eyeball laboratory and find him. Lin Xun happened to be planning to install the eyeball of the ancient Crimson Dragon King into the Earth Giant shell, so he let Bennett begin the transplant surgery right there in the lab. When the eyeball of the Pale Dragon of Ancient Sages and the eyeball of the ancient Crimson Dragon King were implanted into the Earth Giant simultaneously, a strange and wonderful reaction occurred. After the transplant surgery was complete, game text appeared one after another. Due to the unique nature of the new eyeball, you vaguely sense that you've gained a special ability unlike any other. Your shell skill Knowledge Plunder, Epic, has been upgraded to Knowledge Plunder, Epic Plus. You have acquired the eyeball's special skill Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire, Epic Plus. You currently possess both the eyeball of the Pale Dragon of Ancient Sages and the eyeball of the ancient Crimson Dragon King. The two eyeballs generate a hidden effect. When using Weak Point Insight, the knowledge stats bonus to the skill is slightly increased. When using Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire, the knowledge stats bonus to the skill is slightly increased. Lin Xun slightly furrowed his brow, and after thinking for a moment, he understood what it meant. Both special skill effects were closely tied to his knowledge cap. Weak Point Insight determined success based on the knowledge gap between him and his enemy. Only upon a successful check could it expose the enemy's weakness. After transplanting the eyeballs, due to the common origin of the two, the success rate of Weak Point Insight increased even with the same knowledge stat. As for Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire, its burn duration and skill damage would also increase. Now that I have the eyeballs of the Pale Dragon and Crimson Dragon, I wonder if I'll have the chance to obtain eyeballs from other dragons in the future. Once the eye transplant was done, Lin Xun prepared to leave the eyeball laboratory. He planned to first excavate the treasure left behind by the stargazer who gazes upward. Just as you're about to leave the eyeball laboratory, Bennett hurriedly lifts a refined copper box filled with eyeballs and stuffs it into your hands. He explains that although the eyeballs are of poor quality, they might still be useful to the true God's envoy. You have obtained refined copper box full of eyeballs, item. Refined copper box full of eyeballs, item a dark golden refined copper box used to isolate the aura of eyeballs. It's filled with various kinds of eyeballs, though the quality of these eyeballs is rather unspeakable. Clicking this item allows you to open the box and retrieve eyeballs from within, or store new ones inside. Lin Xun tried clicking the item. You open the refined copper box full of eyeballs. Inside the box, unknown creature's eyeball, junk, asterisk 142. Please select the eyeballs you wish to take out or store. Lin Xun's face darkened, and he quickly clicked the item again to close the box. As an apostle player, his own inventory could also store eyeballs while isolating their aura. This item was essentially useless for him, but suddenly, Lin Xun's heart stirred with an idea for an alternative use. But there was no rush for that. He'd dig up the treasure first. He left the Multivision School Association building and boarded his new ride waiting at the entrance. You have used Stargazer's memory, item. According to the visual fragments in the memory, the treasure buried by the stargazer who gazes upward lies hidden at Bennett's transplant clinic. The treasure is buried deep underground, awaiting discovery by a worthy soul. The treasure was at the transplant clinic? Lin Xun frowned, puzzled. He couldn't help but recall that the illusion leading into the altar of the stars had also occurred inside the transplant clinic. Perhaps before the clinic was established, this location held some special significance to the stargazer. In that case, there was no need to ride the carriage. He could just use the teleport function of the resting page to go straight there. An ordinary wandering soul awakens inside the transplant clinic. You descend the stairs and reach the first floor of the clinic. Based on the memory, you arrive at the excavation site. It's located right behind the reception counter where Bennett greets customers. Do you wish to start digging here? A task like digging was, of course, best left to the Earth Giant. You have possessed the shell-corrupted Earth Giant. You swing the ancient Dragonfang Great Love in your hand and smash it into the ground. With a thunderous boom, shards of stone fly everywhere. The counter beside you is overturned by the violent shockwave. The clinic is thrown into complete chaos amidst the swirling dust. Once the dust settled, a massive pit half the depth of a person appeared where the smooth ground had once been. Do you wish to continue digging? Lin Xun twitched the corner of his mouth. The Earth Giant's method of digging for treasure was truly crude and brutal. He was a little worried that the treasure underground might be smashed to bits before it could even be unearthed. He unequipped the Earth Giant's weapon and had it dig with its bare hands. You crouched down and clawed at the ground with both hands. Under your immense strength, the sturdy bricks and soil crumbled like tofu. Each scoop removed a massive chunk. Soon, you unearthed a refined copper treasure chest buried deep in the earth. You lifted the refined copper chest and hurled it back onto the ground, then leapt out of the pit yourself. You gaze at the refined copper treasure chest before you. The chest is engraved with countless twinkling stars, extraordinary and mysterious. Do you want to open the chest? Lin Xun remembered how, last time he opened a treasure chest, he was teleported into the celestial prison of captive stars. That trap had left a lasting impression. Don't tell me it's another teleportation chest? This damn game had turned chest opening into a whole circus. Lin Xun had to be extra cautious. Previously, after using the Stargazer's memory, the game text hadn't revealed what was inside the treasure chest. But judging by its appearance and considering the Stargazer's identity, whatever it held most likely had some connection to the radiant stars. To open or not to open, that was the question. Is there a way to open the chest without being affected by what's inside? Unfortunately, neither the Valkyrie nor the three-headed lion had any command option to open treasure chests. Otherwise, Lin Xun could have just had a summon open it on his behalf. Wait a minute. Lin Xun slapped his thigh as inspiration struck. He set down his phone, and with a thought, a small sand maraca materialized in his hand. This dark gold maraca looked slightly different from last time. Roughly the size of a bottled water, its color was now more vibrant, its touch ice-cold, and its weight significantly heavier. The previously simple line drawing of a maid on the head of the maraca had transformed into a beautiful girl with refined copper wings sprouting from her back. The kimono-clad girl's wings fluttered as she drew a longbow, seemingly ready to engage in battle at any moment. Lin Xun smiled slightly and began his little trick. He shook the maraca gently, producing a rustling sound from within. From the corner of his rental apartment, a stunning girl appeared out of thin air. She wore a short light purple kimono, its hem revealing long snow-white legs. The sash wrapped tightly around her waist accentuated her slender figure and made her ample chest even more prominent. Behind her folded a pair of metallic wings, and nestled between them was a longbow and a quiver. The girl lifted her beautiful face and walked toward Lin Xun, her dark gold hair swaying gently. Her eyes, matching her hair in color, were pure, flawless, and sparkled with life. She reached Lin Xun, then knelt on one knee in a respectful bow. The kimono's chest opening was slightly too large, and from his downward angle, one could catch a glimpse of her soft, round curves. Of course, Lin Xun's attention wasn't there. What he noticed was that the battle angel, Valkyrie, looked far more human than the previous support-type maid doll. There were no visible metal seams on her limbs, and the mechanical wind-up key that should have existed on her back had completely vanished. The battle angel, Valkyrie, looked just like a real human girl. Well, that is, if you ignored her weaponry and metal wings. Can you understand me? And can you speak? Lin Xun asked. The battle angel, Valkyrie, nodded, then shook her head. A shame. Not being able to talk cuts down on a lot of potential functions, he muttered, stroking his chin regretfully. All right, here's the plan. I'll summon you inside the clinic. Once you see the treasure chest, go and open. Lin Xun paused mid-sentence. No, from now on, if I attack a treasure chest and it shows no reaction, then you go. TCH, that's not right either. From now on, when you see a treasure chest, shoot an arrow at it. As long as nothing strange happens, you go open it. I'll throw an unknown creature's eyeball as your cue to act. Understood. The girl gave a firm nod. He had originally planned to throw a foul dung stone, and he had plenty of those junk items in his inventory for chest opening tests. But throwing that was a little unsanitary. Fortunately, Bennett had just gifted him a whole box of eyeballs. Of course, this box of eyeballs had more uses than just that. After finishing arrangements with the Valkyrie, Lin Xun gave the maraca another shake. With the rustling sound, the girl's figure disappeared from the rental room. He picked up his phone and summoned the Valkyrie again. To the delightful rhythm of rustling sand, you summon the Watcher Battle Angel, Valkyrie. A stunning, long-haired girl steps out from the void. She wears a short, light purple kimono, and behind her spreads a pair of enormous, refined copper wings. Lin Xun opened his inventory and pulled out one of the eyeballs Bennett had given him. He selected discard. You threw out an unknown creature's eyeball, junk. He silently stepped back, giving the Valkyrie space to open the treasure chest. Battle Angel, Valkyrie removed her longbow, drew an arrow from her back, and fired. Seeing that the chest showed no reaction, she strode forward and opened it without hesitation. You see that the chest contains only a tattered piece of canvas. Brave and decisive apostle, do you wish to step forward and collect the item from the chest? Lin Xun ignored the game's passive-aggressive tone and clicked yes. You have obtained Incomplete Star Map, special item. Previously, he had also obtained an item with the same name in the ancient book archive of the Multivision Association. Incomplete Star Map, special item. If you can find the missing parts of the canvas and piece it together, something unexpected may occur. This special item is currently incomplete and unusable. You discover that this incomplete star map can be perfectly pieced together with the one you already own. Do you want to combine the two incomplete star maps to restore the canvas to its original state? Without hesitation, Lin Xun pressed yes. You piece together the two incomplete star maps. The irregular seams along the canvas edges merge seamlessly, restoring it to its original, complete form. Brilliant starlight bursts from the two pieces. As the light fades, the countless twinkling stars in the galactic river depicted on the canvas connect to form a majestic palace. You have obtained Complete Star Palace Map, special item. Complete Star Palace Map, Special item, a richly colored oil painting depicting countless flowing stars in the galactic river. The stars are linked by beams of starlight, forming a magnificent and towering palace. Using this item, you will be summoned by the Lord of the Stars and enter his divine palace, the Radiant Star Palace. Lin Xun stared wide-eyed at the game text before him. I dug, and this damned game gives me a suicidal item? For those who had joined the Oath of the Radiant Stars faction, this item was undoubtedly a tremendous gift, or maybe not. Thinking back to the behavior of the Child of the Stars, even joining the Oath might end in a massive loss. But for Lin Xun right now, the complete Star Palace map was like a tasteless chicken rib, dangerous to use, a waste to discard. Lin Xun didn't even know what expression to make. Maybe a simple smile was all he could muster at this point. Just as he was about to store away the suicidal item, game text appeared suddenly. In the corner of the clinic, countless flickering, chaotic characters manifested out of thin air. The characters twisted and merged into a monstrous beast. The beast was composed entirely of disordered characters, which continued shifting shape with tremors. Just looking at it made you feel a sense of disorder and chaos. Beast of disordered knowledge. Did I mess up again? What does omniscient true knowledge want from me? Lin Xun frowned in confusion, until a thought occurred to him. Could it be that omniscient true knowledge wants me to use this item? Battle Angel. Valkyrie immediately stepped in front of you to intercept the monstrous beast. She drew an arrow and pulled her longbow taut. Lin Xun was already an Oathbreaker. Going to see the Lord of the Stars would be like delivering himself into enemy hands. Omniscient true knowledge couldn't possibly be sending him to his death. Perhaps he simply hadn't grasped the true meaning yet. With a twang, the arrow trailed a white cyclone and shot forward like a shooting star, hurtling toward the beast. The meteor pierced through the beast's body, shattering countless characters into fragments. Your watcher has defeated the beast of disordered knowledge. You did not gain any experience points. Could Omniscient be sending me to the Radiant Star Palace to infiltrate them? No, Oathbreakers can't rejoin a Forsaken Oath. Lin Xun was completely baffled. He couldn't make sense of what Omniscient True Knowledge wanted. If Omniscient True Knowledge had intended for him to become an infiltrator, then the Servant of Knowledge wouldn't have directly invited him into the Oath faction to begin with. Besides, Omniscient True Knowledge was overwhelmingly powerful. It could crush the Radiant Stars in Divine War. With that kind of absolute strength, using tricks like this felt completely unnecessary. Some of the scattered characters from the Beast of Disordered Knowledge were drawn to you, fusing into your body. Your Blessing of Knowledge +4 has been upgraded to Blessing of Knowledge +5. When overloaded, your knowledge cap increases even further. The remaining fragmented characters did not fade, but instead gathered into a single enormous glowing white character. You recognize this character deeply, it's etched into your memory. It's the same mysterious symbol you saw on the chest of the Servant of Knowledge in the Temple of Knowledge. You are being summoned by the Temple of Knowledge. Do you wish to approach the character and teleport to the Temple of Knowledge? Do you wish to approach the character and teleport to the Temple of Knowledge? So that means the appearance of the Beast of Disordered Knowledge wasn't necessarily Omniscient True Knowledge correcting my mistake. It might have been to summon me. Lin Xun had originally thought one could only enter the Temple of Knowledge during a knowledge overload. He hadn't expected there to be such a special summoning method. You approach the character and a pure white radiance envelopes your entire body. Teleporting. Teleportation successful. An ordinary wandering soul awakens beside the ancient obelisk. Beyond the obelisk stood the Grand Temple of Knowledge. Lin Xun wasn't even surprised anymore to see the massive beast of disordered knowledge stationed at the temple gates. He circled around the guardian beast and entered the temple. Under the gaze of the Beast of Disordered Knowledge, you ascend the stone steps and enter the temple. Within the Grand Temple, 2 orderly rows of statues stand to the left and right, each statue shaped like a different character. Following the line of sculptures, you look toward the end of the temple, where a pure white divine throne rests. The throne is unoccupied, but standing calmly beneath it is the Servant of Knowledge. The white-haired old man waves you over, beckoning you to approach. Filled with doubt, uncertain of the reason for this summoning, you walk forward and arrive beside the throne. The Servant of Knowledge slowly begins to speak, explaining that the evil god known as the Lord of the Stars far surpasses the Child of the Stars you encountered before. The Radiant Star Palace map you just obtained marks the location of the Palace of the Lord of the Stars, a figure of the Radiant Stars faction. During the Divine War, The Lord of the Stars fled in disgrace under the might of omniscient true knowledge, escaping disaster. Unlike the other radiant stars who were imprisoned, he returned to his domain, severely wounded but free. The Lord of the Stars concealed the radiant star palace in the void, intending to quietly recover and make a comeback. This radiant star palace map is of considerable value to the servant of knowledge. It can be used with the remnants of omniscient true knowledge's divine authority to imprison the still wounded Lord of the Stars, siphon his divine power, and offer some aid to omniscient true knowledge's eventual awakening. The servant of knowledge asks whether you are willing to hand over the complete radiant star palace map. Do you wish to give the complete radiant star palace map to the servant of knowledge? To Lin Xun, the star palace map was just a burdensome item. If he could exchange it for favor from the servant of knowledge, or rather, omniscient true knowledge, or gain reputation with the Oath faction, it was a no-brainer. No matter how he looked at it, it was a trade with nothing to lose. As for using it himself, Lin Xun hadn't even considered such a suicidal idea. The Child of the Stars alone had been an overwhelming force he couldn't resist, even after its divine power had been completely drained. The Lord of the Stars, who had survived an encounter with omniscient true knowledge, would be even more terrifying. Not to mention, judging by the honorifics of the two radiant star gods, they were likely closely related. For Lin Xun, the whistleblower who had ratted out the Child of the Stars, meeting the Lord of the Stars face-to-face was a thrillingly bad idea. You give the complete radiant star palace map to the servant of knowledge. The servant of knowledge smiles as he accepts the canvas, his gaze toward you becoming increasingly kind. It takes out a thick book and hands it to you, explaining that as a response to your pious offering, omniscient true knowledge shall bestow divine grace upon its faithful follower. This book is called the Divine Book of Favor. Its pages contain records of countless spoils of war seized by omniscient true knowledge during the Divine War, with each page documenting a single item. You have only one chance to flip a page at random. Whatever spoil is recorded on the page you land on, omniscient true knowledge will grant it to you. Even if you happen to draw the weapon of the radiant star's chief evil god, that too is the will of the true god, omniscient true knowledge. You take hold of the exceedingly heavy Divine Book of Favor. A rough estimate suggests there are over 1,000 pages. Do you wish to open the Divine Book of Favor and receive its reward? The reward came so suddenly that Lin Xun was momentarily stunned. This has to be the biggest blind box I've ever opened, right? He didn't rush to draw from the blind box. Instead, with a thought, he manifested an item into his hand. In his palm appeared an ancient, weathered gold coin, slightly larger than a normal coin and weighty in hand. A faint gleam could be seen emanating from its surface. He grabbed a clean towel and meticulously polished the lucky gold coin again and again. I'm not being superstitious. This is just basic respect when facing the most luxurious blind box. Once the lucky gold coin gleamed like new, he stowed it away. Murmuring omniscient true knowledge bless me, he pressed the selection button. With utmost sincerity, you open the Divine Book of Favor. The pages rustle and flip rapidly, soon freezing on a particular sheet. On the snow-white page is printed a long sword with a crossguard. The blade glimmers faintly and looks utterly unremarkable. Lin Xun's first reaction was, damn it. The lucky gold coin didn't work. According to the description, even the weapon looked mundane. Starlight cross sword, epic weapon, a cross-shaped long sword with no remarkable features. Small star-like sparkles adorn the blade, emitting a faint glow. Though the sword appears unimpressive, its origin is not. It was the standard-issue weapon used by frontline cannon fodder in the Radiant Stars Oath faction during the Divine War. When using this weapon, your shell's strength increases significantly during starlit nights. Lin Xun's face went black, falling into long silence. An epic weapon would normally be considered an excellent reward. But coming from omniscient true knowledge, receiving such a trash-tier weapon was a clear disappointment. If you walk the riverbank long enough, your shoes are bound to get wet. No matter how lucky you are, even an Emperor of Luck has unlucky moments. Lin Xun sighed faintly, feeling like he had finally experienced what it was like to be an unlucky player. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing that something wasn't right. What kind of god was omniscient true knowledge? The radiant star gods were like paper before it. Why would such a supreme god include a worthless piece of cannon fodder gear in the divine book of favor? That was just degrading. The servant of knowledge watches you with slight anticipation, acting as witness to your reception of divine favor. But upon seeing the page you landed on and that utterly unremarkable longsword, even it is stunned by how out of place it looks. It remains silent for a long time, its deeply wrinkled face showing an extremely conflicted expression. After much hesitation, the servant of knowledge finally explains to you that during the divine war, there were many devout and powerful followers who fought alongside the true God against the radiant stars. Among them were those who rose from mortals to demigods and even to godhood. You are not the first to flip through this book. Long ago, those loyal and powerful followers also received divine favor and claimed pages from the book. The page you flipped originally recorded the robes of the evil god Fallen Comet from the radiant stars. Though the power of that evil god couldn't compare to the Lord of the Stars, he was still extremely formidable. His robe would have been a decent piece of equipment. Unfortunately, the favor inscribed on that page had already been claimed by someone else. So now, the longsword shown on the page was something the servant of knowledge had privately recorded in the blank spot, using leftover items to maintain the integrity of the divine book of favor. The text flickering before Lin Xun seemed to mock him silently. So what he drew was basically a thank you for participating. Seriously? Servant of knowledge, what's your deal stuffing trash weapons into the book just to satisfy your OCD? How does that match omniscient true knowledge's divine status? Wait, if the servant hadn't filled the page with something, I would have drawn a blank one and gotten absolutely nothing. At least I still got an epic weapon. Not a total loss, not a total loss. Lin Xun forcibly comforted himself using spiritual victory tactics, never a loss. The wrinkles on the servant of knowledge's face grew deeper. It seemed to realize its unauthorized act may have deprived a favored child of omniscient true knowledge from receiving true divine grace. You nod repeatedly upon hearing this, strongly agreeing with the servant of knowledge's conclusion. It paces back and forth in thought, and after a long deliberation, finally opens its mouth to speak to you again. The servant of knowledge tells you that because of its actions, you missed out on divine grace. To make amends, it has decided to allow you to flip through the divine book of favor once more. You are asked to forget the result of drawing the Starlight Cross sword, but if you draw another of the items it later filled in, that would be the genuine will of omniscient true knowledge and must not be defied. Do you wish to open the divine book of favor again to receive its reward? Lin Xun licked his lips. Thank you for participating had become try again, and hope had been rekindled. The lucky gold coin isn't reliable. I'd better wash my hands so I don't end up with another trash-tier weapon. He got up and went to the bathroom, thoroughly scrubbing his hands with soap. After this little superstitious ritual, he felt sufficiently ceremonious. With a proper posture, he cradled his phone and pressed yes. Please. Anything but another thank you message. If I draw that again, there won't be a next time. With utmost sincerity, you once again open the divine book of favor. The lucky gold coin in your possession suddenly emits a faint glow. The pages rustle and flip rapidly, soon freezing on a particular page. Huh? The lucky gold coin actually worked. Lin Xun didn't have time to think about it. He focused entirely on the game text. On the snow-white page is printed a sparkling crystal, within which a vague, ghostly soul seems to linger. Soul crystal of the imprisoned god, legendary plus item. The lingering soul of a radiant star god who fell during the divine war is sealed within this mysterious crystal. Upon using this item, an exclusive item will be generated based on the apostle's soul talent. Lin Xun was overjoyed. Although it wasn't a divine weapon or divine skill, an exclusive item was undoubtedly even more suitable for him. No matter how powerful equipment or skills are, they eventually become obsolete, but an exclusive item that develops his soul talent 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms was a long-term gain. 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms was his foundation and core. Anything that enhanced its potential would benefit him throughout the entire game. Previously, the visage of the leader had greatly boosted his power, solving the dilemma of where to assign experience. All shells now shared the highest level, and this newly acquired soul crystal was even half a tier above the one given to him by the giant Dan in the Blood Sun world. The item it would produce was guaranteed to be exceptional. In the end, it's still the lucky gold coin that comes through. Lin Xun couldn't help but sigh. The servant of knowledge looks at the page you flipped to with great anticipation. When it sees the soul crystal of the imprisoned god, it lets out a relieved smile. It admits that someone so deeply favored by omniscient true knowledge deserves such divine grace. It seems its prior interference truly disrupted the will of the true God. As it speaks, countless pure white characters manifest from thin air. Amidst the cluster of dense symbols, a gleaming crystal appears in its hand. Just as the servant of knowledge is about to hand you the crystal, its wrinkled face suddenly tightens into a frown. It stares intently at the crystal, seemingly troubled by something. Sensing that something is wrong, you quickly step forward to ask. The servant of knowledge brings the crystal close, scrutinizing the soul drifting inside. The soul, sensing it is being watched, opens a mouthful of fangs and lets out a silent, mournful howl. The servant of knowledge sighs deeply and explains that the evil god trapped in the crystal is the fallen comet. While not among the most powerful of the radiant star gods, this one's authority is particularly unusual. The fallen comet possesses partial dominion over death. Even after losing its body in death and being reduced to a trapped soul, its power of death remains active. Unlike other soul crystals, the soul of the fallen comet can decide on its own whether to undergo soul annihilation. In other words, even in its purely spiritual form, the evil god can choose to self-destruct. What makes an evil god evil is the deep-rooted malice within its divinity. If you attempt to use this crystal, the fallen comet will undoubtedly choose soul annihilation, ensuring that you, a follower of omniscient true knowledge, gain nothing. The only reason the fallen comet has not destroyed itself yet is because it still hopes that one day the radiant stars will return, defeat the true god, and set it free. Having explained this, the servant of knowledge hands you the gleaming crystal. You have obtained soul crystal of the imprisoned god, legendary plus item. Lin Xun's mood from opening this blind box was like a roller coaster, up and down without warning. He had finally drawn a first prize grand reward, only to be told the TV doesn't turn on and is just for decoration. You ask the servant of knowledge if it might have handed you the wrong crystal. Based on what it said, the divine book still contains many other evil god soul crystals. Could you maybe, just maybe, secretly swap for another one? I'm one of the most devout and loyal followers you'll ever find. Surely the servant of knowledge can look the other way just this once. Lin Xun silently prayed, hoping he could trade away this damnable crystal. The servant of knowledge slowly and resolutely shook its head, indicating that the divine favor had already been set and could not be changed. When you secretly operated things before and let me draw another time, you didn't have this attitude. Lin Xun was simply at a loss for words. Receiving a reward he could only look at but not use was undoubtedly an incredibly frustrating matter. If I can't exchange it for another crystal, doesn't that mean this draw was a complete waste? Clinging to your last shred of hope, you ask the servant of knowledge if there is any way to use the crystal normally without causing the fallen comet to perish. The servant of knowledge ponders for a moment, then tells you there are two methods to extract the power of the crystal. The first is to use the authority of time to freeze the soul of the fallen comet, thereby enabling you to use the crystal. The second is likewise to use the authority of death to forcibly halt the self-destructive behavior of the fallen comet. Both of these methods involve divine authorities. With your current strength, to draw upon the crystal's power, you would likely still need an exceedingly long time to grow before you can even touch the domain of divine authority. Lin Xun's expression darkened. If he already possessed the power of a god, why would he need to ask the servant of knowledge for help? As for those so-called authorities of time and death, no matter how he looked at them, they were not things he could possibly obtain at this stage. Wait. The authority of death. Could the eye of the death-telling sea serpent contain the authority of death? He hurriedly switched shells. You have possessed the shell of the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association. The servant of knowledge seemed unsurprised by your change in appearance, as if it was already accustomed to this. It suddenly noticed the eye of the death-telling sea serpent on you. With a half-smile, it looked at you, asking whether you intended to rely on this strange eyeball to solve the problem with the crystal. Before you could answer, it shook its head. While the eye of the death-telling sea serpent did indeed contain a portion of the authority of death, no, that feeble power could hardly be called an authority. Even though the fallen comet was now in a state of nothing but soul, it was still far beyond what such a feeble power could touch. If you could obtain dozens or even hundreds more of such eyeballs, perhaps the feeble power could transform qualitatively, giving you a faint chance to resolve the crystal issue. You fell into a long silence upon hearing this. The servant of knowledge continued speaking to you, urging you not to lose heart. Since the great true God bore the revered name of omniscient true knowledge, he was omnipotent, and the authorities he possessed encompassed all things. The authorities of time and death were both within the grasp of the true God. Though the omniscient true knowledge had fallen into slumber, even a tiny remnant of his authority would be more than enough to solve your current predicament. You looked doubtfully at the servant of knowledge, unable to understand why it did not simply use the authority to help you. Seeing your confusion, the servant of knowledge explained that the remnant authorities left behind by the true God could not be used at will. As a servant beneath the true God's throne, it had no right to wield the power of the true God for purposes outside his oracles. However, awakening the slumbering true God was its foremost mission. If you could once again find a star god hidden in the void and offer up its power to aid in awakening the omniscient true knowledge, it would then be able to use the authority to resolve your issue with the crystal. So after all this, the servant of knowledge had been hiding this intention all along, waiting here to spring it on him. Lin Xun did not know what to say. In the Blood Sun world, the giant Dan demanded he complete 3 oath invasions to prove himself before it would unseal his exclusive item. The servant of knowledge was even more outrageous. He hadn't even seen the attributes of the exclusive item yet, and it already wanted him to find another star god to unlock it. And I have to find a star god. Isn't that basically impossible? Obtaining the complete Star Palace map had already been a fortuitous, coincidental encounter. If he tried to actively search for a similar artifact, he currently had no leads whatsoever. Seeing you remain silent for a long time, the servant of knowledge encouraged you not to lose hope. It indicated that the matter of summoning you had concluded, and if you had no other business, it would send you out of the Temple of Knowledge. Would you like to leave the Temple of Knowledge? After all the trouble of entering the temple, shouldn't I at least fleece it for something before I go? Lin Xun remembered that the last time he had been teleported from the celestial prison of captive stars into the Temple of Knowledge, he had been in a state of knowledge overload, yet he was still able to move freely. Once inside the temple, the servant of knowledge had cleaned out all the chaotic knowledge from his soul free of charge, saving him a bit of soul strength. At the moment, his knowledge had already reached 3200/3500, teetering on the brink of blowing up his head. If he didn't make good use of the free cleansing feature, it would be a waste after all the hemming and hawing of the servant of knowledge. He had a pile of long-hoarded books containing trace knowledge and scrolls containing ancient knowledge. After using a few of these items, his knowledge quickly reached the threshold. He switched to a disposable work shell to continue absorbing knowledge. You have gained knowledge. Your knowledge increased by 50. Current knowledge, 3500/3500. Your understanding has surpassed the threshold. You have once again glimpsed the omniscient true knowledge. Chaotic, disordered knowledge poured incessantly into your soul. You gradually lost yourself in the sea of knowledge. Reason slipped away from you as madness filled your mind. In a daze, you saw the servant of knowledge gazing up at the dome of the temple with eyes full of worship, fanaticism, and reverence. Your skull exploded with a thunderous crack. You have died. An ordinary wandering soul awakened beside the ancient obelisk. An ordinary wandering soul, filled with chaotic, disordered knowledge. You should be completely immobilized, yet somehow you could still control your wandering soul. Perhaps it was because this place was too unusual. Current soul strength, 1/3. Would you like to expend 1 point of soul strength to purge the chaotic knowledge from your soul? Lin Xun naturally chose no and re-entered the Temple of Knowledge. The servant of knowledge stood beneath the divine throne, still gazing up at the dome of the temple with that same fervent expression. After a long while, the servant of knowledge finally returned to calm. It spoke at length to you, now in your wandering soul state, saying that just now it had felt the true God's gaze. You are indeed a believer greatly favored by the omniscient true knowledge. Once the true God awakens, you may well become a mighty deity under this favor. Don't feed me empty promises. If I'm so favored, why haven't you unlocked my exclusive item for free? Lin Xun couldn't help but complain. Seeing that your wandering soul was saturated with disordered knowledge, the servant of knowledge took a staff from within its robe. With a light wave, a white light enveloped you from head to toe. The disordered knowledge within your soul has been entirely cleansed. Your knowledge cap has increased. Current knowledge, 0/3600. You have received the effective blessing of knowledge +5. Your knowledge cap has increased again. Current knowledge, 0/5200. After blessing of knowledge reached +5, each overload now increased the knowledge cap by an astounding 1,600 points. Raising the knowledge cap would correspondingly enhance knowledge skills and special skills linked to knowledge. Lin Xun's related skills improved by a considerable margin. Once his purpose was achieved and no new text appeared before his eyes, he selected the option to leave the temple. After bidding you farewell, the servant of knowledge waved its hand, and a white light once again enveloped your entire body. Transmitting. Transmission successful. An ordinary wandering soul awoke inside the transplant clinic. Managed to fleece a little benefit, but the current problem still isn't resolved. How can I find an artifact like the star map to unlock the exclusive item? Lin Xun set down his phone and rubbed his forehead. After thinking hard for a long time, he still couldn't recall any related information. Outside the window of the rental apartment, the sky had grown dark, and the faint starlight of night was visible overhead. Unwittingly, he had spent an entire day cultivating in the game again. When midnight came, it would be time to go raid the armed division. He walked to the windowsill and looked at the few visible stars in the night sky, his thoughts gradually drifting. In his inventory, there was still a ring of the radiant stars, stolen from the Multivision President's safe. Equipping this special item carried a chance of being summoned by, or summoning, a starborn being. After acquiring this equipment, he'd been caught by the Multivision President himself. Though the omniscient true knowledge dispatched a beast of disordered knowledge to correct him, it had not summoned him. Just now, the servant of knowledge hadn't demanded this item either, suggesting that the creatures summoned or encountered through the ring of the radiant stars did not qualify as true gods. But even if they're just demigods or powerful star monsters, I still couldn't possibly handle them. The ring of the radiant stars clearly couldn't solve his problem. Then Lin Xun suddenly thought of something. If the ring of the radiant stars was useless, what about its owner? The president of the Multivision Association had long since turned his back on the omniscient true knowledge in pursuit of the stars. Perhaps he could glean some clues from that fellow oathbreaker of a president. Lin Xun hurriedly picked up his phone. He used a resting page from the clinic to teleport straight back to the Multivision Association. An ordinary wandering soul awoke on the first floor of the Multivision Association. You opened your eyes. The first floor of the association building was empty and desolate, not a single figure in sight. It seemed there was a graceful silhouette standing by the tightly shut front doors. She leaned against the door, leafing through a thick book, as if she were waiting here. Would you like to approach and greet Grand Scholar Rona? Why was Rona waiting for him here? Lin Xun recalled summoning the Valkyrie to help him open the chest in the clinic. Most likely, in the middle of instructing the doll, the Valkyrie had vanished, and Rona thought he had gotten himself into some new trouble. You strode forward. Before you could get close, Rona sensed your presence. Seeing you safely returned, she told you that not long ago, she had heard a tremendous commotion in the mists outside the association. Judging by the sounds, it had been the Veiled Aberration Overlord. She heard the Veiled Aberration Overlord fighting an ordinary behemoth. The uproar was immense, though the battle ended quickly. After that, there had been nothing but a series of terrifying chewing noises in the mist. It was very likely that the Veiled Aberration Overlord had finished devouring the corpses of the Direct Vision Association scholars and left to hunt its own kind, consuming them to strengthen itself. Fortunately, all the eyeballs in the Multivision Association had been sealed inside refined copper boxes. Just her presence and Bennett's lingering scent were not enough to draw the Overlord's attention. She explained that when she saw the doll vanish, she had meant to go out searching for you, but had been blocked by the Veiled Aberration Overlord and couldn't leave the association. Rona let out a long sigh, saying that your constant summoning of the doll was causing significant disruption to her instruction schedule. If you still needed the doll's assistance soon, you should pause its lessons and take it with you. Rona promised that after you joined forces to defeat the Multivision president, she would remain in Sophia City until your agreement was fulfilled. Once the doll completed its training, she would then depart for the imperial capital. Having finished speaking, Rona looked quietly at you, waiting for your reply. Would you like the battle angel? Valkyrie to continue studying under Grand Scholar Rona? Or would you prefer to go now with Grand Scholar Rona to the hidden laboratory where the knowledge-seeking president of the Multivision Association is located? Two options were laid out before Lin Xun. 1. He could join Rona right now, go to the laboratory, and eliminate the president of the Multivision Association. 2. He could take the Valkyrie along to hunt veiled aberrations and obtain divine items. From what Rona had just said, the veiled aberration overlord had already set out ahead of him to hunt its own kind. For everyone it devoured, that meant he would lose about a third of a divine item. Thinking of this, Lin Xun could only put off the idea of taking down the Multivision president for now. He decided to go into the mists and hunt behemoths first. You informed Rona that you would temporarily suspend the Battle Angel, Valkyrie lessons, and once you were ready, you would go together to the hidden laboratory. Rona nodded, waved goodbye to you, and turned to walk deeper into the corridor, leaving you with a dashing, graceful figure. Lin Xun switched to the shell of the Direct Vision president and left the association building. He boarded his new vehicle, the refined copper carriage. You stepped onto the brass step extending from the base of the carriage and entered. Please select your destination. He casually picked a route to the doll factory. As the carriage doors closed, the vehicle sped swiftly through the mists in a certain direction. Lin Xun silently waited for the text indicating he had encountered a behemoth. In the end, he waited more than 10 minutes without seeing any message about a behemoth, and instead received a notification from the wretched game informing him he had arrived at the doll factory. What's going on? Normally, no matter which route he took, he would run into at least 1 or 2 behemoths on the way. Could it be that the veiled aberration overlord already wiped out all the behemoths in the city? Lin Xun frowned, feeling that was impossible. Rona had just heard fighting in the mists earlier, and every time the veiled aberration overlord killed a behemoth, it had to spend time devouring and digesting it. How could it have wiped out all the behemoths in the entire city in such a short time? He gave the carriage an order to head to the transplant clinic. This time, Lin Xun opened the carriage door, letting the cold wind blow in, just to spread his scent and attract the behemoth's attention. After thinking it over, he still felt it wasn't enough. He opened his inventory, selected the refined copper box full of eyeballs, and opened the box. I refuse to believe that with so many eyeballs, I can't lure a behemoth. In the endless mists, the refined copper carriage sped along at a tremendous pace, fierce winds constantly pouring into the open carriage door. Beside you sat the open box of eyeballs. Lin Xun focused all his attention, waiting for a behemoth to appear. Though the full box of eyeballs wasn't high in quality, it should be more than enough to lure ordinary behemoths, even if it couldn't strongly attract the veiled aberration overlord. Time passed swiftly as the carriage raced along. More than 10 minutes later, he arrived at the transplant clinic without incident. Yet, throughout the entire trip, no text appeared about encountering a behemoth. His original plan upon obtaining the eyeball box had been to open it while riding the carriage all over the map, using the scent of the eyeballs to draw the behemoths out. He hadn't expected reality to so quickly upend his plans. The behemoths in the mists had vanished without a trace. If they had all been devoured by the veiled aberration overlord, the timing still made no sense. Damn it, where did all the behemoths go? Lin Xun thought carefully as he ordered the refined copper carriage to head for the Multivision School Dis Academy. After waiting a long while, as the carriage moved on, he still encountered no behemoths. Forget it. I'll just go back to the Multivision Association and team up with Rona to beat up the Multivision president. Just as Lin Xun was about to change his destination, the game text suddenly appeared. You faintly hear heavy footsteps in the mists outside the carriage. The footsteps are drawing closer, growing louder and louder. With each booming step, the entire carriage trembles and lifts slightly off the ground. Finally, Lin Xun had circled around in the carriage visiting several places, and at last he'd run into a veiled aberration. Do you want to stop the carriage and get out, or keep going? The refined copper carriage slowed and came to a stop. You quickly leapt out. The endless mists hid the stars overhead, but could not block the dazzling starlight pouring down. You listened to the deafening footsteps approaching as you looked into the mists behind the carriage. In the fog, the enormous silhouette of a creature gradually revealed a glimpse of scales and claws. Judging by its size, you determined this was a knowledge-seeking veiled aberration, not the veiled aberration overlord. At this moment, Lin Xun was still possessing the shell of the direct vision president, a fragile, frail mage. He quickly activated the skill knowledge barrier. You raised your staff. A pure white knowledge barrier surged up from the ground, shielding you within. The knowledge barrier seemed sturdier now than when you had last cast it. As the footsteps grew louder, the behemoth charged rapidly toward you through the fog. He summoned the Valkyrie and issued commands. You took out the refined copper sand maraca and gently shook it. Amid the soft, rhythmic rustling, you summoned the Watcher Battle Angel, Valkyrie. The beautiful long-haired girl stepped forth from the void, dressed in a pale purple short kimono, with a pair of massive, refined copper wings spreading behind her. The Battle Angel, Valkyrie, drew her longbow. With a single beat of her copper wings, she turned into a stream of dark golden light and shot toward the behemoth. The dark golden stream danced around the behemoth, loosing powerful arrows one after another. An enraged roar came from the behemoth as the towering monster halted its advance toward you and turned to attack the Battle Angel, Valkyrie. Thick tentacles lashed toward the dark golden streak, but every time they nearly touched the Valkyrie, she slipped away in a narrow escape. With the Valkyrie engaging the behemoth and drawing its aggression, Lin Xun seized the chance to rapidly unleash his skill. You raised both staffs and began to chant an incantation. The Battle Angel, Valkyrie, suddenly pulled back from the behemoth. She drew an arrow wreathed in swirling currents from her quiver, knocked it, and drew the bowstring taut as a full moon. She then closed her eyes, tilting her head to listen to the gentle whispers of the wind. A howling gale gathered in a spiral at the arrow's tip. With a twang, the arrow trailed a great snowy cyclone as it flew like a falling star toward the behemoth. With a tremendous boom, the arrow pierced the behemoth in an instant. Amid its echoing wails, a fountain of blood erupted into the fog. Your incantation reached its climax. Endless resplendent starlight converged before you. Flickering golden lightning coiled and danced around the starlight. The annihilating power compressed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it erupted in blinding brilliance, like a supernova, releasing the boundless force of a falling star. The knowledge-seeking veiled aberration was reduced to ash within the infinite starlight. You have defeated the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration. Your experience increased dramatically. You obtained fading chunk spirit essence of Insight *1. You obtained crystalline core of the veiled aberration, rare plus item. Veiled aberrations relied entirely on instinct. With the Valkyrie drawing its hatred in front, Lin Xun could safely hide in the rear and pour out his attacks. The power of the Valkyrie's strongest arrow, combined with Lin Xun's legendary tier skill, successfully took down the behemoth. In his inventory, one epic-grade divine item had already been synthesized, and now another rare plus grade item had been added. This filled Lin Xun with motivation. He wished he could immediately clear out all the behemoths on the map. Compared to the value of divine items, the 30,000 spirit essence dropped by the behemoth seemed much less impressive. He and the Valkyrie boarded the carriage again to continue their map-wide behemoth hunting expedition. The carriage was incredibly fast, cutting travel time by more than half, but the frequency of encounters had dropped significantly compared to before. After nearly an hour and a half of searching, Lin Xun had only run into 2 behemoths. With the Valkyrie and the President's shell, neither battle posed any difficulty. You stepped forward to touch the resting page. You chose to take a brief rest. Your shell's injuries and fatigue are fully restored. Lin Xun exited the transplant clinic with the Valkyrie. During the second time he cast Falling Starlight in the President's shell, the game text had displayed, "You feel somewhat fatigued." Afterward, he refreshed to recover from fatigue and tested Pleasure Haze Sight on a behemoth to measure the skill's control duration and mana consumption. Since the behemoth was an aggregate monster that had devoured countless eyeballs, its mental strength was extremely powerful. The control duration of Pleasure Haze Sight was rather short, not enough to hold the creature long enough to cast Falling Starlight. Most importantly, this special skill consumed a significant amount of mana. According to the wretched game's mechanics, after somewhat fatigued came very fatigued, and then utterly fatigued to the point of fainting. Based on this, Lin Xun estimated that the President's mental strength allowed for 5 casts of Falling Starlight. By the 6th, he might not even be able to finish channeling the skill before exhausting his mental strength and blacking out. Through his testing, he found that the mana cost of Pleasure Haze Sight was nearly equal to Falling Starlight. What a shame. Pleasure Haze Sight consumes just as much mental power as Falling Starlight. Otherwise, I could have chained control skills to keep the monster immobilized. With the president controlling and attacking, maybe I wouldn't even need the Valkyrie and could solo the monsters. But this way, I'd have to use a resting page to recover after every single fight. That's just too tedious. Lin Xun thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered he still had several other shells. Could I transplant the eyeball into the yellow-robed bishop or the grand scholar and have them do the controlling? But thinking it over, he realized those shells weren't as high quality as the president's, and their mental stats were probably much lower. Besides, constantly switching shells back and forth would be cumbersome and inconvenient. Sigh. What's a mage supposed to do about mana shortages? In the Blood Sun world, there were merchants who sold items to restore fatigue. In the library, similar items were also sold. But those consumables were just like the corrupted red sorrel he'd obtained before, only effective on shells belonging to specific worlds, and not universally applicable. He still had a corrupted red sorrel in his inventory from the Blood Sun world, but the Earth Giant shell was as sturdy as a bull, practically an untiring killing machine, and never needed fatigue recovery items. That's what's great about the Blood Sun Paladin. Anyway, I'll just look around the library more when I get the chance. Maybe I'll run into someone selling a fatigue recovery item that works on any shell. There were plenty of resting pages in this chapter's world. Nearly every location had them, so the mana shortage wouldn't be too troublesome for now. You return to the trashed first floor of the clinic with the Battle Angel, Valkyrie, and were about to leave. Heavy, oppressive footsteps gradually sounded in your ears, growing louder, approaching from far away. Lin Xun's heart leapt with delight. Sitting here waiting and still managing to snag a behemoth, what luck. A massive clawed foot landed at the clinic's doorway. With a tremendous crash, debris scattered everywhere, triggering the defensive knowledge barrier around the clinic. The behemoth in the mist paid no attention to the barrier and kept moving swiftly in a certain direction. You were puzzled. Normally, when a behemoth stumbled across the clinic, it would attempt to attack it, and only leave after failing to break through the knowledge barrier. Yet this behemoth had clearly noticed the clinic, but still continued on its way, as though something in the mist was summoning it. Your insatiable curiosity sparked within you. Would you like to follow the behemoth's footsteps and explore the unknown in the mists? Special event. Those two words flashed across Lin Xun's mind. You boarded the refined copper carriage parked at the clinic's entrance with the Battle Angel, Valkyrie, intending to follow the behemoth, but discovered that the carriage could only follow predetermined routes from the route map and could not track the creature freely. Would you like to disembark and pursue the behemoth on foot? Could he even keep up on foot? If he switched to the Earth Giant, with its enlarged body, he might barely be able to match the behemoth's pace at a full sprint. But if he followed in the Earth Giant shell, he would make far too much noise. The fact that the behemoth ignored the clinic protected by a knowledge barrier didn't mean it would ignore an Earth Giant thundering along behind it. To ensure the pursuit remained hidden and the behemoth wouldn't detect him, Lin Xun selected the Valkyrie's mount command. The Battle Angel, Valkyrie, stepped behind you, reached out, and wrapped her arms around your waist. With a beat of the refined copper wings on her back, she whipped up a fierce wind and lifted you into the air. She carried you through the thick layers of white mist, trailing the vast silhouette in the distance from afar. After flying for a while, the massive creature ahead abruptly stopped in its tracks, as if it had sensed something. It slowly turned its colossal body and, with deafening footfalls, began approaching you. Regrettably, your pursuit has failed. Do you want to step forward and battle the behemoth, or quickly retreat back to the clinic? Damn it. That's it? I already failed. Lin Xun's goal was to follow the behemoth and trigger the special event, not to fight it head-on. If he killed it now, he'd just waste the opportunity to unlock the event. What puzzled him was that the Valkyrie's flight was quiet, and they had been following at a distance. How had he been discovered? Suddenly, Lin Xun slapped his forehead. I completely forgot about the eyeball scent. The Valkyrie, being a refined copper construct, carried no eyeball scent. The one exposing them was the president's shell he was currently possessing. Lin Xun frantically operated the interface, quickly switching shells in an attempt to salvage the situation. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted ancient theater dancer. The behemoth paused its steps for a moment, then resumed moving toward you. The dancer only had 2 ordinary eyeballs and none of the president's special abilities, so it should have been far less enticing to the behemoth. But even so, the fresh scent of eyeballs still couldn't stop the creature's advance. Thinking fast, Lin Xun opened his inventory and tossed down 2 junk-grade eyeballs. He'd used those first to draw the behemoth's attention, and gritting his teeth, he clicked on that long-unused special item, the eyeball extractor. You used the eyeball extractor. You endured excruciating pain and gouged out your own eyes. You obtained unknown creature's eyeball, junk, *2. The Valkyrie watched as a slick, thick tentacle reached out from the mist, scooped up the 2 eyeballs on the ground, and retracted back into the fog. The giant figure ahead resumed moving. This time, it did not approach you, but instead drew farther and farther away. The battle angel, Valkyrie, continued to carry you, following the behemoth from a distance. Your vision was now total darkness. Flying through the mist, you had no idea where you were. To pursue the behemoth, the dancer had selflessly sacrificed its own eyes. No big deal. Next time I'll get you a pair of titanium alloy eyes. Guaranteed to be several grades better than the originals. In this chapter's world, transplant technology had already reached an absurd level. Even reinstalling the dancer's original eyeballs intact would be easy. You didn't know how long you'd been flying when you felt the cold wind gradually ease. You guessed the battle angel. Valkyrie was slowing her flight. Soon, your feet touched solid ground, and the arms holding you released their grip. Seemingly, you had arrived at your destination. With no vision, Lin Xun couldn't tell what was here. He was intensely curious, and was about to switch to a normal shell, when the game text suddenly appeared. A deafening roar thundered from somewhere not far ahead of you. The sound was several times louder than the screech of any veiled aberration. Your eardrums throbbed with pain. You saw stars, your head spinning. Lin Xun's heart clenched. You have possessed the shell of the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association. Your vision returned to normal, everything before your eyes sharp and clear, but the sight in front of you left you utterly stunned. Under the starlight, the endless mists continued to fill your vision. In the distance, towering shadows loomed, and through the fog you could vaguely see nearly 10 colossal behemoths, encircling an even more enormous silhouette that blotted out the sky. It was precisely the veiled aberration overlord you were so familiar with. A fierce battle had taken place here. The ground was covered with severed tentacles and wide patches of fetid blood. Off to the side of the encirclement lay the slumped corpses of 2 behemoths. Before you had trailed over and approached, apart from the heavy footsteps of the behemoths, you had heard no other sounds. You judged that after an intense clash, more and more behemoths were somehow drawn here one after another, rushing over to join the fight. The slaughter that had once been one-sided had become a deadlocked standoff. With the new arrival of the behemoth you had been tracking, this delicate balance seemed on the verge of breaking. The encircled veiled aberration overlord began to let out a sky-shaking roar. The nearly 10 behemoths surrounding it also shifted restlessly, bellowing in chorus. None of them paid any heed to your tiny figure, or perhaps they sensed your presence, but were simply too occupied to bother with you. It turned out that the reason Lin Xun had been running all over the map and encountering behemoths much less frequently was because nearly all of them had gathered here. Gathered together like this suits me just fine. Saves me quite a bit of effort. Faced with a battle that could break out at any moment, what will you do? 1. Help the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration and contribute your strength to bring down that once unapproachable powerful entity. Once the strongest overlord dies, you will become the overlord of Sophia City yourself. 2. Help the veiled aberration overlord. These behemoths were shamelessly ganging up on the strong with their 3 dogs slaughtering the firewood formation. There is no honor in this. The strong have their dignity, and you are urgently needed to defend that dignity for the behemoth overlord. 3. Aid neither side and reap the spoils like a fisherman. Let them fight to the death, and then step forward to reap the harvest. Of course, while they're fighting, you'll first go rummage through the behemoth corpses. That has always been your style. Lin Xun's eyes lit up, and he decisively chose the third option. While both sides were too busy to care about you and the battle angel, Valkyrie stealthily crept up beside the battlefield, surrounded on all sides by the roaring behemoths. You walked up to the corpse of one of the behemoths, towering like a small mountain. You looked at the mountainous body before you. Knowledge-seeking veiled aberration, It had perished in the fierce slaughter of fratricidal strife. Compatibility 46%, plus 45%. You spotted a tiny, glimmering object upon the massive corpse. Do you want to climb onto the behemoth's corpse to retrieve the item? Was there even any need to think about this? He decisively clicked yes. Using both hands and feet, you began climbing up the behemoth's corpse. Climbing. He waited for quite a while, but no follow-up text appeared. Lin Xun refrained from having the Valkyrie pick him up and fly to retrieve the item. Right now, the two sides hadn't started fighting, and the corpse was right beside the encirclement. It was best to just play it safe and stay unnoticeable for now. If he started flying around, he'd inevitably draw the attention of both factions of behemoths, and the consequences didn't bear thinking about. You finally managed to climb atop the behemoth's corpse and picked up the glimmering item, stowing it away in your bag. You have obtained crystalline core of the Veiled Aberration, rare plus grade item. Having secured your loot, you cautiously climbed back down the behemoth's corpse and moved on toward the next behemoth corpse. Lin Xun repeated the process, stuffing another rare plus grade divine item into his pack. His inventory already held 2 intact divine items, and now he had scavenged 2 more damaged ones. All he had to do was wait for the behemoths to slaughter each other, and he could keep picking up the spoils. You have obtained your loot and cautiously climbed down the behemoth's corpse again. You looked around at the colossal shadows locked in their standoff within the mist. They kept roaring, seemingly ready to attack at any moment, yet still refrained from striking. In the encirclement, the Veiled Aberration Overlord, aside from occasionally emitting earth-shaking roars, made no move to launch an assault either. Perhaps a single newly arrived behemoth wasn't enough to tip the balance of victory. So it's going to stay stuck like this? Lin Xun frowned, silently waiting. He had followed one behemoth here after it was drawn in. If he just waited longer, perhaps more behemoths would join the fray. However, he waited a full half an hour, during which only lines of text about the two sides roaring provocatively appeared. No new behemoths came to join the battle at all. Don't tell me, every behemoth in Sophia City is already here? Is it possible? There were still a few behemoths on their way, but I mercilessly slaughtered them before they could arrive. Back when Lin Xun encountered those few behemoths, he had left the carriage door wide open and activated the eyeball chest. Even when the behemoths were hurrying along under that inexplicable summoning, they would still stop to fight him first, trying to seize fresh eyeballs. This had prevented Lin Xun from realizing that the behemoths were on their way to this very battlefield. Looks like it really is possible that every behemoth in Sophia City has gathered here. He felt momentarily awkward. The two factions of behemoths stubbornly refused to start fighting, and with no fresh arrivals, this stalemate could drag on indefinitely. His plan to profit as the fisherman was stymied. Lin Xun had no choice but to proceed with Plan B. If the behemoths won't start fighting, then I'll be the spark to set it off. You raised your staff, and a pure white knowledge barrier erupted from the ground, enveloping you in its protective glow. You lifted your staff high, chanting an incantation under your breath. Beside you, the battle angel, Valkyrie, drew an arrow and knocked it to her bowstring, slowly closing her dark golden eyes. The loosed arrow turned into a meteor streaking through the darkness, shooting straight at the encircled giant shadow. Endless starlight burst forth, and in an instant, a surging tide of starlight engulfed the Veiled Aberration Overlord. A piercing shriek that stabbed at your eardrums erupted from the mists. The Veiled Aberration Overlord seemed to have suffered some injuries. You sensed countless pairs of monstrous eyes fixing upon you from all directions. Lin Xun's heart clenched. What are you all staring at me for? Hurry up and start fighting. Nearly 10 towering shadows all let out thunderous roars, yet still didn't advance. From within the encirclement came a terrifying, oppressive aura. That dreadful, crushing pressure pressed down upon you, chilling you to the bone. Damn it. I've already started the fight, and these behemoths are still too cowardly to act. Sensing the situation turning dangerous, Lin Xun prepared to have the Valkyrie carry him away at a moment's notice. Finally, one of the behemoths could no longer restrain its surging urge to charge, and lunged toward the encircled target. As if its attack had flipped some kind of switch, the surrounding behemoths all surged forward in unison to launch their assault. Deafening crashes continuously thundered out from within the mist. You noticed that not far from you, there was one behemoth that had not joined the battle. It paused briefly, then its colossal form quickly closed in on you. Faced with the assault of this lone behemoth, Will you bravely step forth to fight it, or slink away to avoid its edge? Lin Xun saw that the behemoths had finally begun their battle and was about to take a moment to rest. He planned to observe the situation and, if one side began to falter, lend his support to ensure that both factions of behemoths perished heroically in the fight. He had not expected a behemoth to suddenly decide to set its sights on him. However, he did not choose to meet it head-on, but rather to evade the battle. The strength of the veiled aberration overlord was beyond doubt. If this behemoth joined the fighting, it could further increase the chances of the overlord's defeat. He hoped that his choice to retreat would make this behemoth reconsider and return to join its kin in the heroic struggle. You waved your hand to dispel the protective knowledge barrier. Beside you, the battle angel, Valkyrie, lifted you up into the night sky. You flew in wide arcs around the fierce battle within the mists, evading the pursuing behemoth behind you. The behemoth chased after you relentlessly, never once giving up its intent to hunt you down. Lin Xun furrowed his brow, continuing to dodge the behemoth's pursuit. Amid the fierce battle, two behemoths fell back around you. They let out piteous howls before their titanic bodies collapsed, never to rise again. The knowledge-seeking veiled aberration has died. You gained no experience points. The knowledge-seeking veiled aberration has died. You gained no experience points. The behemoth behind you was still relentlessly chasing, showing no sign of giving up. Lin Xun knew he could not keep delaying. He would have to deal with this pursuer now before joining the fray to help the behemoths bring down the veiled aberration overlord. He had the combat strength to take down behemoths one by one, but whether he could defeat a heavily wounded veiled aberration overlord was still uncertain. The battle angel, Valkyrie, set you down on the ground, then turned and flew straight at the charging shadow. You once more released the knowledge barrier to shield yourself. You raised your two staves, one long and one short, and began chanting incantations. Accompanied by the Valkyrie's hurricane arrow and the legendary skill Falling Starlight, the behemoth collapsed without the slightest resistance. The behemoth disintegrated into ash within the endless starlight. You felt a trace of fatigue. You defeated the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration. Experience points greatly increased. You obtained fading chunk spirit essence of insight ×1. The power within your shell began to boil. The level of the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell increased. Current shell level, 51. Lin Xun had finally disposed of the tenacious behemoth, and the shell's fatigue lifted along with the level up. He let out a long sigh of relief, only to realize something was wrong. Where's the promised divine item? The behemoth's death hadn't dropped any divine item, only 30,000 spirit essence. Earlier, when he was farming behemoths, he'd encountered ones that dropped divine items but no spirit essence. This time it had dropped only spirit essence. Lin Xun grimaced in pain. He would have preferred the loot to be reversed. Even the luckiest man sometimes has bad rolls. Drop rates were an esoteric mystery, not something science could explain. Just then, an earth-shaking roar erupted from the mists. You turned toward the raging battlefield. You saw that in the carnage of flying flesh, another two behemoths had fallen, their deaths exceedingly grisly. You counted the silhouettes still fighting in the mists, only 4 behemoths remained. You hurried to creep closer and observe. Through the haze, you saw that most of the tentacles on the veiled aberration overlord had been severed, and the blood pouring out had already formed a river. The veiled aberration overlord had suffered grievous wounds, yet was still able to hold the advantage 1 against 4. The 4 behemoths had the numerical edge, but were completely unable to match the overlord's terrifying strength. You watched as yet another behemoth was caught and crushed in those massive tentacles, on the verge of death. If no other factors intervened, it was only a matter of time before the veiled aberration overlord wiped out all 4 behemoths. Once they were all slain, it would devour their corpses to grow stronger, and perhaps become a being you would never be able to defeat. Faced with a battle about to become hopelessly one-sided, what will you do? 1. Help the knowledge-seeking veiled aberrations. 2. Help the veiled aberration overlord. 3. Aid neither side, hoping to reap the spoils. Once more, the familiar 3 options popped up before him. Reap what? Reap a hammer. At this point, Lin Xun could only select the first option. First knock down the veiled aberration overlord, then clean up the remaining behemoths. You raised your staff and began chanting incantations. The battle angel, Valkyrie, drew her longbow, closing her eyes as a snow-white vortex gathered on the arrow's tip. Starlight and arrow struck the hulking creature together. A shrill, ragged howl split the mist as torrents of blood cascaded like waterfalls. Seeing the veiled aberration overlord suffer grievous wounds, the four behemoths charged it again in unison. The veiled aberration overlord ignored the four behemoths' attacks and charged straight toward you. That suffocating aura bore down on you once more. The titanic form that blotted out the sky hurtled forward, its thunderous steps and the gale of wind screaming at you that your knowledge barrier alone could never withstand its assault. Lin Xun hadn't expected the veiled aberration overlord to abandon the four behemoths and rush straight at him. Damn it, is this OT aggro loss? Those four behemoths are such trash, they can't even hold it back. Lin Xun felt as though a giant red trash was flashing before his eyes. Just as you were at death's door, the battle angel, Valkyrie, scooped you up and shot skyward, narrowly evading the charging behemoth. The veiled aberration overlord abruptly accelerated again, its speed surging another notch. Even the Valkyrie's flight couldn't shake it off. Perhaps if she abandoned your body's weight, she could ascend higher and fly faster to evade the pursuit. You looked back to see the monstrous form already looming close behind. You could even make out the dense clusters of enormous black eyes on parts of its body and smell the foul, stinging stench it gave off. Several massive tentacles whipped toward you. The tentacles strained to their limits, taut and just out of reach, but with each thunderous charge, they drew closer and closer. Watching those hideous tentacles and the slimy filth dripping from them inch ever nearer, you realized you were about to die. O self-sacrificing apostle, will you command the battle angel, Valkyrie, to abandon you and escape alone? T/N, sorry for the weird repeated first line. Patreon recently changed some stuff, which caused their preview to appear in my chapters. I've now got to go through hundreds of chapters to fix this now, sad face. The text before him gradually turned a shade of bright red, and the options began to tremble. Lin Xun narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. 2 points of soul strength and 1 point of soul strength, there was no need to deliberate over which to choose. Letting the Valkyrie abandon him was better than the two of them dying together. But if he was killed by the veiled aberration overlord, if he died and returned. Setting aside how terrifying the overlord's strength would become after wiping out the remaining four behemoths and devouring all their corpses. Just the items dropped by the already dead behemoths would bid Lin Xun farewell forever. He had only reached this deep fog battlefield by tracking a behemoth. If he died now, finding this place again later would be virtually impossible. If I'd known, I should have used the luminous tracking powder Bennett gave me on the way here. Even if I died, I'd have been able to find the location again. Lin Xun was unwilling to just be cannon fodder. He still wanted to struggle a bit more. You opened one pink eye and looked back at the veiled aberration overlord relentlessly pursuing you. Special skill Pleasure Haze sight activated. The massive form of the veiled aberration overlord right behind you abruptly froze, its charge slowing slightly. Those thick tentacles drew back a bit, and just as you were about to sigh with relief, the enormous monster instantly regained its momentum, accelerating its pursuit once more. The tentacles dripping slime drew ever closer. The scythe of death was poised right against your throat, about to slice across. You felt a trace of fatigue. Do you wish to have the battle angel, Valkyrie, abandon you and flee alone? The options of this deathly game were like an execution notice, constantly reminding Lin Xun that his end was near. Pleasure Haze sight could only control the veiled aberration overlord for the blink of an eye, nowhere near enough time to escape. After his shell's fatigue was restored by leveling up, he had already used Falling Starlight once. This time, after using Pleasure Haze sight, the text showed slightly fatigued. At most, I can still use 3 more control skills. The 4th time, the shell will collapse from exhaustion. Lin Xun's brain worked furiously, trying to think of a countermeasure. His hand pressed the skill button again. You opened one pink eye and looked back. The veiled aberration overlord's speed again slowed. This was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. When the president's shell completely ran out of spirit, that would be the moment he died. Lin Xun's brows knit tightly as he searched for any chance to escape. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. The Valkyrie isn't flying high or fast enough because she's carrying the president's shell. Is there a way to make the shell lighter so she can fly faster? His gaze fell on the Earth Giant's innate skill, Earth Form. Earth Form, Using this innate skill, you can freely alter your shell's size, and your weight will change accordingly. The minimum size cannot be smaller than 1 meter tall, and the maximum cannot exceed your current limit of 30 meters. When he had first obtained the Earth Giant shell, he'd also shrunk it while riding the three-headed lion to reduce the burden and speed up travel. He hadn't used the shrinking skill for so long, he'd almost forgotten that the Earth Giant could not only grow, but shrink, stretch, and compress at will. You opened one pink eye and looked back. The veiled aberration overlord's speed again slowed. You felt very fatigued. You possessed the corrupted Earth Giant shell. The battle angel, Valkyrie's flying form, abruptly dipped. Because of your shell's weight, plus the ancient Dragonfang Great Lub, the regenerating scale armor of the Dragon Rider, and other heavy gear, her speed visibly slowed to a crawl. The pursuing veiled aberration overlord drew rapidly closer. Lin Xun hurriedly shrank the shell to the minimum size and also removed all equipment. Your shell instantly shrank from human size to that of a child only 1 meter tall. With your body so lightened, the battle angel, Valkyrie, climbed sharply, her flight speed also increasing. But compared to her fastest pace before, the increase was not significant. At the very least, this flight speed and altitude still weren't enough to shake off the colossal monster behind you. You couldn't see the distant ground through the heavy fog, but by rough estimate, your current altitude was at least 100 meters. The veiled aberration overlord behind you towered well over 100 meters tall. With your speed failing to shake it off and your current height still not reaching safety, you were far from out of danger. The knowledge-seeking veiled aberration overlord drew ever closer. How can this be? The Earth Giant had already shrunk to the size of a child about 1 meter tall, and its weight had lessened accordingly. Even so, the Earth Giant's flesh remained tough and heavy. Its dense muscles and bones made the shell's weight far exceed that of an ordinary child. Although the Earth Giant at 1 meter tall was somewhat lighter than the President's made shell, it still wasn't light enough to help Lin Xun out of his predicament. The President's shell only had one more use of pleasure haze sight left. Lin Xun had to find a way to resolve this crisis within that single remaining chance. In his inventory was a special item called Legacy Sapling of the Withered Tree, which had dropped after he killed the giant treant in the Blood Sun world. Legacy Sapling of the Withered Tree. Special item. You may set this item to active or inactive. When active, if your shell dies, this item will be consumed. In exchange, your shell will fully revive at any moment within 300 seconds at the place of death. If he set this item to active, he would be able to revive at full health after death. Perhaps he could wait until the veiled aberration overlord finished off the 4 behemoths and then sneak in to loot the spoils. But this item was far too precious, practically a life-saving treasure in reality. Even if using it could trade for the divine items dropped by nearly 10 behemoths, it still felt like a loss to use it here. The 2 remaining items were the high-energy particle shield generator given by Amos and the storm scroll of thunder from the cloudless wastes gifted by Li Xingyue. As his game difficulty increased, the effectiveness of these trump cards had gradually diminished. Trading an epic plus grade item for 3 epic grade divine items, worth it. Lin Xun gritted his teeth and pressed the use option. You use the storm scroll of thunder from the cloudless wastes, epic plus grade item. You stared at the colossal monster drawing near. The suffocating pressure at such close range left you no hesitation as you tore open the ancient scroll in your hand. The starlight in the sky abruptly dimmed. Countless thick bolts of lightning materialized in the night sky, blinding golden serpents of electricity coiling and writhing in layers. In an instant, innumerable lightning arcs converged into a massive thunderbolt, descending from the heavens like a golden dragon. It was as if a god had hurled a lightning spear to cleave the world, the spearhead aimed squarely at the towering creature behind you. With an earth-shaking roar, your vision was filled with golden light. You could see nothing else, only surrender yourself to the sea of lightning. The golden light faded, the lightning gradually weakening. The veiled aberration overlord had already halted its charge, frozen in place. Its massive body still crawled with golden serpents of lightning, its surface covered in charred scorch marks. The countless huge black eyes had all burst apart, leaving dense, bloody craters. Yet, even such godlike punishment had failed to kill it. It struggled to resume its charge toward you, but the golden serpents dancing across its flesh forced it back into paralyzed rigidity. A single-use epic plus grade item, its power already surpassed legendary skills. And even that fearsome might still couldn't instantly kill the heavily wounded Veiled Aberration Overlord. Lin Xun seized the moment while the item's paralysis effect remained, launching a fierce assault. You possess the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell. You gripped your two staves and began chanting incantations. The battle angel, Valkyrie, carried you in a rapid dive, descending to the ground in an instant. She gently set you down, drew her longbow from her back, and pulled the string taut like a full moon. In the distance came the heavy, muffled footsteps of the 4 remaining behemoths approaching. Arrows streaking like meteors and blazing starlight struck the colossal creature together. Paralyzed and rigid, it could only let out wails that echoed through the fog, unable to retaliate. Through the mist, the silhouettes of 4 massive shadows gradually took shape. The 4 behemoths burst through the fog, saw the immobilized Veiled Aberration Overlord, and without hesitation charged straight at it. The battle angel, Valkyrie, kept drawing arrows from her quiver, firing rapidly at the rigid giant. You once more raised your staff, chanting with all your strength. Cold sweat poured down your forehead as you forced yourself to complete the final syllable of the incantation. Endless starlight blazed forth again. You felt utterly exhausted, so drained that even taking a single step was an impossible luxury. Knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association has collapsed from overexertion. Do you wish to exit the shell? Amid the blooming sea of starlight, the colossal monster finally fell. You defeated the Veiled Aberration Overlord. Experience greatly increased. The power within your shell began to boil. The level of the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell has increased. Current shell level, 53, plus 2. The knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell slowly regained consciousness. You felt utterly refreshed and full of vitality, all fatigue and injuries completely restored to their peak state. You obtained faint spirit essence of sanctity ×1. You obtained complete forging crystal chunk ×1. You obtained Overlord Behemoth's Tentacle, material. You obtained Aberration's Newborn Egg, special item. You obtained Overlord Summoning Eye, epic plus grade item. The 4 colossal shadows surrounded the corpse of the fallen Veiled Aberration Overlord and began to viciously devour and gnaw at it. From time to time, they clashed over the carcass, but their desire soon overwhelmed any conflict, and they resumed tearing into the flesh with gaping maws. As for you, so small compared to the corpse of the Veiled Aberration Overlord, they simply had no attention to spare. Lin Xun let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally slain the Veiled Aberration Overlord. This big boss had dropped 5 different items all at once, letting him taste the thrill of a massive haul once again. Because the president's shell had leveled up, it was now fully restored. The 4 remaining behemoths could be dealt with one by one using hit-and-run tactics. The 4 behemoths before him were busy feeding. Given the Overlord's enormous size, it would take them at least several days to finish eating. For now, Lin Xun wasn't in any rush to kill them. He opened his inventory to inspect the loot he'd obtained by spending an epic plus grade item. Faint Spirit Essence of Sanctity. Item of faint, sacred, and pure spirit essence lingering upon the shell. Using it grants 100,000 spirit essence. Not bad, another 100,000 in the account. Time to buy the Valkyrie some more powerful arrows. Lin Xun looked over his stash of spirit essence items. By a rough estimate, he was about to break the 500,000 mark. With that much wealth, he could buy 2 or 3 epic-grade weapons in the library, or if he went for epic-grade armor, he could probably double that amount. Complete Forging Crystal Chunk, a mysterious or containing unknown power. Can be used to enhance legendary-grade equipment. Requires learning forging skills to use. Alright, I've got the forging stone to upgrade legendary equipment. Now, could someone please tell me where to pick up the legendary equipment itself? Lin Xun muttered a sarcastic comment to himself, then looked at the next item. Overlord Behemoth's Tentacle, material a thick, massive tentacle still slick with disgusting slime and lined with rows of pitch-black eyes. The black eyes occasionally blink, as though the tentacle retained a semblance of life. Forging shell equipment with this material will guarantee the generation of a related equipment trait. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. The material dropped by the Veiled Aberration Overlord was a special type that could create equipment traits, extremely valuable. Counting his materials, he already had 5. If he gathered a few more, he might be able to craft an unprecedentedly powerful piece of equipment. Aberration's newborn egg, special item, a giant egg half the size of a person, from which a dull thump rhythm sounds like a heartbeat. Neither the Veiled Aberration nor the Veiled Aberration Overlord possess any reproductive capacity, making this egg's appearance quite bizarre. You cannot use this special item. You must wait for it to hatch. Perhaps in the near future, the creature that emerges will take you by surprise. A behemoth egg? Don't tell me it's going to hatch into a mini version of the Veiled Aberration. Lin Xun pictured the aberration's disgusting form and involuntarily shivered. This thing could end up being either a gift or a nightmare. He carefully stowed the aberration's newborn egg away and turned to the last item. Overlord's Summoning Eye, epic plus grade item, a huge pitch-black eyeball whose iris reflects the image of a colossal, terrifying, aberrant creature. Using this item allows you to briefly summon the powerful being known as the Veiled Aberration Overlord. This creature will obey all your commands during the summoning period, until the duration expires or it dies. This item is consumable and does not conflict with your other summon creatures, they can coexist. Lin Xun was overjoyed. This single item alone completely made up for the Storm Scroll of Thunder from the cloudless wastes he had spent. Compared to the Lightning Scroll, the Overlord's Summoning Eye was far more powerful. Suddenly, Lin Xun frowned, sensing something was off. The power of the Storm Scroll of Thunder from the cloudless wastes needed no further explanation. Against the badly wounded Veiled Aberration Overlord, it might not have been able to kill it outright, but it certainly could paralyze it for a long time. So why had Omniscient True Knowledge dispatched a watchdog to interfere when he'd tried to use this item on the Multivision President? Even if the scroll couldn't instantly kill the Multivision President, it would have paralyzed him, turning him into a helpless lamb ready for slaughter. Could it be that Omniscient True Knowledge had some deeper reason for doing this? Lin Xun finished checking over the spoils of war, and next came the hunting time. He and the Valkyrie joined forces, using kiting tactics to eliminate the remaining 4 behemoths one by one. He stored all the divine items dropped from nearly 10 behemoth corpses into his inventory. After combining the divine items, he now had 4 complete epic grade divine items in his inventory, along with 2 rare plus grade divine items. What a pity 2 of the behemoths didn't drop any divine items. Otherwise, if I combine them one more time, I could have gotten 5. At this moment, he was still deep within the fog and naturally couldn't find the way back to Bennett's transplant clinic. Lin Xun pondered for a moment, then switched to the shell of the Paladin of Discipline. He wandered aimlessly in the fog and very quickly became lost within it. As always, the Underworld game presented the option to bash your head into the ground and die in shame before the world. You stumble about, but no matter what, you cannot escape the fog. Knowing you can no longer continue exploring, do you wish to take your own life and return to the beginning of your journey? You prostrate on the ground, slamming your forehead hard against the floor. With a loud bang, you are dead. An ordinary wandering soul is reborn in Bennett's transplant clinic. Lin Xun lifted his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. The time was already approaching midnight. He teleported back to the Multivision School Association and went to Bennett to carry out thorough preparations. Then he teleported once more to the library and bought a piece of equipment. Seeing that everything was ready, he took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the rental apartment. The late-night street had none of the daytime hustle and bustle, and his silhouette gradually vanished into the boundless darkness. Special Office of the Public Security Bureau. Armed Division, 3rd floor, conference room. In front of the long table of the conference room, a beautiful young woman in a white dress operated the PowerPoint slides while explaining to the people seated around the table. In the first half of this year, our Armed Division's case-solving rate on cases received from other departments has improved significantly compared to the first half of last year. Among them, the proportion of captured unlawful apostles accounted for 34%, and those unlawful apostles who were killed on the spot accounted for. These are truly gratifying results. Achieving such an outstanding case-solving rate is inseparable from the efforts of all of you. Lu Weidong was feeling rather drowsy. If the person giving the briefing were swapped for team leader Wang Zong, the one with the bull-like eyes always standing next to the team's darling Lu Tsai, he might have already fallen asleep. Today, no one knew what sort of mood had seized team leader Wang, insisting that a group of armed division men work overtime to hold this meeting. As a criminal security officer, before becoming an apostle, he had already arrested many unlawful individuals. Naturally, back then, as an ordinary person, the ones he caught were also ordinary people. To be honest, Lu Weidong considered himself an old veteran. At first, he looked down on many of the colleagues seated here in the conference room. How could these late-blooming transcendent apostles compare to professionally trained security officers? Whether in terms of combat, marksmanship, physical skills needed in actual operations, or theoretical knowledge from books, he far surpassed those colleagues who were ordinary people before becoming apostles. But reality often contradicts one's expectations. After Lu Weidong obtained his true name item and manifested a shell once in reality, he understood he needed to set aside his scorn. When manifesting a shell, the shell's combat experience was often manifested along with it. Those shells that had struggled to survive in the apocalypse for so long, how could they lose to him, someone who had only practiced grappling for a few short years? Moreover, once a shell surpassed the limits of the human body, some combat techniques lost their original usefulness. Not to mention that, under the myriad strange soul talents his colleagues possessed, the power those shells displayed was completely beyond his comprehension. Lu Weidong, thinking about all this, unconsciously smacked his lips. No other reason, he was craving a cigarette. He rubbed his hands together, urgently wanting to leave the conference room and have a smoke in the hallway. But the meeting had not yet concluded, so he could only press himself into his seat and wait in silence. With nothing to do, he carefully observed the micro-expressions of Lu Tsai and Wang Zong, a professional habit ingrained by years on the job. Perhaps it was precisely because of this habit that his awakened soul talent was named Observer. After just a moment of observation, he frowned. Team leader Wang sat upright, palms pressed tightly against his thighs, his blinking frequency far higher than usual. This was a sign of anxiety and unease. By contrast, Lu Tsai's micro-expressions also conveyed tension and suppressed emotions. What's going on? Lu Weidong first ruled out the guess that the meeting had run too long and they were simply desperate to relieve themselves. Apostles possessed a physique far exceeding ordinary humans, even holding it in for a day and a night was no problem. Besides, neither of their thighs was squeezed tightly together. Lu Weidong had, for the time being, found a way to restrain his craving for cigarettes. He stared blankly out the conference room window, concentrating all his energy on pondering this matter. Huh? What's that? Lu Weidong's pupils suddenly shrank. Just now, outside the conference room window, a petite figure seemed to drift past, a green figure. Did I see that wrong? He rubbed his eyes. Outside, the night sky was perfectly normal, as if he had just hallucinated. Lu Weidong carefully recalled. No, that figure was flying by, and it looked like there were transparent wings on its back, and in its hand, a staff. He furrowed his brows tightly. Ordinary apostles don't have that kind of shell. Could it be some kind of summoned creature? He was convinced that what he saw just now wasn't an illusion. With the soul talent Observer, it was impossible for him to see hallucinations. He let out a cold laugh. Where was this place? This was the Public Security Bureau's armed division, the safest place in the entire city. And yet some wild rogue apostle dared to show up here and cause trouble, utterly seeking death. He suddenly stood up with a loud scraping of his chair, drawing the attention of all his colleagues in the conference room. Lu Weidong was just about to report what he had seen to Wang Zong. Suddenly, the sky outside changed color. A raging wind howled, and endless yellow sand swept through the air. The neon-drenched night sky over the city instantly turned dark and hazy. The roaring hurricane carried sand and grit, pelting the glass windows with a hissing, scraping sound. Everyone in the conference room was instantly captivated by the abrupt, uncanny phenomenon. Arwen City isn't Yun capital. How is there suddenly a sandstorm? Exactly. The last typhoon just left. You could claim it blew in a few fish, but where did all this sand come from? Lu Weidong's expression grew as dark as water. He squeezed out 4 words through clenched teeth. Source of the apocalypse. Many of his colleagues in the conference room were bewildered by the sandstorm. Though they had received training about the source of the apocalypse, they had never personally experienced the hellish devastation of a contamination zone. But Lu Weidong was different. He had joined the Win City Armed Division very early and had once witnessed firsthand the pollution effects of a source of the apocalypse. Although this time the contamination source was different, only a source of the apocalypse could cause such a phenomenon. Has the New World really thrown away all restraint? They actually dare to use a source of the apocalypse in the middle of the city. Lu Weidong clenched his fists, wishing he could charge outright this instant and kill the New World apostle who had unleashed the source of the apocalypse. Wang Zong abruptly stood up, clapped his hands, and shouted in a loud voice. This is a contamination zone caused by using a source of the apocalypse. It has to be the work of New World's thugs. According to my experience, the initial area of this contamination isn't large, probably covering the Public Security Bureau and several surrounding shops. Follow me out there, we will destroy the contamination creatures and prevent the contamination zone from spreading. Remember, put your own safety first. Once the contamination zone is cleared, I want to see every one of you come back alive. Did you hear me? The apostles of the Armed Division quickly snapped out of their shock and shouted in unison. For some reason, Lu Weidong detected a hint of relief in Wang Zong's and Lu Tsai's expressions, perhaps even the release of tension that comes from finally encountering something long anticipated. Wang Zong was the first to kick open the conference room door and charged out in the lead. Lu Weidong had no time to think further and hurried to follow. Do you wish to consume 1 point of soul strength to use the split Type 4 source of the Apocalypse fragment, Withered Flowing Sand? Current soul strength, 2 out of 3. This source of the Apocalypse is a fragmented, incomplete item. You cannot sacrifice your entire soul strength cap to manifest a complete apocalyptic zone. You cannot assimilate into this source of the Apocalypse to become the contamination source. The pollution strength manifested by this source of the apocalypse will be at the highest level corresponding to its production difficulty. A pitch-black cloak merged with the night, standing silently in front of the Public Security Bureau building. Beneath the hood of the cloak was a dark mask that concealed this person's true face. In the masked figure's hand was a clump of dusky yellow light. He carefully studied the text displayed in his vision. Normally, using a source of the apocalypse required sacrificing an apostle. The sacrificed apostle would assimilate with the source of the apocalypse, becoming the central monster of the contamination zone and its most powerful creature. The contamination strength of the source of the apocalypse would also increase according to the apostle's own power. The source of the apocalypse in his hand was an incomplete fragment that could be used without any sacrifice. The price was that the contamination strength would be weaker and the contaminated area would be smaller. Most importantly, without an apostle to dominate the contamination zone, the source of the apocalypse could only exert pollution strength equivalent to its production difficulty. Precisely because it lacked a host apostle, the source of the apocalypse would autonomously generate a central monster. Withered Flowing Sand was a Type 4 source of the apocalypse, meaning the monsters generated in the contamination zone would reach the highest standard of power typical for the 4th difficulty level. The masked figure suddenly crushed the ball of light in his hand. The solid concrete beneath his feet instantly softened and turned to sand. A fierce gale rose in the night sky, sweeping up endless yellow sand. Sand filled the sky, forming a colossal yellow sand tornado that obscured everything. At the comparatively calm center of the vortex stood the Public Security Bureau. The masked figure looked up. Vaguely visible in the air were several graceful, flying silhouettes. He turned around without hesitation. Using only his feet, he stepped straight through the sandstorm fierce enough to lift a person into the air, vanishing into the swirling yellow sands. After he left, the sand on the ground began to gather, gradually forming twisted, terrifying monsters. Lu Tsai had already transformed into a lithe, ferocious female warrior as agile as a leopard, different from the last time she manifested a shell. The beast-hide bandeau and short skirt she'd worn before had been replaced by heavy metal armor covering her entire body. A layer of piercing white frost coated the twin lion-head gauntlets on her fists. The female warrior drew back her fist to strike. Even before it touched the grotesque monster with a dog's head and human body, the creature was instantly frozen into a block of ice. The next moment, it was smashed apart by overwhelming force into a scattering of ice shards and sand. Staring at the terrifying monsters that kept gathering and forming in front of her, she took a deep breath and shouted to Wang Zong, who had turned into a giant man wielding hammers. Team leader Wang, I can handle things here. Go look after the other team members, some of them will risk their lives to save others. Wang Zong let out a thunderous roar. He raised a hammer as tall as a man in his right hand, and in his left hand, he manifested another identical, massive hammer. He strode forward, and the two hammers, each weighing tens of thousands of pounds, swung in his hands with unstoppable momentum. Like a savage, man-eating storm of metal, everywhere he passed, the dense mass of monsters were shredded to pieces amid shrill screams, dissolving into yellow sand. After releasing his shell skill, he looked up. The several graceful silhouettes of various colors were still circling in the air. Magical fairies of the idyllic sanctuary. Until the magical fairies of the idyllic sanctuary were slain, unless the apostle who used this item actively dispelled the illusions created by the idyllic sanctuary would persist permanently. Ordinary apostles could not see the 7 magical fairies, nor could the monsters inside the contamination zone perceive their existence. Only apostles granted permission by the item's owner could witness the power of this legendary great item. This was exactly the terrifying strength of this legendary artifact. Lin Xun, oh Lin Xun. Li Xingyue truly went to great lengths to get you inside the enemy ranks. To prevent any New World apostles hiding within the organization, the ordinary team members were unaware that the Public Security Bureau had been covered in illusions. The ordinary people in the Public Security Bureau, all the lower-level staff, were illusions conjured by the idyllic sanctuary. Any civilians who had been relocated would have their memories altered by members of the logistics division. In their perception, nothing happened during tonight's shift, everything was the same as always. However, while memory alteration could resolve issues for ordinary people, it was ineffective on powerful apostles. That was why Wang Zong and Li Xingyue had kept the plan secret. Wang Zong had almost finished destroying the monsters here and turned to support the other team members. His mission was to eliminate all the monsters in the contamination zone as quickly as possible until the central monster was slain, ending the contamination. Lu Cai's fists never paused. None of the monsters before her could withstand even a single blow. Though the monsters were far weaker than she was, the relentless high-intensity combat still left her feeling somewhat fatigued. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental weariness. If I'd known, I should have learned an area attack skill. As she spoke, she smashed another snarling, dog-headed monster lunging at her into grit. Not far away, a figure was kneeling on one knee, bracing his exhausted body with a long sword planted in the ground. 3 or 4 monsters circled him, eyes gleaming with hostility. Lu Weidong. Lu Cai's willow brows knitted together. Her long, straight legs kicked off the ground, and she shot forward like an arrow. Even before she reached him, the wind of her fists arrived. A huge-mouthed monster with bared fangs lunged at Lu Weidong, but a wave of bitter cold instantly wrapped its twisted body. Its limbs stiffened in an instant, its whole body freezing solid. The female warrior reached her exhausted colleague's side and swung her fists, killing the remaining monsters in quick succession. Lu Cai helped the drained colleague to his feet and looked around. The Public Security Bureau was completely surrounded by a wall of yellow sand tornadoes. There was no way to see what lay outside. Within the howling sandstorm, only a handful of monsters remained in the contamination zone. Lu Cai's brows tightened further. The central monster will probably appear any moment now. With this much fighting, many of the others can't hold out much longer. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Beside her, Lu Weidong lost his balance and fell to the floor. Lu Cai felt a premonition and looked toward the Public Security Bureau building. The 3-story structure had already collapsed, and atop the ruins, a colossal, deformed shadow began to reveal its claws and fangs. The central monster. Central monster. That colossal creature was so enormous it stood taller than the 3-story building that had once occupied this spot. The giant monster had a jackal-like ferocious head, while its body was that of a primate, covered in coarse, black bristles. It threw back its head and roared at the sky. The deafening shockwaves spread out in rings. All the apostles in the vicinity whose strength was a bit lower clutched their ears in agony, blood faintly seeping from between their fingers. The central monster lifted its massive foot and stamped down toward the nearest team member. Lu Cai raised her lion head gauntlets, ready to rush to the rescue, but someone was faster. A burly figure, exuding unmatched ferocity, had already charged beneath the monster's descending foot. Wang Zong kicked the exhausted team member out of danger and faced the enormous foot coming down on his own. The burly man let out a thunderous roar, raised both hammers, stepped forward with a stomp, twisted his hips and waist, and rotated his torso, channeling the surging power through his arms. His two war hammers swept upward as if to cleave the sky itself, smashing into the massive foot above. Boom! The earth-shaking crash made everyone's eardrums swell with pain. At the point where Wang Zong clashed with the central monster, blood and flesh sprayed in all directions. That towering monster staggered under the blow, retreating again and again, kicking up sand everywhere. Wang Zong was drenched in blood. The dense spikes of his hammers were dripping with bits of flesh and bloody foam. The blood wasn't his, it belonged to the central monster. He let out a bold, hearty laugh and charged at the beast again with his hammers raised. Compared to their sizes, it was like a tiny mouse taking the offensive against a ferocious tiger. Yet to everyone's astonishment, it was the massive central monster that was driven back again and again. Seeing Wang Zong pummel the monster into retreat, Lu Tsai let out a long breath. She and several still capable team members helped the exhausted and wounded colleagues to their feet and gathered them together to protect them. Once everyone was settled, Lu Tsai tightened her gauntlets, ready to join the fight and help Wang Zong finish the monster quickly. At that moment, sudden change struck. The central monster, battered and reeling under the twin hammers, suddenly dropped its huge body low. Its form rapidly transformed. The forelimbs elongated, the hind limbs shortened, sharp claws sprouted from all four limbs, and a tail emerged from its rear. The central monster forcibly shifted from a wolf-headed humanoid into a giant wolf. The four-legged wolf's shoulder height nearly reached 2 stories, even larger than an African elephant. This giant wolf seemed to understand that the little mouse in front of it possessed strength vastly exceeding its own. It no longer tried to battle the little mouse and instead lunged at Lu Tsai in the distance. More precisely, it lunged for the team members she was protecting. The wolf's charge was as swift as lightning, several times faster than when it had a humanoid form. In the blink of an eye, it reached Lu Tsai, leaving Wang Zong, dragging his hammers, far behind. Its massive, razor-sharp claws glinted coldly as they tore toward the wounded team members. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Tsai raised her iron fists and charged forward to meet it. She clashed head-on with the giant wolf monster without yielding an inch. But to her surprise, after exchanging a blow, the wolf leapt past her, lunging at the wounded team members behind. This pounce was as fast as a thunderbolt. Lu Tsai couldn't block it in time, and Wang Zong, even farther away, had no chance of intervening. Within the protective circle, Lu Weidong watched as the terrifying beast barreled toward them, and his heart felt incomparably calm. From the moment he'd joined the armed division as a security officer, he'd been ready for this day. To think I won't get to have one last cigarette before dying, what a pity. Lu Weidong quietly closed his eyes. In the distance, Wang Zong's expression tensed. In his hand, he manifested a palm-sized round shield. With a sudden motion, he crushed the shield. In that instant, dozens of ancient soldiers appeared out of thin air within the protective circle. They wore rooster-crested helmets, each gripping a gleaming spear in one hand and raising a massive silver shield in the other. The soldiers lifted their great shields and sheltered the protective circle beneath them, forming a dome-shaped tortoise-shell formation. The central monster crashed down onto the shields, but couldn't shake the unyielding formation. "You bastard thing! You dare run away! You made me waste a precious item!" Wang Zong gnashed his teeth and dragged his hammers after the giant wolf. The central monster opened its gaping maw full of fangs, bit down on his shield, and with a shake of its wolfish head, tore an entire soldier out of the tortoiseshell, shield and all. It swallowed the soldier in one gulp and lunged at the formation again. Yet where it had pulled away the soldier, the gap had already been filled by the others lifting their shields. Wang Zong finally caught up and swung his hammer down at the giant wolf. But the wolf refused to fight him head-on. Relying on its incredible speed, it circled the tortoiseshell with Wang Zong in futile pursuit, occasionally snatching another soldier out of the formation to devour. "Damn it, come fight me if you've got the guts. Why the hell are you running?" The remaining team members, including Lu Tsai, were all safe within the shield formation. Wang Zong had maxed out his strength stat, yet he still couldn't catch up to the wolf, forced to watch helplessly as the protective circle shrank bit by bit under the monster's relentless predation. He flipped his wrist, stowing both hammers to lighten himself and quicken his steps. But even without the weight of the hammers, he was still far slower than the giant wolf. The intelligence division is closest. Why hasn't Li Xingyue's support arrived yet? Wang Zong's shell was that of a berserker with every point allocated to raw power. If only the wolf would stand and fight him, he was confident he could crush it within 2 minutes. But faced with a central monster this fast, all his strength was useless. Among the team members, there were indeed those with agility-focused and ranged attack shells, but those members were either stuck at the 3rd difficulty or bottlenecked at the 4th difficulty. Facing a central monster with power equivalent to a 4th difficulty stage boss, they not only couldn't break out of the protective barrier before the defensive item's power ran out, even if they did get out, they'd be delivering themselves to slaughter. To avoid alerting any hidden New World apostles observing from the shadows, all departments other than the armed division could only arrive at the normal support speed. They couldn't preemptively gather near the Public Security Bureau to resist the contamination zone together. Fortunately, the defensive item obtained from headquarters was extremely reliable. Holding out until the other departments arrived with reinforcements would be more than enough. The sandstorm vortex encircling the Public Security Bureau gradually expanded. Without slaying the central monster, the contamination zone would keep spreading until it reached the source of the apocalypse's limit. Just as Wang Zong was worrying that the contamination zone would grow too large for the idyllic sanctuary's illusion to fully cover it, several figures charged into the sandstorm. Wang Zong focused his gaze. He recognized the shells of Li Xingyue and Yi Xiaoqi. As for An Yun, An Ing, and the other intelligence division team members, while he wasn't personally familiar with them, he could identify most of them with about 70 to 80% certainty. That samurai wearing full lamellar armor and wielding twin blades was an old colleague who'd transferred departments, Fang Yifei. Then, one particular figure drew his attention, a shell clad in a gold-embroidered mage's robe, wearing a mask, holding one long and one short staff. Just from the gear, you can tell this person is something special. Could this be a powerful operative Li Xingyue secretly transferred in from Yun Capital? Wang Zong had heard that not only in Wen City, but in every city, Thunder Tribulation squads had been newly established. Each squad would have 1 or 2 elite apostles dispatched from headquarters to assist in combat. This mage shell, equipped to the teeth, was probably an elite apostle Li Xingyue brought in from headquarters. Connections really are different. The people they can pull and look fierce as hell. Huh? Why don't I see our armed division's good son-in-law? He knew Lin Xun's shell very well. During the suburban battle last time, he'd watched that towering knight transform into a jet-propelled warrior. It was still vivid in his mind. Yet among all the intelligence division personnel who'd come to reinforce them, there was no sign of a shell like that. Seeing that intelligence division support had finally arrived, Wang Zong stopped chasing the giant wolf. Maybe that kid got held up with something. For an ordinary apostle, swapping shells was an extremely cautious process. First, before possessing a shell, you couldn't accurately judge its quality and grade, you could only estimate based on combat text prompts. Second, acquiring a shell never guaranteed obtaining the true name item. If you went through all the trouble to get a powerful shell but couldn't manifest it in reality, your combat strength in the real world was basically reset overnight. Wang Zong had fought in the game for many years, and, even now, the number of times he'd swapped shells was still in the single digits. Lin Xun's knight shell was exactly the kind of shell that suited Wang Zong's tastes. For a newcomer, it was the sort of shell you could keep using until the end of days. So, for a moment, it hadn't even occurred to him that Lin Xun might have switched shells. Li Xingyue, you're finally here. Come on, this beast is all yours. My damn legs are about to break from running. The giant wolf stopped tearing at the tortoise-shell formation. Its blood-red eyes narrowed as it watched the newcomers stepping into the contamination zone. With speed that belied its huge frame, it suddenly lunged toward the group. The samurai in full armor and dual blades said nothing and charged forward to meet it head-on. The woman in the trench coat and beret raised the massive firearm in her hands, a combination of flesh and machinery. The alluring female assassin lifted her cross-shaped scythe. Her long, slender legs kicked off the ground, leaving streaks of afterimages as her graceful form blinked right up to the giant wolf. The ferocious beast swiped its forepaw to bat the samurai aside, but could not evade the scythe's slicing arc. The cold gleam of the blade flickered in tandem with the assassin's agile movement, carving huge, savage wounds across the monster's massive body. The giant wolf howled in pain and lunged straight at the most petite figure among them, the woman gunner. Its colossal bulk was still midair when a barrage of gunfire split the night. The giant wolf flinched, but continued its unstoppable charge toward Yu Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, get back!" The female assassin let out a sharp cry. Just then, the masked mage who had been standing next to Yi Xiaoqi suddenly stepped sideways to block in front of her. Beneath the mask, a single pink eye opened, gazing directly at the charging central monster. The giant wolf's body instantly seized up. Carried by its own momentum, it crashed to the ground at the mage's feet, sending sand spraying everywhere. The beast collapsed limply as if it had lost all ability to move, twitching uncontrollably. It opened its jaws, tongue lolling out, foul drool spilling onto the ground. Its huge eyes were filled with vacant confusion. Everyone watched in disbelief as the once ferocious central monster lay prone in the sand. One after another, they activated their shell skills and began bombarding the helpless target. Even Wang Zong, who had been chasing it in vain, hefted his hammers again and vented his frustration by battering the giant wolf mercilessly. Brilliant lights from the shell skills engulfed the monster. Before long, it had been reduced to a mutilated corpse. In death, the wolf's eyes still held nothing but dazed bewilderment. It had sunk into eternal bliss. As the central monster perished, the sandstorm vortex surrounding the Public Security Bureau gradually subsided. All that remained was a sea of yellow sand and the ruins of collapsed buildings, silent witnesses to the anomaly and contamination that had taken place here. The masked mage looked up at the sky. Above, the graceful silhouettes circling in the night were clearly visible. Wang Zong dispelled the defensive item, and the tortoise-shell formation along with the ancient soldiers vanished into the void. The armed division apostles who had been sheltered inside the protective circle now appeared before everyone's eyes. The burly man hurried forward, checking each team member's injuries one by one. Personnel from the other departments, including medics from the logistics division, are already on their way. Li Xingyue released her shell manifestation, revealing her office lady outfit, suit skirt, black stockings, and the air of a cool, commanding beauty. Wang Zong wiped the sweat from his forehead after all his exertion. Not bad, not a single one missing. Missing limbs and broken legs are minor injuries. Logistics can handle it. He tilted his head toward the masked mage. Li Xingyue, aren't you going to introduce us? When did you transfer an elite apostle from Yun Capital without even giving me a heads up? The black-stockinged beauty smiled faintly. Lin Xun, come over here so team leader Wang can see for himself. Wang Zong's bull-like eyes widened in disbelief. The elite apostle who had made the giant wolf lose all resistance with just a glance was Lin Xun. The mage shell began to fade away, and in its place appeared a strikingly handsome young man in jeans and a t-shirt. It was none other than the armed division's treasured son-in-law, Lin Xun. HSS. Wang Zong sucked in a cold breath. Without even thinking, he turned to Li Xingyue and blurted, "Just be straight with me. What conditions do I have to meet to get him into the armed division as our live-in son-in-law?" Get lost. In the early hours of the morning, third floor of the Cultural Bureau, Division Leader's office. Inside the office, only Li Xingyue and Lin Xun were present. The meeting's over, so what are you dragging me here all secretive for? A trace of uncharacteristic unease appeared on the cool, alluring face of the black-stockinged beauty. She crossed her long legs wrapped in sheer black stockings, sitting upright on the sofa as she turned her head to look at the young subordinate beside her. Of course it's something very important. Come, let me show you something good. Li Xingyue's beautiful eyes widened suddenly as she saw Lin Xun manifest a palm-sized, transparent, disc-like object in his hand. Inside was a cloudy liquid, a little like a filler injected to enlarge fruit. Crystalline core of the veiled aberration, epic-grade item. A trace amount of chaotic divinity left behind by an unknowable god remains on this crystalline core. Using this item will grant 1 point of divinity. So it's a divine item. Li Xingyue's brows relaxed. I thought you were going to show me something else. Well, I suppose it makes sense. Your soul talent has already reached +3. Getting another divine item can't strengthen you any further. So, you're submitting this divine item in exchange for other organizational resources. Lin Xun nodded. Very good, smart decision. The female superior patted him on the shoulder. If you put this item up for auction in the library, the resources you'd get wouldn't be anywhere near what the organization will give you. Tell me, do you want equipment, skills, or special items? Lin Xun grinned. Team Leaderly, does the organization happen to have any extra legendary grade divine items? The moment he spoke, Li Xingyue's brows furrowed deeply. Epic grade divine items circulate fairly often, mainly because quite a few apostles in the organization, like you, have soul talents that reached +3. Epic grade divine items no longer help them, so they turn them in to trade for other resources. But legendary grade divine items correspond to the soul talent stages from +4 up to +6. When a legendary grade divine item appears on the market, it means it was exchanged out of the hands of an apostle whose soul talent had reached at least +6. Li Xingyue adjusted her posture and sat very straight on the sofa. Those people are the real core of the Apostle Security Council, members and counselors. Thinking you could trade a single epic grade item for a legendary grade divine item. Even with your outstanding talent and with me using all my internal connections, that's practically impossible. Lin Xun had already expected this. He just smiled faintly. Then, he manifested another huge pile of the exact same crystalline objects. What about this much? Lin Xun manifested 4 complete divine items in his hand. His female superior's small mouth parted slightly, her expression frozen in stupefaction. So many divine items. How did you manage this? Li Xingyue was silent for a long time before she finally came back to her senses. She pondered for a moment, then spoke cautiously. If your method of farming divine items can be replicated, all you need to do is provide it to me, and I can apply for a legendary grade divine item on your behalf. Don't mention just one legendary grade divine item. If it were about elevating your soul talent to +6, the organization wouldn't hesitate to approve it. Naturally, Lin Xun's method of farming divine items was impossible for others to copy. The prerequisite for entering a Hell difficulty chapter was to achieve an SSS rating in a cleared chapter. Even if, taking the most generous estimate, some apostles could enter a Hell difficulty chapter, the odds of them coincidentally encountering his omniscient world were incredibly low. Attempting to mass-produce these items by farming divine items was undoubtedly pure fantasy. Lin Xun shook his head. It's not that I'm jealously hoarding my methods. Other apostles simply can't do it. Li Xingyue let out a soft sigh. I suppose so. A soul talent as unique as yours is likely the only one in existence. That your method can't be replicated is only natural. She seemed to have misunderstood, thinking he relied on his soul talent to farm divine items. He had no intention of explaining further. Li Xingyue took the items he handed over and said slowly, in the game, the value ratio between the 2 tiers of divine items is about 1:9 or 1:10. In other words, one legendary divine item can be worth 9 or even 10 epic divine items. These divine items you're offering are indeed extremely valuable, but if you want to exchange them for a legendary grade one. The black stocking lady looked somewhat troubled. Lin Xun frowned. He had assumed that 4 epic grade divine items would be more than enough to trade for a legendary grade one. He hadn't expected such a massive gap in value between the 2 tiers. Thinking carefully, he recalled that previously, it had taken 3 rare plus grade items to synthesize 1 epic grade divine item. If this sort of synthesis formula advanced upward, 9 epic grade items would combine into 3 epic plus grade items, and 3 epic plus grade items would combine into 1 legendary grade. Then the value ratio Li Xingyue described was indeed accurate. Li Xingyue lightly bit her red lip and put away the items. I'll give it a try and apply to headquarters first. If you can continue to acquire divine items, just hand them all over to me. Lin Xun immediately understood her meaning. She intended to leverage her internal connections to help him. However, trying to offset 9 items worth with just 4 did indeed put her in a difficult position. So she didn't seal off the discussion, but instead encouraged him to farm more if possible. The closer the total value came to that of a true legendary grade divine item, the higher the success rate of the exchange. Team Leaderly, Lin Xun felt somewhat moved. All right, don't get so sentimental with me. The black stocking lady waved her hand. It's getting late. Will you head home yourself, or should I take you back? Yun Capital City, Apostle Security Council Headquarters Building. In the early hours, the lights in the top-floor office were still brightly lit. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit set aside his documents. Just as he was about to pick up his thermos cup for a sip of hot tea, his phone suddenly rang. His brow furrowed, but when he saw the caller ID, he relaxed and answered the call. "Little girl, still awake at this hour? What do you need from your uncle?" A young woman's voice came from the other end of the line. "That legendary grade divine item you promised me, has it been half a year already? Still no sign of it." Li Long's expression froze. After a long silence, he muttered in a low voice, "You're calling me in the middle of the night just to chase me about that? Listen to your uncle. Young people should get more rest. Besides, you're only at 5th difficulty right now. Your current soul talent is sufficient. There's no need to rush upgrading it. I have urgent use for it." Li Long rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Fine, fine, I'll figure something out. I'll get it to you as soon as possible. At most 1 month, I swear." "Then thank you, uncle." On the other end, the woman's tone shifted, her voice turning sweet, like a younger generation pestering for a New Year's red envelope. Li Long hung up the call and shook his head with a smile. "This girl. Just like my brother. Indeed, she has the same temperament as her father." He stared blankly out the floor-to-ceiling window. Neon lights flickered endlessly in the night. In the reflection on the glass, his face seemed to morph into the visage of someone he could never forget. If, back then, the one who survived hadn't been me, how much better that would have been. The following day, a mutton restaurant outside an old residential block. Lin Xun shoveled fragrant sticky rice into his mouth with a porcelain spoon while scrolling on his phone. The top news headline on the screen was, "Gas pipeline explosion near Win City Public Security Bureau results in at least 5 dead, 43 injured." He tapped into the article details. At approximately midnight on September 13th local time, a gas pipeline explosion occurred at a shop near the Win City Public Security Bureau. The incident has so far caused at least 5 deaths and 43 injuries. The injured include staff members of the Win City Public Security Bureau as well as employees of surrounding shops. About 200 residents in the area were evacuated in an emergency. Gas company workers were later dispatched to carry out repairs. The specific cause of the explosion is still under investigation. Lin Xun finished his combined breakfast and lunch, then got up and returned home. The source of the apocalypse contamination incident last night hadn't actually caused any deaths. The headline released in the news was merely a smokescreen. Although there was an illusion of the idyllic sanctuary covering the area near the Public Security Bureau, the commotion last night had been so large that there were inevitably bystanders who heard the noise. The authorities had no choice but to issue a statement, partly to explain things to the curious masses and partly to show the hidden new world that they were taking action. Once he was back home, his soul strength had recovered to 2/3. Lin Xun opened the Writer Assistant app, getting ready to write a new chapter. He planned to go online again in the evening once his soul strength was fully restored to grind the game. No, to diligently cultivate. The lower-tier seat pass for the Disciple Sanctum you hold has issued a summons. Please teleport to the Disciple Sanctum within 1 hour. A familiar line of game text abruptly appeared in his field of vision. Lin Xun was helpless and could only pull out his phone to log in. Sometimes when I miss updates, it's really out of my control. Readers in the comments, don't curse me out. The Book of Salvation activate. You have entered the apocalyptic chapter. Chapter 82740874. An ordinary wandering soul awakens within the transplant clinic. Lin Xun used the teleport function of the resting page and traveled straight to the Disciple Sanctum. He walked all the way to the familiar council chamber inside the ancient castle. You have arrived at council chamber number 13 and stepped inside. A figure in a black robe stands behind the host's platform. "Amos, you did very well. You razed the Win City Armed Division to the ground. Blood King, it was all thanks to the defensive item bestowed by you, my lord, that I could return safely." Lin Xun brazenly lied with his eyes wide open. That epic plus grade high-energy particle shield generator was still lying untouched in his inventory. "Amos, as for the matter of appointing you as Win City's proxy agent, I will fulfill my promise. But there is no need for you to be in a hurry. Amos, although you are one of Talrose's former subordinates and have been with the organization for quite some time, to the Disciple Sanctum, you are still a newcomer. Amos, you haven't experienced the offering ritual within the Disciple Sanctum yet, have you?" Lin Xun frowned. Regarding the offering ritual, Li Xingyue had once shared some intelligence with him. A large part of the reason the New World Organization could function normally came from the offering ritual. In this ritual, apostles in the organization selflessly donated their spirit essence and equipment items. This offering ritual was not an anonymous donation, but a public, recorded one. The record didn't show soul imprints, but rather each person's alias within the New World. There were always apostles yearning to enter the true New World, and in the offering ritual, in order to demonstrate their devotion, they would donate most of their spirit essence. Some would even give it all, leaving not a drop. Any apostle who entered the disciple sanctum was considered mid-level within the New World Organization. They would collect donations in real life from the members under them, then add part of their own in-game profits to offer during the ritual. When Lin Xun read this intelligence, he was deeply shocked. Just like normal people could never understand how someone tricked into a cult could transform from a conscientious person into a beast that dragged friends and family into the mire, he could not comprehend it either. So this is the power of brainwashing. Blood King, my lord, I have not yet participated in the Disciple Sanctum's offering ritual. Amos, in a few days, it will be time for this quarter's offering ritual. When the time comes, you will need to demonstrate your devotion and become my most devout apostle. Amos, that way, appointing you as Win City's proxy agent will appear legitimate and no one will question it. Damn it. Lin Xun gnashed his teeth. Usually, he was the one fleecing others. This was the first time he was about to be fleeced himself. He was merely an undercover agent and didn't have any subordinates under him to collect donations from. Was he supposed to donate his own in-game profits? The Apostle Security Council better reimburse me for this, he thought. The sudden offering ritual had dampened the excitement he felt about becoming Win City's proxy agent. Amos, once you become Win City's proxy agent, you will preside over the offering ritual for the entire Win City region. Lin Xun's body jolted, then he immediately grew elated. The word skimming profits flashed brightly in his mind. The New World's operating model was that superiors collected donations from subordinates and passed them up to their own superiors. The devout mid-level members, after receiving donations from those below them, not only handed everything over without keeping a share, they would even donate more themselves, a grand harmony of devotion. But Lin Xun, who was he kidding? He was the #1 king of zero-cost acquisition, the ambassador of freeloading, the living embodiment of the treasure-hoarding beast. Could he really let a brainwashing organization cheat him out of his wealth? Becoming a proxy agent comes with such perks. If I can secretly skim off even 10% of the apostles' profits from an entire city, that would be an astonishing sum. Donate? Not a chance. The only style that suits me is profiting without spending a cent. Lin Xun's eyes turned craftily. Blood King, many thanks for your cultivation and guidance, my lord. Amos, very good. During this period, gather more donations from your subordinates to avoid any unexpected mishaps during the offering ritual. Blood King, my lord, unless I'm mistaken, there may be a tiny mishap. Amos, Blood King, in order to perfectly carry out your mission to assault Win City's armed division, I was afraid my strength would be too lacking and might hinder your far-sighted plans. Blood King, just before the mission, I made a little trip to the library to enhance my power slightly, so now I really don't have anything left worth donating. Amos, Blood King, my lord, would you perhaps be willing to lend me a little in advance? Once I diligently progress in the game, I swear I will repay you in full without missing a single essence. The spirit essence donated during the offering ritual would all be handed to Amos anyway. It was just the left hand passing to the right. Lin Xun thought surely Amos wouldn't refuse. As for paying it back, money borrowed by strength, why should it be returned? Not only did Lin Xun have no intention of repaying, once he became Win City's proxy agent, he fully intended to secretly skim a hefty share for himself. When dealing with a villainous organization, he considered this an act of punishing evil and promoting good, no guilt at all. Amos fell silent for a long time. After quite a while, a reply finally came. Amos, on the day of the offering ritual, I will transfer it to you. Why not give it now? Lin Xun cursed inwardly. Was Amos afraid he wouldn't be able to resist spending it to further strengthen himself? Blood King, many thanks, my lord. I shall certainly become the most devout one at the offering ritual. Amos, you may go. Blood King. Yes, my lord. Lin Xun left the disciple sanctum at once, smiling broadly. Inside a secluded inn in the mountains, Fighter stood respectfully nearby. The black-robed man held a phone, its screen pitch black. Fighter, what is your opinion? Fighter carefully glanced at the phone screen. The black-robed man waved his hand, and lines of text immediately appeared on the screen. Fighter's heart tightened. The Book of Salvation was a wondrous game bound to one's soul. No one else could observe it. Even when an apostle was playing, outsiders would only see a blank, dark screen. Only certain apostles with special talents could view another apostle's game text. It was said that both within the organization and in the Apostle Security Council's surveillance division, there were such extraordinarily gifted apostles, very few in number, each as rare as a giant panda. The fighter carefully read the text on the phone screen. After a long time, he cautiously said, "My lord, as you expected, this Blood King is not only ruthless and vicious, but also shameless and brazen. He truly is an audacious, exceptional talent." Laughter echoed from under the black hood. Blood King is a double-edged sword. Used properly, he can help me conquer new territories. But if mishandled, he might end up cutting my own hand. Fighter bowed even more respectfully. If it were any other disciple candidate, they certainly couldn't keep him in check. Only you, my lord, can make him submit so completely. All right, enough flattery. You may leave. After dismissing Fighter, Amos was left alone in the room. A voice came from beneath the black hood. What a pity. Blood King's strength is still too weak. Otherwise, once I become the 11th disciple, I could have him participate in the 12th disciple's selection. Perhaps he could help me secure another seat for our Lord. Teleportation successful. An ordinary wandering soul awakens within the Multivision Association. Lin Xun headed straight to the eyeball laboratory on the second floor of the building, where he had Bennett reimplant the eyeball into the president of the Direct Vision Association shell. Last night, while at the Public Security Bureau, he had manifested the Grand Scholar shell. As for the President shell, without the true name, he couldn't materialize it. The Earth Giant shell had once appeared before the New World member known as Fighter, so it wasn't suitable to show up again within the Armed Division. Thus, Lin Xun could only use the Mage shell to complete the support operation. Perfect. After this, the Earth Giant can stay hidden while the Mage shell operates openly, coordinating with each other. Having multiple aliases really is a delight. The experience of manifesting the Grand Scholar shell was hard to describe. For an ordinary person to suddenly sprout a mass of extra eyes, adapting immediately was impossible. Fortunately, the boost in physique brought by the upgraded talent allowed him to adjust to the change fairly quickly. After Bennett busied himself for a long while, the transplant surgery was declared complete. Moving the eyeball back and forth is a bit of a hassle. If only I could obtain the President's true name item. Being unable to manifest his strongest Mage shell had always left Lin Xun a bit regretful. He departed the association building and boarded the refined copper carriage. His destination was the ruins of the Direct Vision Association. Lin Xun still owed his female superior several divine items and needed to comb the entire map in search of veiled aberrations. He decided to explore the Direct Vision Association first. If luck was on his side, he might find a true name item there. Anyway, the Veiled Aberration Overlord has already been taken care of. There shouldn't be any danger returning to the Direct Vision Association. With this thought in mind, he set out on his journey to search for true name items and divine items. Outside, the sky unknowingly darkened. After an entire day of effort, not only did Lin Xun fail to find the President's true name item in the Direct Vision Association, he hadn't even encountered a single behemoth in the mists. He guessed that when he fought the Overlord deep in the fog, it must have already gathered every behemoth on the map. The lift slowly stops. You arrive on the 5th floor of the association building. You walk straight to Rona's office and push the door open. Inside the office, the Battle Angel, Valkyrie, is holding a piece of velvet cloth, carefully polishing the longbow of Wind Chant and Moonsong. When she sees your return, she immediately stands up and remains closely guarding your side. You look with curiosity toward Grand Scholar Rona, who is holding a book. She smiles and nods to you. You understand, the Battle Angel, Valkyrie's lessons have concluded. Lin Xun was overjoyed. Before logging off last night, he had left the Valkyrie here to study. After a whole day of diligent learning, the Valkyrie had finally achieved results. He couldn't wait to open the Valkyrie's panel. Watcher, Battle Angel, Valkyrie. Watcher level, 53. This level matches the Apostle's current shell level. Watcher quality, Epic plus grade. Watcher equipment, short purple women's kimono, fine plus grade equipment. Watcher equipment, longbow of wind chant and moonsong +1, epic grade weapon. Watcher equipment, retrieval quiver, special equipment. Watcher skill, melody of knowledge, epic grade skill, a captivating melody containing intricate knowledge. When gently chanted, wondrous effects occur. Using the skill will imbue the Watcher's current arrows/ammunition with knowledge attribute damage. The higher the Apostle's knowledge stat cap, the greater the additional damage. Lin Xun had thought the Valkyrie might turn into a mage, or perhaps more accurately, a battle healer. He hadn't expected her to keep progressing further down the archer's path. He recalled that when he first opened the Valkyrie's panel, the skill column had read, Watcher skill, none. The Watcher's skills will gradually be comprehended as she fights alongside the Apostle. Lin Xun started to understand what that meant. So it's because the Valkyrie has always used a bow, her skills naturally specialize in archery. That's not bad either. If she were trying to dabble in everything, she'd end up mediocre at it all. Rather than letting her learn a little of everything, it was better to help her focus her development. Unlike Lin Xun, the Valkyrie didn't have a whole collection of shells to switch between. If she developed too broadly, she'd likely end up squandering her potential and become useless. Grand Scholar Rona tells you that for now, your doll has only comprehended one skill, but this is by no means her limit. As her combat experience grows, and with occasional bursts of inspiration and epiphany, she will learn more battle techniques. Your doll possesses a vibrant life force not found in ordinary dolls. Her potential may be far greater than you imagine. Lin Xun certainly knew where the life force inside the Valkyrie came from. It was the refined copper heart that the doll mechanist had gifted him. Rona asks you now that your doll's studies are complete. If you are fully prepared, she will guide you to the hidden laboratory to find the president of the Multivision Association. Would you like to accompany Grand Scholar Rona? Lin Xun thought for a moment, then tapped yes. Rona had already been waiting for him a long time. Since he couldn't find any behemoths right now, rather than wandering the entire map aimlessly, he might as well follow Rona to an unexplored area. Who knew, he might just run into some unexpected fortune. Besides, after defeating the Multivision president and seizing its shell, it wouldn't be hard to obtain the president's true name item later. After all, he had a Grand Scholar right beside him who had betrayed the Multivision president. Since he still couldn't find the Direct Vision president's true name item, Lin Xun had no choice but to settle for second best. Rona looked a little surprised to see you finally nod. Perhaps it had grown accustomed to waiting. Grand Scholar Rona led you into the lift, and you descended all the way out of the Multivision Association building. You followed Rona onto a refined copper carriage and rode into the endless mists. Seated beside you, Rona pulled out a map from her robe and handed it to you. You have acquired the route map of the Star Vault Tower Ruins map. Grand Scholar Rona explained that the Multivision president's hidden laboratory was built outside the city, beneath the ruins of the Star Vault Tower. The Star Vault Tower had originally been a place for scholars to gaze at the stars and acquire knowledge. But because the tower was built too tall, it eventually touched upon the unknown. Some scholars, while pursuing knowledge, gradually became fascinated by the starry sky. They turned away from their own faith in seeking knowledge and instead began to pursue the stars. As a result, the Star Vault Tower was toppled and destroyed by the other scholars, leaving only a vast field of ruins. The carriage began to jolt and sway, as though it had entered a rough, uneven road. Rona's carriage had excellent suspension, yet you could still feel the fierce jolting, proving you had already left Sophia City and reached the wilderness beyond. Lin Xun's spirits lifted. Might there be behemoths roaming out here? He waited quietly. Lin Xun unhesitatingly ruled out the second option first. To clash head-on with the already transformed monstrous president of the Multivision Association was undoubtedly courting death. This left only the first option, to flee, and the third option, to call for help. But as for the call for help, within the celestial prison of captive stars, the Child of the Stars had likewise employed a method to isolate the gaze of the omniscient true knowledge. Perhaps it could not be called true isolation. More precisely, it was making the slumbering omniscient true knowledge's gaze ignore this place. Therefore, when Lin Xun's knowledge stat exceeded the limit, it would draw the gaze of omniscient true knowledge, and that ignoring technique would cease to be effective. Unfortunately, the same trick could not be used here. He was still exactly 5,200 knowledge away from overloading again. Lin Xun took a deep breath and pressed the first option to escape. The Ring of the Radiant Stars was merely a tasteless item to him. If he could trade it for Rona's life, he would press that option without hesitation. But he feared. You pull out a sparkling ring and hurl it forcefully toward the corner of the laboratory. The gaze of the president of the Multivision Association closely tracks the arc of the ring closely. You seize the chance to grab the Grand Scholar Rona and the Battle Angel, Valkyrie, and turn to flee toward the laboratory exit. Just as you were about to step onto the staircase to escape the laboratory, a series of gloomy, sinister chuckles rang out behind you. At the exit of the laboratory, a sturdy knowledge barrier rose abruptly from the ground, trapping you inside the lab. Will you attempt to break through the knowledge barrier and escape the laboratory? You raised your hand, and the stored spell treasure ring radiated a brilliant glow. Countless symbols emerged from thin air, converging into a massive spear wreathed in thunder. The spear thrust fiercely toward the knowledge barrier, but only stirred the faintest ripple across its surface. You immediately understood that with your strength, you could neither breach the knowledge barrier nor escape this place. You turned your head and saw that the president of the Multivision Association, who gazes upward, held a somewhat familiar black box in its deformed limbs, its surface engraved with numerous intricate characters and lines. With a moment's recollection, you remembered that the black box was the knowledge barrier activation device, identical to what you had seen before in the refined copper smelting plant. At your side, Grand Scholar Rona, seeing there was no hope of fleeing, raised a hand to conjure a knowledge barrier, shielding all of you within it. The president of the Multivision Association, who gazes upward, looked at Rona. Its mountain of flesh began moving rapidly toward you all, and its tone was full of regret. Even if Rona was unwilling to join it in pursuing the stars, she should not have colluded with an envoy of the omniscient true knowledge. Since that was so, it could only send you heretics together to meet the omniscient true knowledge. As it finished speaking, the mountainous flesh charged toward you with terrifying speed. Lin Xun had feared precisely such an outcome. Although the Ring of the Radiant Stars had successfully drawn the Multivision president's attention, the president had hidden a contingency, trapping them inside the laboratory with no path to escape. The situation was desperately urgent, leaving Lin Xun no time for further deliberation as he swiftly operated the interface. You hurriedly swung your staff, murmuring an incantation. A knowledge barrier rose from the ground, shielding you all within it. The mountain of flesh surged forward with unmatched momentum. As it moved, the entire laboratory shook violently, and countless bottles and jars fell and shattered. You noticed that though the charge was overwhelmingly powerful, the movement of its body seemed disjointed and stiff to your eyes. The terrifying charge of the president of the Multivision Association, who gazes upward, instantly shattered the knowledge barrier Rona had raised. Its momentum briefly paused, then it continued striking at the knowledge barrier you had erected. Without the added force of the charge, its attacks were somewhat weakened, but your knowledge barrier still could not withstand it for much longer, at most 2 or 3 breaths, and the barrier would shatter beneath its ferocious assault. Lin Xun clenched his teeth and pressed knowledge barrier repeatedly without pause. After he had used the scroll of speed reading, legendary grade divine item, the knowledge barrier, which usually required a casting time, had become an instant cast skill. You swung your staff, murmuring an incantation. A knowledge barrier rose from the ground, shielding you all within it. You swung your staff. A knowledge barrier rose from the ground. You swung your staff. Knowledge barrier rose from the ground. The president of the Multivision Association, who gazes upward, stared at you in startled disbelief, unable to understand how you could release spells instantly without any casting time. It then let out an enraged roar and launched an even fiercer assault upon you. The knowledge barriers before you shattered one after another beneath its attacks. Rona's expression was icy. She began chanting an incantation under her breath. A pure white spear composed of characters materialized. Compared to the knowledge spear you had unleashed, Rona's knowledge far surpassed yours, and her knowledge spear possessed far greater power. The battle angel, Valkyrie, softly chanted a melody, and the arrow knocked on her longbow radiated a pure white light, countless tiny symbols flowing along its shaft. She drew the bow until it was like a full moon, and the arrow transformed into a shooting star, streaking toward the mountain of flesh. The spear and the arrow pierced through the deformed body of the president of the Multivision Association together, leaving two enormous, bloody holes. It paid no heed and continued attacking you, the wounds on its body healing and regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. While ceaselessly breaking through the knowledge barriers, it boasted to you that after fusing the demon's body with the eyeball of the spirit of the stars, it had already begun treading the path toward becoming a god. Gaining extraordinary regenerative power was the most powerful proof. It had not yet acquired the body of the ancient demon because it waited here in the laboratory for you, but as long as it killed you here, by relying on the ring of the radiant stars and then fusing the ancient demon's body, it could become a true god. The battle angel, Valkyrie, kept firing arrows at the mountain of flesh. The penetrating wounds still regenerated at a constant pace, showing no sign of slowing. Seeing the attacks were ineffective, Rona joined you in repeatedly conjuring knowledge barriers to resist the president's powerful assaults. You swung your staff. A knowledge barrier rose from the ground. You felt somewhat fatigued. You looked to your side at Rona and saw that her hair was soaked with sweat. Lin Xun continued summoning knowledge barriers, able only to slow the arrival of death. Once the mana bar of the mage shell was exhausted and he fell unconscious, that would be the moment all of them perished. He clenched his teeth. There was still an epic plus grade item in his inventory, the high-energy particle shield generator. Using this item would allow him to fear no attack from the president of the Multivision Association. But the high-energy particle shield generator could only protect him alone. It could not protect Rona as well. Moreover, as long as they could not kill the president, under the unending attacks of the Mountain of Flesh, even an epic plus grade defensive item would eventually run out of energy and fail. The only card left was the newly obtained Overlord Summoning Eye. If he summoned the Veiled Aberration Overlord inside the laboratory, it would certainly destroy the terrain and turn the lab into rubble. If there were any item rewards inside the lab, they would be buried beneath the debris, never to be retrieved again. You swung your staff. A knowledge barrier rose from the ground. You felt utterly exhausted. Lin Xun was about to use the Overlord's Summoning Eye, but the text that popped up next made him furrow his brow. Lin Xun was about to use the Overlord's Summoning Eye, but the text that popped up next made him furrow his brow. The president of the Multivision Association unceasingly shattered the knowledge barriers. It advised you to give up resistance sooner rather than later. You were facing a body that possessed a portion of a god's might. With your mortal power, you had no chance of victory. Rona coldly laughed at those words and decisively refuted it. She declared that its so-called path to godhood and divine body were nothing but delusion. If fusing a demon and a starborn creature were enough to become a god, then the gods were far too feeble. Rona even stopped conjuring knowledge barriers. She crossed her arms over her chest and stared icily at the president, continuing her rebuke. Ever since they entered the laboratory, it had never cast a single spell. Even the knowledge barrier that blocked their escape had been activated by a device. Clearly, after it had transformed its body, it had lost the ability to cast spells. And as for its so-called divine body, the enormous, grotesque mass before them was power that did not belong to it at all. When struck, it didn't even register pain, and its movements were stiff and awkward, like a living brain controlling the body of a puppet. As long as they could shatter the head atop that twisted mass of flesh, they could deprive this monstrous body of its controller. The president of the Multivision Association let out an enraged roar. Its path to godhood was not something a swarm of ant-like mortals could ever hope to comprehend. It was about to launch an even fiercer assault against you. The battle angel, Valkyrie, suddenly drew an arrow wreathed in swirling air currents from behind her back, swiftly pulling the bow into a full moon arc. With a twang, the bowstring cracked like thunder. In a flash of white light, the arrow pierced the tiny head that seemed so insignificant compared to its colossal body. The arrow blasted apart half of its skull. The mountain of flesh abruptly froze, finally ceasing its relentless attacks. Just as you exhaled in relief, the lips on the half-destroyed head began to move, and the voice of the president of the Multivision Association issued forth. It confessed that it hadn't expected Rona to see through its weakness. Rona was correct. It had not yet perfectly fused with the transformed shell. For this powerful body, it was merely a controller, and its true strength remained at the level it had possessed as president. In fact, to fuse with the shell, it had abandoned all the spells it once knew. Its real power was far inferior to what it had been in its mortal days. But so what? As it spoke, fleshy tendrils and bone grew from the cleft in its head, swiftly regenerating. A brand new head soon appeared before your eyes. As though to prove that the path it had chosen was the correct one, it continued to loudly declare that the reason it could never fully merge with the shell was because this body was not perfect enough. Once it obtained the body of the ancient demon and used the ring of the radiant stars to summon a powerful spirit of the stars and extract its eyeball, it would be able to create the most perfect body and thereby achieve godhood. Now, even though you struggled so desperately and had seen through its weakness, its head had also gained the shell's regenerative power. You simply had no chance of victory. The president of the Multivision Association, who gazes upward, let out several loud laughs and resumed its assault on you. Lin Xun stopped his hand, no longer conjuring knowledge barriers. He let out a long breath, feeling his entire body grow light. He had finally found a way to kill the president of the Multivision Association. Under the president's attacks, the knowledge barriers around you shattered again and again. Death was only a single step away. According to the exchange between Rona and the president, the colossal monster before him was essentially a Gundam mech. The president's head was the pilot, the deformed body was the mech itself. Of course, he didn't have the strength to destroy the mountain of flesh, but he did have the power to kill that head. Rona saw you, it ceased resisting. She no longer looked at the president of the Multivision Association, and her cold gaze slowly turned toward you, melting a little. It seemed she wanted to say something before dying but hesitated. In the end, she said nothing. This ends now. Lin Xun pressed the special skill in the skill bar he had never used before, Mystic Eye of Instant Death. You suddenly tore open your robe's collar, revealing the massive eyeball embedded in your chest. An eerie, vicious vertical pupil flashed with gray-white light. Within the slit pupil, the image of the tiny head atop the mountain of flesh was reflected. Special skill Mystic Eye of Instant Death activated. Instant Death effect check in progress. Your strength vastly exceeds the target enemy. Check successful. The president of the Multivision Association who gazes upward will suffer instant death punishment. The attacks of the colossal flesh instantly ceased. Atop the mass, the president's head drooped lifelessly. Its eyes were dull gray, completely devoid of vitality. The mountain of flesh collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust through the entire room. You have defeated the president of the Multivision Association who gazes upward. Experience moderately increased. You have obtained Fading Chunk Spirit Essence of Insight *1. You have obtained President Badge of the Multivision Association, item. You have obtained Ring of the Radiant Stars, special item. You have obtained Incomplete Star Map, special item. You have obtained Secret Codex of Fusion Transformation, Epic plus Grade item. You have obtained White Dwarf Star Elixir item. After defeating the president, a flood of rewards immediately filled the screen. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin Xun was overjoyed. The sinister game remained true to its nature. The greater the risk he endured, the greater the rewards he received. You looked at the collapsed, deformed body. Lesser Star Demon Test Subject Shell, a disgusting, twisted experimental body, artificially created by fusing over a dozen demon shells and transplanting the eyeball of a star-born creature. Even without a master's control, the dozen hearts within its chest continued beating ceaselessly. It did not die. Compatibility, 48%, plus 45%. You stared in puzzlement at the Lesser Star Demon Test subject you could not possess. Perhaps this strange shell had some other special use. Another special use? What use could a shell you couldn't even possess possibly have? The president of the Multivision Association had transplanted its own head onto it in order to control the Star Demon Test subject shell. If he wanted to use this shell himself, surely he wouldn't have to imitate the president, would he? The thought alone made Lin Xun shudder. Regarding the experimental shell, the sinister game did not display any further description text. Grand Scholar Rona, seeing that the president of the Multivision Association was finally dead, slumped to the ground exhausted. During the battle just now, she had cooperated with you to conjure knowledge barriers, consuming considerable energy. Rona indicated that you could search the laboratory. Perhaps you could still find some gains. Do you wish to loot the president's secret laboratory? Lin Xun decisively clicked yes. Since the president's shell and true name item were a lost cause, the laboratory's treasures would serve as fair compensation. You began searching the laboratory for anything useful. Searching. You found a thick stack of manuscripts on the workbench. You have obtained President's experimental notes document. Searching. You found a scroll on a bookshelf in the corner of the laboratory. You have obtained scroll containing ancient knowledge item. Searching. You found a sparkling object on the bookshelf in the corner of the laboratory. You have obtained celestial vault key item. Searching. You found nothing else. There were no further items in the laboratory worth your attention. Adding these to the items dropped by the president, Lin Xun could be said to have reaped a bountiful harvest. He quickly opened the inventory to check them over. 30,000 spirit essence, the president's badge, and the function of the ring of the radiant stars required no further explanation. Gaining another incomplete star map made him break into a delighted grin. It was a major step toward unlocking his exclusive item. He had always been fixated on the soul crystal of the imprisoned god sitting in his inventory, visible yet unusable. As long as I get one more incomplete star map, I can finally unlock the exclusive item. No, wait. The description doesn't say how many of the same item are needed to piece it together. With the sinister game style, there's probably going to be some new trick. Lin Xun looked at the next item. Secret Codex of Fusion Transformation, Epic plus Grade item, a seemingly ordinary book with a black cover and white pages. Its contents are diagrams of strange creatures' dissections. While carrying this item, you can extract the flesh essence of relevant experimental shells. Using this item, you can perform flesh modification on your summoned creatures. Perform flesh modification on his summoned creatures? An image rose in Lin Xun's mind of the beautiful, elegant Valkyrie transforming into a mountain of flesh, a nightmarish scene. He shook his head violently and quickly banished the thought. What kind of sick joke is that? I don't care how strong it is, appearance is a lifelong matter. Besides, the Valkyrie is a refined copper automaton. It doesn't even belong in the category of flesh modification. Heh, sinister game. If you don't want me playing Miracle Nikki, just say so. Lin Xun was about to throw the secret codex of fusion transformation into a corner of his inventory. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and a flash of insight struck his mind. Did I forget? I still have another summoned creature. His gaze fell upon the brass whistle in the inventory. Three-headed lion. You don't want to keep serving as cannon fodder and bait, do you? Given the three-headed lion's proud nature, he imagined it would surely agree to sacrifice its looks to grow stronger. Lin Xun quickly convinced himself. You possess the required item. Do you wish to extract the flesh essence of the Lesser Star Demon Test Subject shell? The secret codex of fusion transformation stirred without any wind, flipping open its pages on its own. A powerful suction poured forth. At the center of the laboratory, the collapsed shell of the Lesser Star Demon Test Subject surged with bloody radiance. Countless tiny particles of flesh were drawn out and absorbed by the codex. As the codex's black cover gradually turned blood red, the shell of the Lesser Star Demon Test Subject withered and shrank. You have successfully extracted the flesh essence of the Lesser Star Demon Test Subject. Lin Xun tried clicking the item. Please select the summoned creature you wish to modify. Brass whistle, corrupted three-headed lion / refined copper sand maraca, battle angel Valkyrie. The three-headed lion's text was in normal font, while the Valkyrie's was grayed out, evidently ineligible for flesh modification. Lin Xun didn't hesitate any longer and clicked on the three-headed lion. You blew the brass whistle. The corrupted three-headed lion is dead and has not yet been reshaped. Do you wish to expend 1 point of soul strength to reshape the corrupted three-headed lion? Current soul strength, 2/3. Lin Xun twitched the corner of his mouth and pressed yes. You expended 1 point of soul strength. With a clear whistle, you summoned the fierce, burly corrupted three-headed lion. The figure of the battle angel, Valkyrie, faded into the void. As soon as the three-headed lion appeared, it looked toward the center of the laboratory, where the monstrous, deformed corpse still lay enormous despite having dried out. It let out a roar, trying to draw the corpse's attention, then immediately bolted toward the laboratory exit. Lin Xun's face went completely dark. Damn it, a kid that smart isn't always a blessing. If anyone saw this, they'd think I was abusing my summons. He quickly clicked the three-headed lion's action command. The corrupted three-headed lion stopped abruptly, turned back, and fixed its 6 puzzled eyes on you, then walked back to your side. It crouched low, baring its fangs and growling toward the corpse in the center of the lab, standing ready to protect you at all times. Lin Xun scratched his head, feeling a little guilty. The three-headed lion had been with him for so long, falling from a formidable mini-boss to its current role as cannon fodder. Truly a wretched fate and a bleak future. I'd better ask the three-headed lion itself. If it doesn't agree, then forget it. If I auction the secret codex of fusion transformation off at the library, it'll surely still turn a profit. Lin Xun glanced out the window. After spending the whole day searching for the behemoth, it was already nightfall. He pocketed his phone and stepped outside. 2 hours later, Lin Xun returned to his rented room. He opened the game and clicked Modify. The secret codex of fusion transformation stirred without any wind, pages flipping open on their own. A blood-red light shot out, enveloping the corrupted three-headed lion. Within the blood-colored glow, countless tiny particles of flesh were suspended, merging into the three-headed lion's massive body. The three-headed lion roared as its body, bathed in the red light, gradually began to transform. Earlier, Lin Xun had taken a taxi out to the mountain area on the outskirts, a place deserted for miles around. It was late at night, and more than one taxi driver had refused the fare when they saw where he was going. After becoming an apostle, Lin Xun's own power had grown immense, so he wasn't the least bit afraid of venturing alone into the eerie, pitch-black wilderness. Just reading the game text, he hadn't felt the three-headed lion was all that formidable. But summoning it in reality, seeing a body the size of an elephant and 3 snarling beast heads, Lin Xun realized he had underestimated the combat potential of the shells in the game. Unlike the Valkyrie, the three-headed lion didn't have high intelligence and could only understand about half of what he said. After explaining for quite some time with the help of gestures, Lin Xun finally got it to understand. And the result was the three-headed lion's 3 heads nodding in unison. The blood-colored radiance faded away. The secret codex of fusion transformation dissolved into points of starlight and vanished. You looked at the corrupted three-headed lion, seeing that its 3 savage heads were completely unchanged. Its huge, burly body was just as before. You scrutinized it carefully, but couldn't spot the slightest trace of any modification. Lin Xun's first reaction was that the modification had failed. Since the three-headed lion was neither a watcher nor a follower, Lin Xun couldn't view its status panel. With no changes visible on the surface, he had no way of knowing whether the modification had succeeded or not. TSK. I'll just find a monster to test it on. That'll tell me soon enough. There were no living monsters left in the laboratory, so Lin Xun could only check his loot first, then go outside to gauge the three-headed lion's power. Suppressing his curiosity for the moment, he looked to the next item. White Dwarf Star Elixir. Item: a glass vial filled with grayish-white liquid. Shattering the vial will instantly vaporize the contents, producing an unknown effect. Using this item inflicts a severe weakened status on starborn creatures. This item only works on ordinary, elite, and legendary creatures of the stars. It has no effect on demigods, pseudo-gods, or gods of the Radiant Stars Oath. An item specifically for dealing with starborn creatures. As for why the president had such an item, Lin Xun could already guess the rough answer. He turned to the president's experimental notes he had just looted, letting out a faint sigh. If the president hadn't turned into a monster and he'd successfully possessed the president's shell, this document item might have turned into a true name item. President's experimental notes document. My path to godhood was obstructed by the omniscient true knowledge. No, it shouldn't be called the omniscient true knowledge. More precisely, it was his emissary. Little did they know that by sending an emissary to hinder me, they only reinforced my conviction that the path to godhood is correct. Forced by the gaze of the omniscient true knowledge, I had no choice but to hand over the ring of the radiant stars and the route map to the underground abyss cave to that despicable, feeble emissary. But do they think that would be enough to stop me from becoming a god? Rona was a devout believer of the omniscient true knowledge. Despite all my attempts to entice her, she never agreed to embrace the stars. Instead, she grew wary of me. She even looked coldly upon the other grand scholars who secretly pursued the stars. Heh. When I inadvertently revealed the location of my secret laboratory to her, I was sure she would pass it on to that feeble emissary. Did Rona never wonder why I built the laboratory beneath the ruins of the Star Vault Tower? Ha ha. As long as I remained beneath the ruins of the Star Vault Tower, which had been blessed by the stars, I could evade the gaze of the omniscient true knowledge. Once their emissary arrived, both items could be reclaimed. With Rona's personality, she would most likely join forces with the omniscient true knowledge's emissary. And even though, with my current strength, I could kill them both, it would come at no small cost. I was forced to begin the fusion transformation experiment ahead of schedule. The newly modified fused shell was slightly different from what I had envisioned. It wasn't that the shell's appearance or power displeased me, but rather that I was unable to perfectly merge with the experimental shell. My path to godhood cannot be wrong. It must be because the experimental shell is still not perfect enough. Once I kill Rona and the emissary of the omniscient true knowledge, I will take back both items and continue my road to becoming a god. For this purpose, I also prepared the White Dwarf Star Elixir to deal with any starborn creature summoned from the Ring of the Radiant Stars. As for the ancient demon in the abyss, even though I currently cannot perfectly merge with the experimental shell, with the shell's strength, I believe subduing the ancient demon will not be a problem. Yes, once I acquire the ancient demon's body, the shell of the experimental body will not be wasted. The secret codex of fusion transformation can extract its flesh essence to further strengthen my divine body. You have gained knowledge. Your knowledge has increased by 600. Current knowledge, 600/5200. Lin Xun let out a long breath after reading the document. The president of the Multivision Association had schemed endlessly, yet in the end, a single misstep had cost him everything. If it had been any other apostle who came here, the one to triumph would almost certainly have been the president. His acquisition of the Eye of the Death-Telling Sea Serpent and the president of the Direct Vision Association's shell had relied heavily on unexpected circumstances. That didn't mean he had simply lain down and received such powerful assets without effort. Back at the Direct Vision Association, the veiled aberration overlord had been there. He had saved the Grand Scholar beneath the overlord's very nose, thereby gaining the mystic Eye of Instant Death special skill. As for the president's shell, he had sacrificed the three-headed lion, enlarged the earth giant's shell to clear the ruins, and then ambushed and killed the president to claim it. Both gains had followed the unspoken rules of this cursed game, and were the result of his own choices. Just imagine, if the three-headed lion had bought even a moment less time against the overlord, he would have wasted 2 points of soul strength and lost both the Direct Vision President's shell and the Eye of the Death-Telling Sea Serpent. Lin Xun shook his head and carefully stored away the document item. If Rona were to see its contents, she would surely be overcome with guilt. The last item was the Celestial Vault Key. The president's notes hadn't mentioned it at all. Celestial Vault Key, item a shimmering 5-pointed star, buried beneath the ruins for countless years and acquired by the president purely by chance. Unfortunately, until his death, he never managed to use the item's function, or perhaps he no longer had any need of it. Using this item at a specific location will trigger an astonishing and unexpected event. Lin Xun frowned. Yet another riddle item? He rubbed his chin and carefully examined the item's description text. The Celestial Vault Key. It must be related to the Star Vault Tower. Lin Xun planned to try using the Celestial Vault Key amid the ruins of the Star Vault Tower once he left the laboratory, to see whether he could trigger any related events. Rona, after a long rest, finally recovered. She stood up and walked toward you. Do you wish to hand over the President Badge of the Multivision Association to Grand Scholar Rona as agreed? Lin Xun was momentarily stunned. Rona had once told him that after killing the President, he would take the President's shell while she would take the President's identity. After that, Rona would use the President's status to continue her studies in the Imperial capital. To give Rona the President Badge meant that the moment of parting had arrived. You have gifted the President Badge of the Multivision Association to Grand Scholar Rona. Rona accepted the badge and gave you a faint smile. She told you that the academic atmosphere in the Imperial capital is exceptionally rich, gathering countless scholars. In a remote place like Sophia City, she could still be rated by the association as a grand scholar. But in the Imperial capital, at most, she would only count as an elite scholar. Not to mention that in the association headquarters of the imperial capital, there are sages, prophets, and other titles with higher academic ranks than Grand Scholar. She has long yearned for the imperial capital. To go there for further study is her lifelong dream. Rona paused as she spoke, her gaze burning as she looked at you and asked whether you would be willing to go together to the imperial capital of the Baratania Empire, Saint Etienne. Lin Xun's eyes widened. For big characters flashed across his mind, hidden map. His heart surged with joy, and he pressed yes without hesitation. If it was truly as Rona said, the difficulty inside the hidden map would surely be outrageous, but the rewards would certainly be extremely rich. Not to mention anything else, just thinking about those shells more powerful than grand scholars, like sages and prophets, made Lin Xun drool. You cannot travel to the imperial capital, Saint Etienne. This area is part of a 7th difficulty chapter. You shook your head and declined Rona's invitation. Lin Xun's face was covered with question marks. After frowning and thinking for a while, he suddenly understood. He had not stumbled upon a hidden map, but rather a special event for skipping difficulty. There was no trace of this type of intelligence in the Apostle Forum. Lin Xun had only learned this information from Li Xingyue's mouth. When he first heard that there were events in the game allowing difficulty skips, he was reminded of the Super Mario he had played on the console as a child. The little plumber jumping around in the game also had a design for skipping levels. In the Book of Salvation, the conditions for triggering difficulty skipping events were extremely stringent. This was because the content of some chapters not only had restrictions on the regional scope, but also had enormous leaps on the timeline. For example, if an apostle triggered a difficulty skipping event at 2nd difficulty, but the 3rd difficulty content on the timeline had a leap, it might be set 100 years before or after the 2nd difficulty. Then even if that apostle encountered the event, they would be unable to explore it. Generally speaking, if the apostle's current difficulty was 2nd difficulty, even when encountering a special event that skipped difficulty, they could only travel to 1st or 3rd difficulty within the same world, volume. For Lin Xun to go from 4th difficulty directly to 7th difficulty, this was simply unheard of. Was it because the difficulty gap was too big, or the timelines were inconsistent, making me unable to skip difficulty? Rona, seeing you shake your head to refuse, sighed with regret. She led you away from the hidden laboratory and back to the refined copper carriage. At Rona's command, the refined copper carriage set off, returning along the road to the Multivision Association. After a long while, the two of them arrived at the Multivision Association. The text displayed that Rona asked him to wait at the association's front entrance while it went back to the office to pack some belongings. Once she had finished packing, Rona would head to the imperial capital. You saw Rona return to the 1st floor hall and walk gracefully to stand before you. She took a book with a faint fragrance from her bosom and handed it to you. You have obtained book containing illusion, Grand Scholar Rona's bathing recording, item. You looked at Rona in confusion. You remembered that this book had already been destroyed, so how could it reappear intact? Rona leaned close to your ear and softly told you that it believed separation was only temporary. Under the arrangement of the omniscient true knowledge, you and her would reunite in the end. After Rona finished speaking, she turned and left. She boarded the refined copper carriage, and the carriage's shadow gradually vanished into the mist. Lin Xun pondered in silence for a moment, then opened his inventory to look at the book Rona had given him. Book containing illusion, Grand Scholar Rona's bathing recording, item. The book cover depicts a beautiful woman stepping out of a bath, with hazy steam and alluring scenes faintly visible. But the illusions inside the book have been erased, and mysterious characters left behind by the Grand Scholar are inscribed on the pages. Carrying this item will allow you to record any residual illusion of knowledge you witness. By clicking on the item, you can enter the illusions that have been recorded. Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. Rona had wiped out the contents of the illusion book and left him with a book that could record other illusions. He didn't quite understand Rona's intention. Even if a residual illusion of knowledge was recorded and explored again through the book, it would not grant any rewards a second time. He had already fully cleared the illusions of Dis Academy and the 3rd floor of the transplant clinic and could not trigger them again. Maybe it will be useful later. Lin Xun put the item away and headed to the 2nd floor of the building, to the eyeball laboratory. You stepped into the eyeball laboratory. Bennett was leaning against a bookshelf in the corner of the laboratory, holding a thick book and reading it. When it saw you enter, it immediately set the book aside and asked whether the True God's envoy needed an eyeball transplant. You looked at the book, and on the cover was written standard procedures for eyeball synthesis surgery. Bennett explained to you that, with nothing better to do in the laboratory, it had started researching the techniques of eyeball synthesis. However, since the time spent studying was still short, it was not yet capable of performing eyeball synthesis. No special event was triggered. Lin Xun was still thinking about the divine item he owed his female superior, so he left the Multivision Association and boarded the carriage. Please select your destination. 1. Multivision School Dis Academy. 5. Ruins of the Direct Vision Association. 6. Cave leading to the underground abyss. 7. Starvault Tower Ruins. There probably aren't any behemoths left in the city, so I'll have to try outside. He had just visited the Starvault Tower Ruins. Whether it was bad luck or some other reason, he hadn't encountered a behemoth on the way. Lin Xun decided to pick another place and go to the underground abyss first. Maybe he'd run into a pleasant surprise on the road. The carriage sped off in a direction within the mist. The carriage began to jolt more and more. You held onto the open, refined copper box full of eyeballs and looked out of the carriage. Outside, layers of mist still filled the world. The rutted, muddy road beneath the wheels told you that you had left the town and entered the wilderness. You vaguely heard heavy footsteps in the mist outside the carriage. The footsteps grew closer, and the sounds grew louder and louder. Hearing that all too familiar rumbling, you knew a behemoth of the wilderness was approaching you. Do you wish to disembark and fight, or shut the carriage door and avoid the battle? Lin Xun grinned broadly. Heaven rewards those who persevere. At last, he'd encountered a behemoth. Last time, after handing over 4 complete divine items to the Black-Stocking Lady, he still had 2 rare plus, grade 1s left. As long as he killed this behemoth, he could gather another complete divine item. The carriage stopped advancing. You stepped down from the compartment. You looked toward the direction of the heavy footsteps. In the layers of mist, a massive, terrifying silhouette slowly emerged. Lin Xun moved with practiced ease, about to summon the Valkyrie to complete the behemoth-killing routine. But suddenly he thought of how the 3-headed lion had just undergone a round of transformation. He wasn't sure if it had succeeded, or how effective it was. Might as well let the 3-headed lion try its hand on the behemoth. If the 3-headed lion hadn't changed much and was still as weak as before, he would summon the Valkyrie right away, making sure the lion wouldn't get killed and waste soul strength. You blew the brass whistle. With a crisp whistle, you summoned the ferocious and muscular corrupted 3-headed lion. Lin Xun worried that this fool would once again charge off pulling a train of monsters, so the moment it appeared he immediately pressed the combat command. The corrupted 3-headed lion looked at the enormous creature slowly approaching through the mist. It let out an excited roar and lunged forward. Compared to the size difference, the 3-headed lion was like a toddler just learning to walk, charging a burly man packed with muscle. Come on. You can do it. Lin Xun cheered the lion aloud while his hand hovered over the refined copper sand maraca, ready to summon the Valkyrie at any moment. The corrupted 3-headed lion charged the veiled aberration without hesitation. Facing the sweeping tentacles, it leaped and dodged nimbly, quickly arriving at the behemoth's foot. Its sharp claws left one bloody gash after another on the veiled aberration's massive leg. The creature let out a howl and lifted its giant foot to stomp. The corrupted 3-headed lion braced its hind legs and raised its forelimbs, refusing to dodge the descending foot. Incredibly, it held the enormous foot in place through sheer force. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. This fighting power is about the same as an earth giant, isn't it? He continued spectating, hoping the lion would surprise him further. The veiled aberration roared in fury. Its huge foot abruptly pressed down, slamming to the ground and flattening everything underneath. Blood and flesh splattered. The corrupted 3-headed lion had already been crushed into a pool of meat paste. After destroying the lion, the veiled aberration strode toward you. The reversal happened too quickly. Before Lin Xun could react, the lion was already dead. You've got to be kidding me. So fragile. Why are you wrestling a behemoth toe-to-toe? Don't you know how to kite? Losing 1 point of soul strength for nothing made Lin Xun grind his teeth. He prepared to summon the Valkyrie to avenge the lion. You took out the refined copper sand maraca and gently shook it. You cannot summon two creatures at the same time. If you forcibly summon the battle angel, Valkyrie, the corrupted three-headed lion will automatically be dismissed. Do you wish to forcibly summon? Didn't the three-headed lion just die? Lin Xun suddenly realized that, although the behemoth had stomped the lion into minced meat, the cursed game hadn't displayed the message, "Your summoned creature, corrupted three-headed lion, has died." Could it be? The pool of meat and bone fragments behind the behemoth began to squirm, gathering into a beast-like shape. In an instant, skin, mane, and claws regrow, and a fully intact three-headed lion appeared before your eyes. The corrupted three-headed lion roared again and pounced once more upon the veiled aberration. Lin Xun was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that, after its flesh transformation, the three-headed lion had not only greatly improved its strength, but also gained the monstrous regeneration ability of a lesser star demon test subject. In the future, he could call the three-headed lion an undying cockroach. You thought I was the one cheating, but it turns out the three-headed lion is the real cheat. Lin Xun continued watching the battle. The three-headed lion remained as fierce as ever, steadily dealing damage to the behemoth. During the fight, it was occasionally stomped to death a few times, but its regeneration speed never slowed in the slightest and remained astonishingly resilient. He silently waited for the three-headed lion to wear the behemoth down to death. Its uninterrupted resurrection was truly monstrous. As long as it wasn't a rule-based instant kill like the mystic eye of instant death, the three-headed lion could always recover. The longer Lin Xun watched the lion, the more he felt it was utterly broken. So long as he, the master, didn't die, the three-headed lion could keep fighting indefinitely. Even if faced with an ultra-difficult boss, the lion could still grind it to death. The veiled aberration was now covered in wounds. Its miserable howls were no longer deafening, but sounded weak and feeble. With the last of its strength, the behemoth stomped the three-headed lion underfoot again and crushed it into a pulp. Perhaps because its injuries were too severe, after killing the lion, it didn't approach you. Instead, it lowered its massive body and began devouring the flesh the lion had left behind, attempting to restore itself. Your summoned creature, corrupted three-headed lion, is on the verge of death. Damn. So this is the weakness of that broken regeneration. If the veiled aberration completely devoured the three-headed lion, no matter how powerful its regeneration, it wouldn't be able to revive. There was no way the three-headed lion could resurrect inside a behemoth's stomach, right? Lin Xun quickly summoned the Valkyrie to knock the behemoth away from the lion. Afterward, he unleashed a falling starlight that finished off the dying behemoth. You have defeated the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration. Greatly increased experience gained. You have obtained crystalline core of the veiled aberration, rare plus, grade item. Through this behemoth, Lin Xun had roughly gauged the three-headed lion's strength. In terms of sheer physical power alone, the lion might still fall short of an earth giant. But if he factored in that near-bug level regeneration, even an earth giant probably couldn't beat the lion. If the two fought to the death, the earth giant would most likely get worn down and killed by the three-headed lion. Its regeneration isn't just useful as a meat shield. I need to properly develop and train the three-headed lion's potential. Lin Xun returned to the carriage and continued heading for the Abyss Cave. The refined copper carriage gradually came to a stop. You stepped down from the compartment. Amid the surrounding mist, you could vaguely make out sparse, withered trees. You were at the foot of a mountain in the wilderness, and at the point where the mountain met the ground was an enormous cave. The cave was pitch black. By starlight alone, you could only see the area near the entrance. You opened the eyeball of the subterranean skeletal demon. Instantly, your vision became clear. Inside the cave, the passage sloped downward into the depths. It twisted and curved, and the view ahead was blocked by a bend in the rock walls. You were about to look away when, deep in the cave, a shadow flickered past. When you looked again carefully, you saw nothing unusual. Do you wish to enter the cave leading to the underground abyss? Do you wish to enter the cave leading to the underground abyss? Lin Xun originally thought that, since he could run into behemoths on the road, he could travel repeatedly between the Star Vault Tower ruins and the underground abyss cave. With a bit of luck, he might run into a few lone behemoths. But the anomaly inside the cave had piqued his interest. I can always grind for divine items after I finish exploring the abyss cave. With that thought, he clicked yes. You stepped into the pitch-dark cave. Inside, The air was cold, damp, and utterly dark. A pungent stench of rot drifted around you. Looking at the stalactites of every shape hanging from the ceiling, and the stalagmites rising from the floor, and smelling the fetid, moist air, you judged this was a karst cave, and that there was likely an underground river deeper inside. You kept moving forward. From time to time, the limestone under your feet felt soft. When you looked down, you saw patches of moss and droppings of unknown creatures. After progressing deeper into the karst passages, you soon arrived at an underground chamber. The enormous subterranean space was vast as a plaza. Some stalactites and stalagmites were joined together to form thick, strange pillars. The stone buds, stone flowers, and stone drapes on the walls appeared in countless forms. While you were immersed in the beautiful scene, you suddenly sensed a hint of danger. A formless shadow flickered past behind a thick pillar. When you stared at it intently, there was nothing to be seen. Lin Xun frowned. He had a feeling combat was about to break out. From the text description, the monster in this cave was very likely an agile type. He opened his inventory and clicked on the refined copper sand maraca. You took out the refined copper sand maraca and gently shook it. Amid the pleasant rhythm of rustling, you summoned the Watcher Battle Angel, Valkyrie. A beautiful long-haired girl stepped lightly from the void. She wore a short pale violet kimono, and a pair of enormous refined copper wings unfolded behind her. The Battle Angel, Valkyrie, narrowed her eyes, scanning the darkness. In this pitch-black space, she could only rely on the glow from your Thunder Dragon Staff Spear to see things nearby. Seems like the Valkyrie doesn't have night vision. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. The Valkyrie was a refined copper construct and couldn't receive eye transplants. Since she had no innate night vision, her combat ability in darkness was greatly reduced. The three-headed lion, on the other hand, as a living creature, might be able to get eye transplants. He considered whether he ought to transplant a few special eyes into the lion to improve its all-weather fighting power. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and simply summoned the lion directly. With a crisp whistle, you summoned the ferocious and hulking corrupted three-headed lion. The Battle Angel, Valkyrie's form dispersed into the void. As soon as the corrupted three-headed lion appeared, its 6 enormous eyes swept around. The crimson glow of its pupils gleamed vividly in the darkness. The lion crouched beside you, muscles taut and fangs bared, ready to launch an attack on any threat lurking in the dark. Lions were felines with excellent night vision. Their sensitivity to light was 6 times that of humans. If an ordinary lion could hunt in darkness, a magical creature like the three-headed lion had even less to fear. Suddenly the lion let out a roar of pain. You glimpsed a shadow flash past, leaving a deep gash across its body. The wound squirmed and healed quickly, but the attacker had already vanished from your sight. Sure enough, an agile monster. The shadow flickered past again, blood spraying. The three-headed lion ignored its wounds and pounced, but the creature evaded easily and disappeared behind a stone pillar once more. The monster was so elusive that Lin Xun's spells had no way to lock onto a target. He was about to switch to the dancer shell, fighting speed with speed. But then he remembered, apart from the mage shell, none of his other shells had night vision. Lin Xun frowned, cancelled the lion's guarding command, and instead issued an attack command. He opened the skill menu and clicked on Knowledge Barrier. You raised your staff and began chanting. A pure white knowledge barrier surged up from the ground, enclosing you in protection. The instant the barrier flared to life, it illuminated the silhouette lunging at the lion from behind you. The creature froze, hastily covering its eyes with its forelimbs, as if unable to bear the sudden glare. In that moment, you saw its full form clearly. It had a humanoid body covered in black bristling fur, a pair of undersized shriveled bat wings sprouting from its back, and on its vicious head, 2 curved horns twisted upward. The subterranean shadow fiend opened its wide maw full of fangs and let out a piercing shriek that echoed deeper into the cave. It swiftly dodged the lion's pounce and vanished once more behind the stone pillar. The three-headed lion flared its nostrils as if it had caught the monster's scent. It sprinted behind a stalagmite deep in the cavern, forcing out a rapidly dodging shadow. A perfect chance. Lin Xun quickly pressed a skill. You widened your 18 ghostly green eyes. Countless characters flashing with white light surged into existence. Under the radiance, the subterranean shadow fiend let out a miserable wail and clutched its eyes, just as the dense characters poured into its skull. Its head exploded with a thunderous blast. You have defeated the subterranean shadow fiend. Experience slightly increased. You have obtained indomitable trace of spirit essence X1. You have obtained foul-smelling bat guano item. Lin Xun had used a single infusion of illusory knowledge to instantly kill the monster. Looks like it was an all-agility glass cannon. He opened his inventory to check the newly acquired item. Foul-smelling bat guano item. A clump of dry material resembling a lump of soil, emanating a stench that lingers stubbornly. Using this item will very slightly enhance your night vision ability. What the heck? You can actually improve night vision? There's something like this. Lin Xun was about to switch to the Earth Giant and enhance his Berserker Shell's night vision. Bat guano, sounds familiar, damn. Isn't this just bat shit? It dawned on him abruptly, and he immediately abandoned the idea of using this on any other shell. Better to wait for a chance to have Bennett transplant some proper night vision eyes. I'm no hungry old man with a fetish for eating raw intestines. You circled the vast underground chamber, discovering that it connected to 3 branching passages, left, center, and right. From the left passage came faint rustling sounds, as if many creatures were moving deeper inside. The middle passage was thick with damp air, and you heard droplets falling drip, drip, drip. The right passage was just like where you stood, nothing unusual. Which passage do you want to enter? Lin Xun decisively chose the first option, the left passage. The reason was simple: grinding monsters to level up wasn't shameful. Just as you started toward the left passage, the rustling sounds within grew louder, as though countless creatures were closing in on you. You widened your eyes and stared into the passage, only to see one subterranean shadow fiend after another pouring out in single file, charging at you at speed. Lin Xun smiled faintly. He already understood this all-agility monster's fatal weakness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have picked the passage teeming with enemies so decisively. The tide of subterranean shadow fiends squeezed out of the passage. They all brandished their claws as they approached, shadows lunging at incredible speed. Lin Xun clicked on a dusty, long-unused trash skill, Knowledge Radiance. You raised both staffs and began chanting. Countless characters flashing white light materialized in the air, then vanished, erupting into blinding brilliance. A chorus of shrill wails echoed through the vast underground space. Several subterranean shadow fiends were reduced to ash in the radiance. You have defeated the subterranean shadow fiend. Experience slightly increased. You have defeated the subterranean shadow fiend. Experience slightly increased. You have defeated the subterranean shadow fiend. You have defeated. The monsters that were not struck directly by the knowledge radiance screamed and clutched their eyes, rolling back and forth on the ground. I'll blind your titanium alloy dog eyes. Lin Xun continued casting knowledge radiance, slaughtering the monsters. The president's knowledge radiance skill was only rare plus grade, probably its maximum rank, but it was already more than enough for these all-agility glass cannon creatures. For light-fearing subterranean monsters, knowledge radiance was a god-tier crowd control skill. Technically, falling starlight could have the same effect, but that legendary grade skill cost too much mana. The game text kept flooding the screen, showing experience and loot gained. Before long, he had cleaned out the entire monster horde. Along with a heap of dung clumps, he also picked up some eyeball items. Subterranean Shadow Fiend's Eyeball X5 Fine Plus. Grade item: the Shadow Fiend, living underground, not only never lost its eyes in the perpetual darkness, but evolved their night vision to an extreme. This item must be used in an empty eye socket. Once used, it grants excellent night vision ability. Dung clumps. No, wait, the bat guano can be sold to the library, and these night vision eyeballs can be transplanted into every main shell. You looked over at a few of the monsters' corpses that were still mostly intact. Subterranean Shadow Fiend Shell, a demon-type creature living its whole life underground. The bat wings on its back have degenerated, losing their ability to fly but retaining short-range gliding capability. The shell's form somewhat resembles a human, or perhaps they were once human themselves. It died from massive blood loss caused by the exploding eyes. Compatibility 82%, plus 45%. Do you wish to possess the shell? Lin Xun was intrigued by the idea of an all-agility shell, but unfortunately, all his shell slots were full, and he had no space left for a lesser monster shell. I really need to grind more divine items. These shell slots are never enough. At the moment, He still lacked 4 divine items to gather all 9. If he wanted to exchange them for a legendary grade divine item, there was a long road ahead. You stepped into the left branching passage. Your summoned creature, the corrupted 3-headed lion, was too enormous to follow you into the passage. Lin Xun sighed helplessly and had no choice but to cancel the summon. Being too big isn't great either, just enough is fine. You gradually moved deeper into the passage. The soft, yielding feeling underfoot became more frequent. You continued forward along the tunnel and soon reached another underground chamber. A monster much larger than a normal shadow fiend was hanging upside down from a stalactite on the ceiling, fast asleep. It looked exactly like a subterranean shadow fiend, except its body was much bigger overall. You have discovered the subterranean shadow fiend king. You notice that deeper in the cave, there was a nest made of piled dry grass. Something inside it seemed to be emitting a faint glow. Your next action. 1. Kill the subterranean shadow fiend king and seize the treasure in the nest. 2. Avoid alerting the subterranean shadow fiend king and steal the treasure in the nest. 3. Quietly leave and retreat back to the original branching chamber. Judging by the strength of the normal shadow fiends, the subterranean shadow fiend king probably wasn't much stronger. Lin Xun was about to click the first option when he suddenly stopped. The reason this cursed game was called a cursed game was precisely because it never played by normal rules and constantly pulled cheap tricks. Better safe than sorry, any place with treasure deserves caution. Maybe because the treasure chests had already given him PTSD, Lin Xun cautiously selected the second option. You crept forward into the cave, glancing up now and then at the subterranean shadow fiend king, which was still fast asleep. You continued silently onward. You reached the edge of the nest. Looking closely, you saw that the dry grass was littered with bones. Judging by their shape, they looked human. The glowing objects in the nest were a few chunks of luminescent ore. You caught a sweet, cloying scent wafting up, apparently coming from the ore itself. As you breathed it in, you started feeling vaguely unwell. A terrible premonition filled your mind, and you tried to flee, but a shrill screech echoed through the cave. At some point, the subterranean shadow fiend king had awakened and was now behind you, staring fixedly. Its eyes glowed a cold green in the darkness. With a piercing scream, countless subterranean shadow fiends surged out of the shadowy corners of the cave like a tide. You tried to raise your staff and chant a spell, only to find that the 2 staffs in your hands felt like pillars of stone weighing 10,000 tons, and the syllables in your mouth were just formless babbling like the mutterings of a sleeper. The monsters pressed forward in a seething mass behind the subterranean shadow fiend king. Dozens of pairs of cold green eyes locked hungrily onto you. You could even see the foul drool dripping from many of their jaws. For some reason, the sickly sweet smell grew stronger and stronger. Your head swam, your vision clouded over. Lin Xun, desperate, quickly opened the shell menu to switch shells. He was just about to click the possess option. You could no longer remain standing and collapsed to the ground. You have died. Once again, the glaring red loser floated before his eyes. He set down his phone and let out a long breath. A cursed game. That's exactly how it should taste. The next day at noon, in the kitchen of the rented apartment, a girl wearing an apron over her kimono was holding a spatula, her delicate brows furrowing at the gas stove. You turn the gas knob like this first, see? The flame comes out. Then this pot of golden liquid is oil, pour the oil into the pan. Wait, you're pouring too much. Wait a bit, when the oil gets hot, the pan will start smoking, then you can put the ingredients in to stir fry. Understood. The girl nodded. Before she had been remodeled and enhanced, she was a support-type maid doll, so her cooking skills were naturally excellent. However, she had never used this mysterious apparatus called a gas stove, nor did she know how to prepare the Chinese cuisine her master spoke of. That was why her master was teaching her step by step. Compared to fighting the knowledge-seeking monsters, she would rather do the proper duties a maid was supposed to do. The feeling of being in this world actually wasn't so bad. Lin Xun saw the Valkyrie holding the spatula and beginning to cook with a decent semblance of skill. He tossed aside the tablet, letting the Valkyrie follow a cooking show to mimic the process and cook along in real time. He returned to his computer and started the arduous task of writing. A single man constantly ordering takeout had gotten rather tired of it. He originally thought to change things up today and cook for himself, but then remembered that he had this free labor force, the Valkyrie. It would be wasteful not to make good use of her. And so, the scene just now had unfolded. After a long while, he finished typing a rare-grade 2,000-word chapter, and over on the Valkyrie side, she also declared completion. On the living room dining table were several dishes arranged neatly. At first glance, they looked quite presentable. Braised pork ribs, shredded potatoes with green peppers, and a big bowl of tomato egg soup. One meat, one vegetable, and one soup. All that was missing was a hand grenade. Lin Xun took the chopsticks the Valkyrie handed him, picked up a rib, and tasted it. The flavor was surprisingly delicious. The disaster he had imagined did not occur. Meeting the Valkyrie's expectant gaze, he nodded. The girl untied her apron and revealed a faint smile. After Lin Xun was fully sated, he returned to the sofa and pulled out his phone. After being fed and warmed, naturally, it was time for diligent cultivation. The Book of Salvation activate. You have entered the apocalyptic chapter. Chapter 82740874. An ordinary wandering soul awakens within the Multivision Association. After getting killed by that hellish game last night, Lin Xun had reshaped his made shell. Now that his soul strength was back to 2/3, he was confident. Today, he was determined to finish clearing the underground abyss cave. First, Lin Xun went to find Bennett and transplanted the subterranean shadow fiend eyeballs he had acquired yesterday into several main combat shells. This way, all the shells would have night vision and could fight at full capacity even in pitch-dark environments. Then he hurried straight for the cave leading to the underground abyss. As you continue forward through the limestone cave, you soon arrive in an underground space. The underground space is vast like a plaza. Lin Xun didn't wait for the text to finish displaying before clicking the skill button. You raise your staff and chant incantations under your breath. A knowledge barrier glowing with a soft white light rises from the ground, firmly protecting you within. He remembered that this was where the subterranean shadow fiend would ambush him. Casting a magic shield to protect oneself immediately was the basic lesson for any qualified mage. Standing within the knowledge barrier, you silently await the assault from the darkness. After a long time, however, no attacker appears. You look toward the 3 branching tunnels, left, center, and right, and fall into contemplation. Which tunnel will you enter? Lin Xun raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, before entering the left tunnel, he had encountered a subterranean shadow fiend. During the battle, the monster's shrill screech had drawn a tide of monsters from deeper in the tunnel. But now, returning to the same place, that shadow fiend was nowhere to be seen. It had not appeared to attack him. This isn't right. Normally, after a shell dies, the small monsters should respawn. The subterranean shadow fiend isn't an elite or a boss, so how could it vanish? If something abnormal happens, there must be a hidden reason. After pondering a moment, Lin Xun switched shells. You possess the corrupted earth giant shell. You stride into the left passage. As you progress deeper, the soft, yielding sensation beneath your feet becomes increasingly frequent. After the hellish game mocked him as trash again yesterday, he had reviewed the text right before his death. His mage shell had been incapacitated by the fragrance released from the glowing luminescent ore in the nest, causing unconsciousness and a loss of combat strength. Yet the subterranean shadow fiends in the cave were able to act normally beside those ores, unaffected by the scent. He had intended to enter the cave, abandon a less important shell, then kill a minor monster to possess it and infiltrate the enemy ranks. But plans couldn't keep up with reality. Now he could only rely on the physically formidable earth giant and hope that the luminescent ore would not affect the warrior with sky-high physique attributes. Following the passage, you soon arrive in another underground space. The cave is completely empty. There is no subterranean shadow fiend king hanging upside down from the stalactites, no tide of subterranean shadow fiends, not even the glimmering objects within the nest. For a moment, you are utterly bewildered. Will you turn back here, or continue exploring deeper? Lin Xun immediately grew vigilant. If he recklessly advanced again, the hellish game would probably find another way to screw him over. After a brief consideration, he came up with a countermeasure. All right, I've decided, it's you. Come out, 3-headed lion. Accompanied by a crisp whistle, you summon the ferocious and muscular corrupted 3-headed lion. The corrupted 3-headed lion's 6 crimson eyes were especially striking in the darkness. It looked toward the hay nest deep within the underground space, then turned its gaze back to you. Seeing you hesitate to issue a command, it took the initiative to start walking, approaching the nest deeper inside. The three-headed lion can regenerate and resurrect. It's the perfect vanguard scout. I'm absolutely not mistreating my summon beast. Lin Xun easily convinced himself. The corrupted three-headed lion circled the hay nest a few times, then leaped inside, scattering bits of straw as it searched. It stepped back to your side, shook its three massive lion heads, and indicated that there was nothing unusual. Brave and resolute apostle, will you turn back here or proceed to explore personally? Lin Xun refused to believe something was amiss and operated the earth giant to move forward for a closer look. You stepped up to the nest. The few pieces of luminescent or hidden in the hay had vanished without a trace, leaving only a faintly sweet aroma lingering in the air. You took a deep breath and quietly focused. Instead of feeling any discomfort, you actually felt clear-headed and invigorated, as if a raging fire was burning within you, filling you with strength and fighting spirit. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. When the mage shell smelled the scent, it would faint instantly, so why did this tank shell react as though it was on performance enhancers? He couldn't make sense of it for the moment. Seeing there was nothing left in the cave to explore, he could only withdraw silently. You exit the passage and return to the original location. Your summoned creature, the corrupted three-headed lion, is too massive to follow you back. My only problem is that it's too big. Lin Xun sighed helplessly and dismissed the summon. You return alone to where you started. In the left passage, you found nothing. Where will you go now? The game text indicated that the middle tunnel was humid, with the sound of dripping water coming from within. Meanwhile, the right tunnel showed no particular signs of anything unusual. Lin Xun thought, since he intended to fully explore the entire map without missing a single item or boss, he would proceed in order, left, middle, right, one by one. You step into the middle branching passage. As you proceed, you notice the moss underfoot growing denser and the surroundings becoming increasingly damp. In addition to the dripping of falling water, you vaguely hear a kind of indescribable howling. The howls rise and fall, layered atop one another. Tilting your head to listen carefully, you recognize them as the cries of the subterranean shadow fiends. Judging by the sound, there are numerous monsters deeper in the passage. Will you continue advancing? Lin Xun thought to himself, so all the monsters were gathering here to hold a concert. He prepared to summon the three-headed lion for battle at any moment. Then he pressed yes. You continue along the passage and soon arrive in yet another underground space. The cave before you is enormous. Roughly estimating from the ground to the ceiling, it was at least 100 meters high, and the cavern's depth extended over 1,000 meters. Countless massive stone columns formed by stalactites and stalagmites supported the chamber. The air was saturated with a cloying sweetness. At the center lay a vast, shadowy underground lake. The surface was pitch black, and you couldn't gauge its depth at a glance. On the lakeshore, many subterranean shadow fiends were squirming and entangling in clusters, multiplying and thriving. The waves of howls all emanated from their mouths. You noticed that the subterranean shadow fiend king was on the shore, clutching the luminescent ore in its hand. In front of it, countless shadow fiends were densely packed, jostling and pushing to prostrate themselves in worship. The subterranean shadow fiend king plunged the glowing luminescent ore into the lake water, then drew it out again. Its claws pointed toward a particular shadow fiend in the horde. The chosen shadow fiend let out a series of shrieking howls, and you could almost hear its excitement in the sound. It stepped forward to lick the droplets clinging to the ore, then immediately became vigorous and frenzied, rushing off to join in the great endeavor of perpetuating its species. Your silent arrival had gone completely unnoticed by the monsters. You took a deep breath, filling your nose with the cloying sweetness. Instead of any discomfort, you felt your entire body brimming with strength. A strange, inexplicable agitation began to grow and spread through you. Restless apostle, what will you do next? 1. Find a lone subterranean shadow fiend, quietly kill it, possess its body, and join the great mission of contributing to the underground monster's reproduction. 2. Let out a wretched scream. My eyes are defiled. Gouge out your own eyes. All 4 of them. Flee this place, and replace them with untainted ones. 3. Shake your head with a cold laugh. Such unclean abominations should never exist in this world, and raise your ancient Dragonfang Great Lub to commence slaughter, purging the filth from the depths below. As usual, Lin Xun automatically ignored the first two options. Staring at the third option before him, he fell into contemplation. Normally, faced with a swarm of monsters, he would definitely possess the mage shell and use falling starlight to wipe out everything in the cave in a single blow. But the scent from the ore, possibly, maybe, probably, served as an aphrodisiac. The earth giant, sturdy as a bull, could somewhat resist its effects. The mage shell, for some unknown reason, would faint the instant it smelled the fragrance, turning into a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. Maybe the mage is just too frail? Lin Xun pondered for a long while and arrived at the only seemingly correct conclusion. He shook his head, clearing away distracting thoughts. Then he summoned the three-headed lion. He opened the panel and adjusted the earth giant's body size to maximum. He pressed the third option, slaughter. You blow the brass whistle, and the ferocious, massive corrupted three-headed lion appears at your side. You grip the ancient Dragafong great lub tightly and let out a thunderous roar. Your body suddenly expands and rises in size, and in the blink of an eye, you have become a towering giant. Your roar echoes layer upon layer through the cave, countless terrified gazes turning to look at you. You open one colossal crimson eye. Special skill Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire activated. All your attacks and skills will now inflict the burning effect of the undying flame. The ancient Dragafong Great Lub instantly ignites in a blaze that devours all things, the searing light illuminating the entire cavern like the descent of a blazing sun. Countless shrill, miserable wails rang in your ears. You revealed a cruel smile and stepped forward to begin the slaughter. You raised the ancient Dragafong Great Lub burning with undying flames and smashed it down without hesitation. Your attack triggered the special effect of the Beastmen Giant Chieftain's Spirit Essence. This attack will deal double damage. Behind you emerged the phantom of a colossal beast howling at the sky, joining you in swinging the deadly weapon down. Amid a deafening crash, the entire cavern quaked and trembled beneath the power of this strike. The instant the Great Lub struck, flames roared skyward, and a terrifying wind pressure carrying the undying flames swept across the ground. Countless small figures clutched their eyes and wailed, only to be smashed into a pulp of flesh by the colossal weapon. Even the monsters not struck directly by the Great Lub could not escape disaster. The hurricane scattered the blazing, undying flames across the ground. The monsters around the impact site were reduced to ashes under the scorching fire. Even those touched by a mere spark found that spark spreading into an all-consuming blaze, until, after thrashing and howling, they died and became charred corpses, whereupon the fire gradually extinguished. The cloying aroma in the cavern was smothered by the stench of burning flesh. Amid the undying flames, the place resembled an underground purgatory. You defeated a subterranean shadow fiend. Your experience increased slightly. You defeated a subterranean shadow fiend. Your experience increased slightly. You defeated a subterranean shadow fiend. You defeated. Power within the shell began to boil. The knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell level increased. Current shell level, 54. The game text suddenly multiplied, scrolling rapidly across the screen. Most of the monsters in the cavern were incinerated into ash by the flames, leaving only a few scattered shadow fiends farther away that had not been touched by the undying flame. But they, too, had lost their ability to fight, all of them clutching their eyes and rolling back and forth on the ground. You looked toward the lakeshore, at the subterranean shadow fiend king, whose body was far larger than the ordinary monsters. Just like the rest, it was covering its eyes, unable to move. A fierce glint flashed in your eyes. You raised the Great Lub, its fire roaring wildly, and smashed it down again without mercy. It had no power to resist and was crushed into a heap of charred meat paste. You defeated the subterranean shadow fiend king. Your experience increased significantly. You obtained Indomitable Large Chunk of Spirit Essence ×1. You obtained Subterranean Shadow Fiend King's Eyeball ×2, Epic Grade. The corrupted three-headed lion pounced on the remaining few surviving Subterranean Shadow Fiends. Powerless to resist as they rolled back and forth on the ground, they all perished beneath the ferocious beast's claws. Your summoned creature defeated a Subterranean Shadow Fiend. Your experience increased slightly. The monsters in the cave have all been purged, leaving only scorched corpses strewn across the ground. Will you leave this place, or stay here to search? The Shadow Fiend King had been smashed by the Earth Giant into a pile of paste, rendering it impossible to possess. Lin Xun had no interest in the shells of ordinary small monsters. For the moment, he ignored the options and returned the Earth Giant to normal size. Then he opened his inventory to inspect his spoils. Subterranean Shadow Fiend King's Eyeball ×2, Epic Grade. The Shadow Fiend King, dwelling deep underground, is the chieftain of the Shadow Fiend species. In the pitch-dark environment, its eyes evolved a peculiar ability. This item must be installed in an empty eye socket. After use, it grants exceptional night vision. This item must be installed in an empty eye socket. After use, there is a chance to acquire the special effect Dim Shadow. Dim Shadow? Lin Xun noticed that the game text displayed special effect rather than special skill. Before transplanting the eyeballs, he could not know exactly what this effect entailed. Once I finish exploring the cave, I'll go find Bennett to try out these new eyes. He looked at the next item. A Piezo ore ×4, special item and extremely rare ore that emits a faint glow and exudes a cloying sweet aroma. In the Baratania Empire, only nobles and the highly learned are permitted to enjoy the ore's unique effects. Typically, they grind it into powder, take a few tiny grains, mix them into a large quantity of spices, and ignite it to inhale, thus rejuvenating their masculine vigor. Warning: this item must not be directly touched or smelled, or you risk overexertion and sudden death. This item can only be used by sturdy shells. When used, it will consume the shell's vitality to recover its fatigue. Lin Xun read the description with a face full of black lines. What the hell was the point of this garbage? Never mind the side effect of using up your health to relieve fatigue. Just the restriction that only sturdy shells could use it was enough. He'd been using the Earth Giant shell all this time, and never once had he seen any message like, "You feel a little tired." The fatigue system seemed to be completely invalid when it came to these tanky warrior builds. Only the mana-hungry mage shell frequently encountered exhaustion. But the mage shell clearly had nothing to do with the word sturdy. It didn't even need to use this item. Just sniffing it would cause immediate blackout and death, truly a case of dying from too much excitement. Among all the shells in Lin Xun's slots, the only ones that qualified as sturdy were the Earth Giant and the Paladin of Discipline, though he wasn't sure if the blacksmith counted. Useless trash. He put the item away and continued exploring. You patrolled the vast cave, walking a full circuit around the underground lake at the center, but did not discover anything unusual. Would you like to leave this place? Lin Xun thought briefly and pressed no. You stand at the lakeshore, staring out over the pitch-black water. Your thoughts drift farther and farther. Bored, you picked up a stone from the shore and tossed it into the lake. He curled his lip. This hellish game was still pretending to play dumb. He opened his inventory and directly selected the diving tool subspecies Sea Dragon Pearl. The subspecies Sea Dragon Pearl you carry emits a faint glow. Exploring this bottomless underground lake will be effortless for you. You're about to leap into the lake. Suddenly, you freeze at the shore, realizing things are not so simple. Several charred Shadow Fiend corpses were floating on the lake's surface. Before dying, they had thrown themselves into the water in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Unfortunately, even the icy lake water failed to snuff out the undying flames that burned them. But that was not the main point. You noticed that the corpses soaking in the lake were showing signs of corrosion. Their flesh was gradually dissolving. You instantly realized that the pitch-black lake water contained deadly toxins. The subterranean shadow fiends that lived beside the lake all year round had likely adapted to trace amounts of the toxins in their only water source, so small exposures would not harm them. But to be fully immersed in the poisonous water, even those monsters who occasionally ingested it could not withstand the corrosion. Will you still jump into the lake? The hellish game wore its ugly smirk, clearly wanting to stop Lin Xun from exploring the underground lake. But Lin Xun wasn't the sort to give up so easily. The more the hellish game tried to stop him from exploring, the more it proved that treasure was hidden in the lake. He frowned and pondered a countermeasure. Could he jump in first, then, as soon as the shell was about to be poisoned to death, immediately switch to another shell, thus achieving the goal of exploration? He currently had 8 shells. Maybe he could complete the dive before being killed by the poison. Then he considered, even the shadow fiends couldn't withstand the toxin. If he switched to any other normal shell, the moment he jumped in, the game would probably display you died and not even give him time to search. If I enlarge the Earth Giant's body, maybe I could wade in to explore quickly. Who knows, perhaps the lake is only a few meters deep and won't even reach my knees. Maybe that way, I can find the treasure before dropping dead from the poison. Lin Xun was about to carry out this seemingly workable plan when he suddenly slapped his forehead. He hurriedly opened his inventory to check an item that had been sitting there gathering dust ever since he acquired it. Antitoxin core of the Divine Light Moth. Special item, a prismatic crystal core nurtured within the Divine Light Moth, shimmering with vibrant colors. It grants excellent resistance to toxins. Carrying this item will significantly increase your resistance to all poisons. This item had dropped after he killed the final boss moth in the Blood Sun world and granted resistance to all toxins. The antitoxin core had been sitting idle in his inventory for so long that Lin Xun had nearly forgotten it existed. To be safe, I'd better switch to a different shell first and test the water. He looked at the shell slots. The engineer and the paladin of discipline were both dead. As for which expendable shell to use, going by priority, naturally it was the blacksmith's turn. You possess the corrupted blacksmith shell. He clicked the antitoxin core of the Divine Light Moth. The antitoxin core of the Divine Light Moth you carry emits a soft glow. You realize the poisonous underground lake before you might not be an absolute death trap after all. You cautiously step into the water. The icy, pitch-black lake water rises over your ankles. The toxins within gradually begin corroding your body. You feel a slight stinging sensation on the soles of your feet, but it remains within your tolerance. Will you continue deeper into the lake? Lin Xun felt relieved and switched shells again. You possess the corrupted Earth Giant shell. With your robust physique, you only feel a faint tingling in your soles, no other discomfort. You stride forward into the lake. The cold water quickly passes over your head, and a bone-chilling cold envelopes you. Thanks to the subspecies sea dragon pearl you carry, you can breathe freely underwater. The pitch-black lake water continues to corrode your body. You feel a slight numbing sensation on your skin, but it still cannot inflict damage. Will you dive beneath the lake's surface? You plunge headfirst into the frigid, black water, diving downward. The water was as thick as ink, preventing you from seeing anything. The cold liquid slowly sapped your body heat. Your vision was pitch black, and you quickly lost all sense of direction. You could only rely on the buoyancy of the water to judge whether you were still descending. As you continued your descent, you began to feel the pressure of the deep water pressing upon you. You sensed countless hands around you, squeezing your flesh. Gradually, the stifling pressure in your chest made you feel a trace of anxiety. Will you keep diving deeper? Lin Xun had been underwater for over 10 minutes already, far past any human depth limit. If he were in the mage shell, he would have died long ago. Only the Earth Giant could keep going. You continued diving deeper into the lake. As you went deeper, the surrounding pressure grew ever greater. You gradually felt your limbs no longer moved with the same ease as before. It was as if you were buried under a mountain, struggling alone beneath the crushing weight. Will you still keep diving? Lin Xun drew in a long breath. The more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. This underground lake was bottomless. Who knew what treasures lay hidden on the lakebed? The more the hellish game tried to push him to turn back, the more he was determined to dive further. At worst, I'll just waste some soul strength. With this thought, he pressed yes again. You continued diving deeper into the lake. You felt pain begin to radiate from your internal organs. The pain grew steadily more intense, and you knew that you had reached your absolute depth limit. You were just about to rise back to the surface when your outstretched hand brushing through the water touched something solid. Feeling around carefully, you realized you had finally reached the very bottom of the lake and were touching the muddy lakebed. Will you ascend back to the surface or keep exploring? You, not yet having found any treasure, were clearly unwilling to leave just yet. You began to grope through the lakebed silt, trying to locate anything of value. Suddenly, your hand touched something hard. Unlike the relatively soft mud of the lakebed, this object felt extremely solid. Judging by your touch, this object's size, or rather, its thickness, it was enormous. It seemed to be a giant iron chain. The chain was so thick that it would take more than a dozen people linking arms to encircle it. Running your fingers along its surface, you felt countless mysterious runes deeply engraved into the metal. Will you follow the unknown metal chain forward? An iron chain on the lakebed? Lin Xun felt that he had probably stumbled upon something extraordinary. This place was obviously beyond what that grand scholar Maguire under the Multivision president had ever reached. In other words, the ancient abyss demon was certainly not here at the lake's bottom. Enduring the immense water pressure, you felt along the giant chain, moving in one direction. Lin Xun waited in silence as the text displayed. This wait lasted another 10 minutes. Though the cavern overhead was large, he'd circled the underground lake in only a few minutes. Clearly, the lakebed's area was far larger than the surface above. You continued feeling your way along the chain, and suddenly everything brightened. The crushing pressure around your body vanished all at once. The sudden light made your eyes, accustomed to darkness, instinctively snap shut. You were astonished to realize you were no longer underwater. You slowly open your eyes, and before you unfolds a vast underground space. Beside you lies an incomparably massive, refined copper chain. Looking back along the chain, you see behind you a pitch-black curtain of water, shaped like a great waterfall. Strangely, beyond that curtain lies the dark lake water, while on this side is a dry underground cavern you can walk through freely. You look forward along the refined copper chain, and at the end of it rests the terrifying colossal remains of a creature. The pitch-black, gigantic skeleton stretches beyond sight. Jagged spines stand menacingly along its back, and even though its vast bone wings have long lost all flesh, you can still imagine the horror of them spread wide, eclipsing the sky. The ferocious skull is covered in countless small pits, which at a glance look like a palace-sized honeycomb. Gazing upon the innumerable hollow pits, you can't help but think of eyes as numerous as the stars. At the far end of your vision, you see that the refined copper chain is affixed to the hind leg of the skeleton. You have discovered the remains of the ancient hermit dark dragon. Lin Xun's eyes widened. The ancient hermit dark dragon. The eyeball of the pale dragon of ancient sages and the eyeball of the ancient crimson dragon king on his person were each but a single eye among the countless eyes this dragon possessed. If even a single eye alone reached epic plus grade, it was hard to imagine how powerful this creature had been when alive. Thankfully, in this hidden map, he had encountered only the dragon's remains, otherwise, he probably would have seen the bright red word trash again. You step forward to the skeleton's feet to observe carefully. The bones are as pitch black as the lake water you saw earlier. The ancient hermit dark dragon has been dead for untold ages. Its remains have endured countless years in the damp environment and are no longer indestructible. You try to touch one of the dragon's toes, still the size of a mountain even as bare bone, and a sharp pain instantly sears your palm. Dense blisters rise across your palm, and a layer of skin is corroded away. In that moment, you realize that the skeleton before you harbors unimaginably potent toxins that likely seeped into and polluted the entire lake. You cautiously withdraw from the pitch-black remains and continue forward. Before long, you spot a human skeleton leaning against the dragon's bones. Yet this skeleton is astonishingly large. Though not as gigantic as your own body when in giant form, it still stands as tall as a two-story building. Most surprising of all, the human bones are the same pitch black as the dragon's remains. You have discovered the remains of the Dark Dragon Knight. Beside the Dark Dragon Knight's corpse lies the equipment he once wielded in life. You hurry over to inspect them. The massive dragon lance is already mottled with rust, and the once glittering giant armor crumbles like paper at the slightest touch, falling to the ground in heaps of dust. You heave a long sigh and shake your head in disappointment. Just as you were about to resign yourself to leaving empty-handed, you notice a tall stone stele behind the Dark Dragon Knight's remains. The stele is densely carved with text, recording what seems to be the story of his life. You step closer and begin reading line by line, word by word. You step closer, reading line by line, word by word. This was an epic age brimming with heroes. The evil gods of the stars invaded our beautiful homeland on a massive scale, and countless learned scholars stood alongside the great omniscient true knowledge to resist these enemies from the void. With their vast knowledge, the scholars fought on the front lines of the struggle against the Starborn, becoming immortal heroes worthy of the annals of history. From childhood, I vowed to become one of the learned, to follow the true God and defend our home. If I could be remembered by history like those great heroes, what supreme glory that would be. With my parents' hopes upon me, I entered the Academy of Knowledge to study diligently. To become a hero, I worked countless times harder than any ordinary person. In every sleepless night, in every moment of exhaustion and hunger, The rock-solid faith sustaining me was what kept me gathering knowledge without pause. But fate is cruel. Great omniscient true knowledge, forgive my dullness. Despite my relentless effort, I still fell behind my peers. The academy mentors tried to console me. Not everyone could receive the favor of knowledge. They said I should abandon my studies and go elsewhere to offer my faith to the true God. After all, the war to defend our home needed more than just learned scholars at the front. My mentor helped contact the Logistics Academy, hoping I would give up my precious place in the Academy of Knowledge so other, more gifted peers could take my spot. Reason told me I should follow my mentor's advice, but I was not willing. How could I accept it? The conviction I had clung to so long, shattered without mercy. Countless days and nights of toil and sweat burned to ashes. How could I resign myself? I argued with my mentor with all my strength, trying to stay at the academy, but every attempt failed. Until the day news arrived from the front, my parents had died in battle. Of course, they had been drafted into the Oath Legion. Who could survive that? After that, my mentor no longer tried to dismiss me, as I was the orphan of two who had given their lives in sacrifice. But somehow, I suddenly lost all motivation. I stopped studying day and night. The books I once cherished were left to molder in a corner, gathering thick dust. I took the initiative to ask my mentor to transfer me to the Logistics Academy. My mentor was right. I should relinquish my seat in the Academy of Knowledge. A dullard like me, joining the Logistics Academy as a porter, at least made use of my strong body. That was the best I could offer. The process of leaving the academy went smoothly. The day after I made my request, I received the formal documents. That night, I felt as if a great burden had lifted. I slept the most peaceful sleep I'd had in years. Perhaps I'd always known I could never become a scholar, but my unwillingness to admit defeat kept me clinging to that absurd dream that would never come true. In my dreams that night, I became the greatest hero of all. In the war against the evil gods, I achieved mighty feats. My people sang ballads of my deeds. Epic poems immortalized my name. What a ridiculous dream. But in the dream, I was not like the other heroes. I wasn't a scholar wielding rings, books, or staves. I was a giant warrior with a long spear and armor, riding a terrifying creature, soaring through the sky. It was truly absurd. When I awoke, I vaguely heard an old, kindly voice. That voice told me my devotion had moved the true God. If I still wished to dedicate everything in service, I should go to the Bimogo Mountains to seek the legendary ancient black dragon, thought long extinct. If I could win the ancient dragon's recognition, I would realize a dream that was not absurd at all. In a trance, I beheld an elderly man in white robes, his hair pure white. He stood within a grand temple built of shining white symbols, gazing at me with benevolence. The rest of the huge steel's inscription had been blurred by the ages, impossible to decipher. Just as Lin Xun was engrossed in reading, it felt like a sudden anticlimax, as if a tireless farmer's plow had suddenly gone limp halfway through. He felt as though ants were crawling all over him. Hellish game, if you cliffhanger like this, you'll get death threats. Lin Xun clenched his teeth and cursed aloud. Although the steel had no further text, like some shameless author going missing, he could more or less guess the rest of the tale. The white-haired elder mentioned in the inscription was surely the servant of knowledge. Guided by the servant of knowledge, the protagonist must have endured endless hardships, overcome countless trials, and eventually found the ancient black dragon, becoming the dark dragon knight. At last, he fought far and wide for the omniscient true knowledge, accomplishing countless feats, fulfilling his dream. No, if he fulfilled his dream, why would he have died here, perished in this lightless underground abyss? Lin Xun frowned. Something about it didn't add up. According to the text, the ancient hermit dark dragon was bound here by chains, and its master had died here as well. But just from the steel's inscription alone, he could not deduce how the story ended. You carefully examine the steel from top to bottom, and at the very base, you find a few lines that remain legible. You crouch to read. To those who come after, if you, like me, were born dull of wit, with nothing but a strong body and no hope of becoming a scholar, if you possess a will as unshakable as stone, unwavering and resolute, then touch this steel. If you can pass the trial I have left behind, you will inherit my legacy. When you become an existence that can rival the gods themselves, please remember, avenge me. You have finished reading all the legible text on the steel. Would you like to touch the steel to begin the Dark Dragon Knight's trial? Accept the Dragon Knight's legacy? If I pass the trial, will I get to become a Dragon Knight and maybe be rewarded with a giant dragon? Right beside him was the ancient hermit Dark Dragon, which should be the ancient Black Dragon mentioned on the steel. Lin Xun's imagination ran wild, picturing how, after completing the trial, the dragon's skeletal remains would revive, and he'd become an undead Dragon Knight, or perhaps a bone Dragon Knight. He carefully reviewed the steel's text again. There were two prerequisites to begin the trial. Simply put, first, to be simple-minded and strong of limb. Second, to possess unshakable, indomitable will. He guessed the content of the trial would likely relate to these two prerequisites. Anyone who didn't fit them probably couldn't pass. The mage shell obviously didn't qualify, but the earth giant was perfectly suited to the strong of limb part. As for resolute will, that depended on the shell's user. Lin Xun asked himself whether his will was steadfast. Time and again, when facing those dodgy ads that popped up, he had always chosen to close the tab without hesitation. It perfectly matched the unshakable will described in the prerequisites. It's just a trial, let's do it. You reach out to touch the massive steel. Your whole body tensed, fully bracing for the coming trial. A long time passed, but nothing happened. Perplexed, you looked at the steel and tried touching it again, but still the so-called trial did not begin. Just when you thought that perhaps, after so many years, the trial's power had been worn away. A strange drowsiness slowly crept over your mind. You struggled to keep your eyes open, but were helplessly pulled into an unknowable dream. You have entered a residual illusion of knowledge. Countless shouts and screams filled your ears. You heard the sound of weapons hacking into hard carapaces and of jointed limbs piercing armor without end. You slowly opened your eyes. Before you lay a battlefield where countless humans clashed with terrifying creatures. Those creatures, their bodies covered in hard shells, were the starborn monsters you knew well. The desolate battlefield was strewn with corpses, some belonging to starborn beasts, but far more to your own kind. You looked toward the sky. Countless massive flying creatures battled the tiny human figures. The pure white glow of sigils flashed without cease. Blood rained down. Corpses fell from the sky. You noticed a terrifying, sinister shadow circling above, spewing waves of pitch-black flame. Beneath that dark breath, the starborn monsters melted and dissolved without resistance, dropping from the sky. You focused your gaze. That monster's shadow was a living black dragon. As the dragon wheeled overhead, you could faintly see a figure holding a massive spear riding upon its back. This dragon was far smaller than the remains of the ancient hermit dark dragon you had seen earlier. Compared to that colossal skeleton, this one was like a child. Wherever the dragon and its rider passed, the starborn monsters were slain in droves. Not one could withstand a single blow. Yet in the face of the endless, sprawling battlefield, the slain monsters were but a drop in the ocean. No matter how mighty the Dragon Knight was, he could not change the tide of battle. Suddenly, a horrific starborn creature broke through the soldiers' ranks and lunged at you, claws slashing. You drew your ancient Dragathon Greatlove and smashed the monster into pulp with a single blow. You defeated an unknown starborn creature. You gained no experience. A soldier clad in armor hurried to your side, dropped to one knee, and loudly begged your forgiveness. He blamed his incompetence for allowing the spawn of the evil gods to threaten your safety. You waved him off and ordered him back to the front lines. You looked toward the fiercest part of the battlefield. Whether the scholars fighting in the sky or the soldiers battling on the ground, all were forced to retreat step by step against the endless waves of monsters. Suddenly, a longhorn call resounded in the air, blowing 3 times in succession. You frowned, a foreboding sense growing in your chest. The same soldier returned, armor soaked in blood, leaning on his crossed sword. His face was filled with despair as he reported. The front line had collapsed. The scholars were preparing to retreat from the battlefield. My lord, as the legate of the Oath Legion, you must lead the troops in covering their withdrawal. You looked up. Sure enough, the tiny human figures in the sky had begun to withdraw, no longer engaging the monsters directly. Only that black dragon and its rider still refused to retreat, still fighting in the thick of the slaughter. Brave and resolute apostle, what will you do? 1. Roll your eyes and scoff. Why do we have to cover the retreat? Come on, we're getting out of here, and order your soldiers to flee with you, preserving the flame of humanity's survival. 2. Curl your lip in anger, you talk too much. Get back to the front and fight. What are you doing bothering me? And order your troops to charge, while you slip away alone and desert the battle. 3. Roar boldly, brothers, charge with me. Slay those alien fiends from beyond the stars, and lead a headlong assault with all forces, covering the scholars' retreat to the last. At any other time, Lin Xun would have chosen the second option without hesitation. In the hellish game, staying alive came first. There was no shame in playing it safe. But right now, he was in a residual illusion of knowledge, inside the Dark Dragon Knight's trial. Of course, he had to pick the most fearless, heroic option. Otherwise, if the Dragon Knight was still up in the sky fighting while he ran off first, he'd definitely be eliminated from the trial. Without hesitation, he pressed the third option, charge and cover the retreat. You drew your ancient Dragathon Greatlub and let out an earth-shaking roar that echoed across the battlefield. With unwavering resolve, you charged toward the front line. Countless soldiers answered your call, roaring in unison as they drew their swords and rushed into the melee. High above, the scholars seemed to receive a shared signal. In an instant, they began retreating to the rear of the battlefield. Your legion rolled forward rows of massive ballistae. Once the scholars had withdrawn, volleys of bolts launched like swarming locusts. The monsters chasing the scholars were felled in droves by the rain of bolts. Amid the dense crossfire, not only the starborn beasts, but also some straggling scholars and large numbers of legion soldiers perished. Under the hail of arrows, the starborn creatures were forced to abandon their pursuit of the scholars, turning instead to attack the ballistae surrounded by your ranks. You paid no heed to the ballistae. You knew perfectly well that the moment they revealed themselves, both the weapons and the soldiers manning them were doomed to fall beneath the monster's claws. That death belonged not just to those soldiers, the sacrifice was also your destiny. Dragging your ancient Dragonfang Greatlub, you charged into the heart of the battlefield's meat grinder. Facing the tide of monsters like a living sea, you roared and swung your weapon to begin the slaughter. You defeated an unknown starborn creature. You gained no experience. You defeated an unknown starborn creature. You defeated. Your vision gradually turned red. The regenerating scale armor of the Dragon Rider on your body had already saved you from several lethal attacks. But slowly, the armor's regeneration could no longer keep pace with how often the monsters tore it open. You could no longer tell whether the blood soaking the scales was yours or the starborn creature's. You felt a trace of exhaustion. Suddenly, a sharp claw came slashing at you again. Dazed and weak, your arm failed to parry the blow. A figure stepped in front of you, taking the strike in your place. The claw punched through his body without mercy. Wiping blood from your forehead, you saw that it was the same soldier who had spoken to you before. Blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth as he whispered to you. "My Lord Legate, you must hold out to the very last. May omniscient true knowledge be with you." When he finished, his head slumped powerlessly. Expressionless, you gripped your Greatlub tight and smashed the monster before you into pulp. You gazed at the endless sea of creatures, drew in a deep breath, and charged forward once more. The soldiers of the Legion surged forward onto the blood-soaked battlefield in an unending stream. Facing the ocean-like tide of starborn monsters, their courage and conviction seemed so pale and powerless in this moment. Countless vibrant lives turned into corpses, all for the sole purpose of blocking the monster's advance and creating a chance for the scholars to escape. You charged forward with all your might, your mind left with only a single thought, to keep advancing. One monster after another fell at your feet. You gradually became separated from the soldiers behind you, remembering only the mechanical motions of swinging the giant club in your hands. You defeated an unknown starborn creature. You did not gain any experience points. You defeated an unknown starborn creature. You defeated. You feel extremely exhausted. Lin Xun furrowed his brows, a deep sense of unease welling up. As the legate of the Oath Legion, staying behind to cover the retreat was in line with the trial's requirements. Yet in the face of endless monsters, even the mighty physique of the Earth Giant shell would eventually tire. Enough ants could bite an elephant to death. Being devoured by the monsters was the final outcome awaiting him. Although the game text offered no options, he actually had two choices at this point. One was to use his shell talent to gigantify the shell, unleashing scorching gaze of flowing fire, weak point insight, blessing of Mother Earth, and other skills to go all out and carve a path of blood. The other was to conserve strength, maintain the current state, and wait until the shell's stamina was about to run dry before using the recently acquired apis or to restore his fatigue. Going all out would undoubtedly drain stamina even faster. Facing these inexhaustible waves of monsters, Lin Xun felt that cutting a path through them simply wasn't realistic. He couldn't help but think of the words inscribed on the stone stele. If you possess a will as unshakable as stone, unwavering and resolute, then touch this steel. He exhaled slowly and chose to keep enduring. He only had 4 pieces of apis ore in his inventory and no idea whether they would last until the battle turned around. You continue to tirelessly swing your weapon. Wherever you pass, monster corpses carpet the ground. You feel utterly exhausted. Even shifting your feet a little is an impossible luxury. His heart clenched tight, knowing that his fatigue had reached the critical point and the shell was about to collapse. He quickly opened his inventory and clicked on the item. You take out a faintly glowing piece of ore, shove it into your mouth, and crush it between your teeth before swallowing. A surge of heat wells up from deep within your body, spreading outward. You feel inexhaustible strength erupting from your flesh. Veins bulge across your body, your skin cracking apart to reveal swelling, knotted muscles beneath. Every pore is seeping blood. You use apis oregon. The shell consumes part of its vitality, and all fatigue is fully restored. Bathed in fresh blood, you feel your weapon is no longer heavy. Every part of your body brims with power. You stride forward and charge once more into the boundless ocean of monsters. Lin Xun had no idea how many monsters he had killed. He could only occasionally glimpse the crimson fatigue warnings amid the dense flood of text scrolling across the screen. Whenever the Earth Giant shell was about to collapse, he would use another ore to restore stamina. One after another, the pieces of ore were consumed, and their count was approaching 0. The only bit of luck was that the Earth Giant was tough enough that sacrificing some life to regain stamina wouldn't instantly deplete his health bar and make him drop dead on the spot. You use apis oregon. The shell consumes part of its vitality, and all fatigue is fully restored. The last piece of restorative ore was gone. Lin Xun could only wish the number of these trash heap ores in his inventory were 99. This trial's difficulty is downright insane. You feel slightly fatigued. Whether it was a side effect of the ore or simply his own imagination, Lin Xun couldn't tell. He only knew that after each use of the restorative ore, the fatigue notifications appeared faster than before. It hadn't been long, yet the Earth Giant was already crying out that it couldn't keep going. I have to think of something. Lin Xun knitted his brows tight, racking his brain for a way to endure until the trial ended. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly opened the shell panel and tried to switch to the mage shell. Knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell does not meet the trial requirements. Forcibly possessing it will result in trial failure. Do you still want to possess the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell? You bastard! This hellish game wasn't about to let Lin Xun exploit any loopholes. Seeing the Earth Giant grow weaker by the moment, his mind raced. The other shells in the panel were all in full condition. The text clearly stated the mage shell didn't qualify, and the trial conditions specified powerful limbs, simple mind. He clenched his teeth and spent 1 point of soul strength to reshape a night shell. You have successfully possessed the Blood Sun Paladin of Discipline shell. It really worked. Lin Xun quickly equipped the Thunder Dragon Staff Spear onto the Paladin. A monstrous creature lunges at you, the tip of its sharp limbs stabbing straight toward your chest. You grip the spear in both hands. Golden lightning coils along the shaft. Mustering all your strength, you thrust forward. The spearhead failed to pierce the creature's hardened carapace. Your all-out strike could only barely drive it back. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. He attacked again. Monsters that had fallen to a single strike from the Earth Giant shell now took multiple hits from the Paladin to bring down. Even wielding the epic plus grade Thunder Dragon Staff Spear, he still needed several consecutive blows to kill one starborn creature. So this is the difference between an honor student and a problem student. The quality of the Paladin of Discipline shell was far inferior to that of the Earth Giant, and the difference in strength between the two shells was vast. Fortunately, after he stripped the Earth Giant's full set of armor and put it on the Paladin, this tank knight could still barely hold on and wasn't immediately beaten to death by the horde of monsters. But the good times didn't last. You defeated an unknown starborn creature. You feel slightly fatigued. Lin Xun almost wanted to throw the paladin of discipline down a sewer. The earth giant overdrawing its stamina with drugs was one thing, but you're tiring this fast without any drugs? He tried to switch to the dancer shell and the others. As expected, this hellish game refused him without hesitation. It wasn't long before the game text once again displayed that the shell was fatigued. Lin Xun estimated that it wouldn't take much longer before the paladin of discipline collapsed from exhaustion. Before entering the trial, he had mentally prepared himself, vaguely expecting that the trial's difficulty would be extreme. But he hadn't imagined that the resolute described on the stone stele meant facing endless waves of monsters on the battlefield. I absolutely can't give up. If I die here and get eliminated, never mind whether the trial can even be triggered again. Just think, where would I find more of those ores to recover stamina? If those 4 ores were the entire stock in the cave, then even if I could re-enter the trial, there would be no hope of passing. Lin Xun opened the inventory again, searching for any usable items. His gaze halted, then immediately fell on a corrupted red sorrel gathering dust in the corner. He still had one last stock of the corrupted red sorrel he'd bought in the Blood Sun world. This item could only restore the fatigue of a corrupted shell. Seeing that the paladin was about to collapse, he swiftly switched shells. You possess the corrupted earth giant shell. You used blood red sorrel. The shell's fatigue has been fully restored. You heft the ancient Dragathong Great Lub in your hands, striding forward once more, charging into the boundless ocean of monsters. Hopefully this will last until the trial ends. Surely it can't be that I have to kill every single monster on this battlefield to pass the trial. If that really is the case, no one could ever clear it. Lin Xun kept enduring, waiting for the turn of events he deserved. He didn't know how much time had passed when a desolate horn call resounded over the battlefield again. You jolted awake. All around you were piles of grotesque monster corpses, while farther away, endless monsters still lunged toward you. You have finally waited for the signal to retreat from the battlefield. You looked back, only to see not a single Legion soldier still alive and standing. Of the entire Oath Legion, of all the humans on this battlefield, only you remained. Soon after, even the horn call was drowned out, leaving you alone, utterly surrounded by the infinite ocean of monsters. All your joy turned into sorrow. You knew there was no escaping death. You knelt, bracing yourself on your great lub. You feel extremely exhausted. The starborn creatures closed in from all sides, their sharp claws glinting coldly as they approached. Your body was weary, barely able to muster a shred of strength. But most lethal was the despair in your heart, unable to see any path to survival. Cold glints flashed. The claws were almost upon you. Gritting your teeth, you swung the great lub, driving back the attacker, yet even more claws came slashing toward you without mercy. You were struggling desperately, and the side effects of having consumed 4 ores in succession were now painfully clear. Your strength had greatly diminished. Blows that could once smash monsters into pulp now could only barely push them back. The scale armor covering your body had already protected you from countless fatal strikes, and its self-repair was slowing down more and more. Exhausted in both body and spirit, you were covered in wounds. Facing the countless claws of the monsters, you were about to die on the spot. Lin Xun knew that this was the most critical moment. He still had one last trump card, the epic plus grade item, high-energy particle shield generator. The monsters crowding around you saw that you could no longer stand. They surged forward, jaws gaping with hideous maws. You had no strength left to counterattack and could only wait for the slaughter. If you don't give me a giant dragon as a reward after this trial, you hellish game. I swear I'm not done with you. Lin Xun gritted his teeth, about to activate his final trump card. A dragon roar that shook the heavens filled your ears as a jet-black inferno poured down from the sky. The monsters around you were instantly corroded and melted beneath the waterfall of dragon breath, dissolving into pools of reeking black sludge. You smelled a strange odor that made your head spin and your body sway unsteadily. You immediately covered your nose and mouth and held your breath, knowing full well that the falling breath carried an extremely potent toxin. Even with the antitoxin core of the divine light moth, even with only a whiff of the stench, you struggled to resist such deadly poison. The hurricane stirred by titanic wings dispersed the fumes, the howling gale pressing down on you from above. A colossal shadow blotted out the daylight. With a thunderous crash, an enormous monstrous creature landed beside you, trampling countless corpses beneath its feet. Its monstrous head was covered in countless pitch-black eyes, all fixed upon you. You were instantly chilled to the bone, your mind flooded with a suffocating terror. The surrounding monsters, cowed by the dragon's horrific aura, dared not come closer. A primal fear left them unable to attack. The dragon opened its fanged jaws, and another blast of virulent black breath poured down. Centered on you, a wide clearing abruptly opened in the battlefield as countless monsters turned to putrid black slime. A figure rose to stand on the dragon's back, clad in full metal plate armor. A bright silver helmet concealed his face from view. You could only see a pair of eyes filled with sincerity and a large hand reaching out toward you. A young voice echoed beside your ear. "Come home, my comrade." As the voice rang out, the illusions around you began to tremble, and the scene before your eyes gradually lost its color. You were rejected by this world and detached from the residual illusion of knowledge. In a daze, the scenery around you shifted once more, and you returned to the underground abyss cave. You have passed the trial of the Dark Dragon Knight. You have obtained memory of the Dark Dragon Knight item. Lin Xun set down his phone and let out a long breath. After a good while, he calmed himself, picked up the phone again, and checked the item. Memory of the Dark Dragon Knight, a mass of hazy, drifting light within which fragments of memory occasionally flicker by. Judging by the scenes depicted, it seems to originate from the depths of some unknown mountain range. While carrying this item, you will be able to follow the guidance of the memory and head to the hidden canyon located in the Bimogo Mountains. Lin Xun felt the Bimogo Mountains looked somewhat familiar. He suddenly remembered, wasn't this the very mountain range mentioned on the stone stele, where the Dragon Knight had gone to seek the ancient Black Dragon? The meaning behind the name Hidden Canyon was now self-evident. The Hidden One referred precisely to the ancient hermit Dark Dragon. So this is telling me to go catch a dragon, and after subduing it, become a Dragon Knight? Lin Xun thought back to the text in the illusion just now. Facing the still juvenile ancient dragon, he had been so terrified at a mere glance that he felt chilled to the bone. If he really had to fight that ancient dragon, he doubted he'd even know how to spell the word death. Why not just reward me with a giant dragon outright and be done with it? Lin Xun was only grumbling to himself. Every time he experienced one of these knowledge illusions, the reward had always been the memory of XXX. Memory wasn't a tangible prize, but contained crucial information or perhaps the comprehension of skills. He guessed that even if he reached the location from the Dragon Knight's memories and found the legendary ancient dragon, he wouldn't necessarily have to fight it to receive the reward. According to what the Servant of Knowledge had said on the stele, it was necessary to earn the ancient dragon's recognition. His only worry was that so many countless years had passed since the Dragon Knight's death, and who knew how much time had really gone by. What if he went to the new map and couldn't find an ancient dragon? You looked toward the massive stone stele before you, vaguely sensing that something about it had changed. You tried to touch it again, but the stele crumbled into a pile of powdered stone. You understood that the power the Dark Dragon Knight had left behind in the stele had already faded away, and you had taken a small step onto the path of inheritance. You walked a full circuit around the underground cave. Aside from the remains of the ancient hermit Dark Dragon and the Dark Dragon Knight, you found no other special items. And after countless years of erosion, the two skeletons had long become useless. Do you wish to pass through the curtain of water and return to the underground lake? Lin Xun searched the area one more time to be sure he hadn't missed anything, then clicked yes. He spent quite a long time making his way back to the initial forked cave. Of the left, center, and right tunnels, only the rightmost passage remained unexplored. As for heading to the Hidden Canyon, there was no rush. The Hidden Canyon was undoubtedly an ultra-high difficulty area. Before going there, it was the optimal strategy to first scavenge all available resources and strengthen himself. Compared to the left and center tunnels, the rightmost passage did not appear to have any distinguishing features. Will you enter the right passage or exit the cave? You step into the rightmost passage. The passage is narrow and dim, winding in a twisting path. As you go deeper, the only sound is your footsteps pressing against the limestone. In the deathly silence, your footsteps echoed alone. Gradually, you began to feel a trace of unease. Lin Xun remained on full alert, ready in case a subterranean shadow fiend leapt out at him. The injuries and fatigue from the trial illusions would not carry over into the real world. At this moment, the Earth Giant was still in full health and stamina. The expected ambush did not come. You traversed the dark, narrow tunnel and reached its end. Before your eyes, the space suddenly opened up. At the end of the passage was a solitary cliff, below which stretched an endless abyss of darkness. A cold wind rose from the depths of the abyss, like the howling of demons. Standing at the cliff's edge, you felt yourself swaying as though you could lose your balance at any moment, tumble down, and be swallowed by eternal darkness. You suddenly noticed there was a corpse not far from where you stood. Do you wish to examine it? You stepped forward and looked carefully at the corpse. It was a rotting body with only the upper half of the torso remaining, clad in a tattered black robe trimmed with gold. On the chest was embroidered the multi-eyed emblem of the Multivision School Association. You searched the corpse for a while and found several items left behind by the deceased: a yellowed parchment scroll, a book shimmering with light, and a leather-bound journal with a worn cover. You have obtained Teleportation Scroll of the Star-Chasing Corridor, special item. You have obtained Book of Characters item. You have obtained Memo of the Grand Scholar of the Multivision Association document. The corpse by the cliff was probably the Grand Scholar named Maguire, subordinate to the Multivision president. He must have discovered the ancient abyssal demon in this cave and, before dying, somehow sent word to the president of the Multivision Association, then perished here in this lightless cavern. Lin Xun opened his inventory to inspect the items. Teleportation Scroll of the Star-Chasing Corridor. Special item: a yellowed parchment scroll engraved with a corridor formed of countless starlights. The overlapping, interwoven corridors make your head spin. Using this item will teleport you to a location known as the Star-Chasing Corridor. Star-Chasing Corridor? Lin Xun had never come across any information about this place in the records he'd read. Judging by the name alone, it doesn't sound like any good place. He turned his attention to the next item. Book of Characters. Item: a shimmering book that, when opened, is filled with densely transcribed characters. The arrangement of the characters seems to follow a unique pattern, and the entire volume contains a strange power. Using this item will allow you to awaken an unknown creature slumbering in the abyss. There was only one of this item, which very likely meant he would only have a single chance to challenge the abyssal demon. If he failed, the Grand Boss's rewards would bid him farewell. Lin Xun frowned and checked the last document item. Memo of the Grand Scholar of the Multivision Association document. Praise the radiant stars. I have finally found the path to pursue the stars. Just as I was about to secretly teleport to the Star-Chasing Corridor, I received yet another summons from the president, urging me to quickly investigate a concealed abyssal cave. The president always hides the truth, never willing to tell me the real method of becoming a god, yet again and again forcing me to risk my life to search for demon shells for him. As if I, a grand scholar, were some ignorant fool. The president abruptly abandoned the omniscient true knowledge and converted to the worship of the radiant stars, then repeatedly sent us grand scholars to search for demon shells on his behalf. The method to become a god must be related to both. Though after following him in worship of the starborn divinity, I, too, was awed by the divine power and changed my faith. But that isn't the main point. The point is that by chance, I learned about the President's Abyss Demon Completion Project. As I suspected all along, the path to godhood is formed by combining the two. Since I was summoned on short notice, I had to postpone my plan to enter the Star-Chasing Corridor. Well then, since he refuses to share the method of ascending to godhood with me, I shall simply take the demon shell for myself. According to the contents of the Abyss Demon Completion Project, once I obtain the demon shell and then head to the Star-Chasing Corridor, wouldn't I be standing at the threshold of the path to becoming a god? It is all the perfect arrangement of the radiant stars. Praise the great radiant stars. Ah, right. The book of characters used to awaken the abyssal demon has been used up. I must return to the president to requisition more copies. Be sure not to forget this tomorrow. Remember. After reading the document, Lin Xun's brows knitted tightly together. He felt that this matter was anything but simple. Maguire had clearly died while trying to confront the abyssal demon head-on. From the information he had obtained earlier, he knew that before his death, Maguire had sent a message to the Multivision president claiming the abyssal demon's strength was on par with the president's. But judging from things now, it was far more likely that the abyssal demon's power vastly exceeded the Multivision president's. Maguire had probably started harboring suspicions and resentment toward him and intended to drag the president down to die together. If Lin Xun hadn't intervened, causing the Multivision president to prematurely fuse with the star demon test subject, the president would likely have died here as well. You step up to the edge of the cliff. Right before you yawned the bottomless darkness of the endless abyss. Gazing into that pure blackness, you felt a sudden urge to leap down and surrender yourself to it. The frigid wind gusting up from the abyss pushed at your back, as if trying to compel you to jump in. Do you wish to jump into the abyss? Lin Xun ignored the hellish game's text prompting him to throw himself to his death. You possess the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell. You took out the refined copper sand maraca and gently shook it. The battle angel, Valkyrie, responded to your summons, stepping forth from the void. The battle angel, Valkyrie, narrowed her eyes, peering around. In this pitch-black environment, she could only rely on the glow emanating from your Thunder Dragon Staff Spear to see anything nearby. Based on his past experiences in the illusion books, the abyssal demon almost certainly had the ability to fly. The Mage Shell and the Valkyrie had excellent anti-air combat capability, far superior to the short-reach Earth Giant or the three-headed lion. The problem now was that the Valkyrie was unable to fight properly in the darkness. If he could overcome this, Lin Xun's odds of victory would improve dramatically. Facing an abyssal demon whose power far surpassed the Multivision president, and with only a single opportunity to challenge it, he had no choice but to give this everything he had. Any chance to raise his odds, no matter how small, could not be missed. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xun opened his skill panel to try something. You raised your two staves and chanted an incantation. Countless characters flickering with white light manifested in the air, then vanished, bursting into a blinding flash. Pure white brilliance illuminated your surroundings, clearly revealing everything nearby, yet failing to pierce the darkness of the abyss below. Leaning over to look down by the glow, you could only see the cliff beneath your feet stretching endlessly into the black, the hidden depths seemingly without end. The light faded, and darkness once again swallowed you. Knowledge Radiance had already become an instant cast skill, and being only rare plus grade, its mana consumption was minimal. So long as the demon appeared, he could use this skill to light up the Valkyrie's vision, creating short windows of attack. At the Valkyrie's firing speed, she should have no trouble loosing several arrows in each window. By using Knowledge Radiance repeatedly between spell cooldowns, even if it wouldn't allow the Valkyrie to go full throttle, it would still add a considerable amount of firepower. Lin Xun completed all preparations. Then he used the Book of Characters to awaken the abyssal demon. You took out the flickering Book of Characters, recited the intricate incantations within, and tossed the book into the darkness. The book fell into the pitch-black abyss, shrinking further and further until it was just a barely visible speck of light, then was completely swallowed by darkness. You raised your staff and murmured an incantation. The pure white knowledge barrier rose from the ground, firmly shielding you within. Lin Xun cast the magic shield in advance, fully prepared. Minutes passed by, second after second. 5 entire minutes went by, yet the grand boss still didn't appear. What's going on? Is the abyss really so deep that the demon is just taking forever to fly up here? Lin Xun recalled that during the abyssal expedition in the illusion book, when the Grand Scholar had awakened the demon, it hadn't taken anywhere near this long. Sure enough, the ancient abyssal demon is far stronger than an ordinary demon, even its appearance time is greatly extended. He did not let his guard down and continued to wait. You gazed into the still pitch-black abyss, growing a bit bored. Have you considered that the reason the ancient abyssal demon has yet to appear might simply be because it is sleeping too deeply? Do you wish to leave this place? Lin Xun automatically ignored the hellish game's sarcastic taunting. He'd sparred in wits with this damned game often enough to understand its tricks. The more insistently it tried to urge him to leave, the richer the rewards that were waiting here were bound to be. Besides, the demon had already been awakened by Maguire once before. How could it possibly be sleeping so deeply now? As the long wait continued, you grew somewhat bored. Gazing into the still black abyss, you suddenly felt a compulsion to throw yourself down into it. Do you wish to jump into the abyss? Another 5 minutes passed, and the hellish game resumed its mocking commentary. Lin Xun frowned. Even if this was an ancient abyssal demon and a grand boss, this wait time was absurdly long. At first, he thought it was just the hellish game trying to rush him away, as usual, to keep him from claiming the reward. But now he began to suspect that the book of characters had failed to awaken the demon at all. Reviewing the earlier text, he suddenly noticed a crucial clue he had overlooked. The book of characters used to awaken the abyssal demon has been used up. I have to go back to the president to requisition more. In the text shown by the document item, the quantity word Maguire used for acquiring the book of characters was more. That meant Maguire hadn't brought just one book of characters with him, he'd probably carried several. And now, Lin Xun had only found a single copy on the corpse. The fate of the remaining books was self-evident. So it wasn't that the Grand Boss just had an extremely long entrance time. It was that awakening the ancient abyssal demon required multiple books of characters. Lin Xun was momentarily at a loss. Both Maguire and the Multivision president were already dead and gone. Where was he supposed to find more books of characters? If Rona were still around, he might have been able to obtain some clues from her, but unfortunately. You stood at the edge of the cliff, staring motionlessly into the darkness below. You even thought that rather than waiting here, you might as well jump down and see what would happen. Do you wish to jump into the abyss? Lin Xun had no resurrection items. If he jumped into the abyss, he'd die 100% of the time. Maybe there's a pool or something at the bottom. No, playing this game so long I almost forgot my elementary school physics. At this depth, even if the entire bottom was water, you'd still die. The hellish game was clearly trying to trick him out of some soul strength. He frowned, feeling vaguely that he had forgotten something important. Suddenly, Lin Xun slapped his thigh hard. Damn it, I got so caught up outsmarting this damned game that I forgot I have the Valkyrie. Without hesitation, he issued the command for the Valkyrie to mount up. The battle angel, Valkyrie, wrapped her arms around your waist. With a single powerful beat of her refined copper wings, she lifted you into the air. Facing the hellish game's prompt, do you wish to jump into the abyss? Lin Xun decisively clicked yes. The battle angel, Valkyrie, folded her refined copper wings and dove straight down into the abyss with you. The frigid wind howled past, forcing your eyes nearly shut. You and your doll plunged headfirst into the eternal darkness. The Valkyrie's diving speed was incredibly fast. To keep her from losing sight and smashing herself to death against the abyss floor, Lin Xun periodically used the knowledge radiance skill to light the way. The fastest recorded free-fall speed for a human already exceeded the speed of sound, set wearing a pressure suit and full gear. The Valkyrie's dive was certainly far beyond even that. And even so, it took him a full 2 or 3 minutes to approach the bottom of the abyss. Accounting for the time needed to accelerate, he estimated roughly that the depth of this subterranean abyss was at least 50 or 60,000 meters. The battle angel, Valkyrie, slowly spread her refined copper wings, her posture shifting from a dive into a glide. Bathed in the brilliant light of knowledge radiance, you could faintly make out the ground far below. The battle angel, Valkyrie, set you gently down upon the ground. The bottom of the abyss was covered in reeking sludge, the pitch-black muck swallowing your ankles and reaching halfway up your calves. You held your nose and looked around. The abyss floor stretched away in boundless darkness with no end in sight. Suddenly, not far from you, a huge soft-bodied creature resembling a giant anaconda burst out of the sludge and lunged its gaping jaws toward the unsuspecting Valkyrie. Your compound eyes sprang open, a flash of runic light slicing across the dark. The creature's head erupted in an explosion. You have defeated the subterranean mireworm. Your experience increased slightly. You have obtained foul dungstone, junk. Only then did the battle angel, Valkyrie, finally realize what had happened. She quickly moved close, never straying from your side. The darkness of the abyss floor severely restricted her combat abilities. Lin Xun hadn't seen a foul dungstone in a long time. Now that it reappeared, he actually felt a little nostalgic. He shook his head vigorously, flinging this horrifying thought from his mind. You suddenly noticed, in the endless darkness, a faint glimmer of light. The glow seemed incredibly far away. Do you wish to proceed toward the light? Was that even a question? He unhesitatingly chose yes. Lin Xun guessed that the glow in the darkness was either treasure or a boss. You began trudging forward with the battle angel, Valkyrie. Moving through the sticky sludge was extremely difficult, slowing you to a crawl. He didn't mount the Valkyrie. Having her carry him meant losing a powerful source of damage. If the glow turned out to be the grand boss, sneaking up to it and unleashing a few surprise attacks first would certainly improve his odds of winning. You kept moving at a slow pace, pressing on. You gradually drew nearer to that light. Against the endless black, the warm, hazy glow stood out clearly, filling you with a strange urge to reach out and touch it to soothe your spirit. You, too, were drawn by that glow, unconsciously moving closer. Suddenly, you saw a massive soft-bodied creature slither from the muck up ahead, inching toward the light. You instantly snapped awake, stopping in place to observe. The subterranean mire worm writhed across the sludge, instinctively crawling toward the glow. Just as it was about to touch the warm light, a grotesque giant face silently emerged into the illuminated area, jaws opening wide to swallow the subterranean mire worm whole before swiftly vanishing back into the darkness. In that fleeting instant, you saw that the warm glow was attached by something like a fleshy tendril to the top of the massive creature's head. It was using the light to fish silently in the darkness. You have discovered the ancient abyssal demon, Blackthorn Demon. What will you do next? 1. As long as I run fast enough, while the terrifying Blackthorn Demon has yet to notice you, grab the Valkyrie and escape this place. 2. Bet you can't hit me. Command the Valkyrie to lift you into the air and attack the Blackthorn Demon from above with spells. 3. Eat this liver shot, begin chanting an incantation, and use the Falling Starlight skill to strike the Blackthorn Demon with a powerful opening blow. Among the 3 options, only the third fit Lin Xun's plan for a surprise attack. As for the second option, an aerial battle, Lin Xun suspected that the Blackthorn Demon also possessed the ability to fly. If he chose aerial combat, the Valkyrie wouldn't be able to attack while carrying him, which would effectively cripple his offensive capability. Having made up his mind, he issued the command for the Valkyrie to attack, then selected the third option. You raised your staff and began chanting an incantation. The battle angel, Valkyrie, drew her longbow and softly sang a melody. Runes flowed across the arrow's surface, flickering with white light. She released the bowstring. A streak of white light cut through the darkness, the arrow speeding toward that small, warm glow. With a flash of white, a howl echoed across the abyss floor, ringing in your ears. You spoke the final syllable of your incantation. Brilliant starlight converged before you, golden lightning coiling around the gathered radiance. In the blink of an eye, the starlight erupted. The entire abyss floor blazed as bright as day, and you beheld the Blackthorn Demon's true form. It appeared like an unimaginably enlarged serpent, its back bristling with black spines. For enormous black wings covered most of its coiled body, which resembled a snake's trunk joined to 2 massive heads. One head was a grotesque human-like face, a lantern-like warm light dangling from its crown. The other was a savage, monstrous serpent's maw. Bathed in the starlight, the Blackthorn Demon seemed to suffer some injury, the bizarre human face contorting in pain. Meanwhile, the serpent head opened its maw, baring its fangs as it lunged toward you. Lin Xun executed the tactic he'd prepared in advance, issuing commands to the Valkyrie. As long as the Valkyrie moved in to pin down the boss, he could safely output damage from the rear. The battle angel, Valkyrie, beat her wings and soared into the air. She loosed arrow after arrow, trying to draw the Blackthorn Demon's attention. Blood bloomed in patches across the Blackthorn Demon's body, yet the enormous serpent head did not falter, barreling straight toward you. This boss doesn't play by the rules. He never imagined that the tactic which had never failed before would be useless this time. The Blackthorn Demon ignored the Valkyrie's attacks entirely, single-mindedly bent on killing him in the back line. Lin Xun took a deep breath, utterly unflustered. Because his cautious nature had prepared a plan B. You raised your hand. The stored spell treasure ring flared with light. A knowledge barrier rose from the ground, encasing you in protection. As the foul stench gusted toward you, you calmly opened a single pink eye. Special skill Pleasure Haze sight activated. The massive serpent head froze stiff in mid-lunge. Seizing the chance, you retreated swiftly to a safe distance and conjured another knowledge barrier around yourself. You feel slightly fatigued. Lin Xun smiled faintly. The demon boss's strength was indeed formidable. Even a legendary grade skill like Falling Starlight could only inflict some damage. But the mage shell could alternate crowd control and damage output. Though it consumed a great deal of mental stamina, it was enough to wear the boss down to half health. According to his plan, when his fatigue neared the limit, he would swap out the overtaxed President Shell and switch to the Earth Giant to deliver the finishing blow. The tactic was flawless. The enormous serpent head remained frozen in the distance. You lifted your staff and began chanting once more. In the midst of chanting, you suddenly sensed something wrong. Though the serpent head seemed immobile, its tongue kept flicking in and out. It felt as though a mocking glint flickered in the vertical slit of its eye. From the darkness behind you, a giant monstrous face silently emerged. It bit through the knowledge barrier in a single snap and swallowed you whole. Your vision went black. You have died. What the hell? I just got a free trip back to the city. Lin Xun's eyes widened in disbelief. Your ordinary wandering soul is reborn in the Multivision Association. The bad news was that he was dead. The good news was that the Valkyrie hadn't been killed. He reviewed the death log for clues. The Blackthorn demon's defense didn't seem particularly high. The Valkyrie's arrows could break through it easily. When the legendary grade Falling Starlight hit, it did respectable damage as well. Judging by the usual tempo, even if the crowd control plan failed, he could have fallen back on plan B, alternating control and damage to deal massive harm. Pleasure Haze's sight had indeed immobilized the boss, but its duration was much shorter than he'd hoped, not long enough to channel Falling Starlight. Most importantly, when one of the demon's heads was controlled, the other could still act freely. That was far beyond what he had anticipated. How on earth do I kill the Blackthorn demon? Lin Xun fell into deep thought. He opened his inventory, searching through his items. He rifled through for a long time, but still couldn't find anything suited to countering the boss. Could it be that the Overlord's summoning eye is meant to be used here? It was a powerful item worthy of being called a trump card. Lin Xun was reluctant to spend it so easily. If there was any other method to topple the boss, he would absolutely save that ace in the hole. Suddenly, something in his inventory caught his eye, an eyeball he hadn't yet transplanted. Eye of the Subterranean Shadow Fiend King, Epic Raid. This item must be implanted in an empty eye socket. After use, there is a chance to gain the special effect Dim Shadow. His eyes lit up and he immediately headed for the second floor of the building, the Eyeball Laboratory. You stepped into the Eyeball Laboratory. Bennett, wearing his beaked mask, was at the lab table operating instruments. From the look of it, he had already learned the knowledge of eyeball synthesis and was properly practicing related experimental techniques. When he saw you enter, he quickly set down his work and asked if you wished to proceed with an eyeball transplant. You nodded and took out the eye of the Subterranean Shadow Fiend King, handing it over to him. This transplant surgery did not go smoothly. The eye of the Subterranean Shadow Fiend King came as a pair. Lin Xun wanted to first learn exactly what the special effect Dim Shadow did, so he only transplanted a single eye into the mage shell. As a result, the mage shell did not gain the special effect Dim Shadow. Unwilling to accept this, he repeatedly removed and retransplanted the eyeball, but the outcome was always the same. On Bennett's suggestion, he learned there were two possible reasons for this. One possibility was that the eye simply didn't contain enough of its strange power to let the shell comprehend the special effect. Maybe obtaining another of the same eye would allow a successful fusion. The second was that the unique power within the eye was simply incompatible with the shell, preventing the shell from assimilating its strength. Lin Xun could only try switching shells again and again for transplant attempts, exhausting Bennett in the process. When he finally implanted both eyes into the dancer shell, he successfully acquired Dim Shadow. Dim Shadow, special effect the Subterranean Shadow Fiends could conceal their forms and move swiftly in darkness, their silhouettes impossible to track. As the condensed essence of all the fiends' power, their eyes naturally possess the same ability. Gaining this effect will enhance your stealth skills, making you extremely difficult to detect. This enhancement scales with ambient light. In dim conditions, your stealth effect is greatly strengthened. Lin Xun felt a mix of satisfaction and disappointment. He was glad that his most practical stealth skill finally received an upgrade, and the dancer shell had a chance to return to the field. But he was disappointed because Dim Shadow would do little to help in the fight against the subterranean demon boss. Unless the dancer could kill the boss in one strike, he would become visible again after attacking, wasting 1 point of soul strength for nothing. If only the mage had stealth skills compatible with this eye's effect, that demon boss would be a complete pushover. If the mage could fire off spells, go invisible to escape, sneak to a safe distance, then cast again, it would basically be joining the Wind Shadow Moon sect, no different from outright cheating. However, because the eyeball's effect depended on light levels, in bright environments the bonus would be drastically weakened. Lin Xun pondered for quite a while, but still couldn't come up with a way to defeat the demon boss. After thinking it over, he decided to use the simplest method, raw force. If he couldn't kill the boss, that only meant he wasn't strong enough yet. Against absolute strength, there was no need for counter skills or special items. Maybe the demon boss really is the kind that has to be brute-forced, no shortcuts. At this point, there was still over half an hour left until his soul strength recovered to 2 points. If he wanted to reshape the mage shell and try again, he'd have to wait for that half hour. Counting up the spirit essence in his purse, he'd saved 590,000, a considerable fortune. The veiled aberrations had contributed mightily to padding his wallet. With so much spirit essence on hand and a roadblock in front of him, it would be absurd not to upgrade his strength. While waiting for soul strength to recover, Lin Xun teleported back to the library. You stepped up to the Book of Trade, and your ordinary wandering soul resonated with the tome. While tackling a chapter, the hellish game would automatically block any purchase of items directly related to the content of that chapter. So relying on the Book of Trade to buy a solution wasn't realistic. But where there were rules, there were loopholes. The Apostle Security Council thoughtfully provided services for registered apostles. The item exchange section of the Apostle Forum had channels for requesting specific items. The developers made a fortune from these trading channels, wealthier than gods. Lin Xun flipped through the Book of Trade. Because he hadn't completed the 4th difficulty yet, the book only displayed items up to that level. Epic-grade equipment was sparse, and after paging through all the high-end items, he only saw 3 pieces of Epic plus gear. Compared to Epic-grade weapons priced at 100,000 plus Spirit Essence, the 2 Epic plus armor pieces available were listed at 380,000 and 450,000 respectively. And that Epic plus weapon called Sword of Victory and Oath replica? Its price tag was a whole string of 9s, just 1 Spirit Essence shy of $1 million. I mean, seriously? Who the hell playing 4th difficulty is supposed to afford that? Cursing under his breath, Lin Xun searched for arrows for the Valkyrie. Most of his gear was already epic grade, so swapping for 2 epic plus pieces wouldn't yield a drastic improvement. Better to spend the spirit essence on powerful arrows for the Valkyrie, an investment with a big payoff. With plenty of money on hand, Lin Xun sorted the arrows by price in descending order, planning to buy only the most expensive, most badass arrows. One look at the top-listed arrow and he immediately closed the sales channel. You're insulting me. What, you think a 29,900 Spirit Essence arrow is worthy of the Valkyrie? He opened the auction channel and continued searching for arrows. There weren't many arrows for sale there, with prices ranging high to low. Suddenly, one arrow seized his attention. Arrow of Dragon Slaying, epic grade arrow, a thick, blood-stained arrow whose head is blunt rather than sharp. Though it appears unremarkable, this arrow has slain multiple dragons and is deeply saturated with their blood. Using this arrow will cause it to be imbued with the souls of slain dragons upon firing, massively amplifying its power. This arrow is only compatible with longbows, gray bows, and other heavy bows. Starting bid, 50,000. Each bid increment must be no less than 5,000 Spirit Essence. Current bid, 71,000. Remaining auction time, 21 minutes and 36 seconds. Lin Xun clicked on the arrow and was faced with a prompt asking whether to place a bid. He didn't hesitate and immediately bid, raising the price to 80,000 Spirit Essence. High-grade arrows never came cheap. While they weren't quite as costly as bows themselves, at the same rarity, they could easily reach half or even more than half the price of a bow. In the library, epic-grade bows typically sold for somewhere between a little over 100,000 to just under 200,000. This powerful arrow's price wasn't especially high by comparison. After placing his bid, Lin Xun waited patiently. He wasn't worried that someone would swoop in during the last second to outbid him. That was because after his bid was placed, the auction timer displayed in the text reset from 21 minutes to 1 hour. He waited a long while, and when only 10 minutes remained on the timer, someone finally raised the bid to 85,000. Lin Xun couldn't be bothered to haggle, so he immediately pushed the price to 100,000 spirit essence. He was in a hurry to get back to the chapter and push the boss. After another long wait, the countdown finally ended without any further bids. The six-figure price seemed to have scared off all the other interested buyers who were lurking. Lin Xun successfully secured the powerful arrow. Feeling very satisfied, he returned to the hellish chapter and slotted the arrow of dragon slaying into the Valkyrie's quiver. With everything prepared, he decided it was time to tackle the boss in a different style. The battle angel, Valkyrie, slowly carried you back down to the ground. The bottom of the abyss was filled with foul-smelling sludge, black mire swallowing your ankles up to the middle of your shins. You could faintly see a weak, warm glow in the darkness far ahead. Having died and resurrected, you understood all too well that this was the ancient abyssal demon, Blackthorn Demon's lure to attract prey. What will you do? Once again, the game text presented three options. Lin Xun ignored all of the hellish game's suggestions and attacked head-on. You raised both staves and began chanting an incantation. The battle angel, Valkyrie, drew a thick arrow from her quiver and nocked it to her longbow. She looked toward that point of warm light in the darkness, softly humming an entrancing melody as she slowly closed her eyes. Countless tiny runes streamed across the arrow of dragon slaying, followed by a flash of white light. A dragon's roar thundered across the abyss. The arrow transformed into a pure white giant dragon, shooting straight toward the Blackthorn demon. You spoke the final syllable of your incantation. Brilliant starlight lit up the endless darkness. The starlight and the pure white dragon struck that grotesque monstrous face together. Under the tremendous impact, the head instantly disintegrated into ash. The Blackthorn demon suffered severe injuries. The savage serpent head lunged for you. In the rush of stinking air, you calmly opened one pink eye. Special skill Pleasure Haze sight activated. The massive serpent head froze abruptly. No! Lin Xun narrowed his eyes and swiftly switched shells. You possessed the corrupted earth giant shell. Your body shot upward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, you became a giant towering to the ceiling. You opened a single crimson eye. Special skill Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire activated. The ancient Dragafong Great Lub in your hands ignited with roaring flames. The blaze of the undying flame lit up the darkness. You let out a deafening roar and swung your massive weapon down toward the Blackthorn demon. A terrible shockwave wrapped in towering fire smashed into the colossal serpentine creature. The battle angel, Valkyrie, using the firelight to see, drew her longbow and unleashed arrows at the demon's other head. The Blackthorn demon took further damage, writhing its massive body around you, completely ensnaring you. Your giant body was like a tiny child before the ancient abyssal demon. As it constricted and squeezed, your bones let out crackling groans under the strain. You roared with all your strength, but could not break free of the demon's coils. The Valkyrie fired arrow after arrow at the Blackthorn demon, but still failed to draw its attention. The serpentine demon refused to relax its hold on you. You gradually felt agony in every bone, your breathing labored. You realized that death was near. The Blackthorn demon raised its serpent head high, jaws gaping wide with venomous fangs as it descended to devour you. As the demon lifted its head, you abruptly noticed a massive blood-red spot on the underside of its belly. You opened a single pale giant eye. Special skill Weak Point Insight activated. Your knowledge stat was inferior to the enemy's. Performing Judgment. Due to the synergy of the same type eyeball, Judgment succeeded. You have discovered the Blackthorn demon's fatal weak point. Your next attack has a very high probability of striking this weak point. The battle angel, Valkyrie, swiftly drew her bowstring, aiming for the blood-red mark on the demon's belly. The serpentine demon spread its 4 enormous black wings, shielding its vital weak point. The Blackthorn demon lashed its massive tail, swatting the Valkyrie from the air. It still did not loosen its coils around you. Your body was racked with pain, your breath growing shorter, your limbs losing strength. The serpentine demon swallowed you whole. You have died. Lin Xun set down his phone and let out a long breath. Because of his shallow knowledge stat, after failing several knowledge checks against this enemy, he had nearly forgotten about weak point insight. He hadn't expected that after transplanting the eyeball of the ancient Crimson Dragon King, even though his knowledge was lower, he would still have a chance of success. This is the first time I've ever been killed twice in a row by the same monster. What a record. Lin Xun sighed aloud, but he didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. Because he had finally found a way to kill the Blackthorn demon. Intelligence Division, 3rd floor office. A woman in a black office lady outfit set down the document in her hand and rubbed her brow. The competition for the position of the 11th disciple has already reached a fever pitch, which has caused the New World's movements to grow increasingly frequent. Fortunately, Win City is only a second-tier city and has been relatively less affected. Compared to the heavenly punishment squads in the provincial capital, Hang City, my situation here is still rather leisurely. After finishing her official duties, Li Xingyue picked up her phone beside her and opened the Book of Salvation. You step forward and touch the resting page. You have new mail waiting to be retrieved. Open it. Li Xingyue lifted an elegant brow and opened the mail. The sender was Swordsmith. The message contained not a single word, but it included an attached item. Crystalline core of the Veiled Aberration, epic grade item, ×1. A faint smile flickered in her eyes as she stored the divine item away. That guy. The battle angel. Valkyrie gently carries you down to the abyssal floor. In the boundless darkness ahead, you vaguely see a tiny, feeble glimmer of warm light. Though repeatedly defeated, you know in your heart, this is the lure the ancient abyss demon, Blackthorn demon uses to attract prey. What will you do? Lin Xun let out a cold laugh, ignoring the options the hellish game provided. After 12 hours of anti-addiction cooldown, he had reshaped the Earth Giant. You open a single pale eye. Special skill weak point insight activated. Your knowledge stat is lower than the enemy's. Judging. Judgment successful. You have successfully discerned the Blackthorn demon's weak point. Your next attack will have a very high chance to strike the enemy's weak spot. Your unusual gaze seems to have drawn the ancient demon's attention. Cautiously, it wrapped 4 enormous black wings around the red spot on its abdomen, writhing its colossal serpentine body as it approached you. The battle angel. Valkyrie beat her wings and rose into the air. She repeatedly drew her longbow and loosed arrows at that glimmer of warm light in the darkness. The Blackthorn demon ignored the pain of arrows piercing its flesh and accelerated its charge toward you. Lin Xun already knew that the Blackthorn demon would relentlessly attack him no matter what. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. You possess the corrupted ancient theater dancer shell. You began your graceful dance steps, and your figure gradually vanished into the darkness. The demon's grotesque human face twisted into a mocking expression. It lowered its massive head and suddenly churned up a wave of black mire. Before you could evade the rain of dense droplets, it splashed over you completely. The black droplets bizarrely floated midair around you. The Blackthorn demon's monstrous face leaned close. The faint glow illuminated your surroundings, and your form gradually appeared. Your stealth had been revealed. The demon's human face let out a hoarse, eerie laugh, as though mocking your overestimation of yourself. You abruptly opened a pair of dim eyes and began dancing once more. Your shell skill Blood Shadow Step, empowered by Dim Shadow, gained a massive boost to concealment. The darkness was your cloak, the shadows your armor. In this lightless abyss, your figure silently melded into the gloom. The Blackthorn demon suddenly roared and lunged toward where your form had vanished, black mire splattering everywhere. Yet you, in stealth, had already strolled behind it. The ancient demon lashed its tail and swung its head, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions, sending waves of black sludge flying. The droplets fell on you again, but this time, they could no longer force you out of hiding. The Blackthorn demon raged for a long time, but still failed to force your figure into the open. Under the battle angel, Valkyrie's continuous volley of arrows, its entire body was riddled with bloody holes. At last, the ancient demon could no longer endure. It flapped its 4 giant wings, whipping up a howling gale across the abyssal floor. Its colossal body soared into the air, flying swiftly toward the Valkyrie above. In the sky, the Blackthorn demon completely exposed the deadly weak point on its abdomen. Lin Xun had finally been waiting for this moment. Now, you possess the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell. You raised your staff and began chanting. The Blackthorn demon, which was in the midst of pursuing the Valkyrie, did not lose focus entirely. It noticed you suddenly appearing and incanting. With a furious roar, the ancient demon abandoned its chase of the nearly cornered Valkyrie, flapping its enormous wings as it wheeled to charge straight at you. You continued your incantation, opening a single pink eye on your face. Special skill Pleasure Haze sight activated. The Blackthorn Demon's wings abruptly froze in mid-flap. Its massive body plummeted straight down. With a thunderous crash, black mire splashed in all directions. In the sunken crater, the crimson spot on its enormous body was glaringly exposed. You raised your hand. The stored spell treasure ring on your finger flared with light. Dense, pure white runes surged out, then vanished, releasing a blinding flash. In that burst of radiance, the battle angel, Valkyrie in the air abruptly drew a thick arrow and bent her bow into a full arc. In a flash of white light, a meteor-like arrow carrying the phantom of a dragon shot toward that crimson weak point. You spoke the last syllable of your incantation, and infinite starlight converged before you. In the blink of an eye, starlight blossomed on the red mark. The starlight and arrow struck the Blackthorn Demon's weak point simultaneously. Its colossal body split in two, blood gushing in torrents. Even as its severed halves writhed, the eyes on both heads were already dim. You defeated the ancient abyss demon, Blackthorn Demon. Your experience increased tremendously. Power within the shell began to boil. The knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell level increased. Current shell level, 55. You obtained Fading Chunk Spirit Essence of Insight ×2. You obtained Complete Forging Crystal Chunk ×1. You obtained Blackthorn Demon's Spine, material. You obtained Blackthorn Demon's Poison Fong item. You obtained Abyss Lantern, special equipment. Lin Xun let out a long breath, feeling utterly refreshed from head to toe. Defeating this ancient demon after having been forced to kneel twice brought an indescribable sense of accomplishment. The battle angel, Valkyrie, descended beside you, guided by the light of your thunder dragon staff spear. You looked at the two twitching halves of the corpse. The ancient abyss demon, Blackthorn Demon, a legend from ages past. In ancient times, people took refuge underground to escape natural disasters. In the depths of the caves, terrifying howls would often echo from the abyss. Believing they had angered some subterranean god, people conducted grand live sacrifices, throwing their kin into the bottomless abyss to appease the god's fury. Perhaps the demon's grotesque human-like face was formed by devouring so many humans. It died from the massive tearing wound that struck its fatal weak point. Because the demon's body had been blasted into two pieces by a powerful attack, it was unfit for possession, so no compatibility or possession options were displayed. Lin Xun was about to open his inventory to examine his loot. Suddenly, game text appeared. Lin Xun was about to open his inventory to examine his loot. Suddenly, game text appeared. With the death of the ancient abyss demon, Blackthorn Demon, you faintly sensed vibrations beneath your feet. The tremors grew more frequent and stronger in amplitude. Countless fragments of stone fell from the darkness, crashing down to the abyssal floor. Feeling the ground shaking, you looked at the falling debris and understood that a powerful earthquake was occurring deep underground. If you continued to remain here, both you and the Valkyrie would be buried alive. Do you want the battle angel, Valkyrie, to carry you out of here? Lin Xun thought to himself, isn't that obvious? He hurriedly pressed yes. He certainly didn't want to lose 2 points of soul strength for no reason. The battle angel, Valkyrie, wrapped her arms around you from behind and beat her wings to lift you upward. You chanted incantations in quick succession, casting knowledge radiance to illuminate the falling boulders. The Valkyrie struggled to dodge the massive stones while bearing your weight. Once she reached about 100 meters above the abyss floor, she could ascend no farther. You looked up toward the unseen cliff far overhead. The starting point where you had leapt down was still tens of thousands of meters away. You understood that only death could return you to the beginning of the journey. Do you want the battle angel, Valkyrie, to drop you, letting you fall to your death in the endless darkness? It's better for one person to die than both. Fortunately, Lin Xun had spare shells to sacrifice. He switched to the Paladin of Discipline shell and pressed yes. An ordinary wandering soul is reborn within the Multivision Association. This boss is disgusting, dying and still forcing me to waste 1 point of soul strength. Lin Xun silently grumbled. He opened his inventory. It was finally time for the exciting loot review. First, the Spirit Essence and the Complete Forging Crystal Chunk, used for upgrading legendary equipment, needed no extra commentary. Blackthorn Demon's Spine, Material: a segment of spine lined with black bone spines. The sharp protrusions are top-grade material for forging high-quality weapons. Adding this material during forging will greatly enhance the weapon's lethality. The material dropped by the Blackthorn Demon wasn't the special type that automatically granted weapon traits. Still, judging by the description, it was clearly a material of exceptional quality, most likely for crafting melee weapons. Blackthorn Demon's Poison Fang. Item: a poison fang nearly as long as half an arm. The hollow fang is brittle and unsuitable for forging equipment. Its value lies in the black venom still remaining inside. Using this item will temporarily grant your weapons or armor a potent poison attribute. Monsters you attack or monsters that attack you will be inflicted with severe poisoning. Lin Xun wasn't particularly interested in coating weapons with poison. Instead, he found the idea of applying it to armor much more intriguing. When paired with the tank warrior build, it's like activating a Thorn's aura or wearing a damage-reflecting armor. Finally, Lin Xun looked at the last special equipment. Abyss Lantern. Special equipment: a lantern composed of flesh that emits a warm glow. Judging by its shape, it appears to be a miniaturized version of the Blackthorn Demon's bizarre body tissue. Equipping this will greatly increase the probability of attracting enemies. Within the range of its illumination, it can also dispel some stealth effects. Lin Xun smiled faintly. For other players, attracting monsters might be a negative debuff. But for him, he couldn't wish for more small mobs to come running and deliver free experience. As long as he didn't use this equipment against bosses. Besides, the special effect of revealing stealth alone made this item extremely valuable. Suddenly, Lin Xun's eyes lit up. No, this equipment isn't meant for me to use. It's meant for the Valkyrie. When facing mindless monsters like the Veiled Aberration, the Valkyrie could move up to hold aggro while attacking, giving the mage space to cast spells. But when facing clever monsters like the Blackthorn Demon, distraction tactics were much harder to pull off. If he let the Valkyrie equip this item, perhaps it would solve that kind of problem. He summoned the Valkyrie and tried moving the Abyss Lantern into her equipment slot. As a result, it displaced the Valkyrie's longbow of Wind Chant and Moonsong. The Battle Angel. Valkyrie held a lantern of flesh in her hand, its warm glow especially conspicuous. Even in the full daylight of noon, the light from the lantern remained striking to the eye. The Valkyrie raised the lantern and waved it around in confusion, as if unable to believe the lantern could be used as a weapon. Lin Xun was speechless. Unlike him, the Valkyrie didn't have an inventory that allowed instant swapping of weapons and equipment. And since the longbow was a two-handed weapon, once she equipped the Abyss Lantern, she naturally couldn't draw her bow anymore. If the Valkyrie is nearby, I can still manually switch her equipment. But if we're in combat, not to mention distance, just the back-and-forth swapping is rather cumbersome. I wonder if followers or watchers have some kind of dedicated backpack for storing items and gear. He put the Abyss Lantern away. It was a pity the three-headed lion couldn't wear equipment. Otherwise, giving this special item to the three-headed lion would have been perfect. As for where to explore next, he had two choices. First, according to the guidance in the Dark Dragon Knight's memory, he could go to Hidden Canyon in the Bimogo Mountains to continue the Dragon Knight's legacy questline. Second, he could use the teleportation scroll he looted from Grand Scholar Maguire to travel to a place called the Star-Chasing Corridor. Lin Xun estimated that the difficulty of the Hidden Canyon map was far greater than that of the Star-Chasing Corridor. Following the principle of tackling easier areas first, the next step should be heading to the Star-Chasing Corridor. With this thought, he opened his inventory and clicked the item. Do you want to use the teleportation scroll of the Star-Chasing Corridor to travel to the Star-Chasing Corridor? Your current knowledge cap is insufficient. You cannot teleport to the destination. My knowledge cap is already 5,200, and it's still not enough? The hellish game had silently tripped him up again. Ever since clearing the monsters on the map, his knowledge had not significantly increased for a long time. According to the game's mechanics, you could gain knowledge from both knowledge-seeking monsters and starborn monsters. But creatures like Grand Scholars and Presidents, after being encountered once, would not grant knowledge again on the second encounter. And reading documents wouldn't grant additional knowledge if you had already acquired the same information before. Just like when he had already learned about the false path to godhood, when he read Maguire's memo, it didn't yield any more knowledge. He still had some book items in his pack, but they were nowhere near enough to raise the knowledge cap. Looks like I'll have to go look for the ancient dragon first. As the saying goes, good things are worth waiting for. Lin Xun had hoped to raise his strength to the absolute limit before exploring the hidden canyon, so he'd be more prepared. Forget it, I'll settle my debts first. I still owe the lady boss 4 divine items. Whether Li Xingyue's application for legendary-grade divine items would succeed remained uncertain, but Lin Xun knew she would surely do everything in her power to help him obtain them. That would inevitably require her to use her own channels and resources. Whatever gaps he could fill himself, he had to try to cover. He couldn't leave the black-stocking lady to carry everything alone. Striving together was the responsible thing to do. With that thought, he continued his journey to hunt wild behemoths. There were no behemoths left in the city, so he could only head out into the wilderness, wandering back and forth between the Abyssal Cave and the Star Vault Tower. Judging by travel times, the 2 locations were not far from the city, nor was the road between them especially long. Endless starlight erupted as the colossal creature crashed to the ground, filling the ruins with billowing dust. You defeated the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration. Your experience increased significantly. You obtained crystalline core of the veiled aberration, rare plus item. Lin Xun let out a long breath. He glanced out the window. Night had already fallen. After a whole day of effort, he had only encountered 2 behemoths. He'd kept the carriage door wide open the entire drive, the compartment filled with refined copper stuffed with eyeballs, relying on their scent to lure in behemoths. Unfortunately, the number of wild behemoths was far fewer than those in the city. Behemoths were drawn by the scent of eyeballs and would devour each other. The more populated the area, the more behemoths there were. In the deserted wilderness, their numbers were predictably sparse. Lin Xun guessed that if he went farther from Sophia City, the behemoths might disappear completely. The only stroke of luck was that both behemoths had dropped divine items, and he hadn't run into the bad luck of getting nothing. Feels like I've just about finished harvesting all the behemoths in the wild. No idea if I can get even one more divine item. Starlight fell in sheets. The refined copper carriage waited at the edge of the ruin-strewn wasteland. Do you want to board the carriage and leave the Star Vault Tower ruins? Lin Xun was just about to click yes when he suddenly felt he'd forgotten something. He opened his inventory, where a certain item was quietly lying. Celestial Vault Key, item a shining 5-pointed star, buried beneath the ruins for many years. When used at a specific location, it will trigger an unexpected and wondrous event. This was the item he'd found in the laboratory after killing the Multivision president. He had planned to use it in the Star Vault Tower ruins right after leaving the lab, but he'd gotten distracted saying farewell to Rona and forgotten. It's not too late to use it now. You take out the Celestial Vault Key. The 5-pointed star's glow is dazzling against the night. Perhaps it's your imagination, but you feel the Celestial Vault Key shines even more brightly amid the ruins. Do you want to use the Celestial Vault Key? The flashing 5-pointed star radiates a blinding brilliance. The Celestial Vault Key dissolves into countless motes of starlight and disappears. Your vision brightened. Not far ahead, a towering spire rose into the sky, its tip piercing into the mists so high you couldn't judge its true height. The endless starlight seemed drawn to the spire. The tower's surface glimmered dazzlingly, as though countless stars were set into it. You looked around. All the scattered rubble and bricks had vanished. Everything around you was layered in ghostly afterimages, like a faded, mottled memory. You have entered the residual illusion of knowledge. The illusion around you quivered and wavered, appearing extremely unstable. You understood that if you were expelled or died within the illusion, the vision of the Star Vault Tower would likely disappear for good. Do you wish to enter the Star Vault Tower and begin the ascent? Lin Xun's eyes widened. Using the Celestial Vault Key above the ruins had actually activated a knowledge illusion, letting him enter the Star Vault Tower as it once existed. Rona had once said the tower was so tall it could truly be called sky-piercing, reaching up into unknown realms. Many scholars who attempted to climb it were drawn in by the starry sky and lost their way, and eventually the soaring tower had to be toppled and destroyed. According to the text, the illusion of the Star Vault Tower was extremely unstable. If he died inside, it would never appear again. So that means I only have one chance to challenge it. While you were hesitating before the tower, the great door at the base slowly opened. A scholar wearing a wide ceremonial hat emerged. You noticed it wore a black robe trimmed with gold embroidery, the chest marked with the Direct Vision School's single eye emblem. The knowledge-seeking Grand Scholar of the Direct Vision Association saw you. It lifted the brim of its broad hat, revealing a dejected face, and gave you a deep bow. It greeted you sincerely, asking if you, too, had come drawn by reputation, hoping to climb to the tower's peak and gaze upon the stars to gain knowledge. When you gave a slight nod, it continued, telling you that during its own attempt to reach the 99th floor, it had collapsed after only reaching the 25th. The guardians of each floor grew stronger with every level. Climbing to the 99th floor was simply too difficult. The knowledge-seeking Grand Scholar of the Direct Vision Association sighed faintly. Perhaps, it said, it was simply too ignorant and weak, and that was why it had failed. Although the Multivision Grand Scholar had reached fewer floors than it, the local Multivision president had climbed 3 floors higher, reaching the 39th floor. This had left the always proud Direct Vision Association unable to hold its head up. It added frankly that although it had never met you before, it could tell by your robe that you were the Direct Vision Association president of a distant city. As a stronger president of the association, you would surely surpass this city's Multivision president. It bowed to you repeatedly, declaring that it would notify this city's Direct Vision president to come here as well, so they could all witness your magnificent feat of climbing the tower. If you could reach the 40th floor, the association would hold a grand banquet to celebrate your triumph. Having said this, the knowledge-seeking Grand Scholar of the Direct Vision Association waved farewell to you, its figure growing smaller as it receded. Then, at the edge of the illusion, its form began to waver and blur before vanishing altogether. Do you wish to enter the Star Vault Tower and begin your ascent? Anyone who could become an association president undoubtedly possessed knowledge beyond measure, far surpassing Lin Xun's. Even they had only managed to climb as high as the 39th floor. It was easy to imagine how steeply the difficulty increased beyond that. Attempting to use his one and only chance to reach the 99th floor of the Star Vault Tower was, realistically, an impossible task. Pretty annoying. If I quit the illusion now to go improve my strength outside, according to the text, the illusion would vanish and never reappear. As Lin Xun was struggling with indecision, he suddenly thought of something. He opened his inventory and looked at an item. Book containing illusion, Grand Scholar Rona's bathing recording item. But the illusions inside the book have been erased, and mysterious characters left behind by the Grand Scholar are inscribed on the pages. Carrying this item will allow you to record any residual illusion of knowledge you witness. By clicking on the item, you can enter the illusions that have been recorded. Rona must have given me the blank illusion book so I could record the Star Vault Tower illusion and gain the chance to enter it repeatedly. Thinking this, he selected the item to use it. You open the alluring cover of the illusion book, its pages blank within. A tremendous suction emanated from it. The phantom illusion before you began to distort. The sky-piercing Star Vault Tower transformed into flowing multicolored light and was drawn into the book. Your view darkened as you were expelled from this world, removed from the residual illusion of knowledge. When you regained your senses, your feet were once more on the cracked, brick-strewn ruin floor. Your item book containing illusion, Grand Scholar Rona's bathing recording item, has changed. You obtained book containing illusion, the Star Vault Tower Ascent item. The book's cover no longer showed the hazy image of a bathing beauty, but now depicted a sky-piercing tower beneath the stars. Perfect, now I can challenge the Star Vault Tower as many times as I want. Lin Xun impatiently used the illusion book. The illusion of the towering spire reappeared before him. Just as he was about to enter, the same dejected Grand Scholar emerged again. With no choice, he had to go through the identical dialogue sequence once more. You pushed open the massive doors and stepped inside the tower. Your vision flickered, and then endless void filled your sight. But this void was not dark and empty. Countless brilliant stars flowed overhead in a vast river of starlight. As you gazed at the rainbow-like colors of the stars, you were utterly entranced, forgetting where you were. After a long moment, you came back to yourself and noticed you were standing atop a dark green star sigil array, separating you from the void below. You were not alone. Ahead stood a silent scholar whose face was hidden beneath a broad hat brim. You understood. Only by defeating this silent scholar could you ascend to the next floor. Do you wish to challenge the first floor guardian of the Star Vault Tower? Lin Xun smiled faintly and unhesitatingly clicked yes. You abruptly opened a dense array of compound eyes. Countless symbols appeared out of thin air and surged toward the silent scholar. Its head exploded with a thunderous detonation. You defeated the first-floor guardian of the Star Vault Tower. You did not gain any experience. TCH, that was too easy. No thrill to the challenge at all. Even as he spoke dismissively, Lin Xun knew very well, if it was as the Grand Scholar had said, with each floor harder than the last, by the time he reached the upper levels, the strength of the Guardians would become unimaginably terrifying. The star sigil array beneath your feet slowly rose, carrying you higher. The brilliant star river overhead drew nearer still. Ahead, another silent scholar appeared. Do you wish to challenge the second-floor guardian of the Star Vault Tower? All right, let's do this. Direct Vision President, show me how far you can go. Lin Xun pressed forward without pause, defeating guardian after guardian. Every time he succeeded, the star sigil array lifted him higher, bringing him closer to the river of stars overhead. You defeated the 10th floor guardian of the Star Vault Tower. You did not gain any experience. The star sigil array beneath your feet slowly rose, carrying you higher. The brilliant river of stars above was now even nearer. You gazed up at the countless stars and felt a faint insight. You obtained memory of the starry sky item. Huh? A drop already? Lin Xun had thought he'd have to clear all 99 floors to get any reward. He hadn't expected that simply reaching the 10th floor would already yield an item. Memory of the starry sky, a swirling, misty radiance in which occasional flickering fragments of memory can be seen. The images appear to depict countless stars in a distant galaxy. Using this item will increase your knowledge cap by 1,000 points. Damn, I see now why all these grand scholars and presidents are obsessed with climbing the tower. The prestige and bragging rights are secondary, raising your knowledge cap is the real prize. Lin Xun had always had to miserably pore over books, documents, and monsters to gain knowledge. Only when his knowledge reached a critical point could he trigger overload and increase his cap. Yet here, simply clearing tower challenges directly raised the cap. It was as if a warrior who'd always had to hold the mouse in one hand while fast-forwarding and clean his spear with the other, suddenly discovered VR equipment that let him experience everything firsthand in full immersion. In an instant, both hands were freed, and he could only surrender, foaming at the mouth. Thinking about it this way, it's not so hard to understand why some believers defected to the Radiant Stars. I mean, once you have a little electric scooter, who needs a bicycle? Lin Xun suddenly felt that omniscient true knowledge was a bit unworthy of its name. Without hesitation, he clicked to use the item. Most of his knowledge-type skills were tied to knowledge cap. Increasing the cap was effectively boosting skill power, a big help for climbing the tower. You used memory of the starry sky item. Your knowledge cap has increased by 1,000 points. Your current knowledge increased from 600/5200 to 600/6200. You have grown stronger. Perhaps it was only your imagination, but you suddenly felt the star river above your head shining more brilliantly than ever, so captivating that you almost felt an irresistible urge to throw yourself into it. Lin Xun's heart tightened. Sure enough, so easily raising the knowledge cap came with side effects. After using memory of the starry sky, he felt an unconscious sense of affinity with the stars. Perhaps some scholars had once been steadfast in their faith, but driven by their thirst for knowledge, they kept climbing the tower. Even as they vaguely sensed the stars growing ever more alluring, they could only sink deeper and deeper. The radiant stars are truly cunning, exploiting the followers of omniscient true knowledge and their hunger for knowledge to convert them into their own believers. Fortunately, the Star Vault Tower had been destroyed and toppled, or large numbers of omniscient true knowledge's followers would surely have defected. Lin Xun found himself recalling many clues he'd once ignored. The Servant of Knowledge had made him draw loot boxes in the Divine Book of Favor, and he'd pulled the Starlight Cross Sword, a weapon belonging to some starborn riffraff. Yet in the Dark Dragon Knight's memories of prehistoric war, all the enemies were starborn creatures. The Starlight Cross Sword didn't look like something meant for the starborn themselves. It was probably crafted for the many humans who had defected to the stars. The wars between the gods run too deep. I'd better not dwell on it. Strengthening myself is the real priority. Lin Xun thought for a moment and decided to return to the Multivision Association before continuing his climb. According to earlier records, this ruin of the Star Vault Tower still contained lingering power of the radiant stars. It was enough to make Omniscient True Knowledge's gaze overlook this place. But once he left, Omniscient True Knowledge would resume watching him. If he were ever truly swayed by the stars, Omniscient True Knowledge would at least dispatch watchdogs to protect him. Killing the Beast of Disordered Knowledge also grants buffs that increase knowledge cap. It's killing two birds with one stone. He exited the illusion, boarded the refined copper carriage, and swiftly returned to the Multivision Association. Soon enough, he arrived at his destination. Eagerly, he opened the illusion book again. Lin Xun once again browsed the illusion book, and the illusions inside had already reset. Not only did he have to experience the Grand Scholar's scenario all over again, but he also had to start the challenge from the first floor of the Star Vault Tower. Lin Xun swiftly brute-forced his way from the first floor to the 10th. In the end, after defeating the Guardian on the 10th floor, he did not obtain the memory item again. What a pity. If I could repeatedly earn the rewards, I could grind my knowledge cap here to 99,999. He sighed with regret and continued climbing. Though the strength of the Star Vault Tower's guardians increased floor by floor, the rise in power between adjacent floors was not particularly drastic. However, every 10th floor, the guardian's strength would increase sharply. Before the 20th floor, he could rely on the eyeball's special skill, Infusion of Illusory Knowledge, to instantly kill any guardian. It was worth mentioning that the reward on the 20th floor, Memory of the Starry Sky, could raise his knowledge cap by 2,000 points. When he used the memory item, the Omniscient True Knowledge did not cast its gaze upon him, nor did it dispatch the Beast of Disordered Knowledge to correct him. For the time being, it seemed he could safely use the Memory of the Starry Sky. After defeating the Guardian on the 20th floor, he kept going. However, the Guardian of the 21st floor gave him a small surprise. As soon as he initiated the challenge, the Scholar Guardian, without a word, used an item similar to a stored spell treasure ring, raising a knowledge barrier to protect itself. Fortunately, the epic-grade knowledge radiant staff he inherited from the president of the Direct Vision Association possessed the ability to ignore the enemy's magic resistance, and its destructive power against knowledge-based defensive skills like the knowledge barrier was extremely potent. He no longer used Infusion of Illusory Knowledge and instead fired a knowledge spear to shatter the barrier and slay the Guardian. Much later, the giant spear formed of characters instantly pierced through the Guardian's body, tearing it in half. You have defeated the 30th floor Guardian of the Star Tower. You did not gain experience points. You feel somewhat fatigued. The starlight formation beneath your feet slowly rises, carrying you upward. The radiant Milky Way flowing above your head draws closer. You gaze up at the river of stars, observing countless celestial bodies, and seem to gain some insight. You obtained Memory of the Starry Sky item. Seeing the fatigue warning displayed in the text, Lin Xun felt a chill in his heart. The higher the skill's grade, the greater its power, but the corresponding consumption of mental energy also increased. After frequently using Infusion of Illusory Knowledge and Knowledge Spear, the mental power of the President's shell had been heavily depleted. Now he finally understood why the two presidents, despite their immense strength, had stopped at the 39th floor. Even the dejected Grand Scholar he had just run into didn't say it was because he couldn't defeat the Guardians that he failed, but rather that he couldn't endure any longer. As it turned out, the main reason most people could not ascend higher was simply that their mana bar ran dry. What a shame that in the knowledge illusion, I can't summon the Valkyrie. Earlier, during the illusion of the Dark Dragon Knight, Lin Xun had tried summoning the three-headed lion while facing the endless sea of monsters. But the wretched game had informed him that the knowledge illusion could only be entered solo, and summoning creatures to assist in the conquest was not permitted, nor could he summon them within the illusion. Otherwise, Lin Xun would have simply let the three-headed lion and Valkyrie take turns challenging the Guardians to automate the climb. The reward on the 30th floor, Memory of the Starry Sky, was even better than before, increasing his knowledge cap by a full 3,000 points. After using it, Lin Xun's knowledge had reached a terrifying 611,200. He pressed on with the challenge. With the huge increase to his knowledge cap, the power of his knowledge-based skills rose sharply. However, the strength of the Guardian on the 31st floor also skyrocketed. The Guardian successfully used Knowledge Barrier to withstand his first Knowledge Spear, then launched a fierce counterattack. Had it not been for Lin Xun's magic shield being an instant cast skill, he might have been defeated right then and there. On the second cast of Knowledge Spear, he finally broke the barrier and killed the fragile Guardian. You have defeated the 31st floor Guardian of the Star Tower. At this rate of skill usage, even if I conserve my mana, I'll probably only make it to the 40th floor or so. Although the President Shell's offensive power was tremendous, the fatigue of mental energy was a clear limitation. Lin Xun decided to switch to the Earth Giant Shell to attempt the next challenge. When faced with the 32nd floor Guardian's Knowledge Barrier, the Earth Giant endured the enemy's spell attacks and smashed down with its giant club imbued with undying flame, battering the barrier several times before finally breaking it and crushing the fragile opponent. Without magic penetration, breaking the barrier is really exhausting. Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire and Knowledge Spear were both epic plus grade skills, but compared to Knowledge Spear, it lacked the magic penetration effect and the bonus damage scaling with knowledge. This caused the single-target power of Undying Flame to fall far short of Knowledge Spear. Lin Xun stroked his chin in thought. The Earth Giant consumed negligible stamina when fighting a single monster, but tanking enemy spell attacks over time would eventually deplete his HP bar. The President's Shell ran out of mana fighting enemies, while the Earth Giant risked bleeding out. Sigh, I'd better keep using the Earth Giant for now, and switch back to the Mage Shell when I can't endure anymore. It's all the dancer's fault for being so worthless. If I had a powerful assassin shell, these fragile Scholar Guardians would be nothing, one stab after stealth and done. To help the Earth Giant climb higher, Lin Xun stripped the President's robe and equipped it on the Earth Giant. The robe increased resistance to knowledge-based skills, so with it on, tanking spells wouldn't hurt so much. And so, he continued his journey up the tower. You have defeated the 40th floor Guardian of the Star Tower. You obtained Memory of the Starry Sky item. You are covered in wounds, and your severe injuries make each step difficult. The Earth Giant had tanked the Guardian's spell attacks all the way up to the 40th floor, and by the end, its health bar was nearly empty. Lin Xun had no choice but to switch back to the Mage Shell. So it seems I don't just lack a powerful assassin shell, I also need a healer shell. Independent apostles rarely used healer shells. On one hand, because healer shells were rare in the game. On the other, their combat strength was weak, making it as hard as hell difficulty to clear even ordinary chapters. Those independent apostles who couldn't keep going would just switch shells and give up on the healer altogether. But in the logistics division of the Apostle Security Council, there were still some healer apostles. The official side provided them with some resource support, so healer apostles wouldn't have such a miserable time in order to maintain the number of support personnel in the organization. Lin Xun continued climbing the tower in the Mage Shell. Facing the Guardian on the 41st floor, the mage fight was anything but easy. The Guardian repeatedly used Knowledge Barrier and Knowledge Spear. This was a duel between two mages, and the exchange of spells looked like a massive fireworks display. Lin Xun didn't dare use Falling Starlight, as the mana cost of that skill was simply terrifying. Even with his conservative strategy to conserve mental power, he completely ran out of mana by the 46th floor. Helplessly, he had to exit the illusion. After using the reward from the 40th floor, his knowledge stat had reached 600/15, 200, nearly 3 times what it had been before entering the Star Vault Tower. Lin Xun felt a bit. An hour later, his challenge progress froze at floor 49. This time, Lin Xun conserved every bit of the mage's mana and the Earth Giant's HP, using the most conservative approach. He even had his other shells fight the low-level Guardians. Even so, he only managed to push his record to 49, always falling short of the 50th floor by 1. When he encountered the Guardian on the 50th floor, he blacked out from mental exhaustion the moment the enemy deployed a knowledge barrier, leading to immediate failure. At my current level, 49 floors is my absolute limit. Lin Xun shook his head and stopped trying to enter the illusion. Previously, his knowledge stat hadn't been high enough to meet the requirements for using the teleportation scroll to go to the star-chasing corridor. But now, with his knowledge cap reaching 15,000, Lin Xun tried to click the item again. Do you wish to use the teleportation scroll of the star-chasing corridor to teleport to the star-chasing corridor? Your knowledge cap has reached the condition for teleportation. You do not yet comprehend the true meaning of the star-chasing corridor and therefore cannot teleport to the destination. His knowledge stat had met the threshold and fulfilled the teleportation standard, but this accursed game still threw out a new requirement. Lin Xun frowned, thinking it over. Given the style of this cursed game, since the star-chasing corridor had so many conditions to access it, its rewards were surely considerable. The harder a place was to enter, the richer the rewards would be. Before obtaining the teleportation scroll, he had never seen the words star-chasing corridor. Based on the teleportation requirements, if he wanted to understand its true meaning, he could only ask the story characters and see if they knew anything about it. He went straight to the eyeball laboratory on the second floor of the Multivision Association. You step into the eyeball laboratory. Bennett sees you arrive and quickly sets down the experimental apparatus in its hands. It tells you that its technique for synthesizing eyeballs has made some progress. Last time, it transplanted the eyeball of the subterranean shadow fiend king for the true god's envoy, but that eyeball had a major flaw: it could not function in bright light. It had tossed and turned over this, unable to sleep at night, feeling that an imperfect eyeball was unworthy of the great true god's envoy. So it went to the ancient book archive on the other side of the second floor to search for materials, trying to find a way to fix the flaw. Fortunately, the omniscient true knowledge had bestowed its favor, and it successfully found the solution. As long as the eyeball of a photophilic creature was synthesized with the subterranean shadow fiend king's eyeball, it would yield a pair of perfect eyes. Even more fortunately, among the large batch of eyeballs it brought back from the transplant clinic, there was one that fit the requirements. However, the qualified eyeball was mixed together with the rest in refined copper crates, and it needed to sort through dozens of crates one by one to locate it. Since giant monsters roamed outside the Knowledge Association, and because of the veiled aberration Overlord the True God's envoy mentioned, it did not dare to open the crates, fearing it would attract danger. You shook your head and told Bennett not to worry. The monsters in the city and the veiled aberration Overlord had all been slaughtered by you, so it could safely open the crates to search for the eyeball. Bennett was overjoyed to hear this. It repeatedly praised the divine might of the true god's envoy and promised you that it would immediately begin sorting the eyeballs. The next time the true god's envoy visited, it would be able to eliminate the flaw. Originally, Lin Xun just wanted to ask Bennett whether it had ever heard of the star-chasing corridor, but he hadn't expected to trigger a special event. Eliminating the subterranean shadow fiend king eyeball's flaw meant the dancer's stealth skill would be improved and no longer affected by environmental lighting. Whether in dark shadows or bright areas, it would dramatically strengthen the stealth effect. Bennett, you really are a good person. I was too biased when I called you a profiteer before. Lin Xun couldn't help sighing. You took out the teleportation scroll of the star-chasing corridor and showed it to Bennett. Bennett stared at the scroll in your hand, pondered for a long while, then shook its head. It told you frankly that it had never seen this item before, nor had it ever heard of the star-chasing corridor. Just hearing the word star, perhaps the cultists of the evil gods would know the secrets behind it. Lin Xun had a bad feeling. What did it mean that perhaps only the cultists of the stars knew the secrets? Don't tell him he would have to join the Oath of the Radiant Stars to meet the teleportation requirement? He quickly shook his head, trying to drive this ominous thought away. Every field has its specialty. As a transplant doctor, it was understandable that Bennett didn't know about the star-chasing corridor. Bennett was only making a conjecture based on the place name. If Rona hadn't already left, he might have been able to get a key clue from the knowledgeable Rona. Bennett, seeing you silent, reminded you that the true god's envoy might as well go search the ancient book archive. Perhaps you could gain something there. Do you wish to go to the ancient book archive to look for information about the star-chasing corridor? Lin Xun's eyes lit up. The ancient book archive housed countless tomes. It was indeed a good place to search for records. You left the eyeball laboratory and stepped into the ancient book archive next door. Gazing at the towering shelves stacked layer upon layer, you began your search among the sea of books. Searching. You found a professional volume on the shelves titled On the Development Prospects of the Multivision School and the Dead End of the Direct Vision School. You felt no interest whatsoever and tossed the book into a corner. Searching. At the bottom shelf, you found an adult novel titled My Days in the Abyss after being captured by subterranean demons while exploring. You were extremely intrigued and flipped through it eagerly. After a long time, you sighed that it was an eye-opening experience, then quickly lost all interest. Your knowledge increased by 1 point. Current knowledge, 601/15-200. Searching. Lin Xun looked at the game text with a face full of black lines. This cursed game would never change its ways. Every now and then, it had to jump out and mock him. Searching. You have roughly browsed the books in the archive, but found no materials related to the star-chasing corridor. Even the ancient book archive has nothing about it. Don't tell me I really have to join the Oath of the Radiant Stars to teleport there. Lin Xun was a vow-breaker. Even if he wanted to, he could never again swear the Oath of the Radiant Stars. Besides, judging by the Child of the Stars' way of doing things, joining that star faction would definitely not be as comfortable as clinging to the thigh of omniscient true knowledge. Just as he was secretly lamenting that every path was blocked, he suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling a crucial clue. The teleportation scroll had been obtained from the Grand Scholar Maguire, and the Multivision Association was Maguire's old lair. Its office was on the 5th floor of the building. Inside Maguire's office, there had to be related records. You look toward the nameplate at the side and confirm that this is indeed the office of Grand Scholar Maguire. You push the door open and step inside. The office is simply furnished. Many papers and documents are spread across the desk, while a large bookshelf stuffed with books stands against the wall. Searching. You find an old book in the desk drawer. The book is titled 108 Ways to Seek the Stars. You are overjoyed and quickly open it. Most of the pages are badly damaged, the writing nearly illegible. You painstakingly decipher it word by word, finally uncovering partial information about the star-chasing corridor. Because much of the content is missing, you have to guess and infer to roughly piece together the crucial details. The star-chasing corridor is the only passage to the Star Spirit Palace and serves as the trial before entering it. The star-chasing corridor is layered upon itself like a labyrinth. Those who stray inside often lose their sense of direction and become trapped there forever. Only those who worship the radiant stars can pass safely through the star-chasing corridor to enter the legendary Star Spirit Palace. The more devout and resolute the faith, the simpler and more straightforward the corridor becomes. Conversely, the less devout, the more convoluted and twisted it grows, becoming a nightmare for heretics. If one can successfully pass through the star-chasing corridor and reach the Star Spirit Palace, they will receive the blessing left behind by the gods. You have acquired knowledge. Your knowledge increases by 1,500. Current knowledge, 101/15-200. Lin Xun froze. The star-chasing corridor was a test of whether a believer was truly devout. For a devout believer, the trial was simple. But for him, a vow-breaker, it was likely the highest possible difficulty. He wasn't particularly worried that the Star Spirit Palace was literally some god's dwelling place. If a star god truly resided there, when he obtained the teleportation scroll, the servant of knowledge would have summoned him already. Lin Xun tried clicking the teleportation scroll again. Do you wish to use the teleportation scroll of the star-chasing corridor to teleport to the star-chasing corridor? You have fulfilled all conditions for teleportation. Do you wish to begin teleportation? He hesitated for a moment, then steeled his resolve. Let's do it. I refuse to believe a measly maze can defeat me. Teleporting. Teleportation successful. An ordinary wandering soul awakens in a hall filled with stars. You open your eyes and look around. You are in a great hall. The walls, vaulted ceiling, and floor are all covered in painted stars. Countless tiny stars gleam enchantingly, constantly shifting and drifting. You look back and see a pitch-black oval teleportation gate behind you. You try to touch it, but are repelled by an invisible force. You understand that you cannot pass back through the gate for now. The starlight illuminates the entire hall and the stone stele standing in the center. You walk closer and read the words engraved on the stele. Only those blessed by the stars may pass through this place. Behind the stele, a massive glowing book page floats in the air. You have discovered a soul page of the Book of Salvation, the resting page. Lin Xun felt a rush of relief. Since there was a resting page here, he had unlimited chances to experiment. Passing through the star-chasing corridor was only a matter of time. You step forward and touch the resting page. The mysterious divine power lingering within makes your heart tremble as your ordinary soul resonates strongly with the page. Beyond the resting page, the far end of the hall connects to 3 long corridors, left, center, and right. You peer ahead. All three corridors, like the hall, are covered in painted, shifting stars as though you stand amid the cosmos. Which corridor do you want to enter? Lin Xun clicked the far left corridor. You step into the left corridor and walk onward. At the end of the corridor, three more identical corridors branch out again, left, center, and right. Which corridor do you want to enter? He smiled faintly. What a cheap trick to try to show off in front of an expert. Holding his phone in one hand and opening his computer with the other, he said, "It's just endless branching paths. As long as I note each choice and try them one by one, any problem that can be solved by grinding isn't a real problem." Lin Xun began his grind with full confidence. Half an hour later, he was starting to question his life choices. He had already picked over 90 branching paths in succession, yet the choices ahead showed no sign of ending. You once again step into the left corridor. You walk onward, and at last, the scene ahead is no longer the same branching corridor you've grown sick of. Lin Xun's heart leapt. He had finally reached the end of the maze. Could it be that he was lucky enough to hit the exit on his very first attempt? Your mind feels momentarily dazed. You step into a great hall. The walls, vaulted ceiling, and floor are covered in painted stars, countless little points of light gleaming and drifting enchantingly. A stone stele stands in the hall. Behind it float the resting page you are all too familiar with and three branching corridors. Behind you stands the pitch-black teleportation gate you just walked through. Congratulations! After tireless effort, you have finally returned to the start of your journey. A cursed game? Are you messing with me? Lin Xun immediately lost all composure and started cursing out loud. After a long time, he forcibly suppressed his anger and began to think calmly. He counted up the branching choices he'd taken over the past half hour, exactly 99 of them, not one more, not one less. He opened the scientific calculator on his computer and entered 3 to the power of 99. The result was an utterly terrifying number. 1.71792506910 times 10 to the power of 47. If he wanted to brute force the maze by trial and error, in the worst-case scenario he would need to experience, in plain terms, a 17 followed by 46 zeros worth of attempts. Lin Xun would have to make nearly infinite tries, searching without food, water, or sleep, and even with good luck, he might or might not reach the exit within his lifetime. So they really don't give a Vowbreaker a shred of a chance? He tried stepping into the corridor again. Half an hour later, he was once more back at the starting hall. How is this even playable? Lin Xun racked his brains, trying to figure out a way to get through the star-chasing corridor. Clearly, trial and error wasn't going to work anymore. He could only expand his thinking based on the information he'd found in the book just now. The star-chasing corridor was a test from the stars to see if one was a devout believer. Only those who truly worshipped them could pass. If he could become a devout follower of the stars, he could traverse the maze. But defecting to the stars was out of the question. Then Lin Xun suddenly remembered, in his shell slots, although the president of the Direct Vision Association wasn't a star worshipper, he still had the Grand Scholar of the Multivision Association, who most likely was. According to what the Multivision president had said in the hidden laboratory, all the Grand Scholars of the Multivision Association except Rona had defected to the stars. There's only one truth, so this so-called test, is that it? Too simple. You possess the shell of the knowledge-seeking Grand Scholar of the Multivision Association. Lin Xun smiled faintly. Using the Grand Scholar shell, he entered the maze again. According to the records, in front of a star worshipper, the corridor would become simple and not remain so convoluted. But as he kept walking, he soon realized something was wrong. Even after passing through corridor after corridor, there were still endless branching passages ahead. Don't tell me the Grand Scholar isn't devout enough? Unwilling to believe it, Lin Xun kept clicking choices and pressing forward. Half an hour later, after traversing 99 branching paths, he once again returned to the familiar hall. Congratulations! After tireless effort, you have finally returned to the start of your journey. Lin Xun frowned. The Grand Scholar was clearly a Radiant Star follower, even if not especially devout. There should have been fewer branches than when he went himself. Why were there still 99 branches? Damn it, I was being stupid. The oath applies to the apostle themselves, not to the shell. In other words, as long as the ordinary wandering soul is a follower of the omniscient true knowledge, Even if the shell belongs to a star cultist, it still counts as being part of the omniscient true knowledge faction. Lin Xun slapped his forehead as he realized. Then he fell into deep thought again. Switching shells was useless. What awaited him would only ever be the most complex possible maze. If he couldn't become a star believer, he couldn't pass the test. If not for the resting page in the hall, he would have been permanently trapped here. If any native of the game world who wasn't a star follower stumbled in here, they wouldn't be able to see the resting page and would be doomed to wander until death. While pondering how to escape his predicament, Lin Xun kept walking the maze with his shell. He still held a sliver of hope, the lucky gold coin. Maybe if he just kept randomly picking options, the lucky gold coin's effect would trigger and let him get out. But after wandering in circles for ages, there was still no sign of the lucky gold coin activating. Lucky gold coin, you really are unreliable. I'd better think of something else. Just as Lin Xun was scorning the lucky gold coin, the text suddenly displayed. The lucky gold coin you are carrying glows with a flickering light. You suddenly feel that the middle corridor at the end of the passage looks especially pleasing to the eye. Which corridor do you want to enter? I was wrong. The lucky gold coin is absolutely incredible. Lin Xun changed his tune faster than flipping a page, immediately choosing the middle corridor without hesitation. You step into the middle corridor and walk onward. At the end of the corridor, 3 more identical branching corridors appear again, left, center, and right. Which corridor do you want to enter? Lin Xun looked again at the lucky gold coin. Lucky gold coin. A long while passed, but the lucky gold coin showed no further response. Lucky gold coin, you're really something, going soft after just 3 seconds. Hurry up and do something, men can't say they can't. No matter how many taunts Lin Xun tried, the lucky gold coin remained motionless, lying flat in total resignation. Is it possible the lucky gold coin is actually a woman? Soon, Lin Xun gave up on relying on superstitious methods. With 99 branching choices, he couldn't expect the lucky gold coin to activate every single time. He might as well just rename it Goddess of Luck. If the soft approach doesn't work, then I'll use brute force. You possess the shell of the corrupted earth giant. Your body swells massively. In the blink of an eye, you have become a towering giant. In the blink of an eye, you grow into a 3-meter-tall colossus, already pressing against the corridor's vaulted ceiling, unable to grow any larger. Your process of growing bigger and bulkier is suddenly interrupted. Rage surges within you as you raise the ancient Dragonfang Great Lub in your hands and smash it against the wall. A violent gale erupts, and with a thunderous boom, sparks burst in all directions as the painted stars on the corridor wall flare brilliantly. Looking closely, you see that where the club struck, the wall doesn't even have a single dent or crack. Lin Xun twitched at the corner of his mouth. Can't destroy the environment. When it comes to being cursed, you really are the most cursed game of all. Neither the soft approach nor the hard approach could help him find the exit to the maze. While he was randomly clicking options, Lin Xun once again returned to the initial hall. You step into a great hall. The walls, vaulted ceiling, and floor all depict countless stars, each point of light gleaming enchantingly and shifting constantly. The stone steel that originally stood in the hall had, at some unknown time, transformed into a statue. The statue's shape was not humanoid, but a rotating elliptical galaxy studded with countless tiny stars. You have discovered the divine image of the radiant stars. You can't help but be drawn to the statue, stepping forward to touch it. Do you wish to renounce your oath to the omniscient true knowledge and swear allegiance to the radiant stars? You have already been permanently marked as an enemy of the Radiant Stars faction and cannot join this oath again. Lin Xun was completely baffled by this sudden turn of events. The warning steel had turned into a god statue for swearing allegiance. But in the next moment, he understood the core of it. If someone stumbled into the star-chasing corridor without being a Radiant Stars follower, they would be trapped in the impossibly complex maze and forced into a desperate, hopeless predicament. At that moment of despair, the statue of the Radiant Stars would appear. If they converted their faith, they could not only find the maze's exit, but also enter the Star Spirit Palace to receive divine rewards. Those without faith, or whose beliefs were shaky, had a high chance of swearing the Radiant Stars oath on the spot and becoming its follower. Defecting to the omniscient true knowledge really was the right decision. The Radiant Stars faction is full of scheming old foxes. If I'd worked for them, they'd probably have devoured me down to the last bone fragment. Lin Xun couldn't help but sigh. He stopped wandering aimlessly through the maze and instead remained in place, carefully considering a solution. None of the items left in his inventory seemed suitable for this situation. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the luminous trail powder that Bennett had given him earlier. Luminous Trail Powder X3 item. After use, your footsteps will leave a trail of rainbow-colored light for a short period, allowing you to retrace your path and return home. No, this item lets you retrace your steps in fog, but it's useless for this maze. Lin Xun shook his head and checked other items. After a long time, he sighed again and was about to close his inventory when a sudden inspiration struck him. He slapped his thigh and blurted out, "I've got it. I'm already a Vowbreaker and can't swear the Radiant Star's oath, so I can't pass through the maze myself. But if I bring a Radiant Star's faction creature here, can't I just follow it out of the maze?" His eyes turned to a special piece of equipment in his inventory, the Ring of the Radiant Stars. Ring of the Radiant Stars, special equipment. While wearing this equipment, you will attract the attention of the Oath of the Radiant Stars faction. There is a certain chance you may be summoned by creatures of this faction, or they may descend directly upon you. Lin Xun stared at the item in his inventory, his gaze wavering. If he were an apostle of the Radiant Stars' oath, the Ring of the Radiant Stars would be an artifact for summoning elite allies or powerful bosses. But for him right now, using this special equipment could very well summon a boss-tier monster, and that wasn't even the main concern. The main concern was that it would draw the attention of the Radiant Stars themselves. If he failed to summon a Radiant Stars creature and instead got summoned to one of their faction's overlords, it would be instant death with no escape. To use or not to use, that is the question. While he hesitated, Lin Xun suddenly thought of something. If using the Ring of the Radiant Stars were truly a suicidal move, then the omniscient True Knowledge would dispatch the Beast of Disordered Knowledge to correct him. It's good to have a big boss backing me up. Let's give it a try. He clicked the Ring of the Radiant Stars and watched the equipment prompt appear. Lin Xun silently waited for the system text. After a long while, the expected Beast of Disordered Knowledge did not appear. So that means I can equip it directly? You have equipped the special item Ring of the Radiant Stars. The gem inlaid in the ring erupts with dazzling starlight. A majestic illusion of a star river surges forth from the gem, countless stars orbiting around you in glittering brilliance. You are subjected to the gaze of distant stars. The gaze is blocked by an unknown force. Summoning a creature of the Radiant Stars Oath faction. Summoning. Lin Xun watched the scrolling text, and in his heart he understood. In the instant he equipped the ring, a hidden struggle had unfolded among gods. From the current outcome, it was clear that the omniscient True Knowledge had prevailed. Lin Xun didn't dare let his guard down. He stayed right beside the resting page in the hall. If anything went wrong, he'd teleport away at once. Summoning. A pale green starlight formation appears in the hall, and a bizarre figure slowly manifests. The creature is not large, but its form is indescribably grotesque and terrifying. A serpentine body clad in black bony plates speckled with stars, its twisted barbed armor sprouting in jagged spines, its scythe-like forelimbs and enormous fangs protruding from an extended lower jaw, all proclaimed its horrifying strength. You have discovered the spirit of the stars, Dreadstinger Serpent. The moment you see the Dreadstinger Serpent's form, chills race down your spine. You are overwhelmed by dizziness as a torrent of disordered knowledge floods into your soul. You have acquired knowledge. Your knowledge increases by 2,500. Current knowledge, 4,601/15,200. From the earlier text, the spirits of the stars appeared to be the true designation for starborn creatures. Back at the bottom of Shamara's astrologer tower, he had once summoned a feeble starborn called the Starhorn Rhino Gold, but it hadn't carried the Spirit of the Stars title. Judging by the naming, this time he had likely summoned a boss-tier monster. While the creature was still materializing, Lin Xun quickly began his preparations. You possess the shell of the corrupted theater dancer. You open your single dim eye and take a lithe step. The hall is filled with starlight. Your shell skill Blood Shadow Step is boosted by dim shadow, but in this environment, the stealth effect only increases slightly. Damn. Lin Xun's original plan was to summon the monster and then conceal himself. Since the creature wouldn't find a target to attack, it couldn't just stand still forever and get stuck in the maze. He would be able to remain hidden and quietly follow it. Once he reached the end of the maze, he could simply kill the monster. But he had overlooked that in the brightly lit star-chasing corridor, the dim shadow effect would be drastically weakened. "You can't see me, you can't see me." Lin Xun could only pray silently that the monster being summoned did not have the ability to pierce stealth. Summon successful. The starlight formation vanishes. The ring of the radiant stars on your finger dims. The aberrant creature rides its serpentine body. The two vicious eyes set in its head sweep around the hall. The dread-stinger serpent seems to sense something. It slithers toward you, its scythe-like limbs reflecting a cold gleam in the starlight. Viscous saliva drips from its fangs. When the saliva hits the floor, it sizzles with smoke, corroding the ground that had withstood your strongest attacks into pitted craters. The engraved stars on the floor flash, and in an instant, the damaged surface is restored to flawless smoothness. Your entire body tenses. As the dread-stinger serpent draws near, do you remain hidden, or do you launch a preemptive attack? Lin Xun's goal wasn't to kill a boss and farm loot. The monster before him didn't look invincible, at least. It wasn't the kind of creature you knew at a glance you could never defeat. But if he attacked, it would waste the opportunity the summoned creature provided. And if the next summon ended up calling forth some super boss, that would be a cruel joke. Moreover, Lin Xun had noticed that when the summoning succeeded, the text read, "The ring of the radiant stars on your finger dims." That gave him a bad premonition. You remain hidden beside the resting page behind the statue of the radiant stars. The dread-stinger serpent slowly approaches. You can already smell the pungent stench rolling off its body. It slithers to the front of the radiant stars statue, lowers its raised torso, and begins emitting a constant hissing sound as if worshipping the god statue. You let out a long sigh of relief, realizing the dread-stinger serpent hadn't discovered you. It had simply approached the statue in front of you. Lin Xun also relaxed. Silently, he resolved that after exploring this map, he would go back to Bennett and finally remove the stealth penalty from the eyeball. You continue observing quietly. The dread-stinger serpent bows before the statue in worship for a long while, then finally rises. It looks toward the corridor at the far end of the hall and begins to slither forward. The dread-stinger serpent glides toward the corridor. Do you want to stay here or follow behind it? You step forward noiselessly and follow the dread-stinger serpent. It doesn't appear to notice you trailing close behind and moves straight into the middle corridor. Then it proceeds to pick the middle passage at every fork, and after 3 branches, you see an oval teleportation gate at the corridor's end. To your surprise, the portal is no longer a pitch-black void. Through it you can faintly glimpse a magnificent hall shrouded in starlight. The dread-stinger serpent slides right into the portal and vanishes. Do you wish to enter the teleportation gate? Lin Xun's mouth twitched. No. In his case, the star-chasing corridor had 99 branching choices. For this dread-stinger serpent, there had only been 3. This guy's faith sure is unwavering. He was about to step into the portal when his veteran gamer instincts gave him a sudden warning. The dread-stinger serpent was obviously a boss-tier monster. And in the brightly lit maze, the dim shadow's stealth boost was nearly non-existent. Would a powerful boss really fail to detect the dancer's stealth? Lin Xun thought that was extremely unlikely. Even if by chance it hadn't noticed, it would be a fluke. After a brief consideration, he switched shells. You possess the shell of the corrupted earth giant. You lift the ancient Dragathon Great Lub in your hand and stride boldly into the portal. You feel your senses blur, and the scene before you transforms violently. Before you can see your surroundings clearly, a savage shadow lunges at you with blinding speed. Its scythe-like forelimb slices through the scales at your waist, leaving a bloody gash that nearly disembowels you. You have suffered a serious wound. The regenerating scale armor of the Dragon Rider rapidly knits itself whole again in the blink of an eye. You also get a clear look at your lightning-fast attacker. It is the dread-stinger serpent. Of course. While I was following behind it, it must have already noticed me. This boss was lying in wait to ambush me. Lin Xun silently thanked himself for switching to the Earth Giant's shell. If he'd tried to tank that sneak attack with the dancer, he'd be dead for sure. You let out an earth-shaking roar and swung your weapon down at the monster. The dread-stinger serpent twisted aside, deftly dodging your powerful strike, and darted backward with blinding speed. You raised your great lub to pursue, only to see the serpent spread the bony plates on its back. It craned its head back, then suddenly snapped forward. 2 thin black spikes shot out with a piercing shriek and impaled your body. You bellowed in pain, the agony searing through you. You tore out the spines embedded in your flesh. They were slick with green slime, and where they'd struck, your flesh hissed and bubbled as it corroded, making the pain nearly unbearable. You lumbered forward to close the distance again, but the dread stinger serpent refused to meet you head-on. It kept retreating in circles around you. As it retreated, it repeatedly fired its corrosive spines, steadily worsening your injuries. Lin Xun had assumed the dread stinger serpent was an agile melee assassin. He hadn't expected it to be a boss specializing in ranged attacks. You think you're the only one who knows how to kite? Without hesitation, Lin Xun summoned the three-headed lion. With a crisp whistle, you call forth the fierce, burly, corrupted three-headed lion. This time, he didn't order the three-headed lion to attack, but instead issued the rare guard command. You possess the shell of the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association. The corrupted three-headed lion padded forward, planting its huge body firmly in front of you as a living shield. The dread stinger serpent shot another volley of acid-tipped spines, but the lion blocked every projectile with its flesh. The three-headed lion flexed its muscles, squeezing out the spines. The wounds quickly healed over, forming a solid wall of muscle and bone that shielded you completely. You raised your staff and began to chant. A lattice of pure white light rose up from the floor, encasing you in a second layer of protection. Trying to play kiting tactics with me? Let me show you what a fortress-mounted cannon looks like. Lin Xun smiled faintly and activated Falling Starlight. You lifted your staff and chanted again. The dread stinger serpent fired spine after corrosive spine, but the three-headed lion blocked them all with its hulking body. Endless starlight erupted. When the light finally dimmed, the dread stinger serpent was covered in wounds. Green blood pooled all around it. It let out a few pitiful screeches and feebly fired another spine volley, but the shots were much slower and weaker than before. The three-headed lion batted them aside easily. Not dead yet? That's one thick health bar. Lin Xun decided not to use Falling Starlight again. This skill consumed way too much mana. He kept hiding beneath the three-headed lion, unleashing smaller spells in a relentless barrage. With a pure white spear piercing its deformed body, the dread stinger serpent finally collapsed. Lin Xun quietly waited for the game to display the text showing the loot drop. But after a long moment, nothing happened. The dread stinger serpent's eyes dimmed. Its torn, wounded corpse lay motionless and silent. So, trying to play dead, huh? The game text hadn't shown you have defeated XXX, which meant this monster wasn't dead yet. Lin Xun wasn't about to be fooled by such a cheap trick. You raised your hand. The stored spell treasure ring glowed, and two enormous spears formed of runic characters shot forth, impaling the enemy and pinning it firmly to the ground. The dread stinger serpent jerked violently, trying to lunge upright, but the spears held it fast. Its struggles gradually weakened. You have defeated the spirit of the stars, dread stinger serpent. Experience greatly increased. You obtained Fading Chunk Spirit Essence of Insight X1. You obtained Corrosive Spine of the Stinger Serpent, material. You obtained Essence of Star Faith item. You looked down at the battered, scarred corpse. Spirit of the Stars, Dread Stinger Serpent Shell, a favored scion of the stars, bearing the title Spirit of the Stars. Only the core races of the Starborn are granted this proper designation. Yet it is merely one among countless stinger serpents, an ordinary little specimen. It died to unknown sorcery that pierced its body. Compatibility, 57%, plus 45%. You looked into the distance at the sole structure visible, a magnificent hall encircled by countless dazzling stars. Do you wish to step forward and enter the Star Spirit Palace? Lin Xun did not rush to enter the Star Spirit Palace and claim his rewards. Instead, he opened his inventory to inspect the newly acquired loot. Corrosive Spine of the Stinger Serpent, material the thickest, hardest spine harvested from the Stinger Serpent. The barbed tip is wickedly sharp. Any weapon forged from this material will possess tremendous lethality. Essence of Star Faith, item a shard of star-cold radiance. Only creatures of the most unwavering faith in the stars can condense this pure essence of devotion. It typically forms within the bodies of favored creatures, for few mortals can attain such steadfast belief. Using this item will increase your devotion to the radiant stars. Lin Xun's face darkened. What was he supposed to do with this thing? He wasn't a follower of the radiant stars, obviously. He couldn't use this item. Increase his devotion. Lin Xun pondered for a moment. He had a suspicion that this devotion might be a prerequisite for triggering certain quests under the Radiant Star's oath, or perhaps a condition for using certain divine powers. If the Radiant Stars faction had a devotion mechanic, did the Omniscient True Knowledge faction have something similar? He speculated for quite a while but couldn't figure it out. Pushing aside these distracting thoughts for the moment, he clicked to move forward. You step ahead, drawing near the grand palace wreathed in stars. The corrupted three-headed lion followed closely at your side, ever vigilant to any threat. You climbed the stairs before the palace, ascending step by step. Suddenly, you halted. You noticed a stone stele standing at the entrance of the hall, identical in form to the one you had seen in the star-chasing corridor, only this time, the inscription seemed different. You walked closer and read the words carved into the stele, "Only those whose faith is unwavering shall receive the favor of the gods." Only those whose faith is unwavering? Lin Xun couldn't help but think of the essence of star faith he had just obtained. You step into the hall. On the dome and stone pillars of the hall are carvings of countless tiny stars. As you proceed deeper, you see a row of enormous lifelike statues standing in the depths of the hall. The statues take the form of colossal, misshapen monsters. Just looking at these lifeless figures makes you sense the overwhelming power they must have possessed. Like the starborn beings you had encountered before, these monsters all bore their signature carapaces or bony plates, bristling with savage fangs and claws. Each monstrous form is distinct. Some brandish claws and bare their fangs, others spread wings to roar, still others seem poised to burrow into the ground and disappear. You step closer to inspect them and discover to your shock that these monsters aren't statues at all, but corpses, more precisely, preserved specimens. These remains have been weathered by countless ages. Their bodies are dull in color, the segmented claws blunted, and here and there you even see cracked bony plates flaking off and falling to the floor. You notice inscriptions carved into the pedestals beneath the remains. You read aloud, word by word, "Legendary Starborn Spirit, Terror Scorpion Nunes." You look at the others. Legendary Starborn Spirit, Dreadstinger Serpent Zuniga, Legendary Starborn Spirit, Nightmare Jumping Mantis Zabi. Each monster's pedestal records the name bestowed upon it by its god. Your gaze settles on the creature called Legendary Starborn Spirit, Dreadstinger Serpent Zuniga. This monster is nearly 10 times larger than the Dreadstinger Serpent you faced earlier. Its bony plates are unbelievably thick, concealing even greater and sharper dorsal spines. The sickle-like blades on its forelimbs have multiplied from 1 to 3. The creature before you seems like the ultimate, perfected form of the Dreadstinger Serpent. You surmise these monsters were all leader-level beings among the Starborn, leading their tribes to fight for the Radiant Stars in the God Wars. After death, the gods themselves named them Legendary Starborn Spirits, preserving their remains in the Star Spirit Palace to commemorate their glory. Steadfast Apostle of Faith, which Legendary Starborn Spirit will you choose to receive an unknown reward? So this is the reward segment? According to McGuire's records, only those who hold unwavering faith in the stars can pass through the star-chasing corridor and reach the Star Spirit Palace to receive a divine gift. And within the hall lay the remains of various starborn kin. While facing the preserved corpses, the wretched game did not offer the possession option. Whether this was due to insufficient compatibility or simply the passage of too much time, he couldn't tell. Lin Xun's imagination took off. Perhaps the reward was precisely to choose one of the preserved remains and inherit the creature's formidable powers. That's quite a reasonable guess. He considered that having just slain a Dreadstinger Serpent, it might not be wise to pick the leader of the same species now. Besides, he didn't think much of the stinger shooting and acid-spitting abilities. Their skills aren't flashy at all. Some of us care about aesthetics, you know. Your gaze sweeps across each fearsome monster. Legendary Starborn Spirit, Terror Scorpion Nunes, a gigantic scorpion-shaped creature clad in jet-black armor, its scorpion tail arched high as though releasing clouds of lethal venom. Legendary Starborn Spirit, Nightmare Jumping Mantis Zabi, with two thick segmented limbs rising vertically from its back, the scythe-like blades at their ends glinting with unnatural sharpness. Its forelimbs had dug a hollow in the floor, as if preparing to hide within. Legendary Starborn Spirit, Dreadstinger Serpent Zuniga. Legendary Starborn Spirit, Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka, the largest remains in the entire hall, towering several times larger than any other specimen. The crown-like armored plate on the giant beast's brow was as thick as a fortress wall. For massive crossing tusks jutted from its lower jaw like the sides of death itself. The giant beast's upturned roar seemed poised to trample all other corpses underfoot. Steadfast apostle of faith, please choose one legendary starborn spirit to receive a reward. You may also decline the favor of the legendary starborn spirit and leave the Star Spirit Palace. Lin Xun's eyes lit up. Just from the name Thunderbeast Mammoth, it sounded vastly more powerful than any jumping mantis or stinger serpent. If I'm picking the biggest and the strongest. Venom sprays and spine shots are worthless. He thought for a moment, then switched shells. You have possessed the shell of the corrupted Earth Giant. Judging by its build, the Thunderbeast Mammoth must have been one of those sturdy tank-type species. Its abilities would likely be a perfect fit for the Earth Giant. The mage shell already had more than enough skills, and Lin Xun still worried about the president's short mana bar. Giving it more skills would just be a waste. You walk up to the colossal remains. Standing at the feet of the Thunderbeast Mammoth, you are no bigger than an ant. You reach out and touch the enormous corpse. Damn, why does it have to be touching? What if it revives? Lin Xun twitched the corner of his mouth, unease churning in his chest. If the legendary starborn spirit really came back to life and discovered he was a traitorous oathbreaker. I'll take the reward if I can. If I can't, I'm out of here. He prepared himself mentally to run at the first sign of trouble. You wait in silence. Nothing happens. The remains do not stir at all. You lack the steadfast and pure faith in the stars. You cannot receive the favor of the legendary starborn spirit. Lin Xun frowned slightly, then let out a quiet breath. He opened his inventory and tried clicking on the essence of star faith he had obtained earlier. As expected, the wretched game displayed a related message. You have not sworn the oath of the radiant stars. You cannot use this item to deepen your devotion. You feel somewhat disappointed. You are astonished to discover that the cold speck of starlight in your hand seems to be drawn toward the colossal remains before you. A faint glow emanates from the essence of star faith, flowing toward the Thunderbeast Mammoth. Do you wish to offer the essence of star faith to the remains? Lin Xun guessed that the star gods designed the labyrinth of the star-chasing corridor to lure heretics into converting their faith. They must have worried that some would stumble through by dumb luck and reach the end without true devotion. So they placed another barrier here before the remains. Anyone who had not sincerely changed their beliefs, or whose faith was hesitant and impure, would be unable to receive the divine gift. Those who could not obtain the reward would have to return to the star-chasing corridor and pray before the statues of the radiant stars to strengthen their piety. The essence of star faith merged into the colossal remains, and starry light burst forth in the beast's eyes. The remains, eroded by ages, were suffused with vivid color. The battered body grew new, pristine carapace, and the four massive tusks beneath its jaws gleamed with a cold brilliance. The deafening roar of the legendary starborn spirit, Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka, thundered through the hall, echoing layer upon layer. Its giant eyes looked down at your tiny figure. Its voice boomed like a great bell. Outsider Starborn, you have awakened a slumbering legendary soul. Your pure faith has allowed you to pass the trial of the star-chasing corridor. Your steadfast devotion has roused the legend that once was. Starborn, what kind of reward do you wish to receive? Lin Xun was ready to bolt at the first sign of trouble. He hadn't expected that the giant beast, rather than exposing him as a traitorous oathbreaker, would actually offer him a reward. All I can say is, a man who loves games will never have truly bad luck. The giant beast before him didn't seem truly alive. It was more like an undead without consciousness, or perhaps it was more accurate to call it an undead insect. Otherwise, it would have already realized Lin Xun was a filthy and secret oathbreaker. The legendary starborn spirit, Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka, presents you with 3 choices. 1. Indestructible tusk blades. 2. Impenetrable chitin carapace. 3. Fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal. Lin Xun stared at the 3 options before him, falling into thought. If indestructible tusks struck an impenetrable carapace, what would happen? He shook his head to banish the absurd idea. As he expected, offering the remains granted a racial skill or innate talent from the Starborn. The first option was powerful offense. The second was formidable defense. The third option was harder to decipher. Fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal. What sort of skill is that? Does it boost resistance to mental spells, or does it trigger a mindless berserk mode? There was no time limit on the three options before him, so he could take his time to decide. After pondering for a long while, Lin Xun reached a relatively reasonable conclusion. In the God Wars, those who fought against the Starborn were mostly scholars. So the third option likely leaned toward resistance against knowledge-based skills, which better suited the demands of battle. In other words, the second option boosted physical defense, while the third increased magic resistance. Lin Xun instantly thought of the Star Vault Tower he had yet to conquer. If he enhanced the Earth Giant's resistance to magic, he would undoubtedly be able to climb much higher, causing his knowledge stat to skyrocket and strengthening the President Shell's power. But to be honest, he was reluctant to give up physical defense. For damage output and magic resistance, he already had the President Shell. When facing a magic boss, he could simply switch to the President and use the magic shield to block attacks, then unleash the strongest skill, Falling Starlight. Having the Earth Giant specialize in physical defense would be the best way to maximize that shell's potential. One was immediate power, the other long-term growth. Lin Xun was momentarily torn. After a long deliberation, he suddenly woke to a realization. His greatest cheat wasn't the Earth Giant, nor the President Shell, it was his own 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms talent. Even if the Earth Giant had vast potential, as long as he leveled up his talent a few times, he would eventually acquire even stronger boss shells in later chapters, rendering the Earth Giant obsolete. Therefore, improving his current strength was most important. He had to prepare for venturing into the high-difficulty area, Hidden Canyon. You declare loudly to the colossal creature before you that you wish to receive the fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal. The Thunderbeast mammoth opened its massive jaws. From within came a deafening grinding of mouthparts. The fluctuating sound seemed almost like laughter. The giant beast spoke to you. Among the countless starborn kin who fought for the stars, the Thunderbeast mammoth's proudest talent was its indestructible chitinous carapace. No matter how sharp the enemy's arrows and blades, they could never break the Thunderbeast mammoth's defense. Starborn, even so, do you insist on your choice? Will you hold to this selection, or switch to another? You continue shouting up at the Thunderbeast mammoth that you need the fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal. The giant beast threw back its head in laughter, then praised you. Your choice was a wise one. In the Gods' Wars, the most terrifying weapons were not blades and arrows, but the spells of those heretics who called themselves scholars. Only the fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal could resist the heretics' magic and wage war across the realms for the glorious radiant stars. The legendary starborn spirit, Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka, opened its massive mouth, and a huge chunk of foul-smelling flesh dropped to the ground. The slab of flesh was as large as a house, dark purple in color, with green veins thicker than your entire shell running along its surface. These veins writhed and twitched continuously, as if something unknown were gestating within them. The mountain of flesh suddenly split open a narrow gap, allowing you to see the murky green blood slurry within. The giant beast spoke to you. Because you possess an alien physique, you cannot fully adapt to the Thunderbeast Mammoth race's flesh transformation. No matter which ability you choose, it will not alter your body's outward appearance. The Thunderbeast Mammoth's innate talent will manifest upon you in a special way, but correspondingly, the effects of the transformation will be diminished. This is something you cannot avoid as an outsider. The giant beast indicated you should step into the mass of flesh and begin your great and glorious evolution. You stared at the twisted mound of flesh, towering like a small mountain, and stepped forward. The gap in the flesh was extremely narrow, and you had to pry it open with both hands to squeeze inside. But just as you touched the opening, the flesh suddenly contracted violently. The gap sealed shut in an instant, vanishing without a trace. A shocked, furious roar rang in your ears, making your visions swim with sparks. Starborn, no. You are not Starborn, you're a heretic. Heretic. Wretched heretic. You dare to deceive a legend. A massive foot descended from above. All you could see was the enormous shadow engulfing you. With an earth-shaking crash, you and the mass of flesh were crushed into pulp beneath that giant foot. You have died. Your ordinary soul is reborn in the Starlit Hall. Lin Xun was completely dumbfounded by the sudden reversal, so much so that he didn't react for a moment. What the hell, little buddy, wasn't I acting just like a faithful believer of the stars? How did I suddenly get exposed? Losing a bit of soul strength wasn't the real issue. The real problem was that the reward that had been within reach had vanished. He reread the game text. When he touched the flesh spat out by the giant beast, the gap he had almost squeezed into closed without warning. It was as if, well, never mind, best not to think about that. The giant beast boss never realized my identity, but that lump of flesh must have had some function to distinguish friend from foe. It simply won't perform a transformation for a heretic. Lin Xun deduced the probable reason. So now what? Claiming the reward seems unrealistic, and if I want to fight this boss, it's way too strong. Even the earth giant couldn't withstand one stomp. If I used the glass cannon mage, it'd be instant death. He frowned deeply in frustration. He looked at the ring of the radiant stars in his inventory. After the last use, this special equipment seemed to have changed. Ring of the radiant stars, special equipment, a unique ring forged of fallen metal. A tiny crystal is set into it. When you look closely, the once vast galaxy within the crystal has already dimmed to darkness. When wearing this equipment, most of the faith power within this special equipment has been consumed. It can only be used one more time. If you wish to use this equipment again, you must replenish its faith power. The ring could still summon a starborn creature to guide him one last time. As for the faith power, if he summoned another starborn creature and killed it to loot an essence of star faith, he'd have what he needed. No, wait. Lin Xun's brows furrowed. He realized things were not so simple. Summoning the soul of a legendary starborn spirit inside the Star Spirit Palace, there was no way such a soul would remain for long. Most likely, if he entered the Star Spirit Palace again, he'd still be facing a row of unmoving preserved corpses. And to summon a legendary soul, he needed an essence of star faith. Damn it, if that's the case, the worst outcome is I only ever had one chance to enter the Star Spirit Palace. This wretched game was never going to let him make unlimited attempts. Lin Xun glanced at the time. It was only 2 a.m. Too early to quit, keep grinding. A young man who doesn't train hard will only cry into empty air when he's old. His soul strength had recovered to 2/3. He closed his eyes and operated skillfully, reshaping the earth giant shell. Just as he was about to use the ring of the radiant stars, he suddenly thought of something. I can't use it yet. Last time, the summoned dread stinger serpent clearly saw through the dancer's stealth skill. It only led me out of the labyrinth because it wanted to ambush me when my guard was down. Lin Xun couldn't be sure whether the next summon would also be a dread stinger serpent, or if even the same species would be willing to guide him out again. The safest approach was to first use a resting page to teleport back to the Multivision Association, have Bennett remove the side effects of dim shadow, and then return to the star-chasing corridor to resume the process. The only 2 questions now are, how do I claim the reward and how do I defeat this boss? Noontime sunlight poured through the window, flooding the rented apartment. Clattering sounds came from the kitchen, mingling with the aroma of cooking food. A pretty young woman in an apron was busy at work. Last night, Lin Xun had teleported to the Multivision Association to find Bennett and have his eyeball synthesized. Perhaps because it was Bennett's first time performing such a procedure in a real situation, his hands had been a bit clumsy, and Lin Xun had waited a long time without seeing the synthesis completed. When he woke up in the morning, the game finally delivered the good news that the synthesis had succeeded. Subterranean Shadow Fiend King's Eyeball, epic created by combining the eyeball of the Subterranean Shadow Fiend with that of an unknown phototrophic creature, resulting in a new eyeball. While preserving the original abilities, it has eliminated the flaw of photophobia. Dim Shadow, special effect. Gaining this effect will greatly enhance your stealth skills, making them extremely difficult to detect. This enhancement effect will ignore current light levels and always maintain optimal amplification. After transplanting the new eyeball into the dancer, Lin Xun teleported back to the star-chasing corridor. This time, when he used the Ring of the Radiant Stars, the creature he summoned was not the dread stinger serpent, but the nightmare jumping mantis he had glimpsed once in the Star Spirit Palace. The dim shadow enhancement was remarkably effective. With the stealth skill active, the dancer followed the creature to the labyrinth's end without being discovered at all. The starborn creature called the nightmare jumping mantis was significantly weaker than the dread stinger serpent. In fact, Lin Xun had actively ambushed it and slain it himself. You have defeated the spirit of the stars, nightmare jumping mantis. Your experience has greatly increased. You obtained ridge-grown sickle limb of the mantis, material, dot. You obtained essence of star faith item, dot. You looked toward the magnificent star spirit palace in the distance, listening closely. No sounds came from within. It seemed the soul of that terrifying giant beast had long since departed. Do you wish to step forward and enter the star spirit palace? According to the description, the legendary soul inside the star spirit palace had already vanished. If he wanted to summon it again, he would have to use the newly acquired essence of star faith. I have the feeling the nightmare jumping mantis is even weaker than the dread stinger serpent. If I summon its legendary soul, could I actually beat it? Lin Xun rubbed his chin, pondering. The thunderbeast mammoth was colossal and terrifyingly strong. The monster had only stomped on him once, without even using the tusk blades beneath its jaws, and that alone had shown him just how pitifully weak he was. You step forward, ascend the stone steps, and enter the vast hall. As far as you can see, the corpses in the depths of the hall have all maintained their original poses. The remains you care about most, legendary starborn spirit, thunderbeast mammoth Lanka, are just as they were when you first encountered them, as if the legend's soul had never descended. Do you wish to awaken this remains again, or choose a different one to awaken? Summoning a legendary soul again would consume your only essence of star faith. And since the Ring of the Radiant Stars had already exhausted its uses, this meant Lin Xun was down to a single final chance. Claiming the reward is going to be tricky. Who'd have thought the prize would come with a built-in way to detect enemies? But fighting the boss to get loot, that I can try. The reason he dared to say this wasn't because he was feeling cocky, but because he'd already figured out a way to tackle the boss. He'd spent hours last night rummaging through his inventory before finally locating the key item to counter the boss. His inventory was piled with heaps of worthless junk, things like foul-smelling dungstone, rusted iron chunk, Multivision Association Scholar's certificate, rotten meat, and even silk undergarment, women's. So much garbage that finding clues in it was basically panning for gold in sewage. You take out the refined copper sand maraca and shake it lightly. Battle Angel. Valkyrie responds to your summons, stepping forth from the void. Lin Xun prepared himself for both battle and retreat. You take out a flickering speck of cold starlight and offer it to the remains of legendary starborn spirit, thunderbeast mammoth Lanka. The essence of star faith merges into the colossal remains, and starlight blooms in the giant beast's eyes. The weathered corpse slowly regains vitality. The savage, towering creature has been awakened by you once more. The deafening roar of the legendary starborn spirit, thunderbeast mammoth Lanka, shakes the hall, echoing again and again. Outsider Starborn, you have awakened a slumbering legendary soul. Starborn, what kind of reward do you wish to receive? Just as Lin Xun was about to use his item, he froze. He had been planning to fight the giant beast boss head-on, but to his surprise, the monster was acting as if it didn't recognize him at all, repeating the exact same lines as before. The same three familiar options appeared before his eyes again. Lin Xun frowned and analyzed carefully. From the way the giant beast behaved, it didn't feel like senility, as if it had forgotten their earlier encounter. Rather, it felt more like a preset program, no consciousness, merely executing a fixed script. If that's the case, maybe I still have room to maneuver. Once more, he selected the third option, fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal. You loudly declare to the colossal creature before you that you wish to receive fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal. Sure enough, the giant beast's reaction was identical to last time. It laughed again, asked whether he was certain, and spoke the exact same words down to the letter. Maybe the legendary souls in this hall have already completely disintegrated. The radiant stars can reconstruct them, but once the consciousness is lost, all that's left is this mechanical response. Maybe that's just a side effect of the reconstruction. Lin Xun's mind raced with wild speculations. These legendary starborn spirits really have it rough, forced to serve when alive, and still have to work after they're dead. Legendary starborn spirit, thunderbeast mammoth Lanka opened its massive jaws, and a lump of foul-smelling flesh dropped heavily to the ground. The giant beast motioned for you to step into the flesh and begin your great and glorious evolution. You looked at the flesh that had split open a gap, recalling the experience of your previous death, and couldn't help feeling hesitant. Do you want to force your way into the opening to undergo the transformation, or refuse the transformation and attack the giant beast? Lin Xun drew a deep breath and shifted his gaze to an item in his inventory. Lin Xun drew a deep breath and shifted his gaze to an item in his inventory. White Dwarf Star Elixir. Item: a glass vial filled with grayish-white liquid. Shattering the vial will instantly vaporize the contents, producing an unknown effect. Using this item inflicts a severe weakened status on starborn creatures. This item only works on ordinary, elite, and legendary creatures of the stars. It has no effect on demigods, pseudo-gods, or gods of the Radiant Stars Oath. He had obtained this item after killing the Multivision President. Most likely, the Multivision President had worried that using the Ring of the Radiant Stars could summon a starborn creature too powerful to control, preventing him from stepping onto the path to godhood. So he had prepared this White Dwarf Star Elixir to counter such formidable starborn. However, how much effect the so-called severe weakened state would actually have on a legendary starborn spirit remained to be seen. What concerned Lin Xun most was that with the terrifying power of a legendary starborn spirit, even if he used the White Dwarf Star Elixir, he still might not be able to defeat the beast. At this point, there's no other strategy. I have to try. He pressed the option to refuse transformation and attack, then immediately clicked to use the item. You hurl the White Dwarf Star Elixir at the giant beast before you. Crack. With a crisp sound, the glass bottle filled with the ashen liquid shattered, and a cloud of pale smoke billowed up, enveloping the colossal creature. From within the haze came the giant beast's enraged, bewildered roar. Starborn, what are you doing? Why does it feel its strength is fading? Lin Xun's eyes went cold. He rapidly switched shells and issued a command to the Valkyrie. You have possessed the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association shell. You quickly retreated, distancing yourself from the giant shape shrouded in smoke. You raised your staff and began to chant. A pure white knowledge barrier surged up from the ground, shielding you completely within it. Battle Angel. Valkyrie beat her wings and soared aloft. Drawing her longbow, she softly chanted a melody, and countless fine characters flowed into the arrow of dragon slaying. As you watched the dispersing smoke in the distance, you raised your staff again and recited your incantation. The haze gradually thinned, and a deafening roar echoed through the hall. Legendary Starborn Spirit. Thunderbeast Mammoth threw back its head with a thunderous bellow. The massive scythe-like tusks beneath its jaws nearly punctured the hall's vaulted ceiling. Lowering its head, the four crossed blades leveled straight at you as it charged. Strangely, its charge lacked the overwhelming force you had imagined. The giant beast moved its limbs in a ponderous, almost feeble gait, like an old creature at death's door. Yet, even so, its massive size allowed it to close the distance on you with alarming speed. As you watched the giant beast approaching, you noticed that the once lustrous black chitin had dulled into a decaying, ashen hue. Battle Angel. Valkyrie loosed her bowstring. The enormous arrow wreathed in characters transformed into a white dragon that struck the Thunder Beast Mammoth head-on. The arrow pierced the chitin like a falling star and buried itself deep in the creature's flesh. A spray of eerie green blood erupted. The Thunder Beast Mammoth's charge faltered, its agonized roar making your eardrums ring painfully. After the Valkyrie had learned Melody of Knowledge, her arrows could no longer be considered purely physical attacks. They carried the dual damage of knowledge magic. With the weakened effect sapping its power, the Valkyrie's strongest strike dealt a serious blow to the boss. Thunderbeast Mammoth's eyes blazed crimson. It abruptly turned and charged at the Valkyrie. You spoke the final syllable of your incantation. Your staff rose high as dazzling starlight burst forth. The entire hall filled with blinding radiance, and the beast's anguished howls reverberated everywhere. When the light finally dimmed, a swath of the creature's upper chitin had cracked and sloughed away, revealing dense cords of muscle beneath. The Thunderbeast Mammoth let out a roar, swung its body around, and charged you again. The Valkyrie drew another arrow swirling with currents of wind and loosed another shot. Legendary Starborn Spirit. Thunderbeast Mammoth has taken some damage. It abandoned its nearly successful trampling attack on you and instead turned to charge the Valkyrie once more. You raised your staff and began chanting again. Dealing with this brainless boss is so simple. As long as I and the Valkyrie keep kiting it and taking turns inflicting damage, we can make it run around in circles. That was the mage's advantage: high damage and the ability to kite enemies at range. With the Valkyrie's formidable assistance, he could push this tactic to the absolute limit. The only problem was that the Thunderbeast Mammoth's health bar was ridiculously long. Two of the Valkyrie's powerful arrow shots plus one use of the legendary skill Falling Starlight had only managed to inflict some damage. Without the White Dwarf Star Elixir's weakening effect, the idea of kiting this boss to death would have been sheer fantasy. Endless starlight erupts. You feel somewhat fatigued. The giant beast once again changes its target. Just as before, the Valkyrie draws her bow and fires. But her arrow of dragon slaying and hurricane arrow are still lodged in the beast's body. Until the Thunderbeast Mammoth dies, she cannot retrieve them and can only use ordinary arrows to inflict damage. This time, the fired arrows did not pierce the Thunderbeast Mammoth's chitin. Alarmed, you look closely and see its chitin slowly regaining its original luster. Its legs are moving faster and more forcefully, and its charge is growing ever swifter. You realize the weakened effect from the White Dwarf Star Elixir is slowly wearing off. Arrows that fail to penetrate the chitin cannot damage the beast, and naturally cannot make it change targets. You chant your incantation, watching helplessly as the charging beast closes in. Damn it, why is the potion's duration so short? Lin Xun barely had time to curse before facing mortal danger. You hurriedly cut off your chant and dispelled the knowledge barrier. The abrupt interruption of a powerful spell makes your head spin and blood dribble from your nose. You have taken minor damage. Without bothering to wipe away the blood, you turn and flee. Could a mage outrun the Thunderbeast Mammoth? Of course not. Thinking fast, Lin Xun opened his inventory and moved the Abyss Lantern into the Valkyrie's equipment slot. If the Valkyrie equipped the Abyss Lantern, she could use the item's special effect to draw the boss's attention, stopping it from targeting him. Your watcher is too far away to change equipment. Damn it, damn this hellish game, screwing me again. Behind you, the deafening footfalls drew closer and closer. You were about to be trampled into a puddle of meat by the legendary starborn spirit, Thunderbeast Mammoth. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xun operated with lightning speed. You have possessed the corrupted ancient theater dancer shell. You step into nimble footwork and open a pair of dim eyes. The starlight within the hall blazes brightly. Your shell skill Blood Shadow Step is boosted by Dim Shadow, and its concealment effect is greatly enhanced. The Thunderbeast Mammoth suddenly loses sight of you. It lets out a furious roar and, carried by its massive momentum, charges straight ahead, unaware that you, still hidden, have already changed direction and slipped far behind it. Good thing I removed the flaw from Dim Shadow, or I'd be dead meat by now. Lin Xun let out a long breath, feeling as though he'd just survived by a hair's breadth. Battle Angel, Valkyrie has received your command. With a beat of her wings, she flies back to your side. The longbow in her hands suddenly vanishes, replaced by a lantern of flesh emitting a warm light. Thunderbeast Mammoth swivels its massive head, crimson eyes locking onto that small point of dim radiance. It roars, charging straight toward the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie nods to you, clutching the lantern as she rises into the air. With astonishing speed, she leads the giant beast in circles around the hall. You possess the shell of the knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association. You raise your staff and begin chanting a spell. Brilliant starlight blooms once more. You feel utterly exhausted. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. This was the fourth time he had cast Falling Starlight, counting even the interrupted attempt. I didn't even finish the spell, and it still drained that much mana. Thunderbeast Mammoth was struck by the starlight. Its charging momentum faltered. It whipped its head around to glare at you, the crimson gaze nearly making you forget to keep chanting. Just as you feared the giant beast would charge at you again, its eyes were quickly drawn back to the warm glow, and it resumed chasing the Valkyrie. Thank goodness the Abyss Lantern is reliable enough. No threat of aggro going out of control. Lin Xun stopped casting Falling Starlight and switched to the significantly less draining Knowledge Spear to conserve his mental energy. You lift your hand. The stored spell treasure ring glows brightly. Countless pure white characters converge into two enormous spears, which pierce Thunderbeast Mammoth's body with overwhelming force. Even with the most powerful Falling Starlight, aggro didn't break, so there was no way the much weaker Knowledge Spear would cause any issues. Thunderbeast Mammoth howled in pain. Its speed increased again, and the carapace covering its body grew thicker and tougher. The Valkyrie was forced to fly with all her strength to keep from being overtaken by the pursuing behemoth. I can't keep conserving mana anymore. If I keep this up, once the weakened effect wears off, the Valkyrie will be caught by the boss. Without the Valkyrie kiting it, Lin Xun would lose his last chance to finish off the boss. He took a deep breath and cast Falling Starlight again. As the starlight bloomed, Thunderbeast Mammoth suffered severe wounds. This boss's HP bar is disgustingly long. According to the game mechanics, after slightly injured, came seriously injured, then near-fatally injured, and only then would death follow. In other words, after all this effort, he had only managed to chip away a little more than half the boss's health. And now he had only enough mana left for one more Falling Starlight. There was still a huge chunk of HP to burn down. After that last spell, all he could do was switch to the Earth Giant Shell and slug it out in melee. If only the Valkyrie still had a batch of powerful arrows. If only I had some items that restored mental energy. You raise your staff. The starlight blooms. Frequent skill usage has left you utterly exhausted. Even shifting your feet slightly feels like an impossible luxury. You possess the shell of the corrupted Earth Giant. Although Lin Xun still had a Grand Scholar shell left, trying to output damage with it would probably take longer than the boss needed to recover from the weakened status. He would never kill it in time. Your body suddenly swells upward. In an instant, you transform from a puny human into a 30-meter-tall giant. But compared to the colossal frame of the legendary Starborn spirit, Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka, you are nothing but a child. Lin Xun activated every skill he had and went all out. You open a single pale eye. Special skill weak point insight activated. Your knowledge stat is vastly inferior to the enemy's. Resolving judgment. Judgment failed. You are unable to discern the enemy's weak points. As a legendary creature that had existed since the age of the God Wars, Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka had fought countless battles. The number of scholars it had slaughtered likely reached astronomical figures, and its accumulated knowledge stat was unimaginably terrifying. It was only natural that Lin Xun's knowledge was no match for the boss's. You open a single crimson eye. Special skill Scorching Gaze of Flowing Fire activated. All your attacks and skills will now carry the burning effect of Undying Flame. The ancient Dragathong Great Love in your hands bursts into world-consuming flames, blazing light filling the entire Star Spirit Palace. Battle Angel, Valkyrie beats her wings, changing direction to fly straight toward you. You look upon the giant beast whose charging force grew ever more ferocious and unleash a thunderous roar. You stomp your enormous feet, charging at Thunderbeast Mammoth as well. With every step, an endless surge of power flows up from the earth into your massive body. Blessing of Mother Earth has been fully activated. The flying Valkyrie brushes past you. Just ahead looms the enormous monster, almost close enough to touch. With the momentum of its charge, it lowers its massive head. The razor-sharp blade on its lower jaw thrusts directly toward you. A reeking gust of wind hits your face, but you show no fear. In your crimson eyes burns nothing but unrestrained fury. You heft your heavy weapon wreathed in undying flames, pouring every ounce of strength into a downward strike. The violent wind stirred by the ancient Dragonfang Great Lub transforms into a hurricane of fire, incinerating all that dares provoke the ancient king, the Crimson Dragon. The lucky gold coin in your possession glimmers with a faint light. Your attack has triggered the Beastmen Giant Chieftain's Spirit Essence special effect. This attack will deal double damage. A colossal beastly silhouette emerged behind you. Its claw gripped your weapon alongside yours. As it let out a long, resonant howl, the giant club and the bladed tusks clashed. A thunderous crash erupted, making the entire Star Spirit Palace tremble faintly. You were hurled away by the colossal beast's overwhelming force. Across your chest and abdomen, the regenerating scale armor of the Dragon Rider rapidly repaired a savage crack, yet could not stop the gushing blood spilling from the wound. You have suffered severe injuries. Propping yourself up on your giant club, you looked up and saw Thunderbeast Mammoth rooted in place, letting out continuous wails. Two of the tusks on one side of its jaw had snapped clean off at the base. Dark green blood spurted out as flames burned relentlessly around the wounds. It had suffered near-fatal injuries. The Earth Giant was already half-crippled from just one direct clash with the boss. Fortunately, the lucky gold coin had come through, triggering a critical hit, Otherwise, the Earth Giant would likely have been doomed. Lin Xun gritted his teeth. This boss was simply too monstrous. If he could do it over again, he would definitely have chosen a weaker creature like Nightmare Jumping Mantis. He couldn't send the Earth Giant in again. One more clash, and it would certainly perish. You possess the shell of the knowledge-seeking Grand Scholar of the Multivision Association. Battle Angel. Valkyrie flew toward the giant beast, holding the Abyss Lantern, weaving back and forth in front of it. Thunderbeast Mammoth fixed its crimson eyes on you, wanting to charge at you again, yet repeatedly having its attention drawn back to the swirling point of warm light. It roared and charged toward the Valkyrie once more. You raised your staff and began chanting a spell. Thunderbeast Mammoth's charging speed increased more and more, closing the distance with the Valkyrie. Several times, the sharp tusks nearly sliced into the Valkyrie's body, but each time she narrowly evaded them by a hair's breadth, the situation growing ever more perilous. You understood that Thunderbeast Mammoth was about to shake off the weakened effect and recover its full strength. Countless characters gathered to form a giant spear, but this spear was visibly smaller than the ones you had cast before. The spear shot swiftly toward the giant beast. Suddenly, the Thunderbeast Mammoth let out a deafening roar. To your horror, you saw that the chitinous carapace covering its body had returned to its original color. Under the starlight shining through the hall, the pitch-black armor gleamed brilliantly. The moment Knowledge Spear struck the carapace, the giant beast radiated a frenzied aura. In its two eyes blazed a fearless, fanatical glare. The spear struck the carapace and instantly dissolved into countless characters, completely incapable of piercing the hardened defense. Legendary Starborn Spirit. Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka has shed the weakened effect. Damn it. Valkyrie. Before Lin Xun could even try to recall the Valkyrie, the game text sped by. The giant beast suddenly accelerated. Two tusks slashed mercilessly through the air. Your watcher, Battle Angel, Valkyrie has died. Lin Xun took a long, deep breath. From the moment the Valkyrie had begun following him until now, she had never died. He never imagined her first death would come in the Star Spirit Palace. Facing this savage giant beast boss, even summoning the three-headed lion wouldn't have been enough. It could have swallowed it in a single bite. There was no way out now. He opened the inventory and clicked on an item. You took out a massive, pitch-black eyeball. Reflected in the iris was the image of a colossal, grotesque aberration. You have used Overlord's Summoning Eye, epic plus great item. Countless disordered, chaotic characters erupted from the black monstrous eye. The giant eyeball in your hand gradually shriveled and withered. The dense swarm of characters filled the vast hall. Thunderbeast Mammoth halted its charge toward you, roaring and bellowing nonstop, as if it sensed some unsettling, maddening presence. The chaotic characters condensed into the shape of a vast, hideous aberration. Without any concealing mist, its terrifying form occupied your entire field of vision in perfect clarity. Its gargantuan, twisted trunk was connected to countless thick tentacles studded with eyeballs. 6 enormous legs bore the weight of its colossal body. Inside the spacious Star Spirit Palace, its body pressed up against the vaulted ceiling. Knowledge-seeking Veiled Aberration Overlord has answered your summons. For the duration of the summoning, it will obey your commands completely. Seeing the Veiled Aberration Overlord's complete form for the first time, the countless eyes on its monstrous body and tentacles filled you with bone-deep dread. You felt the world spin as a torrent of disordered knowledge poured into your soul. You have acquired knowledge. Your knowledge stat increased by 9,999. Current knowledge, 14,600/15,200. Lin Xun's eyes glinted with ferocity. Without hesitation, he selected the attack command. The Veiled Aberration Overlord let out a thunderous roar. It heaved its enormous body forward, charging at the Thunderbeast Mammoth, now covered in wounds. Deafening, heavy footsteps pounded the ground. The hall shuddered, and gray dust drifted down from above. In Thunderbeast Mammoth's eyes blazed madness once more. Its hind legs kicked powerfully against the floor, launching it toward the monster even larger than itself. The two titans collided. For an instant, you heard no sound at all, only saw a shockwave burst from the point of impact. Darkness swallowed your vision. You could not control your body as the blast hurled you away. A moment later, the deafening boom that shook the entire hall finally reached your ears. You couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Your ears buzzed, and your frail body throbbed with pain. You have suffered severe injuries. Using hands and knees, you struggled back to your feet and looked toward the center of the hall. The Thunderbeast mammoth's remaining 2 tusks had already snapped. The crown-like armored plate on its head had caved in, leaking dark green blood and a paste of brain matter. The front limbs of the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration overlord bent backward at twisted angles. 2 broken giant tusks were embedded in its massive body, blood pouring down like a waterfall. Thunderbeast mammoth's body convulsed endlessly as countless enormous tentacles covered in eyes coiled around it, tightening with crushing force. Thunderbeast mammoth had no strength left to resist. Its eyes gradually dimmed, the crazed glare giving way to clarity. With its final moment of lucidity, it no longer roared but spoke in solemn words. Great radiant stars! Lanka has failed to defend your starlight. Special summoned creature knowledge-seeking veiled aberration overlord has defeated legendary starborn spirit, Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka. You did not gain experience points. You obtained faint spirit essence of Sanctity X1. You obtained complete forging crystal chunk item. You obtained advanced essence of star faith item. You obtained legendary Thunderbeast Mammoth's tusk material. You obtained legendary Thunderbeast Mammoth's chitin carapace material. You obtained legendary Thunderbeast Mammoth's flesh essence special item. You obtained audience with the Mother of Stars star map special item. Lin Xun let out a long breath. At last, this big boss is finally dead. Even with the veiled aberration overlord fighting it in peak condition, the battle had left it gravely wounded and crippled. If both colossal creatures had clashed at full strength, the one to fall would probably have been the veiled aberration overlord. Thankfully, Lin Xun had used the white dwarf star elixir beforehand to weaken the boss and bring it to critical health. Otherwise, even summoning the aberration overlord would at best have cost its life in exchange for severely wounding the boss. All this effort, but at least the rewards are worth it. Just as Lin Xun was about to check the loot, the game text kept scrolling. The corpse of legendary starborn spirit, Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka rapidly decayed and rotted away, soon crumbling into a pile of black ash. You looked toward the depths of the hall. The mass of flesh expelled by Thunderbeast Mammoth still stood there. The flesh mass had been partially damaged by the fierce battle. Many thick vessels on its surface had ruptured, and dark green ichor gushed out in streams. As the ichor pooled on the ground, it turned into a foul, pitch-black liquid. Do you wish to enter the flesh mass while the ichor has not yet run dry to undergo transformation and evolution? Lin Xun's eyes lit up. This time, Thunderbeast Mammoth hadn't stomped the flesh mass into a pulp, leaving him a sliver of opportunity to act. The only question was, how would he handle the flesh mass's friend or foe recognition function? You gazed at the twisted mass of flesh towering like a small mountain and stepped forward. Dark green ichor continuously seeped from the surface of the flesh, leaving only a very narrow gap through which to enter. As before, you had to pry the gap wider with your hands and squeeze inside. Just as you expected, the mass of flesh suddenly contracted violently, the fissure sealing shut in an instant to repel your intrusion. Do you wish to force your way inside? Can you really brute force this thing? Lin Xun thought for a moment and switched shells. You possess the shell of the corrupted earth giant. You lifted your thick giant club and jammed it into the gap to hold it open. Then, using your immense physical strength, you forced the opening wide enough to squeeze yourself in. You have entered the small incubation pool and begun transformation and evolution. The dark green ichor rose steadily, spreading from your feet up to your waist, and finally submerging your head. Even submerged in the ichor, you could still breathe freely. At first, you felt nothing unusual, but soon a mild pinprick pain began in your skull, gradually intensifying. You knew this was the process of enhancing fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal. You endured the pain in silence, waiting patiently for the transformation to finish. While the strengthening process continued, Lin Xun opened his inventory to examine the loot. The advanced essence of Star Faith item had the same effect as before, except the stored faith power was greatly increased. Using it would fully restore the Ring of the Radiant Stars uses again, granting 2 more charges. If I use the advanced essence of Star Faith, doesn't that mean I can summon another legendary starborn spirit and farm more bosses for gear? Lin Xun wouldn't dare to try that on a powerful boss like Thunderbeast Mammoth again, but the weaker ones, like Nightmare Jumping Mantis, might be worth attempting. The Star Spirit Palace really is a treasure trove. He let out a sigh of admiration and continued inspecting his spoils. The two materials dropped by Thunderbeast Mammoth were a tusk, displayed as an excellent forging material for high-quality weapons, and a chitin carapace, a superb material for forging armor. Legendary Thunderbeast Mammoth's Flesh Essence, special item, a foul-smelling chunk of dark green flesh, one of the many power nodes of the legendary Thunderbeast Mammoth. This item has two possible uses. First, use it directly to slightly increase your shell's strength. Second, place it into the incubation pool to produce an unknown effect. Lin Xun pondered the description thoughtfully. Previously, the Storm Scroll of Thunder from the Cloudless Wastes was also an item with two usage options. The Flesh Essence's first use could strengthen a shell's power. However, the Earth Giant's strength was already overwhelming. A slight increase wouldn't significantly improve its combat capability. But the second option, that was a gambler's choice. Unknown effect, maybe it'll further enhance Frenzy of Unyielding Zeal. After a moment of consideration, Lin Xun chose the second option. You endured the fierce stabbing pain in your skull and pulled out the lump of flesh the same color as the surrounding ichor. The legendary Thunderbeast Mammoth's flesh essence dissolved into the ichor at a speed visible to the naked eye. You soon felt the pain spreading beyond your skull, radiating through your entire body like countless ants gnawing at your bones and flesh. Lin Xun watched the text in front of him. I just hope this unknown effect isn't something terrible. He waited with anticipation for the transformation to finish. The pain gradually receded. The overflowing ichor receded as well, and the mass of flesh withered and shriveled. You have exited the small incubation pool. Clenching your fists, you felt your body was somehow different than before. You have acquired the special effect Frenzy of Unyielding Zeal. You have acquired the racial talent Blood-Soaked Wrath of the Thunderbeast Mammoth. Lin Xun immediately opened the shell panel to check. Frenzy of Unyielding Zeal, special effect among the Starborn. This defensive mechanism evolved during their long war against knowledgeable scholars after enduring countless knowledge-based spell attacks. This effect greatly increases your shell's resistance to knowledge-type skills. Lin Xun was overjoyed. With this effect, the Earth Giant's ability to climb the tower would be vastly improved. Rising higher meant raising the knowledge stat cap, which in turn further strengthened him. He turned his attention to the second effect, the racial talent. Blood-Soaked Wrath of the Thunderbeast Mammoth, racial talent among the Thunderbeast Mammoth race. When faced with mortal danger, they never retreat. Instead, the more grievously they are wounded, the fiercer they become, a talent inherent to their kind. This talent activates automatically when the shell takes damage. The more severe the wounds, the higher the damage you inflict. Lin Xun's eyes widened. He'd expected Frenzy of Unyielding Zeal. But the unexpected racial talent was far beyond anything he'd anticipated. So now the Earth Giant isn't just a tank warrior, it's a berserker. The less health it has, the stronger it gets. He recalled how Thunderbeast Mammoth Lanka had fought with even greater ferocity the more it was hurt. It hadn't only been because the weakened debuff had worn off, its true strength came from this innate racial gift. I didn't expect you could actually gain a racial talent. The massive form of the knowledge-seeking veiled aberration Overlord began to blur and warp. Its summoning duration was about to end. You looked toward the remains of the legendary Starborn spirits. Many of the preserved specimens in the hall had been damaged to varying degrees by the fierce battle. Those trampled by Thunderbeast Mammoth had been crushed to pieces, their deaths grotesque. You carefully observed and saw that only a handful of the remains could still be considered intact. Do you wish to use the advanced essence of Star Faith to summon a legendary Starborn spirit again? Very fortunately, the remains Lin Xun had set his sights on, the Nightmare Jumping Mantis Zabi, had survived and avoided damage in the battle. While the half-crippled veiled aberration Overlord was still present, he quickly pressed the option. You walked to the remains of the legendary Starborn spirit, Nightmare Jumping Mantis Zabi, and took out a shard of frigid starlight to offer before it. You were surprised to discover that the radiance released by the advanced essence of Star Faith was no longer being drawn toward the remains. Legendary Starborn spirit, Nightmare Jumping Mantis Zabi has refused your summoning. Lin Xun's face darkened. He tried summoning a different legendary Starborn spirit from another corpse. The text displayed was exactly the same. Unwilling to give up, Lin Xun tried each remaining intact corpse in turn, but not a single legendary soul responded to his call. TCH, and you call yourselves legendary starborn spirits? If you've got the guts, come out here. Hiding and refusing to answer the call, what a joke. The veiled aberration overlord let out a thunderous shriek. Its massive form dissolved into countless tiny glyphs and vanished. Your special summoned creature, knowledge-seeking veiled aberration overlord, has reached the end of its summoning duration. With nothing else to do you wish to leave the Star Spirit Palace? Lin Xun swept the hall one more time, and seeing no more loot to claim, he left the Palace of the Stars and returned to the star-chasing corridor. Even without a Starborn guide, returning to the initial hall was quite simple with the resting page. Teleportation successful. A common wandering soul awakens inside the Multivision Association. In a corner of the first-floor reception hall, countless flickering chaotic glyphs appeared out of thin air. The glyphs slowly assembled into the shape of a massive, ferocious beast. The beast was composed entirely of disordered glyphs, which continuously trembled and shifted form. Just looking directly at it filled you with chaos and confusion. Lin Xun frowned. Back in the Star Spirit Palace, no beast of disordered knowledge had shown up, so why, the moment he left, did the watchdog appear again to deliver its buff? He possessed the Earth Giant's shell and quickly smashed the watchdog flat in a few strikes. Some of the glyphs scattered from the beast of disordered knowledge were drawn to you, merging into your body. Your Blessing of Knowledge +5 has been upgraded to Blessing of Knowledge +6. Upon exceeding the knowledge cap, your maximum knowledge stat has increased once more. The rest of the shattered glyphs did not fade away. Instead, they converged into a single immense glyph shining with white light. You recognized this glyph instantly. It was the same one the Servant of Knowledge had released the last time it summoned you. You have been summoned by the Temple of Knowledge. Do you wish to step forward and touch the glyph to teleport to the Temple of Knowledge? Lin Xun suddenly remembered something. While he had been checking his loot in the Star Spirit Palace earlier, he'd been interrupted by the unexpected transformation and evolution, and there was one more item he hadn't examined yet. He quickly opened his inventory. Audience with the Mother of Stars star map. Special item, a richly colored painting depicting countless flowing stars within the starry river. The stars are linked by starlight that together forms a graceful palace. Using this item will bring you an audience with the Mother of Stars, entering her divine palace, the Palace of the Star Maiden. Lin Xun couldn't help laughing aloud. He'd searched high and low for the incomplete star map. In the end, he hadn't found the rest of the fragments, but a complete star map had dropped from a legendary starborn spirit instead. After he'd reported the Child of the Stars, it had fallen. He'd handed over the Lord of the Stars' hiding place to the Servant of Knowledge as well, so that God was likely finished by now. And now he'd obtained the Mother of Stars star map too. Wasn't this practically a full set of the family? You stepped forward and touched the glyph. Pure white radiance enveloped your body. Teleporting. Teleportation successful. A common wandering soul awakens beside the ancient obelisk. Lin Xun bypassed the massive watchdog and entered the Temple of Knowledge, where he saw the Servant of Knowledge's old face wearing a broad smile. The old man beckoned to you cheerfully, motioning for you to approach. The Servant of Knowledge could not help but praise you, being able to find the hidden starborn heretics again so quickly truly marked you as one blessed by the true God. If he could imprison the Mother of Stars, it would greatly hasten the awakening of the omniscient true knowledge. The Servant of Knowledge asked if you were willing to hand over the audience with the Mother of Stars star map. He would honor his earlier promise, using the authority left behind by the omniscient true knowledge to help you control the soul imprisoned within the soul crystal of the fallen comet. Do you wish to give the audience with the Mother of Stars star map to the Servant of Knowledge? Lin Xun clicked yes, without hesitation. So long as he could fully utilize the soul crystal of the imprisoned god, he could gain another exclusive item. The absurdly powerful effect of the exclusive item visage of the leader had already rocketed his strength to another level. The soul crystal he'd acquired before was of legendary plus grade, half a rank higher than the one from Dan the Giant, so whatever it created would surely be exceptional. You handed over the star map marking the location of the Palace of the Star Maiden to the Servant of Knowledge. You took out a glimmering crystal and held it close, where you could see the soul of the starborn god drifting within. That soul seemed to sense your gaze. Its enormous maw, full of fangs, opened in a silent, harrowing scream. The servant of knowledge accepted the star map with a gentle smile. Then he reached into his robe and took out a small wand. He waved the wand. A flash of white light flared. You did not feel anything unusual at first. Then, all of a sudden, you looked up at the vaulted ceiling of the temple. The temple was made entirely of pure white glyphs. The glyphs that normally flowed and flickered were now frozen in place, no longer shimmering, no longer moving. You looked down at the crystal in your hand. The soul of the fallen comet was still locked in its wide-mouthed scream, but this seemed to have been paused by some invisible hand, the soul of the star-born god suspended in time. The servant of knowledge put away the wand and nodded to you. He had already used the true god's residual authority of time to immobilize the heretic god's soul. You could now use the crystal safely without worrying about the soul's self-destruction. Do you wish to use the soul crystal of the imprisoned god, legendary plus item? At last, I've been waiting for you. Lin Xun rubbed his hands together and immediately began an elaborate ritual of washing hands to appease the forces of luck. Even a child of luck needed a ceremony to maintain peak fortune. Of course, he didn't forget to polish the lucky gold coin in his inventory, an artifact reserved for true luck kings. Once all his preparations were complete, Lin Xun rubbed his hands again and pressed the Use option. You have used the soul crystal of the imprisoned god, legendary plus item. Generating exclusive item. Exclusive item successfully created. You have obtained the omniscient visage, exclusive item. Omniscient visage, exclusive item. Even if you possess 1,000 faces and myriad forms, no matter how many secrets are hidden behind all those countless masks, you still lack one face that knows all. You will always need a visage of omniscience. While carrying this item, you will learn the true name of every shell in your shell slots. This item is an exclusive item and has been bound to your soul. It cannot be traded, gifted, discarded, or dropped. Lin Xun was stunned. Then an overwhelming wave of joy enveloped him completely. The effect of the omniscient visage wasn't as complex as the visage of the leader. Its function was simple and direct, yet no less valuable. For someone who used so many shells, this was nothing short of a divine artifact. Exclusive item omniscient visage has taken effect. You have learned the true name of the shell knowledge-seeking president of the Direct Vision Association, Moses. You can now manifest this shell in the real world. You have learned the true name of the shell corrupted ancient theater dancer, Bathory. You can now manifest this shell in the real world. You have learned the true name of the shell corrupted blacksmith. This is it. It's my time to ascend. Inside the rental apartment, the triumphant shout of a certain handsome man echoed out. An ordinary wandering soul awakens in the Multivision Association. Lin Xun left the Temple of Knowledge and returned to the Multivision Association. Before parting, the Servant of Knowledge had told him that if he could obtain another similar star map, he would be able to draw from the Divine Book of Favors blind box reward again. He still had one incomplete star map in his possession, though he didn't know when he'd be able to piece it together. Lin Xun opened his inventory and was about to click the illusion book of the Star Vault Tower. After the Earth Giant acquired fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal, its resistance to knowledge-based skills had massively increased. If he didn't climb the tower now to raise his knowledge cap, when would he? Just as he was about to start the challenge, he suddenly remembered something. His current knowledge was 14,600/15,200, already close to knowledge overload. If he used the rewards obtained from climbing, it would undoubtedly raise the knowledge cap further, which would require even more knowledge to reach overload again. The optimal solution at this point should be to reach overload first, then raise the cap. However, triggering knowledge overload required a disposable shell as a sacrifice. Lin Xun looked at the shell slots. Both the engineer and the paladin of discipline were already dead, with only the blacksmith still clinging to life. Then it's decided, you're up, blacksmith, wait. A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. The reason he had preserved the engineer shell and the paladin shell was because both had true names and could manifest in reality, essentially, 2 extra lives. But now, with the omniscient visage, this cheat-tier exclusive item, any shell he placed into the shell slots would automatically have its true name revealed. In other words, the engineer and paladin shells had lost their value. Goodbye, paladin of discipline. And you too, engineer. He felt nothing about discarding the engineer shell, but tossing the paladin did make him a little sentimental. You have discarded the shell of the Blood Sun Paladin of Discipline. You have discarded the shell of the Pyramid Corporation engineer. He teleported back to where his journey began, the Dis Academy of the Multivision School. The 2 empty slots in the shell slots were immediately filled by 2 fresh, energetic student shells. All preparations complete. Time to blow my brains out. You open the book containing trace knowledge and begin to read. You have acquired knowledge. Your understanding has surpassed the critical threshold. You have touched the extraordinary and are fortunate to glimpse the omniscient true knowledge. You are dead. Spending 1 point of soul strength, he purged the chaotic, disordered knowledge within his soul, and once again increased his knowledge cap. The disordered knowledge in your soul has been completely cleansed. Your knowledge cap has increased. Current knowledge, 0/15, 300. You are under the effective blessing of knowledge +6. Your knowledge cap has increased again. Current knowledge, 0/17, 500. He discarded the freshly sacrificed student shell and grabbed a new one to fill the slot. Having empty slots feels so good. Lin Xun sighed in satisfaction and began the tower climb challenge. This time, the climb was much easier than before. He put the mage robe on the earth giant to increase knowledge resistance. Coupled with the potent spell resistance effect of fearless frenzy of unyielding zeal, the climb had never been so comfortable. If only I had a weapon with spell penetration, then the earth giant would truly be a mage slayer. This run ended on the 68th floor. He had raised the record from 49 floors by a full 19. As the floors rose, the monsters grew stronger. For the earth giant to achieve such a result was already an impressive improvement. Lin Xun stroked his chin in thought. If he optimized the skill usage ratio a bit further, he could probably clear 1 more floor, but toppling the 70th floor guardian was unrealistic for now. After using the memory rewards from the 50th and 60th floors, his knowledge had reached a terrifying 0/28, 500. Compared to the cap increase from Blessing of Knowledge, the omniscient true knowledge seemed downright stingy. Thinking this, Lin Xun couldn't help shaking his head. Memory of the Starry Sky was the sugar-coated bullet used by the radiant stars to lure knowledge-seeking believers. The more one used Memory of the Starry Sky, the more inclined they became toward the stars. Thankfully, as an Oathbreaker, he could no longer rejoin the Oath of the Radiant Stars. It was like eating the sugar coating and handing the bullet back. He left the Multivision Association and boarded the brass carriage. You are carrying the memory of the Dark Dragon Knight. Guided by its memories, you have unlocked a new route. Please choose your destination. 1. Dis Academy of the Multivision School. 6. Cave leading to the underground abyss. 7. Starvault Tower Ruins. 8. Hidden Canyon of the Bimogo Mountains. Lin Xun pressed the 8th option. Next, he would continue the inheritance path of the Dark Dragon Knight. The refined copper carriage started moving, heading into the mists in a certain direction. Not long after leaving the city, he once again encountered a lone behemoth. This time, Lin Xun didn't use falling starlight, but summoned the 3-headed lion to hold the front while he repeatedly fired knowledge spears at the behemoth. After the massive increase to his knowledge cap, the power of knowledge spear skyrocketed. Strictly speaking, the damage of all knowledge-based skills had risen. Even the defensive power of knowledge barrier had greatly improved. Very quickly, he happily claimed a rare plus grade divine item. At this rate, I'll soon be able to assemble a complete divine item. Lin Xun silently waited for another behemoth to appear. He waited an entire day. Until midday the next day, not only did he never encounter another behemoth, he hadn't even reached his destination, the Hidden Canyon. Is the Hidden Canyon really this far away? Lin Xun suspected the text-based game had gotten stuck, repeating lines like, "You feel extremely jostled," and "You are drowsy" over and over. Outside the carriage, everything remained shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see anything. By afternoon, the game text finally displayed something new. The carriage slowly comes to a stop. After a long journey, you have finally reached your destination. You step down from the carriage. Layers of mist surround you, and your field of vision is nothing but a vast expanse of white. Lin Xun's face twitched in exasperation. From the name alone, Hidden Canyon was obviously not an indoor area, so it was normal for it to be covered in fog. But he had no means of piercing through the fog. Wandering blindly into the veil of knowledge would only get him hopelessly lost. How am I supposed to explore this? Lin Xun was momentarily stumped. In the unseen depths, you feel the memories of the dark dragon night guiding you forward into the mists. You take a step ahead. The fog around you gradually grows thinner. T/N, heated the blood sun pallid and dirty, sad face. As the fog dissipates, you can just barely make out your surroundings. The cracked, dry yellow soil under your feet gradually transforms into hard, pitch-black rock. You are standing within a massive canyon. The sheer cliffs on both sides are composed of the same black rock. At a glance, it feels like stepping into an abyss. Strangely, the endless mist seems to be blocked by some invisible force, unable to spill into the canyon. Only because of this are you able to see most of the canyon's terrain. You raise your hand to look further ahead. On both canyon walls deeper inside, there are many small caves. You think you can see figures moving at the cave mouths. Do you want to approach and investigate? Lin Xun didn't rashly press the option. Hidden Canyon was a full day and night's journey from his respawn point. Dying here even once meant instantly triggering the 24-hour anti-addiction cooldown. It was worth noting that his soul strength was now 2 to 3, and he had already reshaped the Valkyrie. You possess the shell of the corrupted theater dancer. You open a dim eye and step forward in fluid dance steps. Your shell skill Blood Shadow Step is empowered by Dim Shadow, greatly enhancing your stealth effect. After removing the eyeball defect, the dancer had earned a chance at re-employment. Lin Xun returned to his old profession, stealth exploration. You maintain your invisibility, moving silently step by step. You arrive at the nearest cave entrance and see clearly the figure lingering there. It turns out to be a monster with the head of a dragon and the body of a human, its entire form bare. Its fierce head juts forward with sharp fangs, and curved horns rise from its crown. You have discovered descendant of the hermit, mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward. Do you want to seize the chance to ambush it while no one else is around? Who gazes upward? Lin Xun frowned. He had seen the Who Gazes Upward prefix several times before, once on the Stargazer who gazes upward, and once on the president of the Multivision Association who gazes upward who defected to the stars. Having the Who Gazes Upward prefix meant this monster belonged to the Radiant Stars faction. Something doesn't add up. Lin Xun clearly remembered that the Dark Dragon Knight, under the guidance of the Servant of Knowledge, had arrived in Hidden Canyon and tamed the ancient hermit Dark Dragon to become a Dragon Knight. The ancient Black Dragon race should belong to the omniscient True Knowledge faction, so why had they become part of the Radiant Stars? He wanted to ambush it, but worried the dancer was too feeble and might fail, ending up dead instead. According to earlier descriptions, there were many small caves in the canyon, very likely more monsters. If he alerted the others, he'd be finished. If only I had some scouting skill. The mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward paces around the cave entrance for a while, then steps into the darkness within. Do you wish to stealthily follow it? Lin Xun's eyes lit up, and he quickly pressed yes. You remain hidden, tiptoeing after it. You trail the mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward only a short way before reaching the end of the cave. Deep within the cave, a roughly hewn chamber had been carved out. Inside stood a stone bed, a stone table, and other primitive furnishings, all made of the same pitch-black rock as the cave walls. You notice old copper pickaxes scattered in a corner along with some large burlap sacks filled with black ore. The mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward walks to the stone table, picks up an object, presses it to its forehead, then kneels with eyes closed, chanting under its breath. You quietly shift your angle and finally see what it holds. It is a palm-sized statuette of a rotating elliptical galaxy, studded with countless tiny stars. Looking at the familiar statue, you recall what you saw in the star-chasing corridor and instantly realize the monster is holding a statuette of the radiant stars. Do you want to ambush the monster while it is completely defenseless? This creature clearly wasn't a mindless beast, but an intelligent, tribal being. Infiltrating the enemy from within was the optimal way to clear the map. Lin Xun narrowed his eyes and finally launched the attack. He was already prepared to switch to the Earth Giant if the first strike failed. You silently step up behind your enemy, and a sharp blade extends noiselessly from your gauntlet. You suddenly plunge the blade into the monster's back. Blood sprays as its body convulses twice before going limp and collapsing to the ground. You have defeated the mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward. Your experience increases slightly. You have obtained small divine statuette of the radiant stars, junk. So weak. Lin Xun hadn't expected the dancer to instantly kill the monster with a single strike. By his estimation, Hidden Canyon was clearly meant to be a high-difficulty map, so how could the monsters here be so weak? You look at the corpse of the half-dragon before you. Shell of the mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward, a deformed creature with a dragon's head and a human body, bearing the faintest trace of the great hermit's bloodline. This bloodline, diluted through countless generations, no longer retains the mighty power of its ancestors. It died from a lethal strike piercing its heart. Compatibility, 88% plus 45%. Do you want to possess the shell? Without hesitation, Lin Xun discarded one of his student shells and pressed yes. You have possessed the shell of the mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward. He waited a while, and when no text appeared indicating he had recalled the shell's memories, he opened the panel to check. Shell, mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward. True name, unknown. Compatibility, 88% plus 45%. Shell quality, fine. Shell level, 55 plus 15. Shell equipment, none. Shell skill, venomous bite, fine plus grade. The power inherited from its bloodline grants the mixed blood half-dragon venomous saliva. So long as its fangs pierce the enemy's flesh, the target will be afflicted with a deadly toxin. When using this skill, you will unleash an extremely close-range bite attack imbued with poison. Exclusive item Omniscient Visage activated. You have learned the true name of the mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward shell, Bashakmu. You can manifest this shell in reality. Lin Xun's mouth twitched. The whole situation felt like throwing a heavy punch into a pillow or winking flirtatiously at a blind man. If he'd known this little half-dragon was so pathetic, he wouldn't have bothered sneaking around with the dancer at all. He could have just possessed the Earth Giant and gone on a massacre. Where's the promised high-difficulty map? This is it. You attempt to search the cave for usable items. Searching. You have obtained worn cross copper pickaxe item. Searching. You have obtained empty linen sack, junk. Searching. You have obtained inferior obsidian venom or junk. Lin Xun quickly opened his inventory to check. The cross copper pickaxe was labeled as mining equipment with no special properties, but the two junk items contained some key information. Empty linen sack, junk. A linen sack stained with black marks, still holding traces of black gravel and powder. Inferior obsidian venom or junk. A piece of pitch black ore commonly found throughout Hidden Canyon, containing a slight toxicity. Lin Xun was still pondering the implications of these descriptions when the game text suddenly updated. A muffled tolling of a bell echoed from outside the cave. You perk up your ears, listening as the bell sounds 3 times. Hearing the familiar bell, fragments of memory stir within your shell. As the lowest caste of mixed-blood half-dragons, and among them a mere mining slave, the meaning of the triple bell toll has been etched into your very bones. It is time to assemble for mining. Do you wish to obey your shell's instincts and follow the assembly bell to go mining? To mine or not to mine, that was the question. Seeing how pathetic the mixed-blood half-dragon's attributes were, Lin Xun, by his usual nature, would simply have exterminated the entire half-dragon tribe, leaving none alive. But thinking carefully, how could the Dark Dragon Knight's path of inheritance be so simple? Lin Xun noticed that the little half-dragon he was possessing now was the lowest of the low, a mining slave of debased blood. In other words, there were surely much stronger beings among the half-dragon tribe, and recklessly charging in was unwise. Besides, dying here meant the 24-hour anti-addiction penalty, so he had no choice but to proceed with caution. Fine, I'll mine then. It's not like I'm the one getting tired anyway, right, little half-dragon? You step out of the cave. Many other mixed-blood half-dragons, naked and caked in black soot, also emerge. As you watch them closely, you see that they share the same dull expressions and vacant stares. Clearly their spines had been broken by endless labor. You follow these half-dragons deeper into the canyon. Soon, the half-dragons halt. You stand on tiptoe to look ahead. Upon a black stone platform stands a half-dragon unlike any of the others. Unlike you, filthy and unclothed, this one wore fine, ornate robes. Exposed upon its neck and limbs you even saw mottled, pitch-black scales, though not covering the entire body, just scattered patches here and there. You have discovered descendant of the hermit, hybrid half-dragon who gazes upward. It clapped its claws and roared loudly. Wretched mining slaves, look at this worthless trash you've dug up. The lords in the dragon nest are very displeased with your recent output. If you don't produce high-purity obsidian venom or today, every one of you will be punished. Now immediately, get back to mining. The hybrid half-dragon swung its claw fiercely, its fangs bared. Hearing the word punished, you shudder uncontrollably, recalling bloody, harrowing memories. You instinctively quicken your steps, joining the line of mining slaves heading deeper into the canyon. As expected, by choosing to mine, Lin Xun gathered some crucial information. The hybrid half-dragon was clearly of higher rank and power, and from its words, the mining slaves were extracting or to satisfy the lords in the dragon nest. Soon, you and the others arrive at your destination, the mining pit. Looking beyond the pit, you see, looming in the depths of the canyon, a grand structure, an enormous nest built from pitch-black stone. This was the sacred place revered by all half-dragons, the dragon nest. A hint of yearning stirs within you, longing for that rich and bountiful sanctuary. You look around. The other mining slaves crawl into the pit one by one. You remain behind a large tree unnoticed. Do you wish to quietly slip away from the miners and head to the dragon nest? Mining? Bah, I'm no mining slave. Why not go take a look at the dragon nest first? Lin Xun's eyes lit up. But he didn't act rashly. He switched back to the dancer shell and activated stealth. You hide behind the tree, open a pair of dim eyes, and step forward with fluid dance motions. Maintaining invisibility, you slip past the long line of miners and approach deeper into the canyon. The road to the dragon nest is deserted. You walk this path of pilgrimage alone. Step by step, the massive, black nest draws nearer and you grow more awed by its colossal scale. As you approach, you're shocked to feel a formless pressure pressing down on you. This pressure is overwhelmingly strong, making each step harder. Gradually, you cannot lift your foot to continue. And you are still over 100 meters away. This tremendous pressure feels strangely familiar. You think carefully and recall that in the Dark Dragon Knight's memories, you felt the same when standing before the ancient Black Dragon. You realize you cannot go any further. The sacred dragon nest only accepts descendants of pure blood. Entry by outsiders is desecration. Descendants of pure blood, huh? I wonder if the little half-dragon can get in. Lin Xun considered switching back to the little half-dragon shell but hesitated, worried about revealing himself. After a moment of indecision, he gritted his teeth and switched shells. You have possessed the mixed-blood half-dragon who gazes upward shell. You feel the invisible pressure lighten, and you catch your breath as you continue walking down the empty road. But after only a few steps, the pressure intensifies again. Before you can reach the dragon nest, you collapse to your knees, unable to proceed. Do you wish to return to the mining pit? Damn this cursed game, you're toying with me again. Lin Xun clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. According to the description, only descendants of pure blood could enter this place. The mixed-blood half-dragon clearly didn't meet the criteria. But that hybrid half-dragon from earlier seemed promising. He narrowed his eyes, mulling it over. Then he chose the option to stealthily return to the mining pit. Most of the mining slave half-dragons had already crawled into the dark pit. Only a few were still waiting their turn. Looking back toward the black stone platform, you see the supervising hybrid half-dragon is long gone. Perhaps it will reappear at night when the mining ends and the ore must be collected. You hide behind the large tree, resume your half-dragon form, and quietly take your place at the end of the line. Watching the numb, unfeeling mining slaves, you can't help but pull out the worn-cross copper pickaxe and sling the linen sack over your shoulder. You are just about to follow the line into the mine when suddenly a claw pats you on the shoulder. You turn your head to see a half-dragon with a broken horn quietly drawing near, questioning you in a low voice. Where did you run off to? It's been looking for you all over. Before you can answer, it continues in a hushed tone. Remember to save some of your strength. Don't be like you always are, wearing yourself out like a fool. Once night falls, when the time you agreed on arrives, come to the mine entrance. Everything goes according to plan. The broken horn half-dragon finished speaking softly, then immediately slipped into the dark mine. Lin Xun frowned. What plan? Why didn't he know anything about this? He waited silently for a while, but no text appeared indicating that the shell had recalled the plan's details. You step into the mine. There are no lights inside, only pitch darkness. Yet your gaze pierces the gloom, clearly seeing obsidian venom ore embedded in the rock walls. Guided by a slightly more robust half-dragon, you soon crawl along the winding tunnels and find your assigned mining spot. No one else is around. From the distance comes the ding, ding, ding of pickaxes striking stone, the sound echoing layer upon layer through the twisting shafts. Do you wish to begin mining? At this moment, Lin Xun was most concerned with the hybrid half-dragon's shell. Once he obtained that shell, perhaps he could enter the dragon nest. According to the text, when the night shift ended, the overseer dragon would reappear. At that time, he could find a way to claim the shell. You raise the worn cross copper pickaxe and begin the mechanical, drawn-out labor of mining. Mining in progress. Staring at the stuck text, Lin Xun pondered what exactly the plan that Broken Horn Half-Dragon mentioned was supposed to be. There was no doubt this unknown plan was a special event. Following it might lead to rewards and crucial information. Could it be some scheme to escape the mine? More than 10 minutes later, the text finally continued. Mining successful. You have obtained obsidian venom or junk. You know this lowest grade ore is nowhere near sufficient. If you can't dig up pure stones today, what awaits you is a punishment more brutal than any dragon's cruelty. Will you now mine with all your strength, or secretly conserve your energy? Lin Xun thought briefly, then chose the latter. Even though he didn't know the plan's contents, the rewards for a special event would surely be better than mere mining. Mining in progress. After choosing to slack off, the little half-dragon's mining slowed to a crawl. Nearly half an hour passed just to extract a single piece of ore. Mining successful. You have obtained obsidian venom or junk. Mining in progress. Lin Xun decided to simply set the phone aside and let the little half-dragon toil away. He turned to his computer, launched the Writer Assistant app, and began another form of exhausting labor. A long while later, night had already fallen outside the window. Lin Xun stretched contentedly, admiring the 4,000-word epic chapter he'd completed. Picking up his phone again, well, the little half-dragon was still mining. Scrolling through the text, most of what he'd gathered was low-grade ore. Lin Xun even saw the line, "You feel a little weary." But that wasn't the important part. Among all the junk ore, there was one piece of fine-grade stone. He quickly opened the inventory to inspect it. Obsidian venom or fine-grade item, a pure, pitch-black stone containing potent toxins. This ore cannot be used for forging. You have not yet discovered its true purpose. Lin Xun frowned. If it couldn't be forged into equipment, what was it for? According to earlier information, the lords of the dragon nest were desperate for high-quality ore, and it seemed the mining slaves hadn't produced any in a long time. He wondered if this fine-grade piece in his hand might finally meet the standard. You are just about to lift the copper pickaxe to continue mining when a claw smacks the back of your head. Clutching your skull, you turn around to see the broken horn half-dragon again. Its expression was tense. Though it looked ready to roar, it could only keep its voice low as it cursed at you in anger. "You worthless idiot. Our agreed time came and went. Why didn't you come to the mine entrance to meet me? If you're too cowardly to go through with this, you should have backed out earlier. I could have found someone else to help. Do you wish to proceed with the plan, or refuse?" You put away the pickaxe and explained to the half-dragon that the darkness of the mine had made you lose track of time, and it wasn't intentional. The broken horn half-dragon looked at the pile of stones at your feet, counting them, before its expression softened somewhat. It gestured for the plan to continue and for you to follow its lead. Then the broken horn half-dragon dropped to all fours and crawled forward stealthily. This crawling posture ensured you made no sound. Following close behind, you occasionally glimpsed other half-dragons mining at various branches of the tunnels. But fully absorbed in their labor, none noticed you slipping away into the darkness. You emerged at the mine entrance. The broken horn half-dragon stopped crawling and rose to its feet. From a clump of grass nearby, it picked up 2 wooden spears, handing one to you. You have obtained sharpened wooden spear, ruined plus grade weapon. The broken horn half-dragon's eyes were fierce. It seemed to be speaking to you, or perhaps to itself, that if the plan succeeded, the two of you would never have to mine again. And if it failed, well, it had already had enough of this hopeless life. May the radiant stars bless us. You echo the same familiar words, and fragments of memory stir within the shell. Day after day of numb, unending labor was not only your nightmare, but the nightmare of all the other mining slaves. Yet fortunately, even in the nightmare, a sliver of hope remained. Since childhood, your elders in the tribe taught you that mining obsidian ore was a duty bestowed by the gods. Every time you managed to extract a high-quality piece of ore, you came one step closer to restoring the ancestors' lost glory. Back then, you didn't understand what glory meant. You only knew that when an elder mined high-grade ore, they would be rewarded by the noble lords, and that was the sole hope in a life of despair. The generous rewards came from the place all half-dragons yearned for, the sacred dragon nest. You didn't understand the meaning of glory, but you knew the occasional scraps of meat you were allowed to taste, and even your mother, whom you never met, had come from your father's efforts. Your father died of an illness from overwork, leaving you nothing but a cramped cave and a battered worn-cross copper pickaxe. When you took the pickaxe from your father's hands, you understood that his nightmare had ended, while yours was just beginning. Gradually, you lost yourself in the numbness of mining. Only when you unearthed a high-grade ore every now and then did your life feel slightly less wretched for a few days. You turned down the female half-dragon the overseer sent you as a reward, asking instead that everything be exchanged for meat. And the meat you received, you never kept for yourself, but shared with the old and frail mining slaves. This was precisely the act that caught the attention of your former playmate, Broken Horn Shero. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Not every half-dragon resigned themselves to numb submission. Broken Horn Shero was one of those who yearned to resist. One dark, moonless night, Broken Horn Shara barged into your cave, telling you a staggering secret and a plan. The reason the hybrid half-dragon became an overseer, exempt from backbreaking labor, was because of its superior bloodline. In your understanding, bloodline was decided at birth. Offspring of mongrel half-dragons could never become hybrids, let alone purebloods. But Broken Horn Sharu only shook its head and told you, bloodlines could be elevated and evolve. Becoming a hybrid or even a pureblood was not impossible. Then it shared with you a secret so shocking you could scarcely believe it. The obsidian ore you mined every day was the key to purifying bloodlines. According to legend, when each generation of the hermit ancestors died, their bodies were buried deep in the earth, their bloodline power nourishing their descendants. The lords in the dragon nest needed high-grade ore because they weren't satisfied with passively absorbing this power, they wished to extract it actively. Each piece of high-quality ore contained a portion of the ancestors' bloodline strength. When the hybrid overseer accepted your deliveries, it would always secretly cut off part of the rewards. Even the rewards you received from the dragon nest had already been embezzled. No one knew where the overseer had acquired this secret technique to enhance bloodlines. It sought to ascend into a pure-blood half-dragon, gaining entrance to the dragon nest itself. When you first heard this secret, you were so astonished you couldn't react for a long time. But when Broken Horn Sharu explained its plan, you finally understood what it meant to be truly audacious. The plan was simple and brutal: kill the hybrid overseer and take its place. The hybrid overseer was vastly stronger than any mining slave. Confronting it head-on with only you and Sharu was like smashing eggs against a rock. You suggested whether more miners could be rallied to overthrow the overseer's oppression. Broken Horn Shara snorted and shook its head. It didn't know which miner would secretly betray the plan for a reward. Only you, foolish as you were, seemed trustworthy. It shared the details. Whenever a miner delivered high-quality ore, the overseer would secretly skim some of the dragon nest's reward, sometimes meat, sometimes breeding rights. The plan was to wait until the overseer was indulging in the latter. When things were at their most heated, the two of you would strike at the moment it was least prepared. Once the overseer was slain and the secret technique seized, you and Sharu could become hybrid half-dragons, perhaps even ascend to pure-blood half-dragons and step into the dragon nest itself. You hesitated for a long time, but at last, you made up your mind. When you and Broken Horn Sharu praised the radiant stars together, you swore to see the plan through. At that point, the shell's scattered memories abruptly ended. The fragmented memories of the shell abruptly end here. You have acquired knowledge. Your knowledge stat increased by 800. Current knowledge, 800/28, 500. So it turned out that the obsidian venom ore contained the bloodline power of the ancient hermit dark dragon. No wonder the higher-ranking half-dragons were in such desperate need of the ore. Lin Xun opened the inventory. At this moment, the item description of the obsidian venom ore had already changed. obsidian venom, or fine-grade item a jet black, pure or infused with a potent toxin. The toxin derives from the bloodline seeping from the remains of the ancient hermit dark dragon. This ore can be used to enhance the bloodline power of the descendants of the hermit and must be used in conjunction with the relevant secret rites. Under the starlight, Broken Horn Shadow hefted its spear and motioned for you to follow it. You clenched the spear in your hand, trembling slightly, unsure whether it was from excitement or fear. The nighttime canyon was deserted and silent. The mining slaves had not yet finished their day's labor. You followed Broken Horn Shadow onward and soon arrived at a solitary cavern far removed from the other caves. The entrance of this cavern was several times larger than your own den. All around, there was no scattered rubble or fallen leaves. It appeared exceptionally clean and tidy. Broken Horn Shadow stopped and gestured for you to listen closely. You pressed your ear toward the interior of the cave and heard a series of indescribable roars, clearly issued by a female half-dragon. You understood at once. The overseer was enjoying the mating privilege it had withheld. A vicious glint flickered in Broken Horn Shadow's gaze. It nodded to you, then crouched low, crawling into the cave. You hurried to crawl after it. Your movements were utterly silent, not producing the slightest sound. The passage was deep and narrow, torches mounted along the rock walls burning steadily. Before long, a branching corridor came into view ahead. Broken Horn Shadow didn't hesitate, crawling straight down the central tunnel guided by the unspeakable noises. As you advanced, you gradually realized that within the cavern echoed not only the shrill roars of the female half-dragon, but also a low, heavy breathing. A bright light shone from around the bend up ahead, heralding your imminent arrival at the hybrid overseer's living quarters. Broken Horn Shadow turned to glance at you, about to signal you, when suddenly the high-pitched roaring was abruptly cut off. After that, you heard the female half-dragon complaining, and the hybrid overseer's voice offering explanations. The excuses swiftly turned into enraged shouting. From the living quarters came the sounds of ripping and fighting. For a moment, your ears were filled with the female half-dragon's pained cries. Those harrowing screams slowly faded until her voice was heard no more. You twitched your nose, smelling a thick scent of blood. You and Broken Horn Shadow looked at each other, momentarily unable to react. Footsteps sounded from within the living quarters, growing clearer. Apparently the hybrid overseer was about to leave. Broken Horn Shadow immediately crawled away from the living quarters, dragging you along to hide in another branching corridor. Crouched at the corner of the passage, you peeked out cautiously and saw the hybrid overseer emerge, carrying the corpse of the female half-dragon as it hurried out of the cave. A grim expression crossed Broken Horn Shadow's face. It told you that female half-dragons were an extremely precious resource among the tribe. Even a hybrid overseer of high bloodline rank was forbidden from killing a female at will. The hybrid overseer was probably going to dispose of the body to destroy evidence, but no, that alone wouldn't clear it of suspicion. It was highly likely it planned to frame some mining slave who was supposed to have been rewarded. After speaking, Broken Horn Shadow hesitated, as if debating whether to proceed with the plan. Would you propose to Broken Horn Shadow that you temporarily suspend the operation or urge it to continue? According to Lin Xun's role-playing of the half-dragon's nature, he would most likely choose the first option. Pausing the plan for now and waiting for another opportunity to kill the overseer and take its place was undoubtedly the safest approach. However, judging by the fact that the mixed-blood half-dragon shell was only fine-grade and level 40, the overseer couldn't be all that strong. Lin Xun possessed superior weaponry and the President and Earth Giant shells. Facing the hybrid overseer head-on would be effortless. Even the feeble mixed-blood half-dragon shell would have its strength greatly amplified thanks to the visage of the leader and the relic's bonuses. The reason he had followed the special event path step by step was, first, because Broken Horn Shadow led the way, making it easy to locate the overseer, and second, because the special event itself promised rewards. After a brief moment of consideration, he chose the latter, to continue the plan. You explained to Broken Horn Shadow that, just as it had said, the overseer was probably heading out to dump the female half-dragon's body in the mining slave's den to complete its scheme. Since there was still a fair amount of time before the end of the work shift, the overseer would definitely return to the living quarters to clean up any evidence. You and it could hide in the quarters and ambush the overseer upon its return. At that moment, convinced its scheme was flawless, it would surely let down its guard. Broken Horn Shara listened to your proposal, thought for a moment, then nodded. Before long, you entered the living quarters. The furnishings were finely crafted, but the bloodstains everywhere ruined the sense of refinement. You and Broken Horn Shara hid to the left and right of the entrance, silently waiting for the overseer to return.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.